Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 12 of the series. Chapter 493, Against Worlds. The dragons were unbelievably swift. The ambient mana of the world fueled their movements, making them travel at lightning speed. Defend. Grand Priest Zigu ordered, trying to keep his calm despite the horror and confusion he felt. The other 10 realm lords were also terrified, but they steeled their wills and stayed their grounds. They manifested their worldly domains, working in coordinated effort as they fought with numbers, 2 against each incoming dragon. Those hidden experts watched from afar with gaped expressions and quivering hearts as the realm lords resisted the elemental dragons. What was this? A single holy sun was fighting against 10 realm lords. Grand Priest Zigu was calmly watching Wei Wuyin, observing the idle 4 dragons that swarmed around him protectively. He noted that they each breathed out mist with the 4 basic elements: fire, water, earth, and wind. The 5 that were attacking embodied the 5 advanced elements: metal, lightning, wood, magma, and ice. He was Arg. A sudden scream of panic erupted, followed by a cry for help as a realm lord's worldly domain was engulfed by a dragon's thick, coiling body, grinding against its scales. If it wasn't for his worldly domain pushing the dragon's body away, he would have been viciously crushed. His partner launched violent attacks at its head, hoping to dissipate the dragon with her might, yet the dragon remained seemingly unfazed. At times, it would open its mouth and breath out gushes of cold mist. The female realm lord felt her heart shiver from the cold, feeling a power that might be able to instantly claim her life. She hurriedly dodged with ample caution, unable to spare an ounce of attention for her partner. Grand Priest Zigu was about to act to save the realm lord, but 2 dragons twisted in excitement, their breaths of mist grew heavier as if waiting for him to move. He wasn't a fool. By all means, he needed to deal with Wei Wuyin and kill the controller of the array, but those 5 dragons protectively shielded him. If he acted to save others, they might launch attacks on the other members. Right now, he was forcing Wei Wuyin to protect himself against his terrifying might and possible assault, keeping him at bay. But it was double-sided. While he kept Wei Wuyin at bay, Wei Wuyin caused him to be unable to support the others. Resist a little longer. I've called for reinforce was all he could say spiritually to both realm lords before their spiritual connection was abruptly severed. Shocked, he turned to see a twisted, deformed body falling after being crushed into a nearly flat surface. As for the female realm lord that was assaulting the dragon's teeth moved in an animated fashion, clearly chewing a hard object. There was a frozen forearm that had fractured, falling downwards to the city below. As for the rest of the body, the violent crunching sound was evident of its fate. He gulped heavily, his Adam's apple bouncing vigorously. No. This shouldn't be possible. Realm lords were powerful, nearly invincible existences. How could they just die? 3 deaths in the matter of seconds. But he felt it again. The mana of the world was at the control of these dragons, unleashing unfettered amounts of extremely high sky pressure. Unlike spiritual pressure, sky pressure was a unique characteristic of the Sky Ruler phase. It was rarely a decider in fights, at least against those at higher cultivation. It was an ability to control ambient mana to weaken your opponent's astral force, pressure their physical bodies, and grind away at their mental focus. The worldly domain can convert ambient mana into one's own power, amplifying sky pressure and transforming it into world pressure. While within a realm lord's worldly domain, enemies would be subjected to this type of pressure to an extreme. Even other realm lords wouldn't dare casually enter another's worldly domain for fear of this terrifying force. Unfortunately, during the season of regression, a realm lord's worldly domain was considerably weakened, unable to draw upon ambient energies or mana for their own strength, completely removing this quality from their repertoire, but only during this sky pressure, this ambient mana, it's at the level of world pressure. The Grand Priest Zigu finally gauged the strength of this pressure, feeling absolutely appalled and terrified at this discovery. How was this possible? The season of regression sealed ambient mana. He tried to connect to the ambient mana and unleash sky pressure, but to no avail. Even his worldly domain was useless, unable to seize the ambient mana. He couldn't fathom what was happening, but he could see worldly pressure restrain these realm lords mercilessly. His only guess was that it was a result of the extremely powerful array somehow releasing its own. A realm lord was negligent, his mind blanked for a second as a dragon roared, unleashing a spiritual assault that shook his sea of consciousness. In a blink, he was devoured by this dragon, unleashing life force from its misty breath, yet it claimed the realm lord's life with its sharp, piercing teeth and crushing maw. There wasn't time to even cry out for help. 4. Grand Priest Zigu nearly lost his mind. He shot towards the other realm lord that now fought the dragon alone, seeking to save him. But as he shot forward, two dragons from Wei Wuin's side, the fire-breathing and wind-breathing dragon shot off explosively with incredible speeds towards the others. This included the frost-breathing dragon that dealt with its enemies. Grand Priest Zigu saved the realm lord from the jaws of a dragon, as that realm lord was horribly suppressed from all angles, from the worldly pressure and spiritual assaults from these terrifying roars. But as he sighed in relief and satisfaction, receiving the ever-thankful looks from the realm lord, his mind felt two shattering talismans in his possession. His heart sank in the depths of despair. With rage, he shot off towards Wei Wuin with the realm lord in tow, deciding to end this. But as he approached, he was buffeted by vast world pressure, causing his expression to change drastically. In moments, his power went into disarray, feeling weaker than when he was a gravity emission phase cultivator. Retreat to the temple. He shouted in fear, blazing through the sky towards the temple at his fastest speed, moving even faster than when he rushed forward. He hadn't realized this before, but the dragons were unleashing separate worldly pressure. This meant it was like facing 9 realm lords. Even though Wei Wuin was less protected, if he was delayed for a few seconds, then he felt the shattering of the other talismans almost simultaneously. 9. He didn't look back, blitzing through the skies and entering the temple. The world was silent as they bore witness to the deaths of 9 realm lords. Was this happening? Wei Wuin coldly watched Grand Priest Zigu desperately retreat, recalling his 9 dragons of origin. They swiftly swirled around him protectively, with the metal dragon obediently offering its head as a platform. Riding it, Wei Wuin slowly floated as he inspected the temple with narrowed eyes. He had the Zenith origin state, a strange and uniquely powerful astral soul state that allowed him to shatter the bindings and restrictions of ambient mana. It was less controlling the ambient mana, but more the ambient mana was begging to act to his will. They escaped their bindings force because he was willing to connect with it, giving him some thoughts about mana. Unlike realm lords that needed their worldly domain to release world pressure, he could do so freely. When he discovered this power, he never got a chance to use it, never needed to. In fact, he had multiple powers that allowed him to contend with realm lords or those of higher cultivation, such as Kratos's draconic void force, but he never needed to use it. Until now. Lin Ming had assumed he would stay his hand, hide in his temple and passively wait until an opportunity presented itself. But he didn't need to wait, because this was the season of regression. During this suppressed environment, realm lords and time lords weren't even remotely as scary as they should be. To him, they were weaklings. Without their worldly domains and temporal dissonance, they were just gravity emission phase experts with stronger astral force. But could their quantity or quality of astral force hope to match his 4 32-centimeter-sized astral cores? Wei Wuin glanced at the nearby void ships, his eyes narrowed even further with leaking killing intent. These holy children had ruined his desire to weaken the realm lords and time lords of this world realm, to whittle away at them with their own power, create hatred and animosity amongst them, and now they were more peaceful and unwilling to deal with each other. If so, then he'd have to take matters into own hands to ensure that his starfield doesn't descend into ruin if they ever escaped. If they were divided, there might not be an issue, but if they united, how disastrous would that be? So he had to act. All those who refused to submit, they had to die. As for those members of the temple, they were too religiously devoted to rely on. He needed to cull them all to ensure his future plans remained completely unhindered, especially after the season of regression ended. The dragons turned their large, domineering eyes towards the void ships. Their multicolored breathing synchronized, giving them a strange, united feeling. With a slither of their long bodies, they swiftly moved towards the void ship that carried the holy daughter of absolute hot fire. Stop! A voice filled with heroic might resounded. A figure shot out of the temple, wielding a white spear, flying like a flash of wind towards the void ship. He hovered above the void ship, watching Wei Wuyin approach with a glint in his eyes. Wei Wuyin halted the dragons, looking at this newly arrived figure, handsome and valiant in disposition. It was Lin Ming. Using external power to slaughter, isn't that beneath you, beneath the ascendant emperor of Neo Dawn? You're here for me, aren't you? So here I am. You want these, right? The only way is by direct challenge, and you know it. Lin Ming brought out 4 badges, causing numerous figures to gasp in shock at this reveal. 4 badges of divinity. That's 3 more than they were aware of. Where did they come from? The questions were endless as these experts stared at Lin Ming, this holy son of Quad Elementus, in confusion. Wei Wuyin silently stared at Lin Ming, confusion in his eyes, but as he saw the 4 badges, his silver eyes glowed radiantly with excitement. He dismissed Lin Ming's idiocy, thinking the array was an external power he unleashed, focusing on those badges instead. According to the rules of the trial, it was true, he could only obtain the badges via challenges. If he just killed the holy child, the badges would return to their respective temples, and he'd have to wait until someone else claimed it via the rightful way and challenged them. The only exception is if the holy child killed themselves. After all, this was a trial for chosen candidates. Not a trial for, using the powers of others to kill, trial. Of course, this wouldn't stop those from using others' powers to their advantage. What do you say? Lin Ming indifferently asked, glancing at the 9 dragons that moved the world's mana at will. How could he not think that Wei Wuyin was using some extremely expensive and magical array to achieve this feat? At this rate, Wei Wuyin was invincible during the season of regression with those dragons present. The killing of 9 realm lords proved this. While he knew that the one he cared about on this void ship was protected by an extraordinary expert, his mind didn't want the tiniest of risks that she would be harmed. Who knows if the Overseer won't suppress these mystic ascendants if they interfere too heavily? Wei Wuyin stared at Lin Ming with an odd gaze, somewhat intrigued by the fearless proposition. While he might be a blessed, his cultivation base was still at the spatial resonance phase. Did he not hear about his strength? Or was Lin Ming blinded by his achievements in the alchemic Tao, truly believing he was lacking in battle prowess somehow? Okay, Wei Wuyin unhesitatingly agreed. Chapter 498, 494, Secrets and Truths. Chapter 498, 494, Secrets and Truths. This shouldn't be happening. How could this be happening? From a great distance, watching Sky Zephyr City and the fight that laid to rest 9 realm lords, Ming Shufeng was holding her face with reddened eyes, seemingly mad, seemingly bedeviled. She had glimpsed into heavenly fate. She had visions of the future, of the peaceful summit, of Wei Wuyin's defeat. How could this be happening? This wasn't like before, with a little misreading of the situation, but the entire rewriting of the script. Her belief in her visions, in fate energies, in the heavenly Tao's omnipotence, was tested at this very moment. Even San Yongli, who was standing near her, had bright crimson eyes beneath her hood. Those eyes of hers were suffused with confusion and uncertainty, feeling that this didn't make a lick of sense. The Book of Heaven's Path had added Wei Wuyin's storyline to its events, unlike before, and she knew this meant he wasn't like her. He was a normal cultivator. How could changes be happening so drastically? Was knowing the future really all it took for it to change? Was her minor actions causing immense and unimaginable changes? If so, what's the point of this Book of Heaven's Path? She felt that this Book of Heaven's Path had enough miraculous abilities that it could determine future events, even send her soul through time and return to her younger body, yet it had such a glaring fault. She knew taking action, disrupting the flow of events for her own benefits, could cause drastic changes in the timeline, but with the Book of Heaven's Path, she felt reassured to adapt at will. But was it all a sham? Was this mystical book just lies or a probability of events? With these unanswered questions, she turned to Ming Shufeng. Can you see the outcome of their fight? Clearly, Wei Wuyin, the Ascendant Emperor of Neo Dawn, and Lin Ming, the true Elemental Emperor, were going to fight to determine a victor. And she felt that this battle will determine the real future. After all, Lin Ming was destined to possess all 9 badges, receive the final inheritance, travel to the eternal sky starfield, become a chosen of the true element sect, and rise to prominence. There was no way for him to lose. If he did, wouldn't he lose the most vital aspect of his future? Becoming a chosen. Ming Shufeng had nearly gone insane before Sanyongli asked her that question. With a spry jump, she excitedly felt a glimmer of hope. She just had to glimpse into the outcome. Verify the truth. Reaffirm her faith. With her hands clasped, she started to slowly perform hand seals and execute a variety of spells. These weren't spells of probability, but future sight spells. When she obtained the outcome, she breathed out a breath of relief. Wei Wuyin loses, she relaxed at this verdict. But Sanyongli frowned. How? From her point of view, Wei Wuyin had an impossibly large astral core, likely a product of a cultivation self-damaging spell for temporary power. She was familiar with these types of spells and methods that could temporarily expand one's astral core to impossible limits, increasing its quality. It was insidious, deceitful, and short-sighted. And while Wei Wuyin had taken that route, likely to fight against realm lords and time lords, his current strength was definitely beyond Lin Ming. Ming Shufeng's relieved smile froze. She hurriedly sought insight, but found nothing. I don't know. Her words were dispirited, uncertain. Sanyongli thought for a moment, considering things for a brief period, and her eyes glowed to an unprecedented limit. It was like two crimson-colored solar stars. Is it possible that he has protection against the seeing of his future? Those words were casually said, but it caused Ming Shufeng to pip right up. You're saying he's a... As Ming Shufeng started to speak, her syllables became strange. Arg. Sanyongli's knees hit the ground, her head consumed by a hellish ringing noise that scratched at her brain. It was brief, very brief, but her entire cloak was drenched in sweat. Even her hands were wet, goosebumps and standing hair throughout her entire body. Ming Shufeng was terrified. She reached out to hold Sanyongli, who reacted as if she had eyes in the back of her head, smacking her hand away. Don't touch me. Sanyongli violently screamed, vicious pain stabbing into her tone. Wincing away, Ming Shufeng remained silent and distanced herself from Sanyongli. She murmured under her breath, I just wanted to help you. But she recalled Wei Wuyin's reaction before, when she told him about the details of the 18 levels of hell. It was similar, but he was far more resilient. Was it possible that certain individuals can't hear about certain details? To test this theory, she said, you heard about the first hell. It is said that. Sanyongli ignored her, not reacting at all. After realizing those words weren't causing any changes, Ming Shufeng frowned. Was it possible that different people can't hear certain things? Her ocean blue eyes fixated on Sanyongli's rising figure. Then what are you and what is he? Her inner questions had calmed her heart, regaining her faith as she realized that Wei Wuyin was an abnormality in this world. If that's the case, then reading his fate will almost always be wrong. As Ming Shufeng had just stumbled upon an epiphany that slightly revealed the greatest truths and secrets this world has to offer, Wei Wuyin had accepted Lin Ming's challenge request. To officially challenge, both sides must be within 100 meters of each other. Put away your array. Lin Ming demanded. He didn't wish to be attacked by these dragons without warning, forced to deal with such frightening power. Wei Wuyin faintly smiled, leaping from the head of the Metal Origin dragon. He fearlessly flew towards Lin Ming, his dragons slowly descending to the ground, staring at the world with lifelike curiosity. The devastation they caused Sky Zephyr City was absolute, ravaging everything with the casual movements of their claws and bodies. Lin Ming frowned. Clearly, Wei Wuyin wasn't an idiot. Why would he retract his most powerful weapon? With a tightened grip around his origin spear, he waited for Wei Wuyin to get closer. When he arrived 200 meters away, Lin Ming's body erupted in lightning and wind, and he blurred forward as he covered 100 meters instantly. Wei Wuyin's eyes widened slightly, revealing a trace of shock. Lin Ming smirked, hurriedly activating the Badge of Divinity's challenging functions, causing his 4 tokens and Wei Wuyin's 3 tokens to light up brightly. A bright beam of light descended from the sky, pushing away everything, such as the Void Ship, all the residents of Sky Zephyr City, and even the Sky Zephyr Temple. For 10 miles, everything was pushed away. Except the 2 holy suns. Those 9 dragons turned to look at the beaming light, their eyes extremely playful and amused. The Fire Origin dragon pushed away the Wood Origin dragon, seemingly smiling while doing so. The Water dragon retaliated, pushing the Fire Origin dragon and roaring, cuddling the Wood Origin dragon in comfort. They seemed so vivid and lifelike, that many might mistake them for having their own ID, ego, and superego, being truly sentient. When the light dispersed, Wei Wuyin and Lin Ming stood on a platform of light, surrounded by a cylindrical curtain of protective light. The dragons. Lin Ming shouted in surprise, seeing the dragons inside the curtain of light, playing around casually. How was that possible? Wasn't this an external array? According to senior sister Lin, external formations and arrays were isolated from the platform, even talismans, pellets, and astral weapons beyond a certain quality were restricted. Wei Wuyin ignored Lin Ming's shock, his eyes fully relaxed. It's a little unfortunate that I can't kill him, yet. With a wistful thought, he urged his remaining elemental origin force to surge, manifesting a white fist the size of 100 meters. With a fierce punch, he launched it at Lin Ming. The fist propelled itself at blinding speed, causing Lin Ming to hurriedly change his thoughts, wielding his spear, and stabbing it forth in retaliation. A surge of elemental origin force exploded, matching the fist in height. The two forces clashed, and a figure shot out with trails of blood. Lin Ming flew across the platform like a flickering shadow. He stabbed his origin spear into the platform of light, halting his momentum and dragging a long line across it. Lin Ming's forehead was drenched in blood, suffering an horrific injury to the head. From his hand that gripped the origin spear, blood leaked as his skin was torn. A single strike had caused him incredible damage. He lifted himself up, his elemental wood force working to repair his external and internal injuries. After suffering that attack, Lin Ming spat out, looking at Wei Wuyin. But his eyes didn't just contain a solemn light, but a wisp of disdain and pity. Using self-damaging methods to elevate your strength, huh? What pill or method did you use to accomplish that? No wonder your astral core is so large. He had his suspicions before, but after taking that blow and suffering these injuries, he was certain that Wei Wuyin used amplification methods to forcefully raise his strength. No wonder he was unafraid of a challenge, willing to fight against realm lords in the season of regression. He spat out another wad of blood, realizing he had miscalculated and underestimated the lengths Wei Wuyin, this so-called ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn, would go. Wei Wuyin was speechless. Chapter 499-495, Lin Ming's Power. Chapter 499-495, Lin Ming's Power. Wei Wuyin didn't know how to respond to those words, feeling as if Lin Ming was creating his own reality. Unwilling to dwell on such irrelevant things, he was startled that Lin Ming could resist his elemental origin fist. While it was a simple manifestation attack, Lin Ming had resisted it. This was already outstanding, especially considering he was at the spatial resonance phase, an entire stage beneath his own. He was curious about Lin Ming's astral core size, and just as he wanted to know, Lin Ming revealed it. Lin Ming grasped his spear, its sharp edge sweeping across the ground in an elegant arc. With a lowered stance, firm eyes, he urged his astral force into motion, circulating it throughout his body and producing a devastating aura. His dantian was lit by the white brilliance of his divine elemental astral core. The spectators watched with bated breath. In one of the void ships, the holy daughter of absolute hot fire clenched her fists silently, her calm eyes betrayed none of her tense emotions she felt. She knew Lin Ming was doing this to avoid her having to fight Wei Wuyin. Even she wasn't certain she was a match for Wei Wuyin with his unique spell or method activated to enhance his battle prowess. While such means were temporary, he would be a difficult foe. It seemed San Yongli, Lin Ming, and Tang Xingyun weren't the only ones who thought Wei Wuyin used self-harming methods to increase his astral core size without restraint. In fact, when Lin Ming shouted out his own assumption, the rest of the world was relieved of an invisible tension within their spirits and minds. If Wei Wuyin could truly reach such outrageous levels at his age, what was the point in cultivating? How embarrassing was this? A cultivator no older than 50 exceeding 1,000 years of strenuous effort. They might as well kill themselves. Thinking of this, they even believed Wei Wuyin used some method to forcefully enhance his spiritual strength somehow, which makes sense for someone his age. This comforted everyone. Tang Xingyun could only watch, but her heart was with Lin Ming. She knew that he had endless potential, and that he would prove everyone wrong. If not today, then one day. The young woman asked the old man, "Is it true? Did this guy use such methods?" She seeked out answers, hoping to settle her own troubled heart. While she would like it if Wei Wuyin wasn't a fake star, she also wanted it to be that way. After all, she was a highly respected prodigy who received countless resources and had an exceptional background. It would feel horrible to be surpassed so greatly by someone. The old man wryly smiled, unable to answer. Because even he didn't know. It made some sense because his astral core was 10 centimeters before. The jump wasn't just a 3.2 times increase, but like an increase of several dozen times. On one hand, it made sense. On another, he didn't feel it was so simple. It was unfortunate that the old man couldn't tell since Wei Wuyin had recovered his bloodline abilities. But it mattered not, because everyone was focused on Lin Ming. And Lin Ming revealed a brilliance that gave everyone a jolt. No longer bothered by Wei Wuyin's falsely obtained cultivation base, they were reset in their expectations. So when they saw the outline, shape, and size of Lin Ming's astral core, they awed and oohed. 8 centimeters. This was 16 times the size of a gravity emission phase expert, and he was only at the spatial resonance phase. How outstanding! How extraordinary! Grand Priest Zigu had a dark expression, but his eyes radiated praise. While he had lost 9 realm lords today due to Wei Wuyin's despicable means, their holy son's brilliance couldn't be hidden. A wisp of a proud smile formed on his lips. Of course he's outstanding, a female voice filled with a haughtiness that seemed to be innate echoed out. Grand Priest Zigu's expression changed, his eyes immediately became respectful. When a figure arrived beside him, he hurriedly bowed deeply. While his face was bowed, he had fear in his gaze. The figure was a young woman, her face covered by a veil, but her exquisite body's figure was voluptuous and tall, garbed in a tight-fitting outfit. She had a sky-blue long-sleeved top with a midriff, with a pair of sky-blue leggings that accentuated her curves. When she arrived, she mumbled out, "Otherwise, why would senior sister Lin treat him so well?" If someone was in the temple, they would notice not a single member had their heads up, all with their eyes down and not daring to look her way. Wei Wuyin allowed Lin Ming to reveal his foundation, actually interested in a blessed standard. While Lin Ming had been tested in the Grand Spirit Trials, that was over 3 years, and his cultivation had reached the spatial resonance phase since then. 9 ring soul idol and amp, 9 ripple spatial resonance. Is this the limit of a blessed? Will they be able to reach the 10 rings and 10 ripples, excavate all their potential, or can the heavenly Daos only help them to a certain limit? These questions will only be truly answered when he sees a blessed at the realm lord level. When one reaches the 7th stage of the astral core realm, their foundation is permanently set. All their powers are merged to form their invincible worldly domain, including their soul idol. Lin Ming's wounds recovered instantly as he drove his elemental origin force to their limits, bringing out his greatest power. With a silent, warningless action, Lin Ming blurred towards Wei Wuyin with his spear thrusting at his chest. Wei Wuyin didn't move. He conjured a basic astral ward, reinforced with a single layer. The spear neared, and with a short bursting roar, Lin Ming's spear tip morphed into a tiger's head. It was lifelike, its teeth glinting with a bloody light and its eyes gleaming like jewels. The tiger head smashed against Wei Wuyin's elemental astral ward. The tiger roared, exploded, reformed, and roared again with devastating power. The air was twisted and pushed away, the moisture became hot, and the light beneath their feet trembled as if experiencing endless seismic activity. When all was said and done, the light platform was deformed, and the spear's tip was pressing against Wei Wuyin's ward. Lin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He questioned his eyes, but those very eyes became fierce as he twisted his spear, sending gushing elemental wind force outwards, engulfing the entire 10-mile area in a viciously rotating hurricane. The hurricane condensed after a single moment, entering the origin spear, and erupted at a single concentrated point. The tip. The piercing power of the spear reached unprecedented heights and stabbed into Wei Wuyin's elemental astral ward. The feedback sent Lin Ming flying back. He hurriedly steadied himself, his arm that held the spear ceaselessly trembled. But when he looked at Wei Wuyin, he saw a pair of silver eyes watching him calmly. Interesting, Wei Wuyin said, inspecting his astral ward that remained entirely undamaged after facing such fierce and violent arts. Lin Ming hadn't even pierced a single layer of his defense, and it was an extremely casual one. The 9 origin dragons simultaneously snickered, chuckled, and laughed, depending on which, and their voices releasing ferocious spiritual might. The cylindrical curtain rippled without end in response. Why is he so weak? Ori mocked from within, childishly cackling alongside the dragons. Kratos seemed to find an outlet, having been called weak before, and similarly laughed in a boisterous manner. Wei Wuyan's eyelids twitched. He felt a similar feeling from Yuan Longshi. Were blessed really just this much? Or was it the Starfield's fault? Lin Ming tightly gripped his spear, launching himself again. His astral force gushed out in a ferocious assault once more. But Wei Wuyan carelessly swatted at him in retaliation, his physical strength smacking the origin spear. What? Lin Ming exclaimed as his hand felt an irresistible force. He had to let go of his spear, and it shot off into the distance, piercing through the curtain of light, and vanishing in an instant. Everyone was silent. But Wei Wuyan didn't end on that note, kicking at Lin Ming's abdomen with extreme speed. Chapter 500, 496, Strongest State. Chapter 500, 496, Strongest State. The sound of forcefully escaped air left Lin Ming's throat, alongside the horrendously loud shattering sound of his lower ribs. Like a cocked sea prawn, his body folded inwards around Wei Wuyan's kick. Whoosh! Lin Ming was launched to the other side of the curtain, crashing into it at blurring speeds. When he slammed into the light curtain, it rippled outwards endlessly and even the stage distorted. The sheer force that his body carried was absorbed by the stage, and it started to fracture with spider web-like cracks. Fortunately, the stage immediately repaired itself. Gah! Lin Ming groaned in pain, his mouth spewing out buckets of blood, staining his teeth and lips a glaring crimson. His lower abdomen was sunken inwards, as if his internal organs there had been relocated entirely. For a split second, he lost consciousness from that strike, and only when he fell from the curtain, landing on his knees, did he regain himself. How? He spat, gushing out another mouthful of blood intermixed with traces of his inner organs. He had never been hit so hard in his life. Wei Wuyan wasn't an ordinary cultivator, and his astral core's size wasn't even in the top 3 aspects of his cultivation level that was outstanding. As a bloodline cultivator, he had an outrageously strong physical body that had been refined by his true dragon bloodline. After reaching the 7th stage of the Mark of Mortal Myth, reinforcing his limits of physical energy with alchemical products, he was like a living dragon that stood at the apex of the mortal limits. With a single punch, he could shatter a minor-sized planet down to its core. In a way, this was testament to Lin Ming's refined and sturdy body and his endurance. If it wasn't for his body that could withstand such power, he would have become a stain on the stage or a burst of bloody mist. Even Wei Wuyan was surprised by his resilience. While he hadn't used draconic force or evoked draconification, that was his strongest kick using just his physical body. He hadn't expected Lin Ming to be able to resist it. At the very least, he thought it would render him unconscious. It seems elemental energies really are the strongest energies for body refinement that aren't physical-based energies like draconic energies, Wei Wuyan commented with a faint smile, recalling his elemental birth phase at the Qi condensation realm. His own body was refined by elemental energies times 4, and has been since then. He wondered what limits of force he could resist. As his thoughts wandered, Lin Ming scrambled to stand, using his elemental origin force to restore his damaged internal organs, causing him to show signs of visible recoveries. Clearly, his wood force was heavily connected to rejuvenation and restoration. Those gray eyes of his stared daggers at Wei Wuyan. You're truly sacrificing so much for power. Do you think alchemical products are invincible, that they can fix everything? He bloodily spat, clearly speaking to both buy time and release his own pent-up frustration. It's not like Wei Wuyan was the only one who possessed such forceful enhancement means, but the cost was typically too much. Wei Wuyan truly did not understand why Lin Ming was assuming he had used insidious means to raise his strength, but the last bit struck a chord with him. He answered with a slight frown, I don't know, but I intend to find out. The alchemic Tao was vast, seemingly boundless, heaven-defying, and included all things. It could reconstruct a living body that exceeded mortal limits, such as King of Everlore's Every-Birth Pill, or allow one to comprehend things far beyond the imagination, such as the transcendent quality refraction world light elixir. His desire to learn more about the alchemic Tao was at an all-time high. Lin Ming ground his teeth. He wanted to delay Wei Wuyan long enough to allow his empowering methods to dissipate, but he felt that plan wasn't very reliable. So, he had to use his greatest trump card. With a deep breath, he stood upright and his aura changed. A surge of wind sent the platform rippling about, and even the curtain of light started to vibrate. A faint glow of white started to emanate from his skin. The glow condensed into white runic markings that had a faint hue of light green. Before long, his body became covered with tattoos that resembled tribal markings. Wei Wuyin noted these changes, a runic enhancement art. These arts were extremely rare, almost impossible to find in the starfield. He had one, the blood-forging mystic method. It was designed by the Bloodforge Emperor, a cultivator that exceeded mortal limits, and could provide a burst of power to the cultivator. Those runes that were formed, circulating around Lin Ming's body, contained traces of power that exceeded the mortal limits. Yuan Longshe had used his runic enhancement art before his death when fighting against Qi Lang, the continental guardian of the Bloodforge continent. The enhancement had elevated his physical energies and reinforced his body. It was detailed as the Bloodforge armor in the Bloodforging mystic method, its third level. There were higher levels, and almost the entire Bloodforging mystic method was about runic enhancements. Wei Wuyin was curious, wanting to see Lin Ming's trump cards. This was the only reason he hadn't ended the fight sooner, wanted to see what a blessed at his level could muster. Lin Ming seemed to regain some of his confidence, giving off a heroic and valiant feeling. He lifted his palm, shouting out, "Here!" As if hearing his call, the origin spear that had embedded itself into the earth almost 1,000 miles away vibrated and seemed to come alive. With a heavy vibrational wave, it shattered the nearby earth around it and transformed into a ray of white light. It moved at mind-boggling speeds. Wei Wuyin turned his head towards the incoming white light, intrigued by its arrival. To think it could be recalled to him. This astral armament wasn't ordinary by any means. Furthermore, it penetrated through the light curtain and arrived in front of Lin Ming with a swish, releasing faint white light. As it hovered in front of him, Lin Ming smiled. Invigorated by the spear's return, he grabbed it with a sentimental look. It vibrated in happiness, sending out rays of white light. "I'll show you what real power is," Lin Ming declared. He hadn't even looked at Wei Wuyin, his focus entirely on the spear. It was as if Wei Wuyin no longer mattered, that his defeat was determined the moment he decided to get serious. With his hair that seemingly moved without wind, the fluttering of his white robes, that handsome visage, and the runic markings that covered his body, he looked like an empowered immortal ready to face a great demon. Wei Wuyin was silent. "You know, I won't lie. You look a little badass right now, reminds me of those heroes my older brother used to tell me about." Lost in thought, Wei Wuyin sighed to himself. He could imagine how many women would be moved by Lin Ming's current looks and confidence. Was this the point where it turns around? Where Lin Ming flips the table and grasps victory? Even below, the young woman beside the young man was entranced by Lin Ming's splendor. Her eyes were bright with admiration and hope, as if she wished for Lin Ming to overcome all odds against his greatest opponent. The young woman in the Sky Zephyr City, who provoked fear and caution even in Grand Priest Zigu, had the faintest of smiles that elevated her beauty and attractiveness to the next level. She quietly said, "No wonder senior sister Lin regards him so highly, he has some good qualities." Tang Xingyun's eyes flashed with hope, witnessing Lin Ming in his strongest state. Even she felt the immense power emanating from his body. Even she was fearful. So this comforted her heart. A dissatisfied voice resounded beside her, "It's only a runic transformation art, so what? Just a little bit of talent, nothing worth drooling over." But this only caused Tang Xingyun to give off a small smile. There were numerous women enamored by Lin Ming's current state and appearance, especially with the blood that made him even more heroic, even more unforgettable. Lin Ming didn't just stop there, but tapped into his greatest strength. His body rippled with spiritual strength, causing the world's light to faint dim as a star of white slowly manifested above. It was ever-shifting, all-containing, with the qualities of the 9 elemental states. From within, others could see raindrops of condensed lightning, flames that left ice in its wake, and liquid metal that flowed like rivers. There were countless permutations and transformations, changes in various states and changes in fundamental thinking. The white star stood at 900 meters, with 9 white rings that orbited it. A wave of boundless spiritual strength erupted, causing the sky outside the curtain to disperse, the earth to quake, and the platform beneath their feet to ripple outwards. When the 9 origin dragons saw this, their playfulness ended as their eyes fixated on this white star. They all wore solemn gazes filled with hostility. Lin Ming had summoned his soul idol. It had 9 rings and was formed from his divine elemental astral soul. Wei Wuyin observed the white star, intrigued by the differences between his own and Lin Ming's, but he found very little. When Ori had 9 rings, it looked almost the exact same, with the difference being the spiritual strength unleashed. Unlike Lin Ming's, Ori experienced a tribulation far greater, absorbed more manifested spirit energy, so its rings were more realistic, its transformations were more prominent, and its aura was devastatingly powerful. It was so terrifyingly high that he never dared to casually evoke his soul idol due to the immense energy required to sustain them. Even now, Wei Wuyin wasn't willing to unleash any of his 10-ringed soul idols. He had tried it briefly, and it could only last for roughly 5 seconds. Perhaps if he had a normal 10-ringed soul idol, then he could do so for long periods of time, but the manifested spirit energy absorbed and refined in each ring was enough to encircle several starfields. It wasn't that Wei Wuyin never wanted to reveal it, but he truly didn't dare. With a faint internal sigh at his circumstance, Wei Wuyin decided to move. With a step, he blurred towards Lin Ming while empowered by draconic force. His speed had elevated at least 8 times. Lin Ming was still faintly smiling, currently in his strongest state, when a shadow arrived before him and clasped its hand around his neck, sending a surge of power that ripped apart his soul idol and runic markings on his body. With widened eyes, the crowd watched. Chapter 501, 497, Unyielding. Chapter 501, 497, Unyielding. A gurgling sound escaped Lin Ming's throat as he felt an overbearing strength completely encapsulate his entire body, his network of meridians, and dantian. He was thoroughly locked down. The hand at his throat felt like the hand of God, clasping his neck with absolute ease. Before he could even react, he was lifted like a child, his feet dangling just inches before the ground. Even though he wanted to resist, using the origin spear to wrench fear, he found the origin spear had left his hands, toppling to the floor powerlessly. It no longer responded to him. Why? Why? His gray eyes glared at the extremely handsome visage before him, who held a faint smile on its face. Wei Wuyin's radiant silver eyes was so bright that it seemed mocking, as if ridiculing him for his idiotic belief in himself, for his confidence. In truth, Wei Wuyin didn't feel any hint of mocking. He even felt praise. Lin Ming's body was incredibly sturdy and his meridians were highly refined. Still, this was the limits of his current strength, so he no longer bothered with keeping up this facade. Surrender now, or I'll end your life. Wei Wuyin showed mercy, not because of any thoughts of appreciating talent, but purely because killing Lin Ming would accelerate his calamities of hell. While he was confident of overcoming the second calamity, he had a few things left to take care of before he faced that uncertainty. If it wasn't for this, Lin Ming never would have gotten this chance. His life would have ended the moment he was an obstacle to his goals, even with that mysterious woman as his backing. Lin Ming struggled in defiance. An unyielding light surged in his heart, feeling unsatisfied with this outcome. How could he merely accept defeat? This was a fight where external strength wasn't allowed, but Wei Wuyin was using means to amplify his ability. As his struggling became more intense, devolved into mindless gurgling and twitching of his limbs, the crowd watched in utter awe, shock, and concern. Tang Xingyun's heart clenched, she moved slightly but was halted by an invisible force holding her shoulder. Her eyes lit with rage. What? She questioned, holding back her anger. The voice echoed out once more, he's outstanding, I'll give him that. But he's fighting the wrong opponent at the wrong time. You can't help him either. This is his fight, not yours. A tinge of compassion for the first time was revealed by the voice, no longer being so obstinate and abrasive toward Lin Ming's existence. Tang Xingyun's heart softened. If that holy sun wasn't juiced up on whatever, then Lin Ming would have had a chance. She reasoned, clenching her fists and feeling that the overseer was blind and biased. How could he allow something like this to happen? If he hurts him, I'll deal with him myself. I am a holy daughter, after all. Tang Xingyun coldly declared, her eyes frosty and frightening. The force that restrained her pulled back, sighing while doing so. It seems that Holy Sun was going to be a little unlucky, the owner of that voice thought, feeling that it was a pity. The young woman was startled by the abrupt change of pace. It seemed that Lin Ming was about to launch a wonderful comeback, yet it ended before it could even begin. Was Wei Wuyin's enhancement method so terrifying? Well, he did have a 32-centimeter astral core. What level of sacrifice must one perform to reach such power? She could only sigh. It was a pity. But the old man had different thoughts. Was that elemental origin force? No. It wasn't saber force either. Was that a third type of astral force? He was flabbergasted by this discovery, unsure what to make of it. When Wei Wuyin made his move, a very powerful and terrifying astral force was unleashed, allowing him to empower his physical movements to an unfathomable level. He remembered that Wei Wuyin had 2 astral cores, but was there a hidden third astral core? He was a human, this he was certain of, so he couldn't be a part of that bloodline, right? He Yanlei snorted on his void ship. He should have just delayed until his opponent's cultivation suffered backlash. Instead, he wanted to show him what true power is. How hilarious. The skinny old man beside him frowned, not adding in any commentary. Back on the platform, Lin Ming continued his struggle, causing Wei Wuyin to frown. You have to surrender. I can't end this challenge otherwise, lest I end your life. So surrender. Send out your spiritual intent to the platform. After explaining how to surrender to Lin Ming, he waited for a few seconds, but was met with unwilling eyes and repeated struggles. His frown grew deeper. He reminded, tightening his grip and causing Lin Ming to choke out strange sounds, you need to surrender. Now. He realized there was a problem with this challenge, and that was when one person was unwilling to kill and the other unwilling to surrender. This stalemate was impossible to overcome. Lin Ming's gray eyes reflected a will to die rather than submit to anyone, even to fate itself. Those eyes revealed a man who had overcome endless struggles to reach his current cultivation, his current achievement. There was likely a mountain of corpses beneath him, allowing him to climb with stable footing. But this didn't suffuse Wei Wuyin with any respectful feelings, but with annoyance. If you don't surrender, I will cripple you. There will be no turning back. Lin Ming's voice creaked through the clenching force of Wei Wuyin's hand, as if he wanted to say something. Wei Wuyin loosened his grip, allowing his voice to leak through. Lin Ming said while straining his voice, "Go to hell." He joyfully smiled, blood still staining his teeth. Even if he was crippled, he swore that he'd never surrender, even under the threat of death. He was no longer that scared little boy in the corner, forced to accept the abuse of his father, afraid to even lift his head up in defiance. He would rather die today than ever surrender. Wei Wuyin's frown couldn't get any deeper, and his eyes flashed with silver light, staring heavily into Lin Ming's eyes. For a long moment, both sides merely stared at each other. Lin Ming wasn't an idiot. He realized that Wei Wuyin wasn't willing to kill him, so he could use this to stall for time. As long as he stalled long enough, Wei Wuyin would likely suffer a backlash from his method soon. 10. The two stayed in this stalemate position for so long, with the only change being Wei Wuyin's shifting expression of killing intent and unwillingness. As if plagued by some ungodly restriction, he was unable to unleash the final killing blow after all this time. Suddenly, Wei Wuyin's face started to darken. It was so rapid that his entire face became pitch black in the matter of moments. As if poisoned, his body started to emit a trace of toxic energy that leaked through his pores. The crowd outside rustled in shock, exclamations were everywhere. What was happening? Was this the backlash? Or did Lin Ming do something? Wei Wuyin glanced at Lin Ming, killing intent flared wildly within his eyes as he clenched his hand around Lin Ming's throat. You forced me. A wave of gasps resounded, and even Lin Ming felt his heart sink. He was still restricted. Wanting to struggle free, he called forth his origin spear in haste yet couldn't get a response. Was this it? His thoughts froze as he felt the strength around his neck weaken. No. Wei Wuyin spat, despair in his eyes. Not yet, not yet. With shouts, he used his other hand to grip harder, seemingly wanting to break Lin Ming's neck completely. But the force exerted was only slightly weaker. Lin Ming's eyes brightened, the backlash is kicking in. With a surge of happiness, he urged his inner energies and astral force to action, slowly chipping away at his restrictions. Wei Wuyin realized this issue, letting go, backing away, and trying to retrieve an alchemical pill from his spatial ring. But the moment it was withdrawn, a divine light sucked it upwards and away. Witnessing this, Lin Ming laughed, already regaining a portion of his strength. Do you see? These methods aren't true power, unreliable and disastrous. You're a fool, humph. With a thought, the origin spear returned to his hand. With a brisk walk, he approached the weakened, blackened, and labored breathing Wei Wuyin that was scrambling on the floor. His innate energies and astral forces were a complete mess. A faint smile lingered on the renewed Lin Ming's face. This was retribution. Surrender now, or I'll end your life, Lin Ming gave Wei Wuyin his words, returning them directly. Aghast, Wei Wuyin struggled to stand but his limbs were too weak. He tumbled back to the ground, unable to rise again. The pill's backlash shouldn't have happened so fast. Wei Wuyin said in fearful confusion, uncertain what went wrong. Lin Ming merely shook his head, so it was a pill. You might be outstanding in our starfield, but as I said, alchemy is not invincible. I hope you learn your lesson today, and make better decisions in your next life. He didn't fear killing Wei Wuyin, as after he obtained the chosen title, his footsteps will carry him beyond the starfield. Furthermore, Wei Wuyin was merely an alchemist at the emperor level and without an alchemic astral soul, his future was severely limited in the alchemic Tao. With a lift of his spear, he readied himself to launch the fatal blow. At this moment, his strength had entirely returned, while Wei Wuyin's was completely gone. Wei Wuyin's silver eyes flashed with tangible fear, his face painted with panic. Wait. Surrender for me, follow me, and I'll use my alchemic skills to ensure you rise far, far beyond the divine King Han Zhe. Wei Wuyin begged, clearly unwilling to surrender himself. Lin Ming gave Wei Wuyin an odd expression, truly ignorant. Do you not know of your own limits? With a fierce flash of ruthless light in his eyes, Lin Ming struck. His origin spear plunged into Wei Wuyin's heart, elemental origin force erupting. Wei Wuyin roared with unwillingness, save me. He held the badge and released a vibrant divine light, but it was too late. Chapter 502, 498, Surrender. Chapter 502, 498, Surrender. The divine light pierced into the sky, but the origin spear in its burst of power was unstoppable. Wei Wuyin's silver eyes exploded from its lethal power. With a last breath, he clutched at his spatial ring as if seeking to find something to use, a last hope. Lin Ming felt the death of Wei Wuyin through his origin spear, a feeling he had felt numerous times before. To think that a character on the level of Wei Wuyin, the ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn, had fallen today due to his own overestimation of his beliefs. While you were unwilling to kill me, I'm not like you. He softly said, looking at the lifeless corpse that had black skin and released a deathly type of toxic energy, likely the severe backlash of whatever pill Wei Wuyin used to enhance his astral core and physical strength. He had acted swiftly, unwilling to let the situation turn again. With a little sigh, he waited for the platform to fade, for him to obtain the 3 other badges. But after a minute, it hadn't. He turned to Wei Wuyin's corpse with uncertainty. Was he still alive? As if to verify his thoughts, he lifted his spear and plunged its sharp tip into Wei Wuyin's brain, twisting it and exploding his head into bits of bone, blood, and brain matter. If he wasn't dead before, playing possum somehow, he was truly dead now. But no change occurred. Lifting his gaze, he saw a sparkling divine light rotate wildly. He recalled Wei Wuyin's last efforts. At the end, he screamed out, "Save me," with utter desperation. What was supposed to save him? But then a figure emerged from outside the curtain, and a divine voice erupted from the sky. The final trial stages have been activated by the Holy Son of Trielementus. All chosen candidates will fight until death or surrender. The last one among you shall become chosen. Shocked, he turned to the new figure and noted the sky-blue eyes and pastel-green hair tied into a ponytail. He recognized this figure as the Holy Son of Transformative Waters. While he hadn't spoken to him before, he knew he was powerful and an outsider. "I see," Young Lei said. Afterwards, he turned to Lin Ming and brought out a whip that moved like a serpent. With a fierce roar, he launched himself at Lin Ming. "I'll kill you while you're weak." With a malicious expression, he revealed his cultivation at the 6th stage of the astral core realm, the gravity emission phase. He felt that this was his cultivation, but to think it was true. With a shake of his heart, he steadied his mind and began a vicious fight. It was only after he used all of his strength, overpowering the other's elemental origin intent, did he find an opening to kill. When his spear's edge removed his head, he was covered in blood and outrageously exhausted. A thud exploded from outside the curtain, causing him to see an indistinct shadow try to pry themselves into the battlefield. Unfortunately, divine light erupted and obliterated the figure. His Tao protector. How unfortunate. Lin Ming felt it was a pity that an expert of such caliber was killed by the divine light. Suddenly, he was engulfed by divine light and healed completely, even his astral force recovered. Another fight. A sense of dread overwhelmed him as he saw another ray of divine light arrive, showing the figure of a woman. He was startled after seeing her arrive on the platform, feeling her to be extremely familiar, but he wasn't certain why. The female figure frowned, then touched her face and removed her concealment. A face of utmost familiarity to Lin Ming revealed itself. How could it be her? I need to win this, so unless one of us dies, she said, removing a white-colored blade from her spatial ring. He couldn't help but warily smile. This woman had saved his life on the continent, and he had seen her bathing in the nude. They faced the pursuit of a realm lord and came out on top, escaping and surviving that incident. He owed her his life and then some. To think she was his final challenge. But to win, he'd have to kill her or force her to surrender. An unwillingness to harm her emerged in his heart as he gave a wry smile. Even if he wanted to face her, her real strength definitely exceeded his. If the others were to see this woman, only the members of the temple would know this woman. And she wasn't the holy daughter of absolute hot fire. Lin Ming, however, did not know this. With a shake of his head, he said, "You saved my life. While I can kill others, I will never repay a debt with enmity. I surrender." He held his spear up, sending out his spiritual energy declaration upwards. Was that so hard? A voice echoed out of the world as if a divine god, originating from everywhere and everything. BZZT. DUUN. Swash. The world started to collapse, beginning from the female figure to the platform and reaching the solar star that hung above the sky in perpetuity. They disassembled into bits and pieces of multicolored lights, transforming bleak and gray as they fell further away from him. Before long, he was in a world of complete and utter darkness. There was nothing, and even his body was slowly fragmenting into innumerable pieces. What is this? Fear engulfed his heart at this unknown, uncertain what just happened. His surroundings changed abruptly, once more meeting a familiar face with a grin. An unearthly handsome face with radiant silver eyes. Wei Wuyin. Lin Ming felt the familiar force of a hand upon his throat, restraining his voice. Even the origin spear used to end Wei Wuyin's life was still lifeless on the ground. What's happening? Confused, perplexed, unsure of reality, Lin Ming's mind was dizzy with chaotic thoughts. He had just seen reality fall to pieces, and the curtain of light started to quiver about and recede into the sky. The battle had ended. Wei Wuyin tossed Lin Ming away, as if tossing a bag of trash. Lin Ming's body bounced and skidded until it finally stopped a distance away, but the restrictions on his body remained. Unable to move properly, he could only turn his head away to see Wei Wuyin floating with the light of divinity upon him. Before he could react, his body shifted until he and his origin spear were brought into the Sky Zephyr Temple. He stood beside Grand Priest Zigu, who was looking at him with an extremely strange and hostile gaze. If it wasn't for that woman who vanished suddenly, he would kick Lin Ming out of the temple. Wei Wuyin was returned to his 9 origin dragons. They moved and breathed, wanting to get closer to Wei Wuyin. With a faint smile, he looked at the badge in his hand that was nearly complete, and only missing 2 more. At the moment, he had become the holy son of Hepta Elementus. The young woman was baffled below, and so was everyone else. Even Tang Xingyun was confused, not matching Lin Ming's image she had of him in her heart with an individual that would surrender. She thought he had dreams and goals that he would never give up on, even in the face of death. The two were just staring at each other for several minutes, with one unwilling to kill and the other aware of this, unwilling to surrender. The spectators even started to respect Lin Ming's fortitude in the face of death, and a few that considered themselves smart felt that he wouldn't do this lest he was fully aware that Wei Wuyin wouldn't end his life. But as their admiration grew, waiting for Wei Wuyin's eventual backlash, Lin Ming seemed to have surrendered out of nowhere. What happened? The young woman asked the old man, truly confused by this event. Why would Lin Ming surrender in this situation? The old man frowned for a long moment, inspecting Wei Wuyin. I don't know. perhaps he made a deal with him. He, an expert of his level, was entirely unsure what just happened. Regardless of what happened, the former holy son of Grand Gale had surrendered. This is reality. Declaring this, he felt that he had to learn how Wei Wuyin convinced the unyielding to yield. What level of cunning and skill, of manipulative means, must one reach to do such a thing? Chapter 503, 499, Decision. Chapter 503, 499, Decision. Wei Wuyin ignored the shocked gazes, inspecting the 7 tokens that had merged into one. He was interested in the 3 that originated from outside, realizing that they were of the elements wood, metal, and magma. He felt a trace of absence from wood and magma. After a comparison, he discovered that they had been used to open caches. But the metal badge of divinity was entirely untouched. Perhaps the wood and magma caches were stored in the scorched skies and zephyr plains, but metal was located in the desolate lands. Is this why Lin Ming couldn't claim it? As he considered this possibility, he felt his thoughts were aligned with the truth. After spending some time inspecting the tokens, he kept them. Using the eye of illusion is always so draining. Creating an illusionscape, using Eden's unique mental energies to prod for clues into an individual's conscious and subconscious thoughts and memories is unimaginably difficult. The more powerful the cultivator, the more complex their sea of consciousness, the greater the difficulty. Wei Wuyin had used the eye of illusion, generating a false reality and projecting that into Lin Ming's mind. It took a while to simulate a scenario where he'd yield to an opponent. Why? Does it have to be so difficult? With a heavy internal sigh, he rebuked the rules. While surrendering wasn't useful in a one-sided manner, to show mercy, an opponent must first yield to their opponent, placing their fate in their hands. Lin Ming trusted that woman in his memory, felt deeply indebted and connected, so it wasn't hard to prod out a scenario that would force him to yield. The Celestial Eyes of Spiritual Divinity was an exquisitely designed multi-spell method that contained boundless potential, only limited by one's own strength. It was truly fortunate that his mental energies and sea of consciousness were so terrifyingly strong, durable, and vast lest he be unable to even conjure a single illusion. This spell definitely is not suited for mortals. This thought was affirmed by its exceptional abilities. If it wasn't for his uniqueness, the chances of successfully cultivating this technique in the chi condensation realm would have been in the negative value, utterly impossible. Holding back from the splitting headache, he lifted his eyes to glance at the sky zephyr city that floated peacefully within the sky. After claiming the badge, in theory, those within the temple and all its members should belong to him. A light of contemplation flitted through his eyes. In the end, he decided against completely culling the temple until the situation was clarified. If these remaining experts could settle in his corner, then they should have their uses. He turned away to look at the void ships that remained flying within the air, not even showing any signs of retreat. There wasn't a hint of surprise in his eyes, because these holy children from outside would never feel threatened by him. After all, they had guardians. While he may have shown Lin Ming an illusion of one of these guardians being eradicated by that old ghost due to interfering, he didn't believe that was capable. The old ghost, Wang Yuqian, who was the overseer of this trial, likely did not have the ability to restrict mystic ascendant realm cultivators. If he did, they would be limited to specific areas like Star-Lords. There was the possibility that an agreement was reached, but he wasn't certain of the specifics, and Wang Yuqian had never mentioned outsiders. Perhaps it was because these outsiders hadn't participated in these trials before, perhaps it was something else. With a calm expression, he stood upon the metal origin dragon's head, its breath releasing gusts of silver flakes that sliced the air leaving visible marks. With arms folded, he urged his metal origin dragon and the rest to soar, approaching the void ships. The hearts of those watching clenched. Was Wei Wuyin about to unleash another massacre? Wei Wuyin reached several hundred meters of the void ships, and the crew was absolutely fearless. There wasn't a single member that backed down, fully willing to use their lives for this upcoming fight. This inspired confidence in those who had false confidence, affirming a sense of unity amongst the group. A few turned to their holy child, hoping to glean some thoughts of theirs from expressions, but both were mostly indifferent. In fact, there was an icy chill within Tang Xingyun's eyes. While He Yanglei had an indifferent, unbothered smile. From the latter's eyes, Wei Wuyin felt that He Yanglei believed him to be using a forceful means to bolster his cultivation, his strength, and those eyes of his were extremely dismissive. As for the former, Wei Wuyin didn't understand where the chill originated from. Regardless, he calmly spoke. I wish to speak to your two holy children. I have no desire to erupt in conflict with either of you or your temples, only seeking to complete my objective. With powerful, stable, and firm words, Wei Wuyin explained his intentions. While he hadn't explicitly stated his desire for their tokens, as outsiders aware of the details of the trial, they should know his meaning. As for them becoming the chosen of the true element sect, he felt that their level of background or respective forces weren't that much different from it, or they likely were unable to become a chosen due to other complications. He could be wrong, however. If that were bent on becoming chosen, then he would have to face them. This wasn't something he feared. Tang Xingyun's eyes became colder. She regarded Wei Wuyin negatively, even though he spared Lin Ming. It was because Lin Ming was humiliated, and the stain of surrendering before death will always be remembered, always be used to hinder his future path. Even her idle dreams of their future had been crushed, the voice behind her only sighing and not even speaking any words of negativity or consolation. She refused to oblige to Wei Wuyin's will, giving him the position that Lin Ming should have had after using despicable means. Even if he became a chosen, it was using illicit means. But her thoughts weren't said, just her eyes became glacial. Yet while she kept her thoughts to herself, a similar sentiment was echoed by He Yanglei, and he wasn't silent. Your objective? Are you even worthy? He Yanglei's words were said indifferently with a sneer. In his mind, how could Wei Wuyin hope to become a chosen? Wei Wuyin frowned. Were they really under this ridiculous assumption that he used some ungodly method to raise his cultivation strength, forcefully and with risk? Were their starfields lacking those of his level, even with mystic ascendant realm cultivators? Those so-called chosens were said by that young woman to be able to fight realm lords, genuine realm lords, at the spatial resonance phase. That's a full 3 stages difference in cultivation, and the unfathomable gap of possessing a worldly domain. He hadn't even shown his full strength, not even a percentage of his true power. He still had his 10-ringed soul idols, his spatial shift, all things saber, and draconification. Even the multi-link spiritual astral array, the dragons of origin, had far more abilities than what was shown. It was almost laughable that they snagged onto this ridiculous notion. But he was okay with them being ignorant, not wishing to force the issue. If they wished to be blinded by ego and arrogance, then he had no obligation to lead them to the light. With a faint smile, he calmly replied, worthy or not, there's no other candidates. While others might not understand his words, those two would. He Yanglei went silent. Wei Wuyin was indeed right, there were no other chosen candidates. If he wanted to join the True Element sect, the He clan would mark him as a traitor, then stop at nothing to kill him. And it was absolutely, utterly impossible for Tang Xingyun to accept. Her fate would be worse. Tang Xingyun coldly said, this does not mean I have to give you my badge. Especially if I don't feel you deserve it. Her words were spoken to the world, causing numerous people to gasp. Was Wei Wuyin trying to collect all the badges of divinity? Was that even possible? Wei Wuyin felt the animosity within her tone, clearly her dislike of him was astonishingly high. He didn't know why. We can fight for it, if you want. Those words were spoken with a playful smile, and Tang Xingyun's eyes became so cold that literal icy light effused from them. She clearly didn't like this, taking it as a threat. And it was a threat. Wei Wuyin would rather avoid fighting these two, because he would be met with a very, very similar situation as Lin Ming. If they refused to surrender, to yield, he would be forced to kill, to show no mercy. Those were the rules. Unfortunately, such actions would prompt the timely interference of a mystic ascendant realm cultivator. Who knew whether his life would be at risk, whether Wang Yuqian could keep them at bay? If a realm lord was so terrifying, imagine a cultivator that had broken past mortal limits, capable of forming solar stars and establishing world realms of this massive size and ecological stability. He had a healthy and reasonable amount of fear towards such beings. He Yanglei said, then fight. With a smile, he urged as if daring for Wei Wuyin to take action. He didn't fear Wei Wuyin, with his cultivation at the gravity emission phase. He feared no one in this entire world realm, not even the restrained Star Lords. No need, Wei Wuyin glanced at He Yanglei, how about we make a deal? I've obtained a cash deposit. You can split it in half, in exchange, you both surrender your badges to me. Since Tang Xingyun had revealed his intent to the world, he fearlessly bribed in an open manner. He Yanglei's eyes lit with greed. Tang Xingyun merely stared coldly. The temptation for another cache was extraordinary. The resources within were not negligible, even for them. While He Yanglei was tempted, despite knowing he wouldn't gain anything from obtaining the chosen title, he felt no reason to bend the knee to some insignificant cultivator who used forceful means to elevate his strength. While revealing a smile of derision, he countered, "Or I can just take it from you." Wei Wuyan's eyes slightly narrowed. Tang Xingyun hadn't even considered Wei Wuyan's offer, because the cache likely originally belonged to Lin Ming. Why would she ever accept? Furthermore, after Wei Wuyan's insidious methods went awry, suffering backlash, she could give her token to Lin Ming, allowing him to get a second chance at obtaining the chosen title, redeeming himself. As for Wei Wuyan, she already felt he was a dead man, one whose life will eventually be claimed by Lin Ming. After a long silence, Wei Wuyan's narrowed eyes uplifted into a smile that could snatch away the hearts of men and women alike. "Then how can I get you both to change your minds? I can offer alchemical products, rare resources, as long as there's a way, we can find it." He Yanglei felt contempt at Wei Wuyan's pleasing and desperate attitude. With a gentle smile, he said, "Oh, I know. I want the entire cache you offered, and the Grand Earth cache contents you have. You know, the one you stole beneath the nose of everyone. The one you used to frame the Lei and Shuang clan. Then, you can have this badge. If I'm in the mood, of course." "What?" The crowd entered a clamorous uproar. They turned to He Yanglei and back to Wei Wuyan. Framed? Stole from beneath their noses. The entire world knew that the Lei and Shuang clan had stolen the cache, hiding its contents somewhere. But He Yanglei had just said otherwise. Those experts who scryed the world for the cache, interrogating and killing countless members of those two clans, felt their heart pound with an indescribable emotion. Was this why there was no evidence of the Grand Earth cache contents? That most remained ignorant of its whereabouts. If this was true, were they all played like donkeys at a circus? Tang Xingyun's eyes brightened considerably. This move of He Yanglei was extremely malicious. She looked his way, wanting to give him a thumbs up, but as he was a deplorable existence that she didn't wish to associate with, she could only look at him. That smile on Wei Wuyan's face slowly fell, losing its brilliance to become a neutral, dull expression. With a faint sigh, he glanced towards the old man who stood next to the young woman. Wei Wuyan could see the old man's shock and a wisp of concern in his eyes. With a clasp of his hands, he looked at the sky for a moment as the demanding stares mounted, piling on the pressure. Deeply inhaling, Wei Wuyan absorbed all his scattered emotions, his wants, and his goals into one. With a sharp exhale, his expression soothed out. Wei Wuyan's heart reached a decision, nodding to himself. He faced He Yanglei and said, "I wanted to settle this peacefully, to complete this without any risk, yet." He Yanglei sneered, "Yet what?" He interrupted with a mocking tone, feeling that Wei Wuyan wasn't even remotely worthy of his time. "You just had to decide that today was the day you die." Wei Wuyan reached out his hand, the faint trace of unique soul energy birthed from his glabella. Element. Chapter 504, 500, Already Dead. Chapter 504, 500, Already Dead. Element. Those words weren't spoken aloud, but a burst of explosive spiritual strength erupted, twisting the surrounding air and space as if it had. From Wei Wuyan's dantian, King's astral core was illuminated in annihilation saber light, revealing its existence to the world. From within his world sea, the nascent saber soul released a resonating howl. 2 astral cores. All observers were thunderstruck by this scene as they discovered the second astral core of a different nature nestled within Wei Wuyan's dantian. It existed directly beside the still-glowing elemental origin astral core, releasing cascading waves of light. Wei Wuyan ignored their shock, ignored their questioning gazes, with his silver eyes revealing only the utmost calm. With a clasp of his outstretched hand, a saber formed. It was constructed from the purest of his innate energies, its physical body representing a strength equivalent to his own flesh and bones. Feeling the nascent saber soul firmly within his grasp, emitting a saber howl that shook the space, he recalled his brother's teachings. When you use a saber, you must ensure you always follow through. You should never unsheath your saber unless you're intending to take a life with it or protect a life with it. A stern voice, sturdy back, and clear smile formed within his mind. That figure that passed along his convictions and principles in the absence of his parents, watching over and protecting him, even at the cost of his own life. Every time he wielded a saber, he would feel his presence, guiding his every stroke. Since he brought out his saber, his intent to kill had solidified. Even if gods, demons, or ghosts sought to halt his edge, he would bring them all into ruin with it. Yanlei was deeply shaken. 2 astral cores. Both at 32 centimeters. How could such an absurd thing exist in this world? While there were those who had a unique bloodline that could generate multiple spirits of cultivation, leading to multiple astral cores, he had only ever heard of it. There were methods that could form multiple spirits of cultivation, then merge them prior to reaching the astral core realm. This was something even their starfield had, but the difficulty in cultivating such a method, the heightened lethality of the tribulations, and the need to use far more resources to advance, made it not a worthy investment. But a method that allowed one to form multiple spirits of cultivation outside of that specific race. Was that even possible? What type of background must one have to even accomplish such a feat? To support it. A tinge of unease emerged in Yanlei's heart, forcing him to reconsider Wei Wuin's origins and abilities. What if his astral cores weren't a product of a self-harming method? Unfortunately, this thought was entertained for merely a moment before being dismissed. The concept of 232 centimeters at the light reflection phase went against cultivation plausibility within his mind. Wei Wuin moved his saber, hefting it through the air, and the 9 origin dragons violently roared in unison. The void ships shook from the sheer force of their roars, causing those on board to become ashen as they were bombarded by a wave of spiritual strength. Without a single verbal command, 9 dragons explosively shot towards Yanlei's void ship. While standing atop the metal origin dragon's head, Wei Wuin was carried forward. At the moment, with a saber in hand, he seemed like the commander of dragons. The void ship had no defensive or offensive formations outside of basic protective formations meant to isolate the dark chill of the void and sustain living conditions. They shook from the mere movement of the 1,000-meter-long dragons. The crew yelled out in anger, rage, and fear, wishing to defend themselves against this assault. A few realm lords felt themselves mighty, jumping off the ship in defense of their holy son. Unfortunately, they were met with an unexpected world pressure and were ruthlessly suppressed. They emit world pressure. A quick-witted male cultivator at the realm lord level shouted. What? The crowd couldn't even properly react before the fire origin dragon breathed a torrential outpour of fire-attributed breath his way, engulfing him and reducing the realm lord into a smoldering cinder of seared flesh and burnt bones. He died before he could even scream out for help. The 9 dragons of origin wreaked untold havoc, surrounding the ship and entangling it with their long bodies. Those who met their breaths were all slaughtered, and for those unfortunate enough to meet them head-on, they were crushed by forceful slams. In seconds, the void ship was tied up by the dragons' bodies, with their tails and claws digging into the ship's surface. It creaked and groaned as if breaking apart. The Earth origin dragon burrowed into the ship's deck as if it was soft earth, swimming through the hull and killing all it came across. Yanlei was slow to react, not because he lacked strength, but the dragons were simply too fast. In mere seconds, they had snared the ship and started to break it into pieces. There were even fragments falling off and crashing into the ground below. How come they're all so fast? Yanlei was startled at the swift and explosive movements of each dragon. Their movement speed was several times faster than before. They all seemed to embody the essence of lightning, swift and explosive. The metal origin dragon twisted its body, slowly bringing its head near Yanlei. A realm lord roared, shooting towards the individual at the top of said head, with fierce and suicidal intent. But as he flew with maddened resolve and steeled eyes, a saber hull resounded. The realm lord's body soared aggressively towards Wei Wuin, but was met with a breath of silver flakes that eviscerated his body into an unrecognizable mess. Fortunately, his head was untouched as it had already been removed from his neck, rolling on the ship's crumbling deck with widened eyes still reflecting that resolve to die for his cause. Yanlei was startled for a moment, but quickly regained his calm. With a faint smile, he looked at Wei Wuin completely unbothered by the carnage occurring before him. Those loyal members of his temple were eaten, crushed, and blown apart, yet he remained entirely unfazed. Using an external array to fig dash. Silence. Wei Wuin coldly shouted with impatience. He didn't hesitate to blink away from the metal origin dragon's head, utilizing spatial shift and covering the remaining distance between them. When he arrived before He Yanglei, he activated the token's challenging rights. As he activated the challenge, He Yanglei's token also lit. A ray of divine light descended from the sky, engulfing the two before pushing everything else away. The ship had received incredible levels of damage during the shove, causing it to split into 3 large pieces and innumerable smaller ones. Those pieces clattered to the ground in quaking slams. When the light faded, He Yanglei and Wei Wuyin were standing atop a platform of light and surrounded by a familiar cylindrical curtain. The two stood opposite of each other, causing the spectators to grow quiet. But when they saw He Yanglei's calm smile, they were quite confused. If they went by their assumptions, wasn't Wei Wuyin still under the powerful effects of his amplification method? Why was He Yanglei so unbothered? But how could they know about He Yanglei's internal confidence in himself? His high cultivation base. And his absolute ace, his guardian. There was no danger to his life here, completely and totally devoid of tension. Wei Wuyin calmly observed as He Yanglei sized him up with disdain. The latter was seemingly fearless. With a sneer, "You think you'll fight me as easily as some nobody?" A little boy at the spatial resonance phase. With a thought, He Yanglei no longer hid his cultivation. With an explosion of air that caused his ponytail to flutter about endlessly, He Yanglei's body emitted a strong gravitational force that distorted fixed space, ambient light, and the surrounding essence. His astral core revealed itself with a bright radiance. 10 centimeters. To have such a foundation in the gravity emission phase was testament of his extraordinary cultivation foundation and outstanding talent. While most were still under the impression that Wei Wuyin's astral core was falsely achieved, they gawked. And awed at He Yanglei's terrifying foundation. To frighteningly add, to become a holy child, a cultivator must be under 300 years old. That meant he was a gravity emission phase cultivator at a ridiculously young age with such impressive foundations. Where did he even come from? He Yanglei awaited Wei Wuyin's shocked reaction, but was met with silence and a calm expression. With an amused smile, He Yanglei asked, "Scared now?" To him, Wei Wuyin was definitely feigning confidence. Wei Wuyin looked towards the ground, looked outside the curtain for a moment, and then at his saber. Just need 1/100th of a second. Not hesitating a single moment longer, Wei Wuyin's figure shot towards He Yanglei at his greatest speed. He didn't just blur, his speed had caused distortions to space and the surrounding flow of light, creating countless afterimages in his wake. The distance between them was already short to begin with, so Wei Wuyin arrived before He Yanglei almost instantly. He Yanglei's eyes constricted as he felt a sensation of deadly crisis. He urged his astral force inside him to act. With a cold light flickering within his eyes, he was about to launch a violent palm in retaliation. Bam! The light curtain that shielded the platform collapsed in bits of tiny, scattered lights in the most thorough manner. Even the light platform had been eviscerated, exploding into bursts of light that blinded the audience. Time seemed to slow for He Yanglei as he felt his vision distort. One moment, he saw Wei Wuyin move, and the next scene had totally changed at such a fast speed that his perception and senses hadn't been able to register it. But he felt it. A cold, icy sensation at his neck. When he looked down just a little bit, he found a saber just mere millimeters from touching his skin. It emitted an extremely terrifying saber light that caused his heart to fiercely jump. Holding this saber was an exceptionally handsome face with eyes that exuded an unfathomably calm, but heavy sweat dripped from his forehead. At the edge of that saber were 2 aged fingers, holding tightly to it, keeping it from moving that last bit of distance into his throat. When his vision trailed those 2 fingers, he found that familiar skinny body directly beside him. "You're an impudent one," the skinny old man remarked. If he had displayed the slightest negligence, the consequences would have been disastrous. Wei Wuyin's speed was terrifying. Wei Wuyin merely looked at his saber, unafraid. It was as if he and his saber were the only 2 existences in this world. He Yanglei felt a surge of terror inside his mind. His guardian had acted. Was he going to die? Confused and enraged, he asked Wei Wuyin in disbelief, "You tried to kill me?" Wei Wuyin didn't answer immediately, the sweat on his forehead increasing as the skinny old man's finger pressed against element, nearly shattering it. This was just the slightest power of those who surpassed the mortal limits. But in the end, Wei Wuyin smiled with a relieved breath. Tried. Those words caused the skinny old man to frown, his eyes dangerously narrowed. What did this youth mean by that? You're already dead. Wei Wuyin glanced at He Yanglei, and then added as he eyed the skinny old man, you were a little late. The skinny old man's eyes constricted, his head snapping to He Yanglei at an inconceivable speed. He Yanglei felt his blood freeze from those words, turning to the skinny old man who stood just a few inches away from him. As the two eyes met, he found a trace of fear, pity, and regret. He wanted to respond, to question, when he felt his vision darken without reason, his thoughts stagnate, and he could no longer feel his anything. Chapter 505-501, Beyond Mortal Limits. Chapter 505-501, Beyond Mortal Limits. When unsheathing his saber, a life must be taken. The term taken was loosely defined. It did not always mean must be killed, but it must be taken away from fate. If he used it to protect, then he took that life back from the jaws of death, and if he used it to kill, then he took that life away. The moment he conjured his saber, Wei Wuyin was willing to risk his everything to ensure its edge claimed a life today. A glaring line of crimson slowly revealed itself from He Yanglei's forehead, slowly descending downwards. It went between his eyes, his nose, his lips, between his collarbones, and through his torso. The skinny old man inspected this line, noticed how He Yanglei was thoroughly bisected. But before his body could split into two, spewing out his innards before the crowd, he waved his hand towards He Yanglei. That line vanished, and the dimming light within He Yanglei's eyes had brightened. With a light frown, he grasped He Yanglei's shoulder. Sensing his state, the skinny old man felt amazed. You split him through every crucial aspect. They had also been annihilated. Quite thorough of you. The skinny old man marveled, realizing that it wasn't just He Yanglei's body that was split in two, but his mind's eye and world see. It was a thorough death. But only if one was bound by mortal limits. Wei Wuyin tightly clenched his teeth. Element was still between the two scrawny fingers of that old man, unable to budge, unable to move, and feeling an immense pressure. This was what it meant to be before a cultivator that surpassed mortal limits. It was a harrowing experience. The skinny old man moved his hand, pressed his index finger against He Yanglei's glabella, and then moved away. It was such a simple set of movements, no godly light or eruption of divine power was present. It was just a simple tap. Almost immediately, He Yanglei's eyes that had brightened earlier regained the light of life. His hands twitched as he sharply inhaled a breath of fresh air, his entire body quivering without end. Revived. Through some means that even his celestial eyes couldn't observe, the skinny old man had brought He Yanglei's back from death. As for the man himself, his eyes swirled around as if reacclimating to his new situation. It took a moment, a long dreadful moment for Wei Wuyin, before He Yanglei's eyes settled on Wei Wuyin. Why, you? He Yanglei's expression twisted with an unsightly look. He just recalled the moment before, unsure of what happened, yet aware that his life was brought to an untimely end. Fortunately, his soul hadn't been dispersed. Fortunately, that was far beyond Wei Wuyin's means. Wei Wuyin dispersed element, regaining his freedom as it receded back to his dantian. The three stood together with varied expressions, but Wei Wuyin had the most helpless. But there wasn't a hint of regret or fear in his eyes. Others might consider his actions reckless, and it certainly was, but it had to happen. This He Yanglei had to die. He didn't believe that He Yanglei would surrender in a chosen candidate challenge, and it was clear from earlier that he felt no sense of danger or fear from him. If he acted petty, there was nothing Wei Wuyin could do but take his life for the badge of divinity. He could faintly hear the cries of those dragons within the Auric Sea. He could hear their desperation and sorrow, their fear and madness, and it wasn't something he could accept. If I had to make the choice again, I would still swing my saber, he quietly told himself. Kill him. Kill him. Kill. He Yanglei's eyes reddened and he shouted in unrestrained rage. Despite being merely a few feet away from Wei Wuyin, he still demanded someone else to take action. The skinny old man glanced at He Yanglei, a trace of contempt emerged in his eyes, and he looked away. Regardless of what, since Wei Wuyin had come infinitely close to killing He Yanglei, he had to give an explanation. In a way, he had failed in his duties to protect his life. With a faint sigh, he lifted his right hand. The movement was unfathomably slow, but Wei Wuyin felt as if it was all that existed in this world. With a faint sigh within his heart, he decided to risk it all despite their extremely close distance. Those silver eyes of his became radiant. Just as the skinny old man's hand was about to touch Wei Wuyin, to the point where Wei Wuyin hadn't even noticed how close the tip of his fingers were, he stopped. It was only then that Wei Wuyin realized that he hadn't registered the skinny old man's movements, that he wasn't even able to move or react. How terrifying was this? "Who are you?" the skinny old man asked, inspecting Wei Wuyin with shock present within his eyes. Unsure of what was happening, Wei Wuyin didn't hesitate to say, "It doesn't matter. If a senior such as yourself seeks to act against a junior like myself, why have so many considerations?" He faintly smiled, no longer deciding to risk it all. The skinny old man frowned. "What are you doing? Just kill him," Yanlei demanded, but the skinny old man ignored him. The skinny old man reached out, grabbing Wei Wuyin's shoulder. Wei Wuyin could only watch as he was grabbed, feeling a distinct sense of helplessness overwhelm him. What the hell was this? With all the power he had, all the trump cards he possessed, was the mystic ascendant realm so vastly beyond his abilities that he couldn't even retaliate? He felt a strange power integrate into his body, inspecting every trace of his body, but his heart and sea of consciousness faintly trembled. For some reason, he breathed a breath of relief. It seemed Kratos and Eden were still capable of evading this strange power's notice. They were his greatest secrets. The skinny old man's eyes widened, looking at Wei Wuyin with a trace of terror and fear within. "Who are you?" he asked again, this time causing Yanlei's outrage to cease. The recently resurrected existence trembled with shock. Was Wei Wuyin someone special? Wei Wuyin shook his head, not willing to answer. He simply watched the old man with a quiet gaze. It was as if he was accepting any fate that was left to him. After a long moment, the skinny old man lifted his palm and frowned even deeper. When he inspected Wei Wuyin's body, bypassing the strange concealment he had, he learned about the truth. Wei Wuyin's cultivation foundation, level, age, quality of energies, and even his aspects were revealed. To see innate energy so refined, he felt it unbelievable, but when he discovered the 10 rings that manifested around his astral souls within his dantian, his heart was shaken so thoroughly that he felt genuine fear. An emotion he hadn't felt in a long, long time. 2 astral souls. 32 centimeter astral cores. 10 ringed soul idols. If someone said this young man didn't belong to a massive force or had extremely powerful backing, he would slap them dead for treating him like an ignorant fool. The thoughts of acting against Wei Wuyin dissipated like the wind. To add, Wei Wuyin was utterly fearless and even had the intention to fight him before. Who had such a devastatingly powerful mentality? Only those who had absolute certainty that they wouldn't die. The skinny old man didn't say anything else, giving Wei Wuyin one last glance. He turned around, and both he and Yanlei vanished as if they were never there. Only Wei Wuyin remained. A divine beam surged down from the sky, carrying the 8 tokens merged into one. Chapter 506, 502, Unknown Origins. Chapter 506, 502, Unknown Origins. A few hundred miles away, the skinny old man appeared with Yanlei in tow. The young man of outstanding talent stumbled slightly. His hands were still trembling and a saber howl echoed in his mind. With a vicious expression, he aggressively questioned, "Why didn't you kill him?" The skinny old man gave Yanlei a sidelong glance. There was a flicker of annoyance in his gaze, and it exerted a pressure that stifled the next upcoming words within Yanlei's throat. Still, he was unable to accept this. "Haha, we're not your thugs, little one, just your protectors." A sonorous laugh echoed as the old man that often accompanied the young woman arrived. He had a bright smile with lively eyes, snacking on something in his brown bag. Yanlei started, staring at the new arrival with trepidation. "You're Ming Yuling's Dharma protector." He recognized the old man's appearance from when they first entered this world realm, escorted by the Golden Life Pavilion. The old man nodded, eating what seemed to be a salted peanut with a hearty crunch. "Our job is to ensure the Overseer doesn't take hidden action against you or if something unexpected happens, little one. And, to make sure you return alive. And I think my old friend here did an amazing job there, right?" With a sly smile, he offered the skinny old man whatever was in his brown bag. Refusing with a hand gesture, the skinny old man asked with a frown, "Who is he?" The old man halted his hand that was about to send another peanut into his mouth. He faintly sighed, glancing at He-Young-Lei. Sensing his actions, the skinny old man casually flicked his finger and He-Young-Lei vanished into thin air. That's sensitive. The old man shook his head. I don't know who he is. You might have a better idea than me. You inspected him. What did you find out? You don't know. The skinny old man frowned. You sent me a message to be cautious, and you don't know. What's wrong with being cautious? You don't want your entire clan eradicated, or worse, our starfield, because we killed the wrong person. I sure as hell don't want to die for these brats or those other idiots. The old man spoke frankly, scrunching his lips in dissatisfaction. The skinny old man frowned and remained silent for a very long moment, scoffing soon afterwards. He has 2 10-ringed soul idols. 2. Nodding, the skinny old man continued, wherever his origins are, he has a saint alchemist behind him. Furthermore, his foundation is real. He has 32-centimeter astral cores, 2 of them. His innate energies are refined to their utmost limits, and his physical body is terrifyingly powerful. He seemed like a humanoid beast. There also wasn't a single iota of impurities from products in his body. The old man's mouth widened in surprise. Not a single bit. Not a single bit. The 2 went silent, internally reeling from this discovery. This indicated that all of the products used to cultivate Wei Wuyin were low-grade, not a single impure-grade product. They both exchanged looks. Worldly saint alchemist. They simultaneously asked each other. But why is he here? The old man asked, whether to himself or the skinny old man, even he didn't know. He knew Wei Wuyin the longest, but he refused to delve into befriending him with invasive questions, preferring the usage of a soft approach. There's more, the skinny old man plainly said. More. Nodding, I inspected his spatial ring and the items on his body. He wears the crescent jade key from the Void Voyage sect, indicating his qualifications to participate as a chosen candidate in their trial. And, in his spatial ring, he has dozens, if not hundreds, of 9th-grade products of various types. None of them are impure. Another bout of silence permeated the air after those words were said. The tension in the air was thick, nigh tangible. The 2 basked in this silence, staring at each other, for several dozen seconds. What went on in their minds was anyone's guess. After a while, the old man laughed. I just saved your life, you owe me big time. The skinny old man didn't deny that, merely snorting with a hint of dissatisfaction. He merely said, 2 chosen candidate trials of forces of our starfield, but he doesn't originate from our starfield. How? Better question, why? The old man smilingly added. But it doesn't matter. Whatever he's here for, it's his business. Our job is only to protect these brats, not delve into some plot that might exceed our strength or threaten our lives. The skinny old man slightly nodded, agreeing with those words. He did not want to be pulled into some strange plot or get killed because of this specific job. He's lived for too long and didn't cultivate to his current height to have such a shitty assignment be the reason for his end. That would be woefully depressing. Back at the Sky Zephyr City, Wei Wuyin only felt relief at having survived that encounter. He was baffled by the aspects of mystical power that Mystic Ascendant's cultivators wielded, and he was even more certain that that wasn't a normal Mystic Ascendant. At the very least, he was definitely far stronger than Wu Yu had been, exceeding the first stage. What he didn't understand was why they were here. Was this place so dangerous that they needed these powerful existences that reached unfathomable levels of power? After all, Divine King Han Zhe was considered weaker than Wu Yu at the time this world realm was likely created, so how could he create things that required experts of their level to defend against? Could it be Wang Yuqian? When he recalled that old ghost, the cultivator turned spirit form, he knew his abilities might exceed his original estimation, and not by a little. This world truly is too vast and I'm far too ignorant. While I was capable of killing that holy son, I didn't think he could be saved with such ease. I even split his sea of consciousness and astral soul, but it was all undone in the matter of a few seconds. What terrifying godlike power! Wei Wuin's thoughts were immersed in a sea of awe by the possibilities enabled by cultivation, astonished by the abilities of cultivators. While he had saved Zuhiai's life from a fatal injury, and even resurrected Hong Ru, all of those feats were through the mixture of worldly materials brought together by the alchemic Tao. The difference between relying on external means and your own internal power to accomplish these tasks was a far, far more terrifying achievement. He was unable to dwell for long, however. As the newly merged token descended, he reached out and accepted it. With a faint smile, he was one step closer to his goal. There was only one token left. Those who were observing the events weren't certain what happened. After the platform of light shattered in a blinding explosion, the entire area that Wei Wuyin and He Yanglei occupied was covered in a hazy and translucent mist. So when the beam of light descended from the sky soon after, they waited with bated breaths for the outcome. When Wei Wuyin's figure was revealed alone, holding the token created from 8 badges of divinity, the crowd knew who the final victor was. As for that He Yanglei, he might have been killed just as Wei Wuyin declared. Ignoring their speculative thoughts, Wei Wuyin swept his gaze towards the rampaging dragons of origin, causing them to obediently quiet down. They soared around him, and the metal origin dragon once more allowed Wei Wuyin to take his favorite spot on its head. They all turned their eyes towards the last remaining void ship. A faint pressure emanated from their joint actions. Wei Wuyin smilingly said, "I hope we can negotiate, not spout lies to create disadvantages towards each other. What do you think?" Tang Xingyun, who was just as clueless as the others, felt her heart quake at Wei Wuyin's smile. Chapter 507-503, Forced to Agree. Chapter 507-503, Forced to Agree. Was He Yanglei dead? But that shouldn't be possible. Tang Xingyun resolutely denied the possibility in her heart. Their families had hired cultivators to act as their Dharma protectors, so it's absolutely impossible for them to die. Especially in the training grounds of all places. Yet, Wei Wuyin currently held a nearly complete token of Elementus, lacking only hers. She didn't know what to think. As for handing the token to Wei Wuyin, she wasn't willing to do so. It was Lin Ming's only chance at becoming a chosen, gaining a superb status from nothing, and rising to levels beyond his birthright. If he didn't obtain that title, he would be relegated to a normal cultivator without any backing, forced to grind his way to the top with very limited opportunities. Unaware of Tang Xingyun's thoughts, Wei Wuyin couldn't help but wonder why she was so reluctant. They had never met before, yet she contained a hostility and icy chill towards him. He had never acted against her before, nor had he been to the scorched skies. The metal origin dragon moved closer, bringing Wei Wuyin directly before the void ship. "Can we talk?" he asked. Tang Xingyun likely had another guardian, and he didn't feel the need to test his luck twice. Having already survived an existence beyond his current understanding, he didn't want to face one again. Tang Xingyun coldly looked at Wei Wuyin. She too was fearless, just like He Yanglei. This meant she knew there was absolutely no danger to her life. "What happened to He Yanglei?" she asked, her tone still containing that signature chill. "He Yanglei. Is that his name?" Wei Wuyin curiously said, thinking for a moment. He openly answered, "I killed him, but someone brought him back to life and took him away. I don't know where they went." "What?" Not expecting Wei Wuyin's words, Tang Xingyun was unable to process this in a short period of time. "You killed him?" Wei Wuyin nodded. There was absolutely no reason to keep this a secret. In fact, it might improve his chances of avoiding offending whichever force this ordinary-looking girl belonged to. "If you're unwilling to negotiate, we can decide with a holy challenge." The members of the Endless Ash Temple were alarmed by all these sudden developments. They were unable to determine the best course of action. Should they fight to protect their holy child? But if the Noxious Sea's holy child was any indication, the likelihood of them all dying and unable to protect their holy child was far too high. Should they allow their holy child to be challenged, dealing with the fallout later? If she won, they might receive some punishment, but if she lost, well, they could submit to the true holy child who gained the divine recognition of all divinities. It was this possibility that caused them pause, unable to decide. After all, maybe this was all to decide which of them was the true holy child. Tang Xingyun was brought out of her thoughts by Wei Wuyin's words. While she didn't fear death, she was simultaneously unwilling to hand this token over to Wei Wuyin. She thought for a moment, "I can hand it to you, but..." Wei Wuyin was elated at the first half of her sentence, but hearing that "but" it caused him to narrow his eyes slightly. Tang Xingyun continued, "You have to defeat the Holy Son of Grand Gale." Confused, Wei Wuyin asked, You mean the one I've already defeated? Why did this woman want him to claim it from Lin Ming? Someone he defeated with absolute ease just a few minutes prior. What was the meaning of that? A year. In a year, if you can defeat him again, I'll give you the badge without any extra cost, Tang Xingyun declared. She knew that Lin Ming wasn't to be underestimated, and he was terrifyingly talented. He just needed time. As for Wei Wuyin, he was an entire stage above him, and seemed to be using some self-damaging methods to amplify his strength. If Lin Ming was given more time, if this Wei Wuyin was brought to normal, she felt that Lin Ming had a high chance of becoming victorious. Wei Wuyin was silent for a short while. In the end, he shook his head. I can't agree to that. Tang Xingyun sneered, scared. She was clearly trying to prod Wei Wuyin's ego. Why do everyone keep thinking I'm afraid? Do I look scared? Whatever, Wei Wuyin mumbled to himself. No, it's because I don't have time to waste on your childish hope. You have two choices, you can set a price, hopefully a reasonable one, or we'll decide by holy challenge. If he waited for Lin Ming to grow, he would truly be a fool. Not because he was terrified, but he didn't have time to waste. But this did reveal why Tang Xingyun was reluctant. If he obtained the last token, he would complete the trial and obtain access to the core of this world realm. There would be no way for Lin Ming to make a comeback. Tang Xingyun didn't respond. Wei Wuyin sighed, then a holy challenge it is. If you don't surrender, I'll have to kill you too. Just as he said those words, his 9 dragons of origin simultaneously roared in excitement, wanting to delve back into the slaughter once more. Their world pressure was exuded at full force. The metal origin dragon shot towards the void ship with an open maw, intending to take a fierce bit out of its hull. But before it got a chance, a barrier of air condensed around the void ship and halted its advance. With a harsh thud, the metal origin dragon's body heavily slammed into this air wall. Wei Wuyin was thrown back, the tail of the metal origin dragon whipped and absorbed him into its body, absorbing the rebounding force and enshrouding him in elemental origin force that comprised its body. With a sharp twist, it scaled the air wall and regained a sense of stability. Wei Wuyin was shuttled through its white body and brought back to its head. Startled, he inspected the air wall and noted it was established by powers that his celestial eyes couldn't observe. Mystic ascendant powers. With a heavy sigh, he was left helpless. The other 8 dragons tried to break into the air wall that engulfed the entire shield like an impregnable sphere. They breathed out various elemental breaths but achieved nothing of any note. Their sharp claws scratched at it, but not even a single distortion was left on its surface. With this sphere of air protecting the void ship, he could only peer inside with a frustrated light in his silver eyes. He had thought that those guardians were only supposed to act if they were in fatal danger, not interfere at will. How was this a training exercise? He could only stay a few hundred meters away from Tang Xingyun, unable to approach for a holy challenge. He didn't dare try to spatial shift inside and activate the token's challenge function. If the Mystic Ascendant wanted him to stay outside, he could only oblige with his current strength. If you want to obtain the token, you'll have to wait 1 year. A domineering female voice was sent directly into Wei Wuyin's mind. It sent his sea of consciousness into a violent rumble, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. How terrifying was this? Unable to resist, he could only accept such unreasonable conditions. But that's how the cultivation world functioned, the strongest fist set whatever arbitrary rules they desired. He was forced to accept. 1 year. I hope you keep your word, is what Wei Wuyin replied with, but his mind was still trembling from the woman's voice. This was one of the situations he wanted to avoid the most. After a year, the season of regression will have ended, and his advantage over realm lords and time lords will diminish by a considerable degree. He wouldn't be able to kill them as easily as he has now, and they would be far more formidable. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he turned towards the Sky Zephyr Temple. He couldn't be certain if they would stay loyal to Lin Ming after hearing he had another shot, becoming obstacles to his objective. With a burst of killing intent, his 9 dragons of origin roared, twisting their bodies towards the temple floating in the sky. But another wall of air emerged around the temple, preventing entry once more. With clenched fists, Wei Wuyin didn't even speak. With a wave of his hand, the 9 dragons departed the scene before everyone's eyes. He wasn't able to act any longer, so what's the point in staying? Back on the void ship, Tang Xingyun's eyes became soft and gentle. Thank you. She didn't believe she could achieve victory against Wei Wuyin, and even if she did, it wouldn't accomplish anything. She would be the legitimate chosen, not Lin Ming. Her family would never allow such a thing, so she didn't dare do so. The voice of that woman did not reply to her words. Chapter 508-504, Reassuring. Chapter 508-504, Reassuring. The events at the Holy Summit had subverted the beliefs of everyone within the continent, and word of it spread at an outrageous speed. With Wei Wuyin, Tang Xingyun, He Yanglei, and Lin Ming's conversions being conducted verbally, the gossip mill had fuel for days. In the minds of many, the Holy Summit was to be the determining factor of the continent and religious temple's future. It signified the likely unity of 3, if not 4, holy clans. However, what they received was the endgame knowledge of the badges of divinity and the search for the singular representative of the 4 extreme continents' divinities. This brought both excitement and trepidation into the hearts of these experts, both humans and elves alike. Especially since Wei Wuyin, this devastating force that no one could underestimate, had claimed 8 of 9. If it wasn't for that strange defensive barrier that erected to halt Wei Wuin's movements, delaying his ascension for a year, this entire event might have had a conclusion. At the time, Wei Wuyin soared through the skies alongside Grand Priestess Sida, Ai Yin, the other Grey Sands elves, and the temple members. They were silent as they followed Wei Wuyin, even Ai Yin and Sida were quietly flying behind him. The 9 dragons of origins had already been dispersed, their remaining astral force returning to Wei Wuin's astral core. After what seemed like an eternity, as they returned to the desolate land's borders, Wei Wuyin heaved a soft sigh of relief. He was quite stressed by everything that had happened, especially by this timed restriction of 1 year. Unfortunately, he had Northwest Alternative Avenue to pursue. Whoever that woman was, her cultivation base exceeded the mortal limits to the point she could condense air particles into a solid structure, imbuing them with such power that his dragons couldn't even leave a tiny dent on its surface. The level of power far exceeded his comprehension and abilities, forcing him to accept any and every condition under the threat of death. Considering the other old men had spared him in the end, for whatever reason, Wei Wuyin didn't wish to push his luck any further. Taking the aggressive route in my actions had to have changed any possible futures known by the temporal reincarnator in the 4 extreme continent. If only I knew who this person was, I could take further measures. Since that day, the day the world stood still, Wei Wuyin had been constantly considering the influence and impact this temporal reincarnator might have on his life and future fortuitous encounters. Every decision he'd made since was made with caution and uncertainty, seeking the best way to disrupt anything and everything. Even his decisions to establish Valkyrie, invest heavier into the ascendants, and seek after the absolute apex of his cultivation path was heavily contributed by this unknown existence. This unseen, unknowable variable that was like a hidden dagger waiting to strike at his heart carried untold levels of stress within his mind. It robbed him of his sense of safety that he'd once had. Holy Sun. A voice resounded from behind Wei Wuyin, snapping him out of his thoughts. It belonged to Ai Yin. Her beautiful countenance carried a slight frown as she looked his way. Those eyes of hers revealed a trace of wariness and fear. Will you be okay? She sent a spiritual transmission, unable to hold in her worries any longer. She had watched Wei Wuyin fight, suppress, and kill realm lords with relative ease, revealing a 32-centimeter astral core, and unleash a multi-link spiritual astral array that was unfathomable to imagine. Ai Yin had also heard Lin Ming's words, accusing Wei Wuyin of using a self-harming method to evoke a greater power, likely taking advantage of the season of regression to sweep the world unchallenged. She was afraid that Wei Wuyin would suffer a tremendous backlash for such explosive, devastating power. When he turned to see the soft, warm, and genuine concern reflected in the eyes of Ai Yin, Wei Wuyin felt his tense mind relax. He halted his flight, causing the other 9 to stop with solemn concern on their faces. Grand Priestess Sida readied her astral force, to assist if necessary. It wasn't just Ai Yin that believed he would suffer a tremendous backlash, but everyone else as well. It was impossible to them that a light reflection phase cultivator could unleash such carnage with ease. I understand your fear, so I won't lie to any of you. There is no backlash, there is no self-harming method. It was all made up by a desperate mind seeking consolation for its weakness, and tagged on by those unwilling to believe in the certain truths. The unfathomable truth that there is someone stronger than them, younger than them, far outside of their reach. Wei Wuyin slowly explained via mental transmissions, ensuring this wasn't exposed to anyone else. What? But 232 centimeters. A Grey Sands elf was the first to echo their disbelief at his words. How could he have reached such limits, broken the standard of cultivation, without using some forbidden method? It was inconceivable. Wei Wuyin merely shook his head. While I said I won't lie, that doesn't mean I owe you an explanation. I just told you the truth. He didn't even look at that elf, floating towards Ain and reached out to caress her face, cupping her delicate skin in his hand. Don't allow others to influence your heart with their ignorance. Ain felt a warmth suffuse into her heart alongside a wave of relief. For some reason, despite a certain bubble in her thoughts firming keeping the belief that this shouldn't be possible, she felt trusting of Wei Wuyin's words. She didn't know if she was being blinded by her feelings, but it felt right. At least for now, unless it was shown otherwise, she would believe in Wei Wuyin. The members of True Desolate Temple were conditioned to listen to their holy son, to believe in their every word, to suppress any and all doubts they had towards them, so they didn't question it. The words of the holy son were almost the same as the words of their divinity. It was inviolable and sacred. This was why Grand Priestess Sita didn't need any further convincing. Her heart had decided the truth the moment Wei Wuyin had spoken. In the Sky Zephyr Temple, a figure was in deep meditation while in the lotus position. From time to time, bursts of spiritual strength would emit from every pore of that figure. Surrounding him were a few Sky Zephyr Temple members who had awkward expressions, and Grand Priest Zigu who was frowning heavily. The figure was Lin Ming, their former holy son of Grand Gale. The bursts of spiritual strength was the result of an intense circulation of spiritual energy unleashed by Lin Ming. He was currently trying to undo Wei Wuyin's spiritual restrictions imposed on his body, and had been doing so for several hours. Grand Priest Zigu's eyes suffused with a dark and impatient glow. The holy summit was Lin Ming's idea, and not only did he lose in a holy challenge, losing his rights as a holy son, but this decision led to the deaths of several realm lords and the utter devastation of Sky Zephyr City. He hated the fact they were harboring such a prolific and useless sinner of their beliefs. In fact, they should have shifted their loyalties instantly, becoming followers of Wei Wuyin, yet the existence of that mysterious woman held them back. He feared that pledging loyalties to Wei Wuyin would only anger her, leading to their demise either way. So he could only accept this with a begrudging frown and hope that the new holy son would not hold it against them. If he had acted immediately after Lin Ming lost, expressing his loyalties to the new holy son, Wei Wuyin wouldn't have had thoughts of wiping them out because of their uncertain allegiances. Because of that delay, anyone would believe they had sentimental affection towards Lin Ming, even protecting him in their Sky Zephyr Temple. But Grand Priest Zigu knew the truth. The divinities did not move Lin Ming inside the temple, but that mysterious young woman. He intended to tell Wei Wuyin everything at the first chance. As for killing those temple members, they were irrelevant, their lives belonged to the holy son of Grand Gale regardless. Lin Ming's expression contorted as his eyes opened, revealing a dimly lit pair of gray irises. A flash of discomfort flitted through his expression alongside frustration. Wei Wuyin's restrictions were terrifyingly powerful, locking down every ounce of his cultivation base. Lin Ming turned to Grand Priest Zigu helplessly. Do you have any way to lift these spiritual restrictions? In each of his acupuncture points and meridians were spiritual spell formations that sealed the flow of his innate energies, his world sea, and the higher functions of his sea of consciousness. He could only use some spiritual strength, nothing more. He couldn't even open his spatial ring, leaving him utterly helpless. The Grand Priest Zigu's frown deepened. He was about to decline without even considering if he did or didn't, but a spiritual transmission caused him to heave an internal sigh. I can try. With that, he approached Lin Ming and touched his shoulder. After sending his spiritual sense in, Grand Priest Zigu was appalled. What type of spiritual restriction was this? This was unbelievable. Curious, he tested a wisp of his spiritual strength to impact the restrictions. A sudden burst of power was unleashed from Lin Ming's shoulder, catching him off guard as he was sent like a cannonball to the other side of the room. He slammed into the wall and it collapsed. A groan of pain and cloud of dust was all his actions resulted in. After a long while, Grand Priest Zigu lifted himself out of the collapsed wall with a series of coughs. What type of spiritual restriction spell is that? How could it have such terrifying spiritual strength? In utter disbelief, he exclaimed with fear. While it wasn't massive, each spell formation was like an impregnable fortress. Not even him, a Time Lord, could even handle the small retaliatory reaction from a portion of those spell formations. A Sky Zephyr Temple revealed a trace of horror in his voice as he said, "Grand Priest, you're bleeding." Only when this was said did Grand Priest Zigu touch beneath his nose, seeing the blood on his fingers. At the moment, his face was numb and his sea of consciousness was heavily impacted. Even his vision was blurry, let alone his sense of touch. But he wasn't just bleeding from his nose, but all 7 orifices. Lin Ming couldn't spare any thoughts towards Grand Priest Zigu's condition as he kept using his internal spiritual strength to slowly whittle away at these restrictive spell formations. If he couldn't remove these bindings, how could he cultivate in the future? The mysterious young woman frowned, looking at Lin Ming from the shadows. Her brows were furrowed to their utmost limits. That spiritual strength isn't normal, vastly exceeding the 50,000 spirit unit. I don't think I can break it without causing damage to him. She thought for a long while before settling on her only course of action. One of those Dharma protectors can unravel it. Her figure vanished as soon as she came to this conclusion. Chapter 509-505, Daiushi. Chapter 509-505, Daiushi. He was so close, yet still couldn't obtain all 9. I wonder if he regrets taking such risks. A young woman scoffed at everything that happened. She was Ming Yuling, one of the outsiders who came to practice in this unique training ground. Beside her was the old man, casually stuffing his face with some type of pickled chips. Ming Yuling frowningly asked, disgusted by the old man's eating habits, "What do you think?" The old man ate another handful, licking his lips in satisfaction after a hefty swallow. What? He wasn't really paying attention to the young woman's criticizing words. I said, "What do you think?" She repeated, a tinge of anger between her brows. If she wasn't currently in disguise, perhaps her expression would instill a different effect onto the world, but as she were, she just came off as an annoyance. The old man smacked his lips, licking his fingers. About what? Ming Yuling released a frustrated grunt. This old man was becoming more and more intolerable by the second, but she couldn't do anything about it. Aren't you my Dharma protector? Why are you so absent-minded, ignoring me? She lashed out. The old man gave her an odd expression. You're right, I am your Dharma protector. I'm not your companion, your thug, your servant, or your clan member. I'm your Dharma protector. The only reason I'm even giving you instructions on your cultivation, not watching from the shadows as others do, is because of your grandmother. Ming Yuling stifled her next words, even her anger was suppressed. She pouted, unable to retort. The old man lightly sighed, "You little ones of the 8 clans really forget our status, our strength with each passing day. Even your clan is very little in my eyes, in our eyes. We were only paid to watch over you, not just to protect you, but in the hopes that we'll find you to our liking, accepting you as our disciples." The old man stuffed his mouth again with chips, no longer bothering with Ming Yuling's penchant to act as a spoiled little girl of a privileged status. He softly reminded her, "Just focus on your cultivation. Everything else is irrelevant." Only able to accept the old man's words, Ming Yuling folded her arms around her chest, causing a faint distortion in the air despite her mostly flat chest appearance. Clearly, the truth wasn't shown to the world. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled. "What about the changes to the training ground? Will we be ejected early?" The old man shook his head. "The season of devils has only been changed. There's still dangers. It'll be perfect to train in, even better than before." "What changed?" Ming Yuling asked. The old man slyly smiled. "You'll see." At this moment, a distortion near them caught the old man's attention. He lifted one brow curiously. "Cultivate. You only have a few months left to do so peacefully, take it." With that, he stepped forward and seemingly vanished into thin air, as if he had merged with space. The young woman pouted, already used to the old man's vanishing act. Roughly 300 miles away, the old man reappeared and observed a particular spot ahead of him. "Venerable High Eater, I apologize if I've disturbed you." A soft, harmonious, and respectful voice resounded as a figure walked out from that particular spot. Her tall, curvaceous figure was by her tight-fitting outfit. With sky-blue leggings and a matching long-sleeved top that exposed her slim, firm belly through a midriff, she was an exceptional woman. While her face was concealed by a veil, her bright eyes that were revealed alluded to her gorgeousness hidden behind it. "You're too polite. I was just giving a lesson to a youngster. What does an envoy of the true element sect need from me?" The old man was unaffected by the woman's vixen-like figure, only giving off a congenial smile. But the young woman didn't dare to show any disrespect, bowing deeply. "My name is Dayushi, and I seek help from your esteemed self." The old man asked, "The spiritual spell restrictions?" Dayushi's eyes brightened. "Yes. I'm unable to break such a spell without causing damage, but your esteemed self can dash." The old man halted her with a wave of his hand. "This is a training ground, a battlefield of sorts. It's meant to test the candidates of your true element sect. If they cannot solve their own issues, then they aren't worthy enough to be here, no." There was a faint smile on his face, clearly finding this a little amusing. Unable to refute the old man, either due to his status and his reasonable words, she could only plead further, "I understand, but this was performed by means beyond the person's limit." "How can you be so certain that the Holy Son didn't use his own strength to do so?" the old man asked. Dayushi was taken aback. She immediately answered, "The spirit unit's levels are at least 50,000. That exceeds mortal limitations. Only a few extremely talented Star Lords have reached such levels. A light reflection phase cultivator could not have produced such power without external aid or self-damaging means." The old man faintly smiled. "I see. Regardless, I stand by my words. If they cannot solve their own issues, then they aren't worthy enough to be here. You should heed them. If you won't, then at least try to expand your range of thinking and beliefs in the possibilities of the cultivation world." After saying this, he didn't give Dayushi another chance to speak, vanishing abruptly from her sight. She was left awkwardly there, unable to comprehend what just happened. Only after a while did she bite her lower lip. "If Senior Sister Lin hears about this, she'll definitely hold me accountable." She had to find someone else willing to help. With that, she merged into the surroundings and seemingly vanished. After a while, the old man reappeared. With a soft sigh, he looked at Dayushi's departing direction. How unfair. An envoy of the true element sect is actively helping that boy. To think that even that old nagging woman would interfere at the most crucial moment. Why not just give the chosen title to him? Clearly, she doesn't even care that the most suitable candidate had arrived. In his view, Wei Wuyin was the best candidate for chosen. While his origins were dubious, his talent and strength was irrefutable. To think an envoy would actively act against her sect's interest to try and help another less suitable candidate. The number of rules this broke was extremely high. That fellow is quite blessed. Unfortunately, that child is also extremely vicious with a cunning, prepared mind. Even if that old nagging woman acts, she isn't breaking that formation without a fierce backlash. The old man had noticed the spiritual spell restriction long ago, and it was thorough and intricate with powerful and vast spiritual strength within. If he tried to forcefully dispel it, the backlash towards him was negligible, but for Lin Ming, there's no way they could ask him to dispel the spell. That would be hilarious, completely ridiculous. What 1 year? He must have been laughing when this was suggested. The old man chuckled. Regardless of what, Wei Wuyin was not without a predictive mind. It was as if he foresaw Lin Ming's possible comeback and prepared for it. Wei Wuyin had returned to the true desolate temple, sitting comfortably within his bed as he contemplated various matters. He didn't give the 1-year agreement much thought. Regardless of what, he didn't think it would be easy to dispel his spell formations. Furthermore, it wasn't like he would be standing still. He brought out the incomplete nonagon token that was missing one triangular piece. This badge contained the next steps of his cultivation. There were 8 different elemental auras within, all of which accompanied by the unique apex level intent of each element. To reach the next step of the elemental origin intent, he needed to merge 9 high-level elemental intents into one. But he wondered what would happen if the greatest intents all merged, forming one perfect whole. As he continued to inspect the token, his heart started to throb fiercely as the aura of the origin essence became clearer and more prominent than before. He finally recalled why he felt the name Origin Essence was so extremely familiar. Chapter 510, 506, Apex Level Intents. Chapter 510, 506, Apex Level Intents. The first time he'd heard of Origin Essence didn't originate from Wang Yutian, but Eden. During his Sky Ruler Astral Tribulation, the Sky World Lightning Tribulation, Eden had said two things before immediately descending into slumber: origin essence, zenith origin state. He had almost entirely forgotten about the first two words, purely focusing on the zenith origin state. It was only after sensing a thicker version of it coalescing within the tokens was he brought back to that memory. So the Sky World Lightning that was condensed by their joint effort was origin essence. Did origin essence fuse with their mortal states, inducing their transformations? He quietly mumbled out these questions, feeling intrigued at the prospects of what this meant. With a thought, he lifted his hand and started to extract a portion of his internalized, personalized mana. It was a glowing glob without substance. It was invisible to the naked eye, and the glow was the only indication of its existence. This was deliberately done by Wei Wuyin. As it was brought out, he felt the ambient mana that was sealed by the unique means of the season of regression encroach towards him in a slow but excited manner. He observed for an hour, using his celestial eyes to take note of the changes and interactions that his mana had with the unrefined, unfiltered mana of the world. As the worldly mana integrated into the glob didn't expand or grow, it merged with his own seamlessly with no noticeable effects. It was as if it had returned to its origins. After watching this for a full hour, noticing no change, Wei Wuyin used his other hand to bring out a white glowing orb of light. It was a perfect sphere and gave off an elemental aura. This was a strand of his elemental origin intent, manifested in the image that best expresses its existence. The sphere was like a perfect world of acceptance, transformations, and endless permutations. He started to gather the ambient elemental energies that were similarly restrained. Shockingly, he couldn't shatter the restrictions with just his elemental origin intent. It's because it's incomplete, Wei Wuyin deduced with a faint frown. When he ascended the astral core realm, underwent the mortal star formation tribulation, it was accompanied by saber heart intent and elemental heart intent blueprints, guiding him onto the path of cultivation. Unfortunately, he fell short of elemental heart intent, lacking 9 high-level intents, only possessing 5 at the time. Still, his saber heart intent manifested. The elemental origin intent could be considered a lesser intent, just like saber intent in comparison to heart of the world of the saber intent. His saber heart intent can shatter these bindings with ease, bringing all ambient energies and essences under his control, infecting and converting them all into saber energies. He observed the elemental origin intent's manifestation for an hour as well, slowly seeing how the ambient elemental energies reacted. He discovered that their reactions were extremely similar, except elemental origin intent lacked the means to break the bindings and merge with it. Suddenly, he had an idea. He tested it on desolate power, since he has desolate earth intent, and attracted that ambient source. And it reacted just like the ambient mana had, mixing with and merging with the elemental origin intent manifestation with no outward changes. They're the same. But this only served to confuse him. He obtained origin essence after his elemental origin intent was formed. It took a while before he breathed out a faint breath of turbid air. I'm overthinking this. There is no need for origin essence to form elemental origin intent. Instead, origin essence can emulate certain elemental origin intent's effects, and that comes from an elevated type of mana. After coming to this conclusion, not getting lost in which came first, the chicken or egg puzzle, Wei Wuyin relaxed, reabsorbing his mana and strand of intent. The possibility still remains that my zenith origin state astral soul's refined mana has qualities of origin essence, and might even be able to create it. I wonder if this contributes heavily to my concoction success rate, that ability to merge essences, energies, and various forms of powers together. He was well aware that his talent in alchemy was secondary to the aspects of his cultivation and the benefits they provided. The alchemic soul was the first benefit that allowed him to produce a higher form of alchemical energies than his cultivation, making concocting products easier. His vast sea of consciousness allowed the expenditure of mental energies and exhaustion that usually occurred a non-factor. The celestial eyes of spiritual divinity allowed him to view the flow of energies and essence without injecting his spiritual sense, which leads to dilution and even spiritual exhaustion. The physical senses and attributes that his bloodline provided allowed him to accurately pinpoint issues and withstand powerful surges of energies that might backfire on him during the concoction process. These 4 aspects of his cultivation allowed him to ignore the vast majority of issues that alchemists came across. This coupled with his talent in controlling, producing, and infusing alchemical energies defined the totality of his potential as an alchemist. But now, there might be a fifth aspect he was ignoring. The origin essence must have allowed the attraction of the strange force that produced the transcendent quality refraction world light elixir. He had his unverified suspicions before, but he was more than 90% certain of this now. I wonder if these will help me during the mystic rank of the alchemic Tao. Will I be able to retain my success rate? My outstanding concoction time? The lack of impure grade products? Yet, I feel all the more driven to explore that limit. With mystic rank alchemical products, he didn't know what limits he might reach. In fact, a single product might total all of his effort thus far. It was his most reliable path to power, and ensured that he never underestimated this world or its geniuses. With this settled in his mind, he directed his attention back to the incomplete Nonagon token. There were 8 auras within. Ori's voice resounded as she playfully named them each: Transformative Water, Grand Earth, Grand Gale Wind Intent, Omnialloy Metal, Dark Lightning, 9 Meadow Intent, Scorching Ash Magma Intent, Absolute Zero Ice Intent. As she named them off, she left out the final intent, Absolute Hot Fire Intent, that Tang Xingyun still possessed. Wei Wuyin was shocked by the reveal of all 8 apex-level intents. The most shocking of which was the 9 Meadow Intent. That was the exact same intent imbued naturally within Qing Qiumu's meridians. From birth, she had the nurturing of the highest level of wood intent. An arc lifted from the corner of his lip: "You truly are the most impressive wood cultivator in this generation. You're more blessed than blessed in some ways." But then again, every last one of Long Chen's companions was outstanding. Wu Baozhai was the incubator for the Imperial Heaven Essence. Lin Xian's bloodline contained the aspects of the Haven Heart Qi method, allowing multiple spirits of cultivation. Lian Yu, rest her soul, had an aquatic dragon bloodline. Even Na Sini possessed a Yin physique that, in theory, could reach untold potential. She was, by far, the best dual cultivation partner in the entire starfield, even better than Jiang Feilong's Yin renewal physique. All of them had endless talent and potential, shocking even him. "Time to eat," Wei Wuyin said, causing Ori to explode out of his dantian with an excited tremor. "Yes. Yes. Yes." Ori's excitement was truly boundless, infectious, and lovely. With a toss, Wei Wuyin gave the white sphere the token that contained the auras of 8 apex-level intents. It was time to reach the elemental heart intent. Chapter 511-507, A Price. Chapter 511-507, A Price. After Wei Wuin's departure, the various powers and clans of human and elven races were left without a purpose. They returned to their homes, marking the year-long date in their minds. Until then, it seemed there wouldn't be a conclusion to the Holy Children's War. Due to the continuous fights and deaths of realm lords, the inhabitants of the entire continent had termed the holy challenges between the various holy children as a war, a religious battle to determine the most powerful holy child that will become the central holy bloodline. There were only 2 that remained, so they were a little late. Still, history would be written regardless of the outcome, and this period would forever be regarded as the Holy Children's War. "You said what?" A stern voice resounded. It belonged to Tang Xingyun. She was currently sitting on a throne-like chair within the void ship's main hall with a gloomy glint within her eyes. The void ship had never left the Zephyr Plains. She feared that Wei Wuyin might return, acting against Lin Ming and breaking their set condition. She had bought Lin Ming a year to regain himself and once more fight for his right. Furthermore, she planned to give him the badge of divinity that was in her possession. Yet, she just heard disturbing news from one of her envoys. The envoy was a petite-looking young woman, rather short in height, with pigtails and black hair. Despite her young, childlike appearance, her cultivation base was extremely profound, causing the surrounding space and rays of light to tremble slightly with every breath. She was a cultivator at the gravity emission phase. From how unstable and uncontrollable her aura currently was, she was clearly a newly ascended gravity emission phase cultivator. "Young miss." Aye. The young girl stumbled over her words, clearly afraid of Tang Xingyun's anger. The young girl's form address was noted by Tang Xingyun, who frowned, but she wasn't about to mention it. The young girl wasn't a native of this world realm, but her personal attendant turned envoy in disguise. She had entered due to her unique status, having to pay a rather expensive fee to accomplish it. Her efforts weren't wasted as she made a breakthrough. Tang Xingyun sighed, calmed herself down and gently said, "Speak clearly." Sensing the change of mood, the young girl perked up and slowly explained, "A message was sent over by Grand Priest Zigu, and it stated that the former Holy Sun is currently sealed." Tang Xingyun clenched her armrest. "What do you mean sealed?" She needed clarification. This concerned Lin Ming's second chance. The young girl recalled the details of the message and clarified, "The former Holy Sun's dantian, acupuncture points, and meridians are sealed by an extremely powerful spiritual spell restriction. The Grand Priest is unable to undo it, and all of Lin Ming's own efforts are rendering little to no progress. It was calculated that it'll probably take Lin Ming roughly 73 years to dispel the spell formations with his help." Tang Xingyun felt her heart clench with every additional word spoken. Who could cast such a powerful spiritual spell? Who? The young girl was confused. Tang Xingyun impatience erupted. Who established the spell? Her anger manifested in a shout, a tinge of unexpected rage effused from her normally calm, cold, and imperious eyes. The young girl shrank back. She shivered in fear, nearly kneeling from the sudden explosive shout. As she stammered an answer, it offered no further clarification. Tang Xingyun realized her actions were a little too much. The young girl's sunken head, trembling lips, shaking hands, and quivering knees was more than enough to show her fear. She softly sighed, "Tang Baiyu, I'm not mad at you. Just tell me." The young girl tried to calm herself down as she bit her lips. The Grand Priest's message said it likely had to do with the Holy Sun of the Desolate Lands. That's all he said. With that, she sighed a breath of relief as there was little else that she needed to say at this point. Tang Xingyun frowned for a moment. "You're dismissed." After saying this, the young girl lifted her eyes, bowed in a practiced manner, and left the main hall with an eager step. For a long moment, she remained silent. The one-year agreement was made in hope of Lin Ming's comeback, a feat she felt he could perform, yet this obstruction was a huge hindrance to that possibility. Only after she exhaled a deep breath, showing her resolution, did she say to the empty surroundings, "Can you undo the spell?" As she asked this, her heart was shaking with hope. If the Grand Priest couldn't undo the spiritual spell, then it was highly unlikely that she, a light reflection phase cultivator, could do so. There was no answer from the surroundings. At this period of time, several miles away from the void ship, Bayushi was currently looking at a series of spatial ripples that revealed a silhouette of a figure. The figure was clearly a woman, yet there were no other distinctive traits that could be determined. "Venerable Spirit Walker, I can only request this from your esteemed self." Bayushi had sent her plea towards the Dharma protector of Tang Xingyun, seeking out an avenue to remove the spiritual spell restriction placed on Lin Ming. She had already gone to the Dharma protector of Yanglei, hoping the other might take action out of a grudge against Wei Wuyin, but she was sent away before she could even speak a few words. The other Dharma protectors were hidden in the shadows, with no intent to interfere with anything regarding this training grounds lest it concerned their charges. She had tried to contact one of them, yet they didn't even give her a reply. The one called Venerable Spirit Walker was her last resort. "It's not impossible." The voice that had sent Wei Wuyin away, enforced that one-year agreement, said with a vague implication. Bayushi's eyes brightened, finding hope. "Please instruct me, Venerable Spirit Walker." She bowed in respect, understanding that a request was incoming. The spiritual spell placed on that young man is extremely thorough, quite affixed to his critical areas with vast, powerful spiritual strength. Even those newly ascended would find it difficult to undo, the voice explained up to this point, pausing to allow Bayushi to digest these words. Indeed, Bayushi was fiercely shaken by those words. Even those newly ascended would find it difficult to undo. How strong was this spell? Did Wei Wuyin use a powerful external device to cast it? But she had to find a way to break the spell, or Lin Ming would lose this chance forever. The voice continued after seeing the determined light reflected in Bayushi's eyes, "But I can undo the spell. However, you'll have to ask yourself if this young man is worth it. After all, I've already taken action once, why should I do it again?" Bayushi was startled by her words. Clearly, whatever Venerable Spirit Walker intended to ask in return was not going to be a low price. Her emotional connection to Lin Ming was brief but not shallow. This could clearly be seen as Lin Ming was fully willing to surrender the title of chosen for her, despite it being just an illusion. "I'll do anything," she answered. In the true desolate temple, Wei Wuyin stood at the entrance with a gaze fixed on the horizon. As his silver eyes gleamed with calculative light, a soft voice resounded behind him. "What are you thinking about?" A soft hand touched his shoulders, caressing it until it became a gentle massage. The light bronze skin of that hand was quite delicate. Wei Wuyin knew it was Ai, but his eyes remained fixed on the horizon. "I have to make a trip to the scorched skies. I'm wondering if I can make it in one go." The scorched skies contained the last piece of the puzzle in forming his elemental heart intent, high-level fire intent. Make it. Ai was confused by Wei Wuyin's words. It took her a moment to come to the conclusion that Wei Wuyin was somewhat concerned if it was safe to travel there, being the last territory not under his control. "You shouldn't have any issue traveling there with our power. Me and Sita will protect you. The entire Grey Sands elves are by your side." Wei Wuyin faintly smiled, touching the back of her hand that rested on his shoulder. "Thank you, but that's not what I meant." With a lift of her hand, he smoothly turned around and gave it a quick kiss. "I'll be right back," Wei Wuyin said, using her astral force to float within the air. He turned into the direction of the scorched skies and kicked off in midair. His body vanished, leaving endless spatial ripples in his wake. Ai Yin's mouth went wide. Over 100,000 miles away from the desolate lands, faint ripples in fixed space occurred for a brief moment. These ripples continued to expand from the size of a small coin to a man-sized oval. A figure shot out from this oval. Instantly, he was welcomed by falling gray ash that seared the flesh and a bleak sky that hid the solar star. "I did it." Chapter 512, 508, The New Season Arrives. Chapter 512, 508, The New Season Arrives. The season of regression was coming to an end. The shackles on the worldly mana and ambient energies were coming undone. The suppression of time energies were slowly retracted, the suppression on spatial force was lifted, and the ambient power that devastated the 5 regions were vanishing. There was no happiness in the hearts of those on the continent, not from the Time Lords or Realm Lords who could now utilize their entire strength. Typically, this was a sign that all would feel fearful towards. It was the sign that the season of devils was beginning. This season was renowned for taking large swathes of the population and sending them to their deaths, forced to hide and defend endlessly for 4 entire years, culling away a large number of the population. It was a season of dreadful terror, heartfelt fear, and endless pain. But not anymore. With the holy children born in every region, it changed the laws of this world, even extending the season of regression. This was evidence that the season of devils that would plague the 4 lands unprotected by holy bloodlines had changed. Yet no one knew what these changes would bring about, what new horrors or benefits would be born from this unexpected development. They could only pray to their divinities that this change would only ensure that their lives remained safe and protected. Unfortunately, their divinities seemed to not heed such prayers. Because the development wasn't better, but so much worse. After the world held parties to celebrate their hopeful future, ceremonies worshipping the gods with lavishing praises, the world started to undergo an unexpected change. A terrifying change. A horrifyingly dreadful change. The ambient energies that were no longer bound, vanished. The worldly mana that permeated the world, disappeared. Those realm lords found their worldly domains unable to be manifested. If they struggled to do so, a force from the continent would integrate into their bodies and strip away at their cultivation until nothing was left. Those Time Lords discovered that their time energies couldn't be unleashed lest they suffer a backlash. A few even had the entirety of their time energies refined in their eyes taken away from them, reducing their cultivation base. Any execution of spatial force would be met with a devastating backlash. A realm lord in the noxious seas had forced the issue, exploding as a result. He was dead before regret could be felt. Gravitational forces were unable to be used. The ambient light energies were utterly restrained. All the abilities of the spatial resonance phase were now restricted. Spatial prisons, spatial marks, even spatial shifting. They would dissipate faster than they can form. Soul idols couldn't be manifested, suffering the same consequences as worldly domains. Fear and panic spread as the cultivation bases that gave one a sense of safety, power, and reliability were being stripped away and restricted. The level of horror felt by these cultivators who spent hundreds of years of arduous effort to obtain such strength was unimaginable. Some even thought this was the worst to come, killing themselves out of fear. A few religious zealots sacrificed to the gods, praying for salvation and returning to ancient practices long rendered out of date due to their ineffectiveness. The world started to descend into total chaos. The differentiation of strength became harder to see, with only astral force being a definitive factor. With the absence of ambient light, spatial, and elemental energies, the astral force of cultivators were reaching their purest, unrefined state. When the citizens directed their concerns to the remaining temples, they found the doors closed. The temples had unanimously decided to perform an excursion to the desolate lands, to the only place of hope, the holy son of Octa Elementus. The journey took others from their homes, venturing to the desolate lands to seek answers and safety. But without ambient mana, without energies to replenish their chi and astral force, these men, women, and children were forced to walk the perilous journey on foot. Millions were venturing towards the desolate lands in fear of the upcoming season. A season that they knew little to nothing about. A season they named, the season of emptiness. In true desolate city, two figures sat at their iconic table across from each other, a board game in front of them. Unlike before, however, the board game was not set up and left in an empty state. What's happening to this world realm? Ming Yuling was terrified as she felt her astral force lose its unique qualities. She had tried to manifest her soul idol to no avail. Whenever she tried, a strange, suffocating force enveloped her. The old man was biting into what seemed to be a large-sized submarine sandwich, but the bread had unique markings similar to a turtle shell. The flesh between the bread was ash white with bits of golden scattered around it. It was accompanied by crisp-like blue-colored lettuce. There was a satisfying crunch to his bite. With his mouth full, he shrugged. Ming Yuling's expression darkened. "You know, don't you?" The old man honestly nodded. "Then tell me." The old man shrugged, taking another bite. Ming Yuling wanted to flip this table. The old man was growing more and more insufferable by the moment. But the truth was that she was asking more and more questions that he had no obligation to answer. This was her training ground, after all. He was only meant to protect her and give her advice on her cultivation from time to time, not hold her hand and be her all-knowing senior. She clearly lost sight of this after suffering losses at the hands of Wei Wuyin and Lin Ming. It was like she relegated her mentality from a talented youth in training to a lazy tourist instead. How unfortunate. With a frustrated grunt, Ming Yuling ignored the old man who was indulging himself in some strange meal. This world's changes are far different than the season of devils. That's supposed to test a cultivator's conservation of power and tactical skills. A one versus many scenario. Why the change? And what change is next? She muttered to herself, wanting to know what will happen to this world realm. The old man faintly smiled. I wonder if he figured it out. A silver-eyed, tall, and unfathomably handsome figure emerged in his mind. Knowing him, he probably already knows. After spatial shifting to the scorched skies, Wei Wuyin spent time sensing the ambient power and discovered the intent that was within and found a strange coincidence. It originated from the bleak skies, not the searing ash. When he inspected the ash, he discovered the latent power of scorching ash magma, the apex-level intent. Since he'd already comprehended that intent, he didn't need to delve into it. But it brought out an idea that, perhaps, there were locations that held specific apex-level intent in the four extreme continent. While a late discovery, it was still fascinating to him. The high-level fire intent was called radiant fire intent. It reacted strangely to light energies, using it as fuel in much the same way as oxygen-fueled flames. The smoke it produced blocked out light rays, which was why the scorched skies had bleak skies. The gray clouds weren't clouds, but wads of smoke that was being perpetually fueled by the endless and unmoving solar star. When he pushed away a portion of the clouds, he was blasted by the accumulation of light energies from above the wads of gray smoke. His eyes were instantly scorched into nothing, permanently blinded. Fortunately, his eye of immortality reacted and repaired all damages after a brief moment. The last ability of the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity was the Eye of Immortality, a passive ability that sustained the peak state of his eyes. He had always wondered what it could be used for, and now he knew. Out of the four abilities included, the gaze of a celestial spirit, Eye of Illusion, and Eye of Truth, the Eye of Immortality was the only ability he had no control over, whether it activated or not. He felt almost like a mortal, where he couldn't decide when his healing factor would kick in. After obtaining his last intent, he now had 8 apex-level intents and 1 high-level intent. While it wasn't perfect, he could form his elemental heart intent. He was legitimately ready to establish it, but something happened. Ori had informed him that forming the elemental heart intent was a permanent act. What he established it with would forever be unchanging. It hadn't said anything before because it didn't know, but while they were working in conjunction to merge all 9 into one, it realized this and violently panicked. He hadn't felt like going unconscious for a long time, but when Ori went wild in its panic, he blanked for a moment and lost his mental and physical bearings. It was that intense. He had to hurriedly calm it after regaining himself. After listening to its full explanation, he understood. If elemental origin intent was the instruction manual, then elemental heart intent was the finished product. There was no building it again once completed. When he asked why he couldn't just redo it over, Ori wasn't able to accurately explain, fumbling over its words incoherently. Eden had to intervene. It clarified in a sage-like tone, "You'll understand after." Which offered absolutely no help, causing King and Kratos to tremble with withheld laughter in response. Exasperated, Wei Wuyin trusted Ori and Eden. While they weren't very good at explaining things, ever, these astral souls of his never steered him wrong. After settling that, being somewhat disappointed after hyping himself up and establishing a powerful elemental heart intent, he spatial shifted back to the desolate lands. Then, the changes of the world started to take place shortly after. The first 2 things Wei Wuyin noticed with his celestial eyes were, 1, the aura of origin essence was vanishing. If what the old man said was true, this meant all those who hadn't obtained origin essence from the badges would lose their elemental origin intent. 2, his saber heart intent was thoroughly restrained, but his elemental origin intent was perfectly fine. So this is the final trial for chosen candidates. Chapter 513-509, The Final Trial. Chapter 513-509, The Final Trial. The discovery that elemental origin intent was perfectly unaffected by the severe restrictions permeating throughout the world realm wasn't the only reason why Wei Wuyin determined that the battlefield of the chosen candidates were beginning to take shape. It was what happened after he used his elemental origin intent. When he infused it with his astral force, he could freely use his various abilities without a trace of suppression, such as spatial prison, spatial mark, and spatial shifting. Even Ori's soul idol could be manifested without a single hindrance. Unfortunately, his cultivation base wasn't extremely high, lacking a worldly domain, gravitational forces, and temporal eyes. He couldn't verify if it removed those restrictions. Wei Wuyin had a bitter smile on his face. He knew this world was planning this from the moment all 9 tokens were claimed, likely forcing the chosen candidates to fight each other, and the natives being entirely useless. An issue he had thought was problematic from the very beginning, holy children abusing their backing, was countered by this unique season. It was just unfortunate that Wei Wuyin already claimed 8 out of 9 tokens, eliminating all the other chosen candidates. There was to be no epic battle between chosen candidates. But the rules were already set long before, there was no changing it. As he thought this, he inspected the token and discovered unique inscriptions on its surface. When he read these inscriptions, his eyes widened in surprise. For a long moment, he stared at the token. And then, ha 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 ha. Wei Wuyin erupted in boisterous laughter, finding it outrageously hilarious. He held his stomach, even faint tears were coming out of his eyes. The inscriptions were rules for the upcoming final trial. The rules were extremely simple, in fact. Yet it was the very first 2 rules that sent him into laughter. Challenges can be initiated from any distance. All chosen candidates must challenge at least once every 6 months, and within 3 hours from the initiation of the final trial. All chosen candidates who fail to do so will be randomly selected opponents. This meant Lin Ming didn't have a year to prepare. He had 3 hours from now to challenge him unless he was forced to. The rest of the rules were relatively simple, including something about obtaining points from strange creatures, likely devils. These points would be gathered in the token and can be exchanged for various unique items suitable for cultivation. Originally, there should be 9 contestants. If that was the case, the fighting would be rather intense. Perhaps there would be certain rules to develop rivalries, not just a blanket elimination. As he thought this, he realized that the term chosen candidates were used, not those who were token wielders. There was also language for token wielders in the rules, which signifies there was a difference between the two. Almost immediately, Wei Wuyin came to a realization. The chosen candidates were those who retained their elemental origin intent, not those who obtained the badge. There was likely a possibility that this trial was a little more complex than he originally assumed. But that doesn't matter. He had 8 out of the 9 tokens, this would end rather swiftly. He wasn't the only one who discovered these rules. Tang Xingyun was absent-mindedly observing the inscriptions glowing on her token, revealing the various rules for the final trial. It was a battle and survival trial, meant to test one's mettle and cultivation speed against the other chosen candidates. But there was an issue. She didn't have elemental origin intent. She didn't even have all the 9 elemental intents comprehended. She was a talented fire-attributed cultivator who learned absolute hot fire intent long ago, fulfilling the niche requirement to become a holy child after Wei Wuyin's success. The same went for He Yanglei, who already knew transformative water intent. There was a reason why they were regarded as top-tier geniuses, given this heavenly opportunity to participate in this extreme training ground under the protection of mystic ascendants. Even if she used the origin essence within the badge, it'll accomplish absolutely nothing. She couldn't comprehend the various elemental intent in 3 hours, then merge all 9. Right now, all her cultivation was severely restricted. Feeling lost, she didn't know what to do. A voice emerged from the void, as the mortal man plans, the divine laughs. A soft scoff filled with a hint of dissatisfaction accompanied it. Even she, an illustrious expert beyond the mortal limits, didn't know the exact details of the rules, just that it was entering its final phase of the trial to determine a chosen. All those like her knew this, but seeing these rules, thinking about the effort she expended in breaking the spiritual spell that bound Lin Ming, causing him to suffer a regression of his cultivation base, she truly felt her actions were laughable. Like she was treated like a fool. If it was under normal circumstances, the final trial might be an epic showdown of tit for tat, slowly nurturing a strong will and uncovering talents that even the cultivators themselves might not know. But that's not possible. With Wei Wuyin and Tang Xingyun being the only wielders of the token, and Lin Ming and Wei Wuyin being the only 2 eligible chosen candidates, this was an outrageous development. Furthermore, Tang Xingyun was suppressed because of her lack of elemental origin intent, she was useless. With Lin Ming's current state, he was even more useless. The spiritual spell was affixed to every crucial aspect of his body and cultivation, causing a backlash that sent him into a spiral of severe injuries with every removal. It was like trying to remove leeches, they took a portion of him with it. Tang Xingyun heard this voice and clenched her fist, a wave of anger surged in her heart and exploded. Why? Why is this so unfair? She stomped her foot, causing faint trembling to occur. Unfortunately, her immense power was heavily restrained, so she couldn't do much. She had held out hope that Lin Ming would rise, prove himself to the starfield, and become a chosen. He was talented, he worked extremely hard, but he lost because of a scoundrel using external, self-harming methods. How was this remotely fair? How could this person become the chosen of the True Element sect? Were they blind? He doesn't deserve it. She shouted out her inner thoughts, unable to restrain herself. Those icy eyes of hers were violent and filled with wrath. The voice hidden within the surroundings didn't respond. Right now, Tang Xingyun was far too emotional. Just as she was about to let her have her space, Tang Xingyun started to chuckle. A hint of madness within. I won't let him have his way. I won't. If the True Element sect accepts such an unworthy weasel as a chosen, then I'll use everything I have to destroy it. Even if I have to use Tianyin Wu. Her voice became dark, deep, and filled with hateful frustration. Is he really worth it? The voice quietly said, unsure if that level of reaction was appropriate. I think he is, Venerable Spirit Walker. A voice arrived in the main hall. It belonged to Bayushi, whose eyes were a little dim but very emotional. She had quietly read the rules from afar, also feeling a tightness in her chest. She didn't know why, but she refused to allow Wei Wuyin to become the chosen of the True Element sect, it should be Lin Ming. Tang Xingyun turned towards Bayushi, somewhat shocked by her appearance. Envoy of the True Element sect. she asked, noticing that Bayushi's cultivation base wasn't suppressed by the world realm. She was clearly here to observe the situation, acting as a secondary overseer with special privileges. Bayushi nodded. I agree with you. So let's see what we can do about that. She had already paid a price, and there was no turning back. When she spoke, both of their eyes lit up in unison. While Wei Wuyin was thinking about the rules, he felt a strange feeling unlike anything he'd felt before. Is that the heavenly Daos? He quietly murmured, as a restlessness that resembled the time the temporal reincarnator descended but not quite. It was more active, more distant. It felt as if a surge of vast karmic luck was being used at this very moment, enough to cause him to feel it through his bloodline. But it wasn't his. Sanyongli felt the same feeling, lifting her head as the sky seemed to become a little brighter. The golden light at her glabella once more flickered, changing the contents once more. Chapter 514, 510, Revelation of Pride. Chapter 514, 510, Revelation of Pride. The atmospheric changes were only felt by a few individuals, and it produced different reactions from each of them. While Wei Wuyin gazed to the sky in rumination, and Sanyongli involved herself in the various changes in the Book of Heaven's path, Ming Shufeng, the heavenly seer, was shivering with such intensity it was as if she was within a stormy blizzard completely naked. The chill wasn't icy, nor did her bodily temperature change. It felt more like the feeling of suffocation than freezing. Her ocean blue eyes kept shimmering with bits of chaotic gold light. What's this? She quietly asked herself. The heavenly Daos felt closer than ever before. Sanyongli had her eyes closed, slowly reading the contents of the revised Book of Heaven's path. When she did, her expression slightly changed. Such a thing happens. But why? Could it be it's destined for him to become chosen of the true element sect? When Sanyongli opened her crimson eyes, a trace of hesitation emerged in her heart, which was soon replaced by steel-like determination. I can benefit from this. Karmic luck value, 944.6. Second calamity, suppressed, 4 years. Wei Wuyin stared at his bloodline of sin tattoo for several minutes, unmoving and with furrowed brows. Afterwards, he swiftly rose and left the true desolate temple in an explosive flight. With the Octa Elementus token in hand, he was a raging blitzing comet as he flew. There's only a few individuals that could provoke that level of response from the heavenly Daos, and that degree of karmic luck value usage was definitely massive. The timing of it was too coincidental, and from what I know, this means that heavenly Daos has just taken action to influence a situation. There's a chance it was due to Long Chen, but it's incredibly unlikely. Whatever happened to Lien Yu and Long Chen occurred a while ago, and from what I gathered, Long Chen's karmic luck value was bottoming out like mine's had before, perhaps already being thoroughly exhausted. This is clear from Lien Yu's death. Of course that could be due to changes brought about by the temporal reincarnator's interfering actions, or even my own. I can't know for sure, but if he had such a massive amount of karmic luck remaining, he and those around him would have certainly lived and prospered unless he provoked a calamity so great that even the heavenly Daos could do nothing to halt it. This leaves Lin Ming or the temporal reincarnator. If it's the latter, I can't imagine the amount of karmic luck they had to not only be sent back in time, screwing up the laws of reincarnation, but to instigate such a massive change. Actually, could it be the piece of the heavenly Daos they possess? But that doesn't feel right either. Wei Wuin's thoughts were extremely rapid as he picked up the pace, his astral force urged as he arrived at a certain area in the desolate lands. The gray sand was intermixed with a faint silver sheen that reflected the sunlight. It was extremely faint, but those with acute senses could notice the difference. There's a unique astral-level metal essence vein. He noted the traces of metal essence buried within the gray sand, leading to an underground deposit of a metal ore. He lifted the Octa Elementus token and activated the omni-alloy metal badge, sending a ray of divine light into the sky. After a brief moment, it descended into the gray sand with silver sheen, opening up a gaping hole that led to an underground chamber hidden from the world. The omni-alloy metal cache. This was the location that Lin Ming hadn't claimed yet. He was likely avoiding doing so out of fear of being discovered by Wei Wuyin, then being contested for its contents. Furthermore, as long as Lin Ming held the token, there was no way for others to enter. Well, unless you already entered and knew the specific spell to open it. A design so that later generations of the Holy Bloodline could use it. Now, it belonged to Wei Wuyin. Since it's unlikely Long Chen and shouldn't be the temporal reincarnator, from the specific timing, it has to be Lin Ming. Normally, he shouldn't be a threat, but if I had to guess, whatever the heavenly Daos is influencing, it's bound to eliminate all others from this competition, allowing him to claim the chosen title or something of that nature. Wei Wuyin deduced, his mind logically navigating the possibilities, taking from his experience of his own fortuitous events. He knew that the heavenly Daos influence others mentally, warp certain events in this world, instigating those unlikely occurrences to veer in the blessed favor. If this karmic luck usage was as vast, as heavy as he felt it to be, the possibility that it influenced a group of powerful individuals, maybe even a mystic ascendant, was incredibly likely, if not certain. It might even twist events, veer a specific circumstance heavily in Lin Ming's favor all at once. He didn't have much time, so he acted. With a thought, he entered the omni-alloy metal cache. After several minutes, he left with a faint frown. The cache was lacking. Clearly, someone had taken a portion of it away. The temporal reincarnator? With heavily furrowed brows, he could somewhat understand. With their foreknowledge, they didn't wish to drastically change certain events that they were aware of, so they had only taken a nearly unnoticeable portion. Just enough for them, but not enough for others to delve into it deeper. At least this meant they hadn't touched the Grand Earth Cache. After all, it wasn't missing anything in comparison to here. But the question was, why didn't they? Was it because I became the Holy Son of Grand Earth before they could reach it? Fear? Or did they not know its location and how to unlock it? Maybe one. Maybe all. With this thought, he realized that his actions of disruption and changing his approach had altered certain things, effectively working. I wonder how much of Lin Ming's caches did they take? Or did they touch the absolute hot fire cache or transformative water cache? Regardless of this, the fact that this temporal reincarnator could take a portion of this cache without knowing meant the black skeleton was correct. The temporal reincarnator can plunder a blessed's fortune. If it wasn't for their restraint, who knows if Lin Ming would have come across any caches to improve his cultivation base and foundation. This could have been extremely disastrous to him in the long run, derailing his path of prominence. It could have even led to his death. With his concerns proven real, he felt assured about his earlier actions. With the pressing unknown before him, he shot off and returned to the true desolate temple. He had 3 hours before the challenge was issued, leaving him with roughly 2 hours and 50 minutes. Whatever was bound to happen, will likely happen during that time or during the challenge itself. With the Octa-Elementus token in hand, Wei Wuyin clenched his fist and absorbed all the origin essence within. He didn't wish to leave anything left, even siphoning the apex-level intent aura from within until there was nothing. He didn't know if it'd refresh, but he left a tiny portion of chaotic alchemic power within. If it did refresh, the aura would be refined and tainted, ensuring no one can accurately comprehend it. The chances of me being able to retain my right as a token wielder is extremely, extremely, extremely unlikely. The heavenly Daos may very well push me out of the trial altogether, but I can't leave. Not yet. There was much to be done, and he didn't need this so-called chosen title. To hell with it, his main goal was different. Since the heavenly Daos wanted Lin Ming to have this title, then he can have it. Most might fight to the bitter end, struggle against the heavenly Daos influence, and most owners of the bloodline of sin might do so, unable to throw down their pride due to how unfair it might seem, but Wei Wuyin understood what pride truly meant. It wasn't about fighting to the end to retain some construed sense of dignity, but always being able to triumph against all obstacles with assured success, knowing you're right and believing in yourself. He had acted against He Yanglei, killing him once, because he was certain he could even before a mystic ascendant. That was his pride in himself. The pride that drove him forward to fight against the heavenly Daos, to challenge the calamities of hell, and to see beyond victory. To revel in the challenge, unafraid and unhindered. With a smile of confidence, he felt a tingle in his right arm. The tinge spiked into a sharp pain in his head, causing him to grimace. It was so painful that his senses shut off, unable to see the glowing dark red of the bloodline of sin tattoo. Only after it faded did he regain his senses, inspecting his body thoroughly. What the hell was that? That was the first time he experienced such a pain. When he asked his astral souls, his heart quivered as he realized that they too had felt the pain, closing them off from sensing what happened. This meant the event wasn't physical but soul-based. With a heavy frown, looking at his right arm, While there was nothing different about the arm itself or the tattoos, his instincts, which were rarely ever wrong, felt there was a distinct change. He couldn't help but recall that dirty figure in the myriad-year continent, that man with silver hair and black eyes. He had bit him, transferring the bloodline of sin and forcing him to become an inheritor of sin, spouting off words of unfairness and morality. Why am I thinking about him? Enough with that, let's do this. As I said once before, I won't be passive in my actions in this world realm. Wei Wuyin shot off towards the Zephyr Plains after assuring Ai Yin and Grand Priest Sita of his safety. After informing them of the changes and why these changes were happening, they responded as one might think of two strong women. They went to organize their members and halt the spreading panic. If the final trial continued, there will be creatures showing up soon, so they should make extra preparations. As for coming with Wei Wuyin, they were essentially at the World Sea phase level without their aspects of cultivation, so they stayed. Chapter 5:15, 5:11, Another Way. Chapter 5:15, 5:11, Another Way. While Wei Wuyin was traveling to the Omni-Alloy Metal Cache, in the Zephyr Plains, on the void ship belonging to the Holy Daughter of Absolute Hot Fire, Bai Yushi and Tang Xingyun, the Holy Daughter herself, were in the initial stages of devising their plan. True Element Envoy, what do you mean? What can we do? Tang Xingyun was slowly driven mad with anger at the unfairness of the situation, even directing her fury towards the True Element sect for robbing Lin Ming of his opportunity. If their rules were stricter, there was no way Wei Wuyin could use external, self-harming empowering methods to claim victory. As the envoy of the True Element sect, I have certain privileges. One of which was expulsion from the trial for rule-breaking, another is restraint for seeking to damage this world. I can activate these authorities under certain conditions, and the primary overseer of this world realm will enforce my decision. Bai Yushi explained with a complex glimmer in her eyes. This was directly abusing her authority and position, but it was also not without certain limitations and restrictions. You can. Tang Xingyun was shocked by this discovery. The envoy of the True Element sect, the secondary overseer of this trial, had such abilities. Then, her eyes became faintly aflamed with anger. She shouted in accusation, "Then why haven't you expelled that man? He's clearly broken the rules, both you and I see that, and everyone else sees that." But Bai Yushi didn't panic or suffer a hint of disruption at her accusation, explaining calmly, "I don't have the strength to do so." What? Tang Xingyun was taken aback. Bai Yushi continued, "I'm not the original overseer sent here. That belonged to my senior sister Lin, whose cultivation base has already touched upon mystic intent. To control some of the functions of my envoy token, I need mystic intent and elemental origin intent. I have the latter, not the former. If I did, I could expel that despicable man for his actions. The only way without it is if the primary overseer decided to take action, but that addled-brained spirit is unable to differentiate certain methods, it seems, being easily fooled." Bai Yushi said with a little frustration. Of course, she was clearly unaware of Wang Yutian's previous cultivation or his origins, because if she had known, those words would never have even formed in her thoughts, let alone set out to the world. The only reason Wei Wuyin noticed the difference was his familiarity with sentient lifeforms, such as his astral souls, the original tree of Eden, and his celestial eyes that could peer into the fluctuations of all sorts of energies and essences. That and a little intelligence. When she heard the requirement needed mystic intent, Tang Xingyun's heart quivered. To comprehend mystic intent, an individual needs to reach the star core phase, the 9th stage of the astral core realm, and touch upon the boundary beyond mortal limits. She calmed down after learning that, not blaming Bai Yushi a single bit after. "Then, do you intend to restrain him?" Tang Xingyun asked, unsure of what Bai Yushi wanted. Bai Yushi shook her head, "I can't do that either. Even though I have the authority, I can only do so if the individual threatens the stability and safety of the world realm. Because it'll be judged and given a final verdict by the primary overseer. I can only send him there. It wouldn't accomplish anything, he doesn't have such means." "Then what?" Tang Xingyun was getting impatient. Did Bai Yushi just arrive to inform her that she was useless? Bai Yushi's eyes grew unfathomably calm, hardened like steel, and focused. The atmospheric tension grew thicker. "There's two ways. Not many know of this, but there are hidden rules in this trial that concerns the final outcome. For example, if a chosen candidate forms a worldly domain, they would automatically claim victory over the trial. No further contest needed. What? Tang Xingyun thought that was an absolutely preposterous rule. The basic requirement was to be under the age of 300 years old. One must know that the foundation of a cultivator solidifies at the realm-world phase. The soul idol, spatial resonance, primary light, and gravitational forces all merge together to form a worldly domain. At that time, there's no longer any changes or the possibility of upgrading these aspects of cultivation. As for worldly domain, that was set at creation. There were no alterations unless one gets help from an alchemic saint, an existence that can create mystic rank products that exceed mortal limits, shattering the conceptions and limitations that the astral core realm establishes. But how difficult was it to become an alchemic saint? To even find one willing to help an astral core realm cultivator. How incredibly precious mystic rank products were. Even mystic ascendants would launch Starfield-destroying wars for them, let alone obtaining one at the astral core realm. The reason this rule felt unbelievable to Tang Xingyun was because it was contradictory to the standard rules of a chosen. It promoted excellence, not speed. If she had focused entirely on cultivation, not caring about her foundation, spells, or arts, just intent and cultivation, it wasn't even a question that she could reach the star core phase at 300 years old, especially with her talent. But her strength would be so weak that even Time Lords, perhaps even some outstanding Realm Lords would be able to fight her on even grounds, even kill her. It wasn't worth it at all, far from being worthy as a chosen. Bai Yushi had the exact same reaction when she learned of this after obtaining secondary overseer rights. It went against what it meant to be a chosen. This trial is extremely outdated in terms of standards. To think there would be such a glaring loophole, the feminine voice hidden within the world resounded, clearly belonging to Venerable Spirit Walker. Only then did Tang Xingyun realize this fact. That was right. The chosen concept was brought into fruition by the King of Everlore thousands of years ago, altering the standards of cultivators and creating a goal. According to the records, this world realm's original trial was located in the haven-guarded Everlore starfield that the King of Everlore and the True Element Sex Patriarch originated from. The rubric must have been set then. But this wasn't realistic. Lin Ming's cultivation was damaged, so putting aside jumping 3 phases of cultivation, he was currently ensuring his cultivation base didn't regress and suffer irreparable damage. Then she recalled Bai Yushi's first words. You said 2 ways. What's the second? Bai Yushi frowned, staring into empty space for a moment. Second is having the Venerable Spirit Walker take action, killing him. A silence formed. This was a direct solution. Venerable Spirit Walker's cultivation was so high that she was brought here to ensure the primary overseer didn't overstep his limits and harm Tang Xingyun. If she wanted, she could act and suffer very little consequences as she escaped. But for a mystic ascendant of her level to act, and against a light reflection phase junior for someone she had barely any connection to. Furthermore, for someone unconnected to her to unjustly receive a sacred chosen title that held much reverence and respect in their society. That seems quite despicable, and far beneath her. And it was. No. That was her reply. Bai Yushi seemed to expect this. If she was in Venerable Spirit Walker's position, she would make the same decision. Why don't you do it? Tang Xingyun asked. As the envoy of the True Element sect and secondary overseer, was it impossible for her to use her unrestricted power to kill Wei Wuing? But Bai Yushi shook her head. I'm subjected to certain restrictions too. I can't act against chosen candidates. The primary overseer will intervene, and I could lose my life. My cultivation isn't high enough to ignore it. Tang Xingyun went quiet. Her expression that was currently disguised to look ordinary was twisted, rather ugly. What do you plan to do? Bai Yushi did not tell her all this just so that she could waste her breath. Bai Yushi looked at Tang Xingyun. After a short moment, she slowly kneeled on the ground towards an empty space. I beg you, Venerable Spirit Walker, to transfer my cultivation to Lin Ming using the engorging foundation method. A long moment of silence was followed by a derisively sneering scoff. Chapter 516, 512, Loophole. Chapter 516, 512, Loophole. You want to use an evil method spell. A self-damaging method to amplify the cultivation of another, and temporarily at that. Just so that he'd obtain the chosen title. These words were clearly spoken in derisive amusement, clearly deriding Bai Yushi for her words and actions. Tang Xingyun didn't know what the engorging foundation method was. But she realized the full name was likely the Engorging Foundation Evil Method, a cultivation method that detailed a series of spells and arts that were used by evil cultivators. Those termed evil cultivators were considered as plunderers of others, taking their life force, innate energies, and cultivation foundation for their own uses, such as cultivation or unique arts and spells. Bayushi's voice lacked any hesitation, yes. While it was a hypocritical act to transfer her cultivation base to Lin Ming, considering her own words of scorn and disagreements with how she believed Wei Wuyin obtained his nearing achievement of the chosen title, she didn't care. Lin Ming hadn't chosen to use this method, she did. As for Wei Wuyin, he chose to use those external means, so he was at fault and didn't deserve the chosen title. In her mind, this made sense. Venerable Spiritwalker no longer allowed the contempt and disdain to leak from her voice, even carrying a trace of graveness. Even if you wanted to help him form a worldly domain, you can't. For a male spatial resonance phase cultivator to do so, you need 3 cultivators, one at the light reflection phase, one at the gravity emission phase, and one at the worldly domain phase. And they all need to be untouched, pure virgins. Bayushi went quiet, lifting her head temporarily as she glanced at Tang Xingyun. What? Seeing Bayushi's look, she was confused. I don't even know what this method is, and how will this help Lin Ming? Will it let him reach the Realm Lord level in one go? In 3 hours? She was skeptical, but also hesitant. She realized Bayushi wanted something crucial from her, her hard-earned cultivation base. How could she not have reservations? No, it won't. But the rule states one needs to form a worldly domain, not reach the realm world phase, am I right? Venerable Spiritwalker's voice resounded again, filled with a keen understanding of Bayushi's intentions. The loophole she mentioned wasn't the way to bypass the trial, claiming victory at reaching the Realm Lord level, but that only a worldly domain was mentioned. It was a glaring loophole. Bayushi nodded, yes. The phrasing of it is filled with ignorance of the New Age means and methods, like the Engorging Foundation method. We can temporarily form a false worldly domain for Lin Ming using it, allowing me to give him the right to become chosen. Tang Xingyun thought for a long moment before asking, what about the cultivators used for this evil method? What will happen to them? She didn't want to give up her life, talent, or cultivation base for an evil method. She had her own dreams, goals, and a life as well. If she lost her talent, or her primal yin, forget the former, the latter would certainly lead to her death. As for the former, she would lose her position in the clan, access to rich resources and training grounds like this world realm. She might never reach the mystic ascendant realm. That was something she could never accept. Bayushi took a deep breath, we'll all drop one cultivation phase, forced to recuperate with a variety of resources. As long as we do so willingly, not hold back, we can retain our bodily talents, primal yins, and our cultivation can be restored. So simple. Tang Xingyun couldn't believe that. Of course it's not that simple. An ascended is required to perform the spell. You also need 3 female cultivators with their primal yin intact and their cultivation base varied. Furthermore, they have to be willing to do so, Bayushi explained. Don't forget, their souls will be damaged. Venerable Voidwalker mockingly added. Clearly Bayushi wanted to leave out some details, only saying bodily talents and avoiding future potential. While their meridians won't suffer, their souls will. Soul. Tang Xingyun jumped. The soul was extremely crucial for the mystic ascendant realm. She bit her lower lip, an unwilling light emerged in her eyes. Bayushi didn't panic, she even smiled. If Lin Ming obtains the Elementus cache, the final reserve left behind, we can easily heal all damages to our souls. In fact, we can obtain benefits from it. What? How? Tang Xingyun's skepticism remained healthy. The Elementus cache has 9th-grade alchemical products left behind by the King of Everlore himself. It includes 5 enlightening soul pulse elixirs. I've seen them. With those, we'll gain more than we lose. Trust me. If you don't, ask Venerable Spiritwalker. Bayushi smiled, as if fully confident that Venerable Spiritwalker would agree. And she did before Tang Xingyun could ask. If there are 5, you're right. Still, that boy will have to give it to you. However, if you want my help, the price isn't small. They continued to discuss, their exchange leading to an eventual decision. In exchange for 80% of the Elementus cash and a unique mystic-grade material from the Tang clan's vault, Venerable Spiritwalker agreed to perform the spell. Bayushi's cultivation base was revealed, being at the 7th stage of the astral core realm, the realm world phase, taking the responsibility as one of the virgin girls used for the spell. Tang Xingyun eventually agreed, wanting to take 10% of the Elementus cash, including 3 enlightening soul pulse elixirs. 1 for her, and 1 for her newly ascended attendant at the gravity emission phase. Bayushi didn't have any requests. She just wanted to perform the deed, believing that Lin Ming deserved this title. Not only did senior sister Lin have high hopes for him, but she'd taken a liking to Lin Ming's strong personality and fierce will. After she learned that Lin Ming had surrendered due to an illusion in which he surrendered to her, she already felt her heart warm to an unimaginable level. Lin Ming was willing to surrender his chance at being chosen for her. While it was a despicable illusion, it revealed his truest feelings. And she never imagined a man would ever do anything like that for her, ever. The most greatest and dangerous thing in this world was a woman in love, willing to do anything for those she loved. Due to the unique suppression, Wei Wuyin had to travel by air to the Zephyr Plains. While he could shatter the shackles, unfettered by the worldly restrictions, he didn't want to risk spatial shifting in this world. He kept having a bad feeling towards it. Perhaps it was towards spatial shifting, or perhaps it was towards arriving too fast, but his instincts told him to take it in a steady pace. So he flew. It wasn't the heavenly das. He would have felt that. And there was nothing in regards to the movement of worldly trend, so it wasn't that. It was that gnawing feeling he'd had many times before. As if rushing would ruin his plans. He thought about a few things, considered his intentions and goals, and felt reassured once more. He brought out the Octa Elementus token, looking at it in his palm. Becoming a chosen might have sent me to a greater world, but it's enough to sacrifice it for my goals. There are always avenues to explore, as long as I have life in my body and thoughts in my head. Chosen. For such a pathetic sect. Who cares? Who needs them? Kratos angrily spat, enraged for its own reasons. Wei Wuyin recalled the Auric Sea, those roars of pain and suffering, and didn't reply. Kratos' emotional response was fully warranted. I don't like this sect. I don't like it at all, Ori said. Despite the true element sect representing her power base, it still felt it to be unlikable, especially knowing what she knew. Even if you wanted to join, we wouldn't accept it. Eden added with a calm, matter-of-fact tone. TCH. King clearly agreed. It was as if it said, they all deserve my edge and then some. Wei Wuyin wryly smiled. The prospect of venturing into another sect, beyond this world into a greater boundary, was one of the few available ways for him to overcome his most dangerous obstacle, the calamities of hell. To reach his greatest goal, the realm of sages. But they were right. They were absolutely right. He knew in his heart that he could never genuinely join a sect willing to make something like the Auric Sea, to treat any species with such viciousness. After thinking about it, there was no longer any hesitation or regret in his heart. This was something he had to do. It took an hour before his full flight speed made its way back to the Zephyr Plains borders. When he arrived, he felt the raging and vast energy erupting in the distance. It originated from the Sky Zephyr Temple. Chapter 517, 513, I've come to bargain. Chapter 517, 513, I've come to bargain. Is this the source or product of Lin Ming's karmic luck? Wei Wuyin halted his flight, hovering at the border of the Zephyr Plains. He sensed the vast, raging, and vigorous energies gush chaotically from the Sky Zephyr Temple. The energies were infused with strange light, twisting gravitational forces, and a strange worldly power. All of this power seemed to originate from the Sky Zephyr Temple, not from the external world. What is this? Worldly domain. Wei Wuyin frowned in contemplation, considering the possibilities. However, ignorant of the greater rules in the trial, Wei Wuyin was unable to figure out the objective for this phenomenon. While intelligent, information and good instincts were still required to determine a logical conclusion. The only conclusion he could come across was the broad effects. This will ensure Lin Ming's acquisition of the chosen title. He didn't believe Lin Ming could strengthen himself in this short period of time to fight him on equal footing, even if he was granted a worldly domain or infused external cultivation. With less than 2 hours left, any effort would be unstable and unreliable. A frontal clash wasn't likely the intention of the heavenly dais. There was too much variability in it. After taking a short breath, he pressed his palm against his chest. A surge of explosive power erupted. With a boom, Wei Wuyan's body shook, his flesh rippled, and his bones crackled. There were tears in his skin, even the blood vessels in his eyes had become strained, one of which exploded in his left eye. Even with that red pond in an ocean of white, Wei Wuyan wasn't satisfied. He clenched his fingers, sending a more explosive burst of power into his body. His body bent over, his lips quivering as gray blood sprayed out of his lips. With his internal organs damaged to nearly falling into an absolute state of disarray, threatening to shut down, he moved his hand and pressed a finger to his glabella. With a sharp, piercing sound, the silver eyes of his dimmed until it became dull gray. A severe result of damage to his sea of consciousness was reflected, even his thoughts were slower and unstable. With a deep breath, he pressed his index finger into core points of his meridians, causing them to crack and a few directly ruptured. His pores leaked out colorful blood, clearly containing his innate energies mixed with his gray blood. His hair became disheveled, but he fixed it. I've damaged my fleshy body, my sea of consciousness, and meridians. This should be enough. With a faint smile, he was now satisfied. Wait. 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 Ori's voice shouted out, causing Wei Wuyan to halt his movements. King followed up hastily, seemingly a little panicked. TCH. That sound was clearly directed towards Ori, telling it to be silent. But when has Ori ever been a silent mouth? Us next. Us next. Us next. Ori excitedly shouted, as if invigorated by the possibility of self-harm. King didn't say anything, but Wei Wuyan could clearly feel the surge of dissatisfaction emitting from it. Thorough, Eden added. Wei Wuyan unhesitatingly nodded, placing his hand on his dantian as he pressed. A silent, but shattering explosion erupted. The 2 astral cores within his dantian suffered devastating cracks, bits and pieces even fell off into the bottom of his dantian. Their sizes dropped by a few centimeters. Wei Wuyan didn't react to this damage, but blood leaked out of his mouth like a faucet. He had to close his mouth, yet it continued to accumulate without end. He just swallowed it. Those dim gray eyes of his had lowered his response to pain, but even still, he wouldn't have even grunted a single bit. Why yeah. Ori's voice became weakened. It was dealt a disastrous blow, yet it was still exuding a hint of excitement within its voice. Its optimism was unending. TCH. King wanted to curse, but it couldn't even form the correct tone for it. If it was measuring fragility of astral cores, it was the weakest of the 4, and its form had the least amount of protection. Ori, this divine elemental astral soul, was infused with endless elemental power, but all his saber power was honed, focused onto its edge, so it held little to no external protection. Its greatest protective means was also its greatest power, its edge. With a damaged body, both external and internal, Wei Wuyan urged his astral force infused with elemental origin intent, overcoming the external suppression in a blatant fashion. With a slow step, he turned into a comet of white after a brief delay. In the Sky Zephyr Temple, there were 3 girls surrounding a single male figure. His eyes were shut, his body positioned in the lotus position, and his aura was slowly flaring as streams of power were being sent into his orifices in a colorful display. Around him were 3 layers of perfect circle outlines that seemed to ripple away, each circle larger than the last. The lines of each circle weren't drawn by white chalk or paint, but strange runic symbols that were extremely lively, releasing spirituality that cultivators within the mortal limits had never seen or could see before. They were tiny, with millions of runic markings in the first circle, tens of millions in the second, and billions in the third. At the edge of each circle, a female was seated directly facing the male figure. The other females faced the back of the other female, leading to a straight line of people. Tang Xingyun was at the first circle, her body wrapped around floating runic symbols that seemed to extract her light energies, funneling them into Lin Ming after a small period of precise and exquisite refinement. Her face was pale, yet her eyes were extremely calm as her primary light source was being drawn out, refined, and given to Lin Ming. Within her clear eyes, she revealed extreme determination, not resisting the extracting power even a little. Despite the extraction of her primary light source, This could be regained through some special elixirs and pills, alongside a few special materials. It wouldn't harm her foundation. The only issue was the traces of soul energies that were following it. The pain she felt from this was unimaginable, like being slowly picked apart by vicious, sharp-beaked crows. She could only watch as they were carried out, infused into Lin Ming. If Lin Ming was going to generate a worldly domain, he needed complete control over its composited powers, such as the spatial energies, primary light energies, gravitation forces, and spiritual energies. Since he was obtaining the light energies from her, he also needed bits of her soul to control it perfectly lest it rebelled, forcing his body to expel it. While her eyes were calm, her expression displayed an utmost determination, yet her white teeth grinded against each other without restraint. She would have to perform dental repairs after this. Grand Priest Zigu was also present, just watching over the process. While Venerable Spiritwalker was performing the spell personally, he was there in case of an emergency. As for what emergency and what for, he didn't dare ask. From how exquisite this formation was, exceeding his own understanding, it was highly likely Lin Ming will soon become the Holy Son after his depressing loss. Just as he tried to gleam into the extraordinary process and formation, he received a spiritual transmission. His eyes flitted with the light of disbelieving surprise, turning to Bai Yushi who was mentally preparing for her turn. Divine Envoy, I've just received word that the Holy Son of Octa Elementis has arrived outside the temple. He spoke verbally, not daring to transmit his spiritual sense over for fear of disrupting the formation. What? Bai Yushi's expression drastically changed, reflecting her endless surprise. She even felt that she had misheard the Grand Priest. Tang Xingyun was similarly shocked, but unable to speak as light energies flowed out ceaselessly from his mouth. Why was Wei Wuyin back? To challenge? Her heart raced with trepidation. Unlike Tang Xingyun, Bai Yushi dismissed this possibility instantly. Wei Wuyin could challenge anyone from anywhere. Why would he arrive personally? But even if he challenged anywhere, the challenge would still have 3 hours of time to prepare or regulate their cultivation base to its peak state, so there was no issue with this. Before that time limit was reached, they would have succeeded and this trial would conclude. She frowningly asked, why is he here? Grand Priest Zigu nodded, closing his eyes as he sent transmissions out for further information. After a few seconds, his eyes opened and he had an oddly strange light within them. Witnessing this reaction, Bai Yushi and Tang Xingyun were anxious. At this moment, Venerable Spiritwalker was fully focused on this task. There would be no chance to halt it. Wei Wuyin should be the only eligible chosen candidate, still in full control of his various powers. If he launched an attack, they would definitely be unable to stop him. Of course, if Wei Wuyin did interrupt them, they might suffer, but perhaps Venerable Spiritwalker's rage would erupt, eliminating Wei Wuyin on impulse. This would solve their issue. In fact, Bai Yushi hoped for it. The pain of soul extraction, no matter how slow or little, was utterly horrifying to experience, and even she didn't have full confidence in its recovery. While she was fairly confident, she wasn't completely. But Grand Priest Zigu's words shook from out of their thoughts, sending them into a disarray of thoughts and surprise. He's come to talk to the Holy Son, from what was mentioned from those observing him, he's suffering horribly from a backlash. His body, mind, and cultivation has severely weakened. Backlash. Tang Xingyun thought and Bai Yushi shouted out loud. They were all under this assumption that Wei Wuyin had used a self-damaging method, increasing his astral cores, size and spiritual strength. Still, they weren't fully committed to the idea. While they spouted it out recklessly, they still held the faintest possibility in their hearts and minds that Wei Wuyin was just a terrifyingly heaven-defying existence. But alas, he was not. Bai Yushi's eyes brightened. He felt a desire to cancel the spell formation, moving to have Lin Ming challenge Wei Wuyin, claiming victory. Just as her words were about to escape her lips, Tang Xingyun grunted out a sound and shook her head viciously. She was currently unable to speak or move, but her actions caused Bai Yushi to think. What if he's faking it? Bai Yushi questioningly said, realizing the issue. It led Tang Xingyun to grunt with an approving sound. If Wei Wuyin was faking, they sent a challenge out, then they'd fall directly into his trap. What if his cultivation base was still intact? If the self-harming method was still active? Unable to determine this, Bai Yushi went silent. It was best for Lin Ming to obtain the chosen candidate's automatic victory condition. With a soft exhale, she ignored this. But a voice spoke from the surroundings. I just inspected him. His cultivation foundation has fractured, his meridians are damaged nearly beyond repair, and his sea of consciousness is heavily shaken. A quick sweep of her sensory prowess, and Venerable Spiritwalker was capable of seeing the result. It was also a result of his own strength, so it was consistent with a backlash. It was a little fortunate for Wei Wuyin that her focus was thoroughly attached to the spell formation, not sparing a single thought outside of it. It was only because of her curiosity that she swept her senses outward, verifying his condition. Bai Yushi's eyes lit up with an unprecedented brightness. It was so bright, so radiant, that it seemed to eclipse the shine of lunar satellites. This alongside her natural beauty highlighted an irresistible charm to the opposite and same sex. We can't stop the formation once it begins, however. If we do, Lin Ming will suffer a backlash so horrible that his cultivation might as well be completely abolished, along with every morsel of his bodily and comprehensive talent. Venerable Spiritwalker's voice resounded once more, explaining the situation. This was the consequences of an evil method, there was no retreat when started. Bai Yushi and Tang Xingyun's eyes dulled simultaneously. This was their decision, and it was one they couldn't retreat from. Venerable Spiritwalker carelessly added, this procedure also isn't a 100% success rate. At most, it's roughly 30%. That's with me helping. Within her voice was a little begrudging tone, suffusing a hint of anger. This evil method might be fantastical, but the issue was these women, not her. Specifically, it was the newly ascended gravity emission phase attendant. Her cultivation base was terribly unstable, as if she had rushed her breakthrough and fractured her foundation alongside it. If she was stable, the chances would exceed 70% with her at the helm. If these girls' entire souls and forces could be wildly extracted for Lin Ming's usage, it would be 100%. After all, it was an evil method, not a method designed for joint effort. It was designed to plunder everything. It's not certain. Bai Yushi's heart quaked. With a faint sigh, Venerable Spiritwalker said, bring him in. See why he's here. You can decide then. With Wei Wuyin's current state, he wasn't much of a threat nor could he disrupt such an exquisite formation that she controlled. Bai Yushi realized what Venerable Spiritwalker meant, so she nodded. Bring him in. The voice of Venerable Spiritwalker wasn't heard by anyone but Tang Xingyun and Bai Yushi, the only two that knew of her existence. Even Lin Ming was unaware of her presence. Grand Priest Zigu was shocked for a moment. What could the divine envoy be thinking? What if Wei Wuyin decided to shatter the formation or was faking his injuries? But despite his doubts, he unhesitatingly sent the order. After a few minutes, two figures arrived at the entrance to the main hall. Wei Wuyin walked in. Fresh gray blood leaking from his mouth from time to time, being wiped off by his thoroughly stained right hand. His normally silver eyes were dull gray, and his skin was dry and cracking. The damage was extensive. Bai Yushi and Tang Xingyun both released an exclamation of surprise. Their thoughts were unified, such a terrifying backlash. If they knew this would happen, this entire procedure would be useless. Wei Wuyin's eyes glanced at the spell formation and Lin Ming, who had his eyes closed, was absorbing the primary light energies expelled from Tang Xingyun. He seemed like a gluttonous child, devouring quietly yet endlessly. While his celestial eyes were weakened, he could see the traces of soul energy flowing as well. This energy was invisible on most spectrums of sensory perception, to the point that other astral core realm cultivators still couldn't sense their souls outside of that first time they formed their spirit of cultivation. As he swept his gaze, he recognized two girls. The first was the holy daughter and the next was the mysterious woman he had pretended to be the holy daughter in the illusion that caused Lin Ming to surrender. Why is it that it's always women that benefit male blessed in expressions of karmic luck? Is it a gender thing? Is it the exact opposite for female blessed? His thoughts wandered for a moment, before he was shaken by a cold voice. What do you want? Bai Yushi's voice sounded out, truly the example of coldness. Wei Wuyin turned to her, then looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming, I've come to bargain. Splash. Just as those words were spoken out, Wei Wuyin coughed out a bucket of blood, his legs trembled as his body bent slightly. He hacked out more gray blood from his throat, splashing the floor, and his dull gray eyes became even duller. Chapter 518, 514, Discussing in a Play. Chapter 518, 514, Discussing in a Play. The young female attendant started, aghast at Wei Wuyan's abrupt and bloody display. It was just her, but Tang Xingyun and Bai Yuxi were thunderstruck by Wei Wuyan's expulsion of blood and violent coughs. They both had the same thought: he's really injured. Their minds had always been honed into this belief that Wei Wuyan's astounding powers had been attributed to a self-harming method, so witnessing the consequences of this only reinforced that thought. It furthered their belief that Lin Ming was the right choice, and Bai Yuxi's hidden guilt of helping a particular candidate, likely going against her faction, had dissipated into air. Wei Wuyan stopped his body short of a full-on kneel, hoisting himself up seemingly out of sheer willpower as his knees trembled. It took a long moment before he regained himself, coughing once more as if to remove the congested blood and relieve some pressure in his lungs. With a pale expression, he lifted his eyes and observed Lin Ming. At this moment, Lin Ming was aware of all the events occurring before him. He had held great animosity towards Wei Wuyan, desiring to kill him, so when he observed his wretched state with his spiritual sense, he felt schadenfreude. It felt as if the heavens were fair, dishing out consequences to those who sought quick benefits. It reinforced his heart of cultivation, firming his will to take step by step with no shortcuts for power. Is he alive? Wei Wuyan asked, putting on a confused expression as he observed Lin Ming's stationary body. He was currently being sent primary light energies, but the formation isolated his life signs and aura. While Wei Wuyan could see the traces of life with his celestial eyes, they were currently affected by his injuries. Bai Yuxi scoffed, not even deigning to answer Wei Wuyan. She regained herself and realized the situation. You came alone. This discovery caused her to have some thoughts. Wei Wuyan warily smiled, having already considered this point. He calmly answered between light coughs, even though I'm injured, I have my means. If I wanted, I could use it again, even if the cost is a little higher than before. And in this environment, no one is my match. When he spoke, there was a wisp of boundless confidence within his tone. Bai Yuxi frowned. She knew what it meant, the self-harming method that would amplify his strength. As for the environment, the current season of emptiness was a result of a chosen candidate battlefield, meant for chosen candidates, wielders of the elemental origin intent, to battle it out without the interference of external powers. Even Time Lords were just empowered World C phase cultivators now. Considering this, her ill-intended thoughts dissipated. She couldn't act and neither would Venerable Spirit Walker, so Wei Wuyan still held an invincible condition until Lin Ming regained his strength, establishing a false worldly domain by unorthodox methods. But at that point, Lin Ming would fulfill the condition to be crowned chosen. But when she recalled the words of Venerable Spirit Walker, that 30% chance, her heart became gripped with hesitation. What if it fails? If Wei Wuyan used that method again, while he might suffer, he'd still obtain the chosen title. If that happened, while he'd suffer unimaginable consequences, Lin Ming would lose his only qualification to enter the sect with a highly regarded status. If he entered normally, the climb would be merciless, and his future might be impeded by others. She was well aware of the sect's internal struggles and difficulties. After a brief moment of silence, she asked, "You came to bargain." What bargain? Since Wei Wuyan was here, she was willing to hear him out. Just at this moment, the energies expelling from Tang Xingyun dwindled in quantity. The change was accompanied by whirling sounds. Everyone focused their gazes on Tang Xingyun and watched as her body went limp, her forehead covered in sweat, and her fingers trembling from time to time. With those short, heavy, and clearly exhausted breaths, she laid there for a long while. If it wasn't for the heaving of her chest, others might consider her a recently deceased corpse from how she flopped on the ground. Lin Ming absorbed the last bits of her primary light energies mixed alongside bits of her soul. Those energies gave him faint qualities as a light reflection phase cultivator despite his cultivation being at the spatial resonance phase. This made determining his cultivation base extremely difficult. After that, his gray eyes released radiant white light. Clearly, Tang Xingyun's primary light was of the white level, at the highest standard that could be regarded the same as a 9-ringed soul idol and 9-ripple spatial resonance. Her foundation was impeccable. With a sharp inhale, Lin Ming absorbed the lingering light energies in the air. With a sharp exhale, a burst of power sent everyone's clothes flapping flurry. It was as if they were facing a raging storm. Is this what they're trying to do? Wei Wuyin inspected the formation, glanced at each individual's position, and seemed to think of something. This wasn't a simple recovery formation, but it was reminiscent of highly evolved evil methods. After the briefest of moments, despite his sea of consciousness suffering damage, he didn't halt his fear and surprise that showed on his face in a vivid and apparent manner. What the hell is that? How is his cultivation rising? What's happening? Wei Wuyin fumbled over his words, fear lingering within every strained breath, between every stuffy cough. His actions resulted in a sneer from Bai Yushi. Lin Ming faint smiled, feeling the immense power circulating through his body. He turned to Tang Xingyun, a delicately soft and gentle gaze revealed itself. Those emotions were deep and simple. Thank you, he said. Tang Xingyun struggled to lift herself, nodding with a smile. If she wasn't concealed behind the guise of an ordinary-looking girl, perhaps the very heavens might be bewitched by such a genuine smile accompanied by outstanding beauty. Lin Ming wanted to help her up, but couldn't move. So he turned his gaze towards Wei Wuyin, knowing they had a few minutes of prep time before the attendant's turn began. You've used despicable methods for power, and even disgusting illusions that play upon people's emotions to achieve your desire. Why? Do you think I'll ever agree to bargaining with you? With his renewed sense of strength, he was exuding boundless confidence and regained his normally heroic demeanor. Wei Wuyin coughed a few times, looking at Lin Ming. I'll be direct. Even if you became a genuine realm lord today, you won't win against me if I bet it all. Unless you're willing to die as well. When he said those words, the fear went away, once more revealing a look of absolute confidence, the demeanor that the Starfield was familiar with, the disposition of the Ascendant Emperor of Neo Dawn. Lin Ming frowned. He felt confident in himself, but he knew there were some issues he hadn't noticed before. Firstly, Wei Wuyin never used those 9 white dragons despite them entering the battle platform unhindered. This meant, while using that method of his, he could use those terrifying dragons that could exude world pressure. In a way, he had 7 realm lords at his disposal. There's no way these few hours would be enough to gain enough power to face such a devastating lineup. What do you want? Lin Ming spat. He was clearly dissatisfied, but he understood the reality of the situation. Bai Yushi took a back seat to the conversion, allowing Lin Ming to speak. Wei Wuyin nodded. He withdrew the Octa Elementus token. Even if I become a chosen of this sect, my current condition isn't suitable for it. I can imagine the competition will certainly be fierce, and I'm more renowned as an alchemist than a fighter, as you well know. Lin Ming nodded. Wei Wuyin was known as the Ascendant Emperor of Neo Dawn, an outstanding talent in alchemy. It was incredibly unfortunate that he lacked an alchemic astral soul. Despite beating the noble princess of Everlore, he had barely any chance of exceeding her after a few dozen years. This was what his senior sister Lin had informed him. Unless Wei Wuyin ascended, entering into the mystic ascendant realm, his alchemic energies will never be on par with the princess of Everlore's alchemic astral soul at the astral core realm. The difference between them will only widen with time, and talent in concoction wasn't capable of carrying one very far for too long in the alchemic Tao. Wei Wuyin continued, ignoring Lin Ming's thoughts, I didn't want to suffer such intense damage from my own actions. I'll need decades, if not a century, to recover even with products. But what I'm concerned about is my mind and bodily condition's rate of deterioration. I might not live for a decade if it isn't solved. Even if I did, I'll essentially be considered a cripple in my current state. So I'm hoping the final cache has an item or material or product that could help me in my goal. Fighting you will only act against my interests, forcing me to use it. As his words flowed, everyone's ears perked. Even Lin Ming felt various emotions at the honest reveal, but seeing his state, sensing it, it truly was horrible. Even his astral core seemed to have stability issues, crumbling with each passing second. What type of method did he use? Wei Wuyin sighed, a hint of defeat within. If I used it again, and its cost is just a little bit higher, I don't know if. While he spoke, he made sure to inspect and carefully say every word. He ensured there weren't any lies, and the vagueness was sufficient to pass as truth. He was aware that the guardian who acted before was present. He can't be caught in a lie. All that was left was for the bait to be taken. So the token for a chance at life. Chapter 519, 515, Agreement. Chapter 519, 515, Agreement. So the token for a chance at life. Bai Yushi, who kept thinking about the chances of failure, realized this was an ideal situation. Her eyes brightened as she said with leaking excitement. Wei Wuyin gave her a glance, coughing a little heavier. His physical state seemed to be in a decline, with the coughs becoming more frequent, heavier than each such cough before. Yes. Lin Ming relaxed a little. Actions have consequences. Only fools use such self-harming means for temporary gains. As an alchemist, you should know better. But how could such words be said? Wei Wuyin swiftly retorted, a hint of anger within his eyes. If it wasn't for that woman that stopped me, would we be having this talk? No. I would have been the final victor of this trial, the entire final cash would be mine, and this state I'm in wouldn't have happened. Do you truly not realize this? Are you really a delusional idiot? The anger was as genuine as humanly possible. He truly considered Lin Ming a delusional idiot, and the chosen title might even be wasted on him. But that mystic ascendant protector had interfered, arbitrarily enforcing this one-year bullshit agreement. And then the heavenly Daos was influencing the situation. It was quite unfair, but the heavens was never fair. If they were, would the first sinner and his bloodline exist? Lin Ming's eyes flared with awkward anger. It's not like he could rebuke Wei Wuyin. In a way, he was right. He had thought Bai Yushi had taken action, and that she was the woman referred to, but the fact remained, someone repelled Wei Wuyin away before he could grasp the last token, severing his goal and ruining his sacrifice. Clearing her throat, Bai Yushi said, "What exactly do you want? What are you trying to bargain for?" Now that the matter had reached this point, they should see it through. Wei Wuyin sighed, giving Bai Yushi a long look. One item. I want to pick out a single item from the final cash given to the chosen. I want the first pick, and just one item. That's all. I'll surrender this token the moment the agreement is reached. Bai Yushi frowned, ith. But Wei Wuyin interrupted, no negotiations on the price. I don't have the time or patience for a back and forth. I've given my bottom line right from the beginning, not asking for something outrageous and hoping to hold out for something better in negotiations. His earnest and honest reply left them speechless, unable to immediately react. In truth, that seemed pretty bottom line. A single item, first pick. The final cache likely has hundreds of times as many materials and resources than the other caches, yet he asked for just one. How could they negotiate? Tell him he gets none. That he has to get the last pick. The former was ridiculous and the latter was outrageous. You'll give the token for one item. I'm assuming you know what that item is. Lin Ming said with a suspicious stare. What if that item was a way to become chosen or obtain control of the entire formations in the continent? He didn't wish to be fooled. Wei Wuyin heavily sighed with mental exhaustion. I'll be specific, I want an item that will help restore my bodily and mental condition, a product or resource. I won't pick a command token or anything like that. I can swear an oath to that. Bai Yushi opened her mouth, but after Wei Wuyin said those last words, it was hard to find an issue with it. She was willing to agree, especially with the 30% chance lingering in her heart. But Lin Ming was a little more cautious, and what if you decide to take action after we've entered the cache? Wei Wuyin glanced at Lin Ming like he was an idiot. You just state problems. Why not force some solutions? For example, ask me to swear an oath of peace as well. Or better yet, think a little more, in my current state, wouldn't I have to use it to fight you? Why not just obtain the entire cache if I was willing to pay that price in a fight? Lin Ming didn't like the condescending tone in Wei Wuin's voice, but even he felt he was being too cautious and not thorough. It was just that there was a nagging feeling that Wei Wuin wanted more. He didn't know why, but his instincts prodded at him without end. But if this spell worked, then he'd claim the token regardless of this bargain or Wei Wuin's unwillingness. So he could wait until after it was done, and if it worked, then all of this was irrelevant. Fine, I'll establish the oaths after I'm finished recovering. No. Wei Wuin flatly declined. How could he not? He knew whatever this was had been a product of the heavenly Daos interference, designed to give Lin Ming the chosen title. How? He didn't know, but he sure as hell wasn't waiting to find out. We do it now or never. If we don't, then I will swear an oath that I'll never surrender even in death. To obtain this token, you better be ready to die, because I'll have nothing left to lose. With those firm words, Lin Ming, Tang Xingyun, and Bai Yushi frowned. If this didn't work, then with that method of his, they might have to legitimately risk their lives. Bai Yushi's heart didn't want to lose this absolute certainty over that 30%. She sent her thoughts to Lin Ming via spiritual transmission, explaining the chances of success in her opinion. If they agree, they lose one item but obtain the token. If they didn't, and it failed, they would face Wei Wuyin in this season of emptiness. She couldn't act, Venerable Spirit Walker deigned to act, and Lin Ming might not be enough. As for Tang Xingyun, her soul was suffering. She was even more useless than before. After a long silence and numerous spiritual transmissions, Lin Ming sighed. I agree. Chapter 520, 516, Unjust Death. Chapter 520, 516, Unjust Death. The entire process went incredibly smooth, to the point it felt surreal. Wei Wuyin and Lin Ming swore respective oaths upon their spirits of cultivation, establishing an agreement to deliver the token to Lin Ming, forfeiting his right as a token wielder and receiving first pick of the final cash. To accomplish this deal, it was further established that Wei Wuyin would accompany them to the final cash. During which, neither party could act against the other unless the other party acted first. Of course, this meant they would suffer the consequences for breaking the oath, but who knew what would happen? It was best to establish firm rules in one's oath in case of a special situation. Wei Wuyin was finally amazed by Lin Ming's intelligence, digging himself a way out of an oath. His earlier questions might be attributed to the suddenness of his proposal. After all, if Wei Wuyin consumed the 8th grade, high-tier spirit cleansing elixir, the same used to break Tua Bihan's spirit oath, then Lin Ming would be forced to stand there and take a beating. The foresight was impressive. After all the matters were settled, leaving no glaring loopholes, Wei Wuyin was asked to leave. They didn't wish for him to disturb the process or benefit from it. For a split second, Wei Wuyin was tempted to see if he could interfere with this formation, but thinking about how the controller of this formation was clearly absent from the scene, he could make the assumption that it was handled by the mystic ascendant that protected Tang Xingyun. He didn't wish to dance on the edge of a deadly knife again, so he left the Sky Zephyr Temple without any argument after forfeiting his right as a token wielder to Lin Ming. Within the temple, the spell formation for the engorging foundation method, the world transference spell, was resumed after a brief period of preparations. The attendant of Tang Xingyun was extremely nervous, feeling uncertain after being pushed to do this. Her name was Xiaoyin, without a surname. With her anxious expression and twiddling fingers, she seemed like a nervous young girl. There would be very few who would believe that this young girl was an outstanding talent, reaching the gravity emission phase, the 6th stage of the astral core realm, before the age of 300. Her youthful appearance was attributed to her unique yin-based cultivation method that invigorated her longevity, keeping her skin young and her body's rate of progression slow. With her stunted growth, she came off as a 14 or 15-year-old little girl with black pigtails and rosy cheeks. When it was her turn, she had to brace herself, however. After all, she was the attendant to Tang Xingyun, and that was a better way to say maidservant assigned to attend her every need, act as a meat shield if necessary, and follow her orders to the T. The circle she sat on started to glow, and the runic characters that were lively and flourishing beneath her started to manifest into the world, encircling her. She had to clench her fist and bite her lips to not instinctively resist as she felt the danger from those runes. They flew to her, attaching to her petite body like tattoos. Before long, her entire body was littered with them. They swam within her skin as if she was a body of water, glowing from time to time brighter than before. She felt her meridians, dantian, and sea of consciousness suffer a strange pressure, like a finger pressing against one's temple. This isn't so bad. Her thoughts were a little placated. Unfortunately, she was a little too quick to assume that was the beginning. Shush! A chaotic air erupted from her body, causing her clothes to flutter about as if in a storm. She felt her gravitational forces that had been absorbed into her astral soul be slowly dragged out, pulled with immense force that felt as if someone was yanking out her inner intestines. Ah! She was unlike Tang Xingyun, screaming her lungs out at the soul-tearing pain she had to endure. Her voice only got louder by the second, and even tears started to flow endlessly down her face. She wanted it to stop. Stop. Please. Stop. She desperately begged in the loudest voice imaginable, pleading to everyone and all that was holy for this pain to cease. Those clear tears became blood-red, glimmering with traces of silvery gleam. These were the Yin energies infused in her blood, condensed and refined. It allowed her body to retain her petite and youthful state. Ah! She kept screaming. And screaming. And screaming. For 3 minutes, she didn't stop even after her voice became hoarse, her mouth dry, and her face drenched in a shade of glaring crimson. She had even tried to resist the extraction power, but an ascended was operating the formation. She couldn't resist. Her gravitational forces were extracted mercilessly, funneled into Lin Ming, who sat in the center. He was feeling incredibly uncomfortable hearing those screams, wanting to stop the spell formation, but he couldn't speak as the gravitational forces were infused into his astral soul containing traces of Xiuyin's soul. It was a miracle that Xiuyin could. But after those 3 minutes were over, the screaming finally came to a sudden and abrupt end. And it wasn't because Xiuyin had grown tired. Her head sagged to the side, lifelessly limp, and her eyes were blank. The soul-ripping pain had caused her sea of consciousness to rupture apart, unable to withstand such outrageous torture. Tang Xingyun turned her head, noticing the issue. The extraction was still going, but the life from Xiuyin's body was flowing away at a rapid pace. Her eyes widened as she panicked. Save her. Stop it. Yet the spell formation continued operating, mercilessly taking from Xiuyin and delivering it to Lin Ming. If they stopped, Venerable Spirit Walker could easily save Xiuyin's life. Bai Yushi was behind Xiuyin, directly, so she saw the entire process from beginning to end, including that moment when her sea of consciousness shattered apart, and her body fell limp. She bit her lips. This is an evil method. There were risks, is what she thought to justify this situation. Stop. Tang Xingyun regretted not asking this earlier, and she aggressively demanded it with an imperious disposition that befitted a noblewoman. Choose. Venerable Spirit Walker's voice resounded. Tang Xingyun and Bai Yushi were violently shaken by the spiritual impact of her voice, awakening them to an alert state. I can stop the formation and save her. If I do, you three will suffer irreparable damage to your souls. As a backlash, and that man of yours, he'll lose all of his cultivation for sure, maybe even his life. So choose. An evil method spell formation that required an ascended wasn't a simple thing. It was given the classification as evil for a reason. Tang Xingyun instantly went silent, her eyes reflecting complex emotions. To sacrifice herself for an attendant. To sacrifice Lin Ming's future. To sacrifice all of their futures. Continue. Don't stop, no matter what. Bai Yushi said with the utmost determination. She was next, but she was fearless. She already paid an extreme price that would affect her future for Lin Ming, so she might as well push it further. They remained silent as Xiuyin's sea of consciousness dissipated. Her soul energy was extracted in its entirety, giving it all to Lin Ming, and thereby ending her chances of resurrection. Her body went extremely limp, like a true corpse. She was dead. Lin Ming's eyes were explosively red as he seemed to want to scream to the heavens above and the hells below. He didn't expect anyone to die for him. But they had started this decision, there was no turning back. Continue. Tang Xingyun's eyes noticeably dimmed, her teeth were gritted, and her fists were clenched. Xiuyin had been her attendant since she was a little girl. The amount of regret she held in her heart was endless. The formation went into a brief pause, needing a few minutes before Bai Yushi's turn. Outside the Sky Zephyr Temple, Wei Wuyin was floating quietly as he observed the fluctuations of energy within. His eye of immortality kicked into effect, seemingly restoring his celestial eyes to their normal state after his suppression of it ended. With the agreement made, there was no need for him to continue with the act. How unfortunate, he quietly remarked. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, adding, why did that ascendant let her die? While he'd never seen the formation, he was familiar with a mystic ascendant's power after it surged into him. There was no way a person of that level couldn't save her, or at least her soul. Even Wu Yu in his spirit form saved Hong Ru, and that other, evil-eyed skinny old man restored Yi Yanglei with a finger tap. I have my assumptions, but clearly this person's quite ruthless. He shook his head in pity. An unjust death. As time passed, Bai Yushi's spatial force and uniquely refined mana that enabled the mixture of soul idol, spatial resonance, gravitational forces, and various other powers to form a worldly domain was extracted from her. Unlike the girl, she only grunted in pain. If one examined this, it was clear that Tang Xingyun suffered very little pain. That girl suffered pain that wasn't the slightest bit suppressed, forcefully causing her sea of consciousness to break, and Bai Yushi experienced mild pain. This was clearly deliberate, inconsistent, and incredibly suspicious. His theories on what happened was fortified, getting a little clearer picture. But the process mattered not, the end result was everything. Wei Wuyin could feel a unique power forge within Lin Ming's dantian. From his body, a faint world pressure leaked. Chapter 521, 517, False Worldly Domain, an Unprecedented Genius. Chapter 521, 517, False Worldly Domain, an Unprecedented Genius. Basking in his newfound power, Lin Ming felt the strange, foreign power invigorating his physical and spiritual senses. When he let loose a portion of this power, unfurled it out into the world, he felt a sense of total control within a small area. It was as if he was the god designated to this small portion of the world, its ruler and sovereign of the ages. Is this what realm lords feel? Is this a worldly domain? Unfortunately, the world realm was currently experiencing the season of emptiness. The ambient mana, energies, and astronomical forces were severely absent, suppressed, and restrained during this period. Standing up, he flexed his fingers and arms, feeling the strange power that was connected to him retract and expand at will. This power was utterly intoxicating. A soft, weak voice sounded out. Did it work? It originated from Tang Xingyun. She had suffered the consequences of the engorging foundation evil method first, so she similarly recovered her strength a little faster. Despite that, she felt her vision was blurry and a faint sensation of internal emptiness. This was clearly from the extraction of her soul. There was a wisp of hope and excitement within her voice. If Lin Ming succeeded, if he formed a false worldly domain at his age, at his cultivation base, then despite the means to get there, it would illustrate to the world of his sparkling potential. In a way, he had been given a portion of their talent and foundation, amplifying his own. Lin Ming's gray eyes rippled with emotion, turning to see the weakened Tang Xingyun. A feeling of warm, gentle, and caring emotion was birthed in his heart as he restrained his new power, and walked towards her. He intended to hold her, to give her thanks in close proximity, but as he reached a few meters towards her, a wall of condensed air formed. Smacking against it lightly, Lin Ming started. What the hell? This wall was just conjured out of nowhere, halting his advance. Tang Xingyun was somewhat expectant when she saw Lin Ming approach, feeling as if her efforts were worth it. The emotions within Lin Ming's eyes revealed his deepest feelings. With a bitter yet happy smile, she comforted, "It's okay. I'm fine." She slowly took a few breaths and stood up, putting on a strong front as a sense of weakness engulfed her body. Lin Ming frowned, realizing that he couldn't get closer to Tang Xingyun. He tightly clenched his fist, suppressing his pent-up emotions. "I succeeded." "No, we succeeded," nodding, he answered with a warm smile. Bai Yushi was still concealed by a veil. Her eyes watched the two of them, but she could only sigh in relief with a tinge of bitterness. At this moment, Lin Ming still didn't know who she was. This was deliberate, so it's likely that Lin Ming was still under the assumption that she was Tang Xingyun. With a faintly weak smile, she stood up and left. As she left, her footsteps lonely and swift, a voice sounded out behind her. "Thank you. I know what all of you," Lin Ming looked at the recently deceased and collapsed corpse of Xiuyin, "that every last one of you had to sacrifice for this to happen. I know that, perhaps, it wasn't necessary in the end, but this has helped me far more than just claiming the final victory of this trial. I owe you all, and it's a debt I'll work hard to repay. Even if I have to use my life to do so. So again, thank you." Lin Ming didn't just succeed in forming a false worldly domain at the spatial resonance phase, an absolutely unprecedented event due to the extremely difficult requirements to achieve it. He also gained direct enlightenment towards the next three stages of the astral core realm, light reflection phase, gravity emission phase, and realm world phase. The benefits of this were immeasurable. Bai Yushi didn't turn around, only aloofly nodding her head and walking out of the main hall. She soon vanished from everyone's sights, alongside those footsteps that didn't seem lonely any longer. In fact, it seemed to carry a sound of happiness. Tang Xingyun slowly walked to Xiuyin's corpse. With a gentle lift, she carried Xiuyin's corpse in her arms. Within her eyes were signs of wetness threatening to spill. She didn't think this risk would take Xiuyin's life. If she had known, would she still be willing to do it? For several minutes, she just held the cold, warmthless body in her arms, memories arising from the depths of her mind. With quivering lips, she clutched her arms into a tight hug, unwilling to let Xiuying go. Unfortunately, that petite girl had already left. Lin Ming didn't wallow in his new power any longer, feeling impressed by his future. He clasped his hands and gave a deep bow to Xiuying's corpse that was held by Tang Xingyun. His gesture conveyed all his feelings of respect and thankfulness. He swore that, if he reached the peak of cultivation, the entire world would know Xiuying's name. If she had family or friends, they would know no suffering. He swore this. Outside of the Sky Zephyr Temple, Wei Wuyin was observing everything with his celestial eyes with an indifferent gaze. So they somehow established a false worldly domain by sacrificing 3 targets with untainted souls and bodies. That's quite interesting. This gives me an idea. Wei Wuyin's eyes brightened, his dull gray eyes flickered into its radiant silver. Within that silver color were 7 stars in each eye. They represented the alchemic stars of mortal spirituality, the sign of an immortal sovereign alchemist who had gained the recognition of the alchemic and mortal Daos. It was the mark of one who touched upon the limits of the mortal limits of alchemy. After a brief period, the stars and silver radiance faded, resuming his normal dull gray. Despite his sea of consciousness suffering damage, it couldn't stop him from having bits of enlightenment and comprehension. If I use these 31 materials, I should be able to replicate the same event. A pill that gives others a false worldly domain. If given to those earlier, they would have far more benefits. After a rough calculation and simulation, he had found a possible recipe, his first ever original alchemic recipe, that might bestow others with a false worldly domain and all the benefits of comprehension, without sacrificing others. The soul ash of divine jade is absolutely crucial to replace the soul fragments needed for the process. To replace the soul energy of others, the soul ash of divine jade, this malleable material born from the failed soul impartation of the heavens, must be used. He had no intentions of using real souls, especially knowing that doing so without someone's consent was against the vague, biased rules of the heavenly Daos. To add a form of stability and connectivity, spiritual mana, a man-made material used to refine natal and astral souls to elevate their mortal states or as a material to create mana essence, enabling the zenith mortal state, could be used. He had earned a drop of it from the Grand Spirit trials, but the caches had a few more drops in each. If he used unrefined life force, infused it into a spatial jade crystal alongside another material, and increased its qualities to a certain limit, this could act as a substitute spatial force. With the mark of Eden's nigh endless reserves of life force, it was possible. Furthermore, these details might elevate the entire process, strengthening one's unity with their false worldly domain and its resulting powers. In a way, if his idea worked out, he might. Wei Wuyin's eyes brightened once more, to an inconceivable degree. I might be able to produce a genuine worldly domain for cultivators at the soul idol phase. As for why the soul idol phase, a worldly domain needed a certain degree of spiritual strength to control. This, however, was secondary to the enlightenment derived from it. Establishing a false or true worldly domain meant having higher levels of spatial resonance and primary light would be a certainty, and doing so meant they would have it 1,000 times, maybe even 10,000 times, easier to comprehend the next 4 stages. This wasn't a matter of talent, but an absolute cheat. The raging excitement caused his fingers to twist and curl. In the end, he clenched his hands into tight fists. While he had no idea if his idea was original, if it was devised and accomplished in some other way, this was his first product that he'd ever conceived. And it was likely a 9th-grade pill. Was this how the king of Everlore felt when he devised his numerous products? When he created a legacy that lasted for several millennia and was still thriving with such resounding strength? Just the thought of the possibility sent his heart into a spiral of turbulent emotions, and he hadn't even concocted it yet. Chapter 522, 518, Chosen has emerged. Chapter 522 to 518, Chosen has emerged. Wei Wuyin's thoughts lasted for several hours of undisturbed revolution. This was silently helped by Eden, slowly pumping his sea of consciousness with energies to allow such unrestrained and complex calculations and simulations. While his current state had severely restricted his abilities, it wasn't to the point his mind was unable to function. With Lin Ming obtaining his badge, there was no need to use the worldly domain loophole, but the overseer, Wang Yutian, had already determined otherwise. After sensing Lin Ming's false worldly domain, it had to decide if the rules permitted his immediate ascension. Normally, if Lin Ming had just gained recognition through normal means, through challenges and victories, his status as a chosen will be more solid than not, but this loophole would surely be considered as a false start, forcing others to question his rights as a chosen. His time in the True Element sect might be littered with having to prove himself. This was why Bai Yushi had left, departing without a word. With Wei Wuyin forfeiting the token, all that remained was Tang Xingyun to surrender her own token, and Lin Ming will officially combine it into the final token of Elementus, obtaining the recognition of this ancient trial to become a chosen. She felt it wasn't necessary to invoke such archaic rules and have Lin Ming suffer the consequence. Unfortunately for her, Wang Yuqian was already influenced by the heavenly Daos to be aware of this rule, leaving the decision up to him, not her. The heavenly Daos did not strip one of free will, but nudged a person in a certain way. Such as being urged to become aware of certain things or elevating their emotions and instincts towards certain possibilities. This could lead to overthinking or dismissal, which could produce a wide variety of reactions. Wei Wuyin was thoroughly aware of this, and it was the only redeeming quality of the heavenly Daos. The amount of fortune one could extract from the heavenly Daos was directly related to their expression of free will. When he was at the Ash Dragon City, led to rob the secluded cultivation city lord, he had taken the complete benefit without losing out anything. Wang Yuqian was now aware, an unchangeable fact, and his actions were his own. While he personally felt that Wei Wuyin was the best candidate for chosen, he was aware of all things happening to the chosen candidates and token wielders at all times. He knew about Wei Wuyin's self-inflicted wounds, his act of fooling others, concealing his true strength, and forfeiture of his token. For whatever reason, Wei Wuyin clearly didn't want to become chosen, so he had no reason to feign ignorance of this particular detail. The only regret that he had was the mystic ascendants interfering with the trial, and his inability to act against them. While he had the greatest authority in the trial, the world realm's defensive and restrictive formations weren't capable of suppressing these existences. If it was just a first-stage mystic ascendant, they would be forced to sit obediently to the side, but these existences weren't so simple. After those hours of rumination on whether he should decide or not, the world underwent a drastic atmospheric change. The depleted state of the world, the lacking energies, mana, and other astronomical forces such as light, gravity, and fixed space was replenished. The world was flooded with a rushing wave of normality. The citizens in the 5 regions could feel their cultivations become washed with strength, regaining their once imposing powers that set them apart from others. Those realm lords and time lords regained their invincibility, with a few that were being assaulted by joint factions filled with enmity being caught by surprise. They laughed to the heavens as slaughter was unleashed. This was originally the optimal time to get revenge against experts that were far beyond your reach. Except for a slightly stronger astral force, they weren't much different in the season of emptiness. With vast numbers, they could topple these mighty figures with 1,000 years of cultivation. But the world laughed at these individuals, causing them to experience fear and horror as these existences regained the power that made them terrifying. Wei Wuyin noticed this, sending his gaze to Lin Ming, but noting that the tokens hadn't fused yet. With a frown, he hoped this would be soon. He had left a wisp of his power within the token, so when combined with the absolute hot fire token, he'll be able to silently extract its aura using a reverse instant transmission. With that, his final piece of the elemental origin intent would be obtained. Left with no choice, he had made use of subterfuge to obtain the intent aura within the token. There was no way that he would obtain it as long as that mystic ascendant prevented him from confronting or killing that stubborn holy daughter that seemed to have a vicious hate against him. He did not want to test his luck a second time with these existences, forcefully killing her to obtain the token. It wasn't worth the risk, especially now that he was aware that Wang Yuqian, that old ghost, couldn't handle these existences. With the inclusion of that vast usage of karmic luck, he knew the absolute hot fire token was out of his reach entirely, so he had to think of other ways to obtain it. This entire act was the full encapsulating plot to achieve all his goals. A resounding boom sound erupted from the solar star above, causing everyone and their mothers to look at the sky in shock. The solar star was enlarging. And it wasn't by a little, but extremely noticeable even by the weakest of cultivators. The perpetual solar star was throbbing, growing larger and larger as the seconds passed until it became 3 times its size. Then, a divine voice swept the world. The chosen has emerged. The voice was like thunder, quaking the hearts and minds of everyone on the continent. The Chosen has emerged. Lin Ming and Tang Xingyun looked at each other, taking out their respective tokens. We didn't combine it. They both shouted. But a Chosen has emerged. Were they tricked? Their first thought was Wei Wuyin, causing both of them to extend their spiritual senses and noticing his floating figure staring at the sky. They shot out of the temple, arriving before Wei Wuyin with wisps of anger. Lin Ming questioned, "What did you do?" His false worldly domain unfurled. Despite it lacking the qualities of mana and astronomical forces control, the ambient energies of the world were converted to his strength, becoming a part of his world. They rumbled and engulfed Wei Wuyin. A worldly pressure descended upon Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin slowly turned his head as he felt the turbulent and torrential energy swirl around him. The world pressure pressed against his flesh, his astral souls, and sea of consciousness, but even in their damaged state, he seemed unfazed. The physical body was the first line of defense of the world, and while his meridians were damaged, his flesh torn and battered, he still had a devastatingly ferocious physical body. With a casual shrug of his shoulders, he dispersed the world pressure that brought some discomfort. Lin Ming's expression changed. His false worldly domain wasn't accomplishing much. Was it his lack of proficiency? But before he could think further, Wei Wuyin indifferently said, "Do I look like someone who's done something?" He hadn't moved for hours. Tang Xingyun's eyes effused an icy chill. She glanced at the solar star that had expanded by 3 sizes, feeling a sudden surge of confusion within her heart. The only 2 chosen candidates were present. If it wasn't them, then what? Have you not merged the tokens yet? Are you stupid? Wei Wuyin asked with a ridiculing scoff. They waited hours for no reason. He didn't know what to say about this. But Lin Ming was cautious, having keen instincts developed from decades of being schemed against. He kept feeling as if the tokens were affected somehow, but no matter how he inspected it, besides the utter lack of origin essence, which was likely taken by Wei Wuyin, there was nothing of note. Still, the feeling remained. Let's merge the tokens. Tang Xingyun urged, sending the token to Lin Ming. When Lin Ming saw her actions, his heart softened. He decided to not hesitate any longer. With a grasp, he brought the incomplete Nonagon Octa Elementus token with the last piece, the triangle-shaped Absolute Hot Fire token. He glanced at Wei Wuyin, who wasn't even looking towards them. He retracted his false worldly domain, and placed the last piece together. There was an explosive attractive force that linked them, then it encapsulated Lin Ming in light. Wei Wuyin could have acted at this moment. With his means, he could have swiftly taken the tokens from Lin Ming before they were brought together, but he decided against it. He didn't wish to be chosen, and if he did, he couldn't imagine the next steps the heavenly Daos might take. What if they became shared status? What if him obtaining the token and Lin Ming fulfilling some other requirement led them to becoming dual chosens? That would be unappealing. It might recreate a Lin Ming and Myriad Monarch sect situation. He experienced that once before, he had no desire to do it again. In truth, Wang Yutian was up above, his spiritually formed brows furrowed as he observed Lin Ming completing the token. He smacked his lips with dissatisfaction, feeling as if Wei Wuyin had lost out on an opportunity. If Wei Wuyin knew his guess was correct, that Wang Yutian wanted to bend the rules, he would have laughed loudly in amazement. His instincts towards the situation were quite keen. Unfortunately, sometimes destiny might not be controlled by anyone in particular, yet. Just as Lin Ming merged the token, Ori had received the last wisp, the last key, for elemental origin intent. With the last apex level intent obtained, it did not waste even a single breath as it fitted it with the last piece. Wang Yutian's spirit form body shook. And the world underwent another drastic, uncontrolled change. Chapter 523, 519, Elemental Hard Intent. Chapter 523, 519, Elemental Hard Intent. Wei Wuyin had been a single step away from forming Elemental Hard Intent. The step was southwest infinitesimally close that it could be met with the slightest movement, the smallest desire, or the most briefest of thoughts. While that was using 8 apex-level intents and a single high-level intent, the foundation for it was already set. All he needed was the single will to take that leap. That leap that will transform his elemental origin intent forever, bringing it to the utmost limits of intent. While Lin Ming was coated in divine light by the merged token, Wei Wuyan's body exuded a formless wave of power. The ambient energies of the world started to change, be it light, spatial, even gravitational forces, had experienced this change. What was intent? Some would say it was a formless power to impose control over ambient energies of a similar type or an ingredient to mix with metaphysical qi or astral force, converting these forces into specific powers with attributes matching this formless power. But it wasn't that, it was a type of will. A form of spiritual manifestation that can connect with spiritual energies, merge with this specific type of energy to establish something metaphysical and ever-changing. A cultivator first comes in contact with intent at the qi condensation realm, at the third stage termed the elemental birth phase. They must birth the elemental properties within their spirits of cultivation, allowing them to convert their spiritual energies with this specific will. These spiritual energies, that were originally formed with physical, mental, and essence energies, were once more intermixed with these three energies. This was how attributed qi was born. This is done 4 times minimum with the 4 base elements, familiarizing the cultivator with the process of birthing these wills. This can be taken further, pushing one to birthing the 5 advanced elements as well, their specific wills that contain their properties. When a cultivator comprehends an advanced level intent, they comprehend that specific type of will that contains its unique properties. Violet lightning intent carried the volatility and extreme heat that eclipses all other lightning. As for what decides it as a low-level, mid-level, high-level, or apex-level intent, it was the complexity of the will itself and its difficulty. By using this special type of will, a cultivator can control the ambient energies who lack their own direction, simply existing mindlessly in accordance with natural laws. They happily seek out that spiritual leadership. However, that was just the basic usage of intent. When brought to their limits, to the heart intent, a cultivator doesn't just grasp their own will but can infuse this will into these uncontrolled energies, converting it to their side. A lake of water can be infused with this will, changing its properties and becoming fire. When Wei Wuyan unleashed his saber heart intent, all things essence and ambient energies were brought to him, willingly absorbing his intent, his will, to become saber energies under his explicit control. They unhesitatingly became one with his will, with his heart. Wei Wuyan felt the intent superimpose at first, feeling them integrate and merge under Ori's direction. It was so impossibly swift that he had forgotten that it was injured. The 4 apex-level intents, the 4 base elements, were first Grand Earth, Grand Gale Wind, Transformative Water, and Absolute Hot Fire. They were combined in the blink of an eye. There was no discord, no refusal or clashes of their powerful wills. Under the actions of a divine elemental astral soul, they had no hesitation with following its desires. It was them, after all. If a cultivator attempted to comprehend them, they would have to figure at the crucial combination points that could enable their fusion. This could take years, or even decades. And then that was just for one. They would have to then merge these combined 2 with another, finding another combination point. This must be done until all 9 were one. If it wasn't for Ori, if it wasn't for its divine quality that amplified all aspects of its spirituality, if it wasn't for the zenith origin state, this would be an arduous task that would be as difficult as a mortal climbing the tallest mountain of the wall while naked and without tools, finding their own way through climbing. There was a reason origin essence was used to merge these elements into elemental origin energy, to merge their conflicting and clashing wills. Fortunately, Wei Wuyan never met with such difficulty since his divine elemental soul had been born. The next was the 5 apex-level intents. Omni-alloy metal, dark lightning, 9 meadow wood, scorching ash magma, and absolute zero ice. They were far more complex, more extreme than their basic counterparts, but they merged with an equivalent amount of gentleness and swiftness. With 4 and 5 turned into 1 and 1, the last act was required. The 2 wills containing all of the properties of these 9 apex-level intents merged, becoming a single entity that settled itself within Wei Wuyan's sea of consciousness, within his divine elemental soul's spirit. They interconnected and formed a perfect union. Bush. An explosion of power erupted from Wei Wuyan's body, pushing Tang Xingyun far away, causing the divine light surrounding the nearby Lin Ming to ripple. The ambient energies of the world started to gather, started to change. No way. Impossible. Is this elemental hard intent? Words like these escaped the lips of 8 figures that existed in the 4 extreme continent, watching over specific youngsters of outstanding talent. While these youngsters stared at the expanding sun with trepidation or curiosity, these ascended senses were honed onto Wei Wuyin from vast distances. They felt the birth of an extreme type of will, an intent that touched upon the absolute limits of intent. They noticed the energies in the world transform, not into water energies, fire energies, but a type of white energy that didn't physically exist in this world outside of the birth of a stellar region, elemental origin energy. This type of energy shouldn't be able to exist in the world. Yet every strand of energy was becoming it, exerting its properties. The ascended were swift, leaving their charges instantly. They all converged directly above Wei Wuyin and Lin Ming, but due to their extremely close proximity, it was unable to tell which was causing this change. Was it Wei Wuyin or Lin Ming? Even with their senses, they couldn't tell. The old man kept his brown bag, swallowing a wad of whatever he was eating whole. With a swirl of his hand, he brought the elemental origin energy to him, feeling his heart tremble with every passing breath. It's actually elemental origin energy. The sharp-eyed skinny old man that saved He Yanglei performed the same action. It's not artificial or metaphysical, but elemental energy infused with the will of elemental origin. The same energy that only exists during the formation of a stellar region. This is unprecedented. Another ascended amongst them exclaimed. It belonged to a veiled woman with a slender physique, a relatively flat chest, but also tall stature. She used her white as ash fingers to softly caress the ambient elemental origin energies. Venerable Spiritwalker was amongst them as well. She was also confused, unable to tell if it belonged to Lin Ming and Wei Wuyin. Who does it belong to? Another ascended, with a husky and heavy tone asked. His body was disguised by a dark-colored mist, but his tall and bulky silhouette couldn't be any more distinct. If Wei Wuyin saw him, he would be reminded of Wei Si, his pack of muscles of an adopted cousin. It can't be that injured child. His mental state is too damaged. It must be the other one. Venerable Spiritwalker said, causing the others to agree. Wei Wuyin's current state was far too damaged to have an epiphany of this level. And they were mostly right, because Ori handled everything and the foundation had been laid long ago. After all, they had obtained the exact blueprints of elemental heart intent during the mortal star formation tribulation. But the old man and the skinny old man glanced at each other, seeing the doubt reflected in each other's eyes. To them, it had to be Wei Wuyin. As they deliberated with keen interest, the two subjects of their conversion were trembling alongside each other for different reasons. Wang Yutian noted the arrival of all 8 ascended, causing him to inspect the situation a little closer. Unlike the ascended, he was encapsulating Lin Ming with the power of the trial's formations, so he was fully aware that Lin Ming was not the cause. Those spiritually formed eyes of his brightened like suns. He had just been forced to familiarize himself with other loopholes alongside the worldly domain one, and one of those loopholes was, as long as one comprehended elemental heart intent, they would be granted the chosen title. If it wasn't for that deliberate delay of his, this fortuitous chance might not have happened. He was filled with beaming excitement at this unexpected yet much-needed development, feeling content that Wei Wuyin's chance will not be robbed from him by those old foxes and his own weakness. The old ghost laughed with boundless heart. It seems the heavens are helping me. With a wave of his hand, he opened his mouth and released another booming announcement. The Chosen has emerged. Wei Wuyin was forcefully snapped out of his thrilling experience of elemental heart intent. His expression became slightly unsightly as he glanced at Lin Ming. Shit. But despite his unwillingness, the divine beam of light shot down explosively from the solar star. When the beam dissipated, the two had vanished. Chapter 524, 520, Imperial Dawn and Princess Fate. Chapter 524, 520, Imperial Dawn and Princess Fate. While the world realm that housed the 4 extreme continent underwent drastic and unexpected changes to its environment and inhabitants, the starfield outside was similarly tense and changing. Nearly 3 years had passed since the 3,000 candidates had been selected to explore the world realm through the gateway door. Those outside the gateway door were quietly waiting within the uniquely hazardous environment of the Auric Sea. Since arriving, not a single individual among these elders and leaders had left. This included Tuo Bihan, Qingye Yun, Lin Ruyan, and the San Emperor himself. The various upper echelon were present too. They were all waiting for their juniors and descendants that were sent in to return. To experts like them, 3 years weren't too massive. Their cultivation base wouldn't experience any sharp increase, and for the Sand Emperor, an existence that had used the world infusion realm pill, he had even less fear of this. After using the pill to give birth to a false worldly domain and spatial force, he was unable to make any more advancements in his cultivation level, only able to improve his foundation. Tua Bihan quietly floated while cross-legged, his eyes closed, and his expression serene. He couldn't leave with the Sand Emperor present and Wei Wuyan's fate being largely unknown. If he left, who knew if the Sand Emperor would act insidiously after Wei Wuyan returned? After all, Wei Wuyan threatened his position. While the future had already been cemented with his presence, Wei Wuyan was the key component to this change. While others might assume he was just a talented emperor alchemist, he wasn't certain if the Sand Emperor knew of his true prowess as a mortal sovereign alchemist. The fact he learned about the Auric Sea's gateway door was already causing him numerous doubts. None of them were aware of the gateway door's destination and what awaited those sent inside. Their goal was to explore and excavate any secrets or resources unknown, and if it was forged as an inheritance grounds, hopefully they would seize it for their respective force. However, the most tense of the bunch was not the Sand Emperor or Tua Bihan, but Qingye Yun, the Alchemist Association's Grand Association Master. His eyes had almost never left the gateway door. There was a trace of anxiety and agitation within his gaze. Degree Inger, I hope the Heavenly Seer was right. Degree he had thought of these exact words nearly 10,000 times, clearly feeling unsure. He had sent his alchemic astral soul's descendant inside to solve her problematic talent, to reinvigorate her future, but at a risk. An alchemic astral soul lacked any form of direct combat strength, outside of basic cultivation aspects such as sky pressure, spatial prison, etc. They were unsuited for battle and survival. He hoped that this choice of theirs was the correct one. Even if Qingye never rectified her talent, she would still be an outstanding alchemist that could urge the Starfield into the next era, even rivaling Wei Wuyan. Thinking of that figure, his mind became chaotic. Wei Wuyan had already cemented his position among the people, and the arguments of whether the Starfield will be named had been loudly decided by the masses. A year ago, the Ascendants, Wei Wuyan's established faction in the Myriad Monarch sect, started to reclaim the taken land from the three other hegemonic forces. The Sacred Light Palace hadn't put up much of a fight, suffering little to no losses in these colonized and retaken areas, but the Demonic Abyss Mountain and Elemental Heaven Pavilion suffered immense losses in their stubborn defense. While the looming pressure of Tua Bihan's existence had allowed such smooth retakes, the cultivators at the same phase of these particular ascendants weren't close to being their match. The birth of these heroic characters was an unexpected development to the entire Starfield. With Tua Bihan's dominating presence, the crushing momentum of Wei Wuyan's ascendants, the resources and wealth of the Alchemist Association, the Myriad Monarch sect had retaken their former glory. The various citizens had already started to refer to the Starfield as the Imperial Dawn Starfield, a conjoined union between Imperial Heaven Starfield and Neo-Dawn Starfield. The Sand Clan remained silent throughout. It seemed they had decided to take a passive position, not moving a single inch in response. To most, this was them surrendering to the future of the Starfield. That it was an acceptance that it had been decided. In a way, this was an expected outcome for most inhabitants. The Princess of Everlore was a member of the Alchemist Association, which joined the Ascendants, the Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn's faction, that had its foundation in the Myriad Monarch sect who possessed the sole genuine Realm Lord. This trio of potential was far too brilliant to resist, and almost everyone believed that this was the smartest decision that the Sand Clan could have made. While it was unlikely that the Myriad Monarch sect, even with all these, would be able to eradicate the other hegemonic powers with their protective formations established by mystic Ascendant Realm cultivators, they could still give them the same suppressive experience the Myriad Monarch sect suffered for hundreds of years. But what made Qingye Yun anxious at the thought of Wei Wuyan wasn't because of these developments, but because of Qingye Ying. According to the Heavenly Seer, the greatest obstacle would be Wei Wuyan. As long as she could overcome this obstacle, restore her talent, then her future would certainly surpass any of his achievements. If Qingye Yun knew the truth, that Wei Wuyan had taken an entirely different possible path in the world realm, invoking countless divergent changes to occur, he might not be so worried. Degree you have to survive. But you must also do it, Inger. You must, Degree he silently prayed for Qingye Ying to succeed. In the world realm, the four extreme continent, the former Shuang clan's territory of the central region, Qingye Ying was still very much alive. When she arrived here, she was directly brought into the central region by her transport tunnel. This was deliberate as the heavenly seer had given her explicit instructions on what time to enter, being the 39th individual to enter. When she came, she went to the location that the heavenly seer had told her, finding an escaped alchemic slave that was seeking escape. With her prepared tools, Qing Yang shielded the woman from the pursuers that sought to recapture her. The girl's name was also named Qing Yang, a major coincidence, but she was a human, not an elf. They had no similarities outside of their names, with their personalities being vastly different due to their backgrounds. The Qing Yang from the Four Extreme Continent was a human that belonged to a force that had been dealt with by the Shuang clan after a poor decision made by their patriarch. They were rounded up and captured, with the men and women being sold as energy converters, alchemic proxies, and slaves. It was then discovered that she had an outstanding talent for the alchemic Tao, so she became a highly sought-after alchemic proxy that was obtained by an elder of the Shuang clan, one of the holy clans of the central region. This elder started to take an intimate liking towards her, fascinated by her beauty. The liking was not the end of her enslaved fate, but the beginning of her worst nightmare. Due to her status, she remained an alchemic proxy, used to concoct products and extracted her alchemical energies periodically. The abuse she suffered as a result of this decision by the elder was endless and vicious. Be it the elder's family members, concubines, or wives, they treated her like a disgraced leech and used every opportunity to ensure her life was extremely uncomfortable and unpleasant while not threatening her life or body that suffered nightly abuse by that elder. After a long and excruciating period of horror, tears, and suicidal thoughts, she finally escaped after a certain opportunity presented itself. If she could grasp this moment, she would be able to free herself forever from their despicable clutches. But it was a trap. She was given this deliberately designed chance so that those who hated her existence could justify her death, but she had taken the scrumptious bait without much thought. She needed to escape. Any type of escape. As an alchemic proxy, she was forced to form a false alchemic astral soul, forced to have her alchemic energies continuously extracted to concoct products, while she herself was pushed to concoct products as well. If she wasn't being tortured mentally by their plots, she was being overworked physically. There was no end to it. At the time of her lowest moment, the moment her fear and despair had reached a crescendo, Qing Yang found her hurtled. In a corner, crying out her eyes with a shard of glass within her hand. There were shallow cut marks on her neck, clearly hesitation marks of her desire for escape. She was already ready to end her life. She didn't want to live anymore, but she couldn't do it herself. Unable to save her mentality, Qing Yang had given her a promise for revenge because she had a genuine alchemic astral soul, and she was backed by a massive force that could one day achieve this. All she needed was one thing, her meridians. In return, she would ensure her freedom. The woman was skeptical, but after some evidence of her means and methods, there was a wave of relief and acceptance. With this, they performed the meridian grafting method. Qing Yang had accomplished her goal. The heavenly seer was absolutely right, down to the opportunity and the actions best used to obtain her desired outcome. She could finally cultivate again, promoting her cultivation base alongside using personally refined alchemical energies without a proxy bypass formation. With her cultivation base once again rising, she would be able to elevate her various energies, and her future potential would exceed any and every non-alchemic soul alchemist. Even Wei Wuyin. The two spent their time quietly waiting and cultivating, waiting for an exit to arrive or the 10-year limit to be reached. But only a year after her arrival, the entire Shuang region descended into utter chaos. Wei Wuin's actions of claiming the two badges of divinity, framing the holy clans, and allowing all forces to freely fight for the central region's rich territory, had caused dangerous changes, instigating wars between factions, and they sought to claim the region, push out the Shuang clan, and establish themselves in the central region. At the time, it was the sole safe area besides the desolate lands, which had a holy child, so they contested for it violently. The world descended into a torrent of death and fighting. Qing Yang tried to escape, but none of her tools were useful against the realm lord that spotted her. It was the elder. With a thought, both Qing Yang's were swept away and brought to act as alchemic proxies, the very same fate as her similarly named human tried to escape once before. The fragmented Shuang clan went on the run, escaping to areas of the other three regions. While they hadn't known the elven Qing Yang, the princess of Everlore, was a true alchemic astral soul, she was treated the same way as any alchemic proxy. She was alive, very much. But her situation. It was desperate. Until the Ascendants found her. Chapter 525, 521, Unexpected Plundering Discovery. Chapter 525, 521, Unexpected Plundering Discovery. After the Holy Summit event concluded, at the cusp of the beginning that was the season of emptiness, a group of 8 figures were trekking the central region's border on foot. At the lead was a hooded figure that had leaking auburn hair, a valiant figure with fine curves, and a sheathed sword at her waist. This valiantly heroic figure was Hong Chuanhua, first commander of the Ascendants. She lifted her head to see the cloudy and thundering skies. "Commander, should we really not venture to the Zephyr Plains? This holy summit seems to be quite suspicious." A male demon with a sleek head without the slightest hair on his head asked, his tone filled with concern. The Holy Summit was an event that would gather the so-called holy children of this continent, and their leader was a member. Furthermore, there might be some underlying meanings behind this event. Right now, the group hadn't heard any recent news surrounding the events on the continent, or the events of Wei Wuyan's dominating actions. They had been in a joint secluded cultivation session to heal and enhance their various powers. It had only been a few hours since they left. "You're like a hawing donkey, always asking the same question." "The answer hasn't changed, His Majesty would inform us if he needs us. We don't have to take initiative otherwise." Bei Yunhan explained, clearly exasperated by Zhu Xun's continuous questions. Even if he loved this harping baldy, his concerns were just never-ending. Another voice chimed in, belonging to Li Yonggu, "Our objectives are to gather as a unit, plunder resources of this world realm, get stronger, and await orders." See. Bei Yunhan heavily sighed. Zhu Xun frowned, "Commander." He was always the stubborn sort, and this holy summit felt strange to him. What if it was a ploy to fight against their majesty? Should they not be nearby just in case of an emergency? Especially in this type of environment. The season of emptiness was beginning, causing cultivators to experience an abrupt bout of weakness. Without ambient energies, mana, and various restrictions imposed on their cultivation bases, the playing field was quite leveled. Of course, they had explosive advantages in this type of environment that supported a firm, sturdy, and wide cultivation foundation. Hong Chuanhua kept trekking, her eyes affixed to the looming clouds above with flickering lightning streaks. This area was originally the border of the Lei clan's territory. It permeated with lightning energies and were usually aggressive, bolts of lightning and explosive sonic booms of thunder were constant. But now the lightning was self-contained and the thunder reduced to far-off whimpers. The world had undergone vast changes during the season of emptiness, affecting the various regions and their respective dangers. However, this seemed to be the prelude to something disastrous. It was unfortunate that the 8 ascendants present were the only ones alive. The other 4 had experienced various mishaps or fought against cultivators beyond their means. Unable to escape, they lost their lives. During this nearly 3 years of continuous travel, they had avenged the fallen and gathered those that remained into a single unit of elites. Their cultivation bases had all gone through extraordinary changes, reaching the spatial resonance phase, with not a single one entering into that phase with less than 9 ripple spatial resonance. They were elites amongst the elites. If they returned to the starfield, they might be heralded as the top 8 experts, excluding Long Chen and Wei Wuyan, of their generation. Furthermore, they all had various specialties that allowed them to stand out from any crowd, picked from the best, and nurtured by high-level alchemical products and resources. Hong Chuanhua sighed in her heart, bringing out an emblem that signified her status as the first commander of the Ascendants. "Until we're given other orders, we act in accordance with our original directive. This is a trial given to us by His Majesty. Our main objective is to hone our edge and survive, not meddle in his affairs without his orders." She understood that Wei Wuyan could have contacted them at any point, and sought help if needed, but he hadn't. This meant they weren't required or their strength wasn't sufficient to handle his matters. Zhu Xun was silent. He understood what they were all saying, he did, but the Holy Summit just felt ominous. It was as if the world was against Wei Wuyan. Fortunately for Zhu Xun, he had a clear-headed leader. The world was indeed against Wei Wuyan, seeking to allow Lin Ming to become blessed at all costs. Later, even a vast amount of karmic luck will be consumed to achieve such a goal, and with much success. "Commander." A cultivator with 2 large folded-in wings at his back, a long beak for a nose, and piercing eyes shouted. He pointed with his long finger that resembled a talon towards a direction far off in the horizon, but when the others turned to inspect it, they observed nothing. What do you see? Hong Chuanhua was well aware of this beastman's unique bestial traits. His eyes could see further than most people's spiritual sense. His name was Arth, and he had the lineage of the gray-eyed hawk. A caravan and several large-sized carriages. The insignia seems to originate from the central region's Lei clan. However, it's been concealed by some spiritual substitution spell, but it can't escape my gaze. Arth spoke proudly. His gray eyes glimmered with brilliant spiritual light. In terms of ocular abilities, he was matchless. In his opinion, anyway. Hong Chuanhua thought for a moment and nodded. We intercept, plunder any usable resources. Since the Lei clan was overthrown by His Majesty, this will be getting rid of some small nuisances. When she said this, the group's eyes all lit with a blazing fire. Their belief and respect towards Wei Wuyin was nearly religious, so being able to help him out, no matter how small, placed a burning fire in their hearts. We'll be executing the Phoenix restraint maneuver. Any questions? Hong Chuanhua asked loudly, seeming already determining their approach. The others didn't say a single word, but responded with their various executions of arts and spells. With a faint nod, Hong Chuanhua started to move. The season of emptiness had just hit, and they understood their advantages. Even if they faced realm lords, they felt confident in obtaining victory with no sacrifice. An hour later, Zhu Xun slammed his double-sided hammer onto the skull of a once mighty realm lord. Like a watermelon, his head exploded, gushing out wads of brain matter, bone fragments, and intracranial fluids. Not so powerful, huh? Zhu Xun wore a smug smile as he wiped off the bits that landed on his armor. 3 others were executing a few other experts after seizing them, cleanly ending their lives in a single swift motion. Hong Chuanhua was inspecting the caravan and their carriages alongside Li Yonggu, who was revealing a light of abundant greed. They have so much wealth. It rivals several top-level forces in our starfield, maybe even close to our own. This world realm is extremely rich. Li Yonggu was barely holding back her saliva as she took inventory of their stock, finding rare resources and various materials that their own starfield lacked. The vast majority of this wealth difference was in alchemical products, with 7th grade and 8th grade products being abundant within. With a suspicious laugh, she went away to her own heaven as she counted. Fortunately, if there was one person Hong Chuanhua trusted the most within the Ascendants, it was Li Yonggu, despite her strange behavior sometimes. Commander. We found some captives here. And I think you'll want to look at this. Bei Yunhan's voice sounded out from another carriage. Hong Chuanhua left Li Yonggu to her activities and checked out the situation. What is it? She asked, entering the carriage to find a large square cage that held hundreds of captives in segregated sections. It seemed like there were numerous square cells within a square cage. It was an intricate design considering it was all transparent, yet there were at least 3 levels to this cage. Bei Yunhan was with Arth, and they were beside a specific cage with strange looks on their faces. Hong Chuanhua walked over, inspecting the cage when her heart was dealt a heavy surprise. Is this? She was confused. She turned to Bei Yunhan and Arth, who also had strange, shocked expressions. How? There's no way she would be sent here, right? They saw the half-naked and ragged form of Qing Ying, the princess of Everlore. But they hadn't noticed her based on her appearance, as she wore a veil almost always, but because of her cultivation and aura. She had an alchemic astral soul, and while most of this world realm's alchemic proxies had false alchemic astral souls artificially made from a strange method, Qing Ying's was the genuine article. They were all there during the all-alchemic clash, an era-defining moment, so her aura was as familiar to them as their own mothers. When Qing Ying lifted her sunken eyes and her eyelashes fluttered with weakness, observing these new arrivals, she was startled to see Arth. This world realm lacked beastmen, so this person can only be from her starfield. A strange hope emerged in her heart. Was she saved? Tears started to form at the sides of her eyes. After nearly 2 years of being forced as alchemic proxy, forced to concoct products and have her alchemical energies extracted, it was torture of the highest degree. Was this how alchemists who have no ability to fight back are forced to exist as slaves? Tools. The means for the powerful to become more powerful. But the next words out of Bei Yunhan's mouth severed that hope and sent her into despair. Should we kill her? Hong Chuanhua didn't answer. She stared at Qing Ying for a long moment. Arth, however, flipped out with excitement. Of course. She's the only competitor with His Majesty, and she has a genuine alchemic astral soul. In the long run, she'll become the next king of Everlore. Who knows what she will do then? So ridding him of this uncertainty will be good. No. Qing Ying might be a member of the Alchemist Association, but there were no real restrictions to her potential or future. She could nurture a threat to their rule in the future. After all, the starfield was theirs and only she had the ability to change that. Qing Ying shrunk back in her cage. While being a proxy was hell, she didn't wish to die. As long as breath remained in her lungs, as an alchemist, she would always find a way through every problem she faced. This was a mantra of alchemists, and it rang true. When the king of Everlore needed to resurrect the body of a failed mystic ascendant, he did. When he wanted to find a way to bypass the realm world astral tribulation, he did. When he wanted to surpass the mortal star formation tribulation, turning alchemic natal soul into alchemic astral soul, he did. There was nothing they couldn't solve, but that required two things, time and life. Set her free. Free the rest too, Hong Chuanhua ordered, giving Qing Ying one last look before leaving. After reaching the entrance of the carriage, she stopped. If you want to follow us, you can. We'll ensure you return to the Alchemist Association safely as long as we're alive. But remember this is only because of His Majesty. She stepped off, thinking about Wei Wuyin as she did. Chapter 526, 522, Two Chosens. Chapter 526, 522, Two Chosens. The torrential outpour of divine light from the solar star enveloped the two figures of Wei Wuyin and Lin Ming before the eyes of the eight ascended. They simultaneously lifted their heads to inspect the slight bulge in the light that transported the two youths. The speed of their ascent was extremely swift, yet the eight figures' eyes were tightly fixed, following their movements. Yet none of them took action, merely watched as their expressions were varied and complex. The tall, slender, and veiled woman clenched her ash-as-white fingers around the dissipating elemental origin energies that seemed to lose its will. The energies became pure, untainted after losing the intent that transformed its original state. She softly spoke, Two Chosens. Her words contained a hidden meaning intermixed with a wisp of confusion. The fact that two Chosens were decided by the trial meant there was a special exception that had occurred. The husky voice sounded out once more, belonging to the concealed figure in dark red mist. Could the silver-eyed youth be that possessor of the elemental heart intent? Or were they both chosen because they met some requirement? He was originally doubtful when Venerable Spiritwalker had stated that Lin Ming was the only viable option. The others went silent. Their eyes never left the solar star that was perpetually floating in the sky, overlooking the vast continent below. The meaning behind possessing the elemental heart intent was heaven-defying. While cultivators could absorb elemental energies, fuse them together to create elemental origin energies using their spirits of cultivation, the genuine article that existed naturally in the world was far, far different. Elemental origin energy was the original energy for material creation, only born during the initial creation of an entire stellar region, and stored in minute amounts in planets, continental flat Earths, lunar satellites, and solar stars. The elemental origin energy breaks down into 9 pure forms shortly after, designing the stellar region. It was an energy they could freely create, but that artificial energy didn't possess the exquisite aspect of material creation within it, the will of elemental origin. It was one of the main reasons why planets, solar stars, and continental flat Earths were so difficult to create for everyone except those at the mystic ascendant realm. Venerable Spiritwalker interjected, impossible. His sea of consciousness was utterly devastated. It would be difficult to perform advanced tasks, let alone formulate the needed understanding to intermix 9 high-level intents perfectly. I don't even need to add that the event was extremely brief, and only the divine light that engulfed the other youth could conceal such activity of intent before it reached its limit. After those words were said, the others, even the owner of the husky voice, pondered. This was indeed the case, so her words made sense. They couldn't know that Wei Wuyin had long since performed the needed calculations with another sentient existence within him that could freely take the reins, completing the last stretch of comprehension. You're right, an elderly voice quivering with age and weakness resounded. The tone the voice exuded was ancient and wise, seemingly containing the wisdom of sages. Those 2 words caused the surrounding figures to subconsciously nod, accepting the elderly voice's words. But if one looked for that voice, they would find that it didn't originate from any of the 8. The old man and sharp-eyed skinny old man glanced at each other, doubt even in their own eyes. Was it possible that Wei Wuyin wasn't the possessor of the elemental heart intent? That it was Lin Ming? Find your charges. The oath of the Golden Life Pavilion will be honored. You all must leave within the next 90 seconds, the elderly voice resounded once again. The others' expressions changed, mostly to frowns. If it wasn't for that elderly voice's owner, they might have taken action and whisked away both so-called chosens or killed them. The true element sect wasn't a force that they all had connections or good intentions towards. To see them find another figure with elemental heart intent in this almost abandoned world realm, this was a foreboding of their eventual rise in the eternal sky starfield. The veiled woman let loose a beautiful laugh that was like music to one's ears. 2 chosens. Elemental heart intent. We'll see if the Imperial clan will accept this situation, if they'll consider your honor. After saying that with a playful tone, she vanished into thin air. The others also left, vanishing swiftly. They all had thoughts, but they wouldn't dare offend the elderly voice without sufficient reason and benefits. The old man was the last one left, staring at the solar star that had taken Wei Wuyin away. He didn't think that the elderly voice was unaware of Wei Wuyin's peculiarity. With a faint smile, he brought out a small brown bag, dug in and took out some crispy chips by the handful. With a gluttonous mouth and a hearty throw, he crushed them all with a bright gleam in his eyes. Wei Wuyin felt as if his body was being dragged thousands of miles a millisecond. As someone who traversed the void, he was familiar with even faster speeds, faster explosions of the senses, so he quickly adjusted himself as he glanced at the distorted walls of golden light. He had sufficient time to think, urging Eden to take action. Instantly, the mark of Eden was interfaced with, and his body was immersed in unrefined life force and wood energies that invigorated and healed his physical state. In the briefest of moments, the physical damages that were self-inflicted had healed, including the torn muscles around his large heart. Before he could take the second step of his recovery, he found his body slowing down. The bright golden light that engulfed him slowly lowered in intensity, allowing his celestial eyes to observe his surroundings with a much higher clarity. He noticed the silhouette directly beside him, belonging to a familiar male figure, Lin Ming. My plans have been forced to change again. I've already resolved myself to act without chosen privileges, but now it seems the original plan can still be enacted. Wei Wuyin thought this as he pondered over the current scenario. This was originally his plan. But after the interference of the mystic ascendants, something he feared since learning of their existence, he had to dial back and devise other plans. Unfortunately, or fortunately, he was back on his original track. This would cause his goal to lower in difficulty by a considerable degree, but also rendered his previous actions irrelevant and a waste of effort. He saw no need to continue his act, bettering his physical conditioning at first possible time. When it comes to blessed, it's really hard to calculate around them. The heavenly Tao's influence can cause far too many variables or abrupt changes. I just have to adapt better. When he thought this, he felt his feet touch solid ground. The strange feeling of being transported at high speeds to far distances ended. Not irrelevant, Eden's voice resounded in his mind. Frowning slightly, Wei Wuyin considered those 2 words for a moment. After a brief period, he deeply inhaled and exhaled out his turbid thoughts. He echoed, not irrelevant. His actions had led to him obtaining the elemental heart intent. Based on the timing, it seemed that the loophole that Lin Ming used to become chosen by Heaven's design wasn't the only stated way to become chosen by alternate conditions. If he hadn't laid a trap for Lin Ming to combine the tokens, something he could never achieve if the Mystic Ascendant Realm cultivator kept hindering him, then he wouldn't have been brought back to his original plan. If it wasn't for his actions, he wouldn't have obtained the absolute hot fire intent aura nor merged 9 apex level intents. While his plans had been diverted again, it didn't hinder or affect his end goal. A detour, not worthless. After whispering this to himself, the surrounding light completely died down to reveal the surrounding area. The first thing he noticed was a diamond-like round chandelier that exuded white elemental aura. It gave the area light, and there were 9 multicolored crystals that hung at the edges. They dangled and contained a swirling mass of strange power. They seemed to match the 9 elemental powers, but there was something else within it. Lin Ming was shaken from his engrossed feeling of the transportation as the golden light vanished. His gray eyes inspected the area cautiously, instantly discovering a tall figure beside him. His heart trembled as a pair of giant fleshy mountain peaks that were slightly larger than his head appeared at his eye level. It moved in dazzling arcs as the body it belonged to seemed to be breathing a little hectically. When he lifted his eyes, he saw the violet-skinned owner of those pair of outrageously firm mountains. An exceptional demonic beauty of nearly 8 feet in height, a voluptuous body that could produce drolls from trained monks, and a pair of golden irises that were sparkling with expectant light. "You're not him." The voice from this giantess beauty was extremely powerful, causing Lin Ming to feel his body shiver from its vibrations. Despite that, it was the type of voice that was attractive. He was shocked by her cultivation base, finding out that she was in the light reflection phase. Just as he was about to speak to this beauty, a voice that he didn't expect to hear came from behind him. "Deshan." Wei Wuyin turned away from the strange chandelier to discover a long, sleek-haired beauty with curtain bangs. This wasn't a style he was familiar with. She wore a pair of tight-fitting black robes with battle armor bits, specifically she had metallic greaves and bracers that were golden in color. Wei Wuyin. Deshan's golden irises glowed brilliantly as she found Wei Wuyin. She moved Lin Ming aside with a push of her arm, sending him across the room, and leaping towards Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin wasn't as tall as Deshan, but he didn't find it uncomfortable or awkward as he embraced her. He was far too familiar with how to properly hug this tall beauty. Lin Ming was caught off guard. He smashed into the reinforced walls of the area, spitting out a mouthful of blood as a result. What? Terrifying physical strength. This was his only thought as he felt pain from the impact. It took him a while before he regained himself, seeing the scene of Wei Wuyin floating slightly off the ground to embrace the violet-skinned female. He spat out the remaining blood in his mouth, irritated by this scene. Was he considered trash by comparison? While this thought was nonsensical, he still felt frustrated being tossed aside like Wednesday's garbage. Just as he was about to give her and Wei Wuyin a piece of his mind, he stopped. A wave of confusion entered his mind as he observed the area they were in. He recalled the voice telling him that he was a chosen. He was then taken away, but why was Wei Wuyin here? Why was this violet-skinned demon female here? It seems you found each other, you sure waste little time, huh? Well, anyways, I told you he'd be here and here he is. A voice sounded out from the room, originating from the chandelier. Chapter 527, 523, Elementus Cash. Chapter 527, 523, Elementus Cash. Wei Wuyin instantly recognized the voice that originated from the chandelier. Unfortunately, Deshan was relentless and emotional, clutching onto him and burying her head into his chest. She wrapped her arms tightly around Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin could feel that she felt scared during this period, causing him to frown. He lifted his gaze upwards, a flicker of killing intent within. Whoa! I'm innocent, the voice seemed to read Wei Wuyin's intent, causing a shimmer of light to cascade downwards towards them. Directly before them, the figure of the old ghost, Wang Yuqian, with his short stature, bald head, and aged countenance, appeared with a bright smile. But Wei Wuyin disregarded Wang Yuqian, caressing Deshan's head while whispering in her ear. Her trembling calmed down as she found some support in this gesture. Only when her mental state had settled did Wei Wuyin ask, "What happened?" Deshan left his embrace, her golden irises were faintly wet. "I thought I was going to die." When she said this, she turned to face the old ghost who appeared, her eyes filled with a heavy grievance. To see a normally tough as mountain, fierce as a tigress woman as Deshan reduced to such a state, Wei Wuyin grew even more curious. Wang Yuqian bitterly smiled as he placed his hand up in defense. "Why act like I did the unforgivable? All I did was tell the truth." Lin Ming finally broke free from his stupor from this shocking event, recognizing the old man as well. He was there at the beginning of his journey 20 or so years ago. The Myriad Dao War Palace's spirit-based automaton. This was before he met senior sister Lin, obtained the legacy of the divine King Han Zhe, and embarked on his perilous journey to the peak. But witnessing the ever-changing expression and vivid gestures of the spirit-based automaton had changed his understanding of events. The thing was alive. It was sentient. "Explain," Wei Wuyin calmly demanded. Deshan was his woman, even if gods, devils, or beings from beyond sought her life, he would still hold his saber stably in his hand. Deshan saw this as she stood beside him, a faint smile of happiness at Wei Wuyin's domineering reaction. This was the Ascendant Emperor. Wang Yuqian sighed, Your little lover here triggered the formations of the trial, nearly activating a 9th-grade pellet that could destabilize the world realm. The rules state I should eliminate her, but I felt your aura on her, and since, from the very beginning, I believed you would become the chosen, I placed her in the Elementus cache. I even allowed her to use your resources prematurely, or how else would she leap 2 levels in 2 years? She's a greedy one too. She took the absolute best resources for her cultivation level after learning it was yours. Wang Yuqian bitterly laughed, giving Deshawn a strange look. Deshawn blushed, feeling a little guilty inside. Wei Wuyin grabbed her hand into his own, giving her a gentle smile to disperse her guilt. As a mortal sovereign alchemist, did he lack wealth? Resources? He had no issue being able to provide for his women, and the stronger they were, the better he felt. A warm sensation suffused Deshawn's heart. She tightened her grip around Wei Wuyin's hand. If this wasn't an unknown area, perhaps she might have done something else to express her feelings. After a brief moment, Wei Wuyin still had his doubts. How did she activate pellets during the season of regression? Wang Yuqian explained, the central region of the 4 extreme continent doesn't experience the same type of season of regression as the others. It's classified as a safe zone, so pellets and talismans can still be used. Wei Wuyin nodded. He had given pellets and crafted talismans to Deshawn, the Ascendants, and others as a last measure to protect themselves. But if they were sent into the areas affected by the season of regression, unable to break those bindings, they would have to rely solely on themselves. The earlier subtraction of his karmic luck value was due to his inadvertent actions that nearly led to Deshawn's death, but brought her fortune. He was internally relieved, but as he eyed Wang Yuqian, he realized that even an odd and ancient existence like himself can be influenced by the heavenly Daos. Wait! Lin Ming shouted in frustration. He was being ignored, and he had his own questions. Who are you and why is he here? The earlier words of the spirit-based automaton, or unique life form, had mentioned his expectations of Wei Wuyin becoming chosen. Furthermore, this Deshawn woman was cultivating here for 2 years. Wouldn't that mean that the life form always thought Wei Wuyin was going to succeed? Wang Yuqian turned to Lin Ming with his signature bright smile he usually carried as he pretended to be non-sentient and robotic. I'm the primary overseer of the Elementus Chosen trial. You both have been chosen as chosens due to unique circumstances, due to the similarities of timing and absence of explicit rules in regards to this. You both have gained the qualification to become chosen by my decision. Deshawn looked towards Lin Ming, now finding him familiar. Wasn't he the cultivator that fought against Zuhai, Wei Wuyin's left hand, and nearly ended his life at the Grand Spirit Trials? Lin Ming was stupefied for a moment. He turned to Wei Wuyin, shocked by this explanation. Unique circumstances. Timing. They were both chosens. What does this mean, exactly? I thought the True Element sect can only bestow the title of chosen once a centennial generation, unless it's different trials. He recalled what senior sister Lin had informed him. According to her, the original secondary overseer, the chosen title can only be determined once a century, and it belonged to the most outstanding member of that generation. There wasn't just a single chosen in the True Element sect, and the various forces would typically have 13 at most. Wang Yuqian shrugged, they can settle that mess themselves. Within his heart, he didn't really care about this flawed trial. The reason he wanted Wei Wuyin to claim the title was due to the Elementus cache. He bonked his forehead with his palm, realizing his lapse of thought. Since you both are considered chosen, you both have access to the Elementus cache, the final cache given to the chosen of the trial. As he said this, he clapped his hands while the 3 were still in their own thoughts and emotions. The room that was empty, with 4-sided closed walls, a small space, and only that strange chandelier above started to undergo a miraculous change. A cascading wave of energy brushed against the 3, with both Wei Wuyin and Lin Ming inspecting the world with their respective ocular spells. Deshawn seemed familiar with this scene, an expectant glint within her eyes. The room's walls transformed into a white liquid that started to bubble and surge around them like a cage of water. The water started to move and twist around them, forming a whirlpool that kept spinning at faster and faster speeds. Wei Wuyin realized that some spell was being undone, and his celestial eyes observed with scrutiny. Deshawn exclaimed to Wei Wuyin, "Here we go." The joy and excitement on her face was vivid, highlighting her beauty even more. Unfortunately, No one could appreciate it as the three were swarmed by the whirlpool of white liquid, being submerged. After a second, the room returned to normal as if they were never there. A few seconds later, Wei Wuyin found himself transported to an entirely different space, gargantuan and wide. The sky above had hexagonal outlines, just like the myriad Dao palaces he had met before. But the sky was divided into 9 colors, each emitting their own unique light. When they cascaded downwards, the light was not multicolored, but white. Wei Wuyin felt the environment was immersed in dense elemental origin energies and essences. While it was artificial, it was extremely high level and could be cultivated to reinforce the physical body or the aspects of an astral core. This was the greatest cultivation environment that he'd ever experienced. He was welcomed by hundreds of thousands of pillars, all sky-reaching, and holding the sky as the foundation. At the center of each pillar was at least a space of roughly 50 cubic meters, and they stored a variety of objects, scrolls, bottles, and even entire rooms that seemed empty at first glance. The largest pillar was utterly gigantic, the size of a medium-sized city, and at the center was a levitating void ship with 20-meter-tall cannons mounted on the deck towards all sides, with outlines of door flaps on its sides. The void ships from the earlier caches were all transport-focused, but this one seemed to be battle-ready. It wasn't designed like a freighter, and more like a white and golden-colored flagship with 4 floor levels, each outfitted with their own cannons. The bottom of the void ship had a strange silver ring that lifted it off the ground, giving off strong spatial fluctuations. "There's so many rare resources here," Lin Ming exclaimed with intense shock, noticing that each pillar contained various resources sufficient to establish one's own force. There were even pill bottles, elixir vials, and paste containers. These products were at least in 7th grade. Deshan had only been sent here a few times, but the resources were enough for her to advance to the light reflection phase in 2 years, and form a primary light at the white level. She was excited to be here again. Wang Yuqian didn't appear again, but his booming voice resounded throughout the entire space. Welcome to the Elementus Cache. Chapter 528, 524, The Truth. Chapter 528, 524, The Truth. Welcome to the Elementus Cache. In utter awe, Lin Ming was observing this large, miraculous space that held seemingly endless treasure. Was this the final cache left behind for the chosen of this trial? Was the true element sect truly so terrifyingly wealthy? Some of these resources were extremely rare, almost extinct within the starfield, yet there were some that had a small mountain pile. Incredible! Lin Ming exclaimed, walking around and allowing his feet to carry him forward with eyes of amazement. In comparison to those other caches, they were almost insignificant before this one. With all these resources, his journey as a cultivator seeking the peak can officially begin. Wei Wuyin, however, reacted very differently. He was extremely calm, not shaken or disturbed by the glamorous wealth before him. As a mortal sovereign alchemist with a stellar concoction rate of 9th grade products, the contents of his spatial ring might rival this entire space in value or eclipse it by an unfathomable amount. How could he possibly be shaken or awed? Most of these resources were extremely volatile to refine or had barely any uses unless it matched your cultivation method or foundation. For example, there were quite a few pure Yin light pearls, the natural forming equivalent of the primal Yin dark pearls that used hundreds of thousands of female virgins to create via evil methods. The former was almost entirely extinct, but the uses were only for female cultivators or those who cultivated Yin-based methods. Just a glimpse of this vault of resources allowed him to determine that roughly 70% wasn't suitable for his cultivation in their raw state. This was considering his 4 astral souls. If one considered it from Lin Ming's position, likely less than 5% was usable. Still, they could be traded off or used for others to be nurtured, which was likely the whole point of this vault, to provide a chosen with the means to form their own faction. A cultivator could not just rule the world themselves, it is exhausting and unrealistic, no matter how strong they become. Isn't this amazing? Deshan exclaimed, but when she saw Wei Wuyin's calm eyes that harbored no amazement or excitement, her heart shivered slightly. Was there something wrong? Wei Wuyin turned to her with a smile, "It is." But as someone who slept in his bed, saw a wide range of Wei Wuyin's emotions, she realized that those words did not reflect his inner thoughts. Was it really not amazing? When she first arrived here, her jaw was dropped for at least an entire day. But how could she know that Wei Wuyin was a mortal sovereign alchemist? That he could turn a fraction of a percentage of these resources into usable alchemical products and their value would exceed this entire cache. To add, his main focus was on another purpose as his celestial eyes inspected every corner of this cache. You used some of these resources? Wei Wuyin asked, bringing Deshawn to explore the cache. MHM. The spirit said that you'll own this cache, so it was okay if I used resources here. I even cultivated in the environment for an entire year. It's the best environment I've ever cultivated in. Deshawn excitedly said. But she pouted after a while, feeling like the spirit should have allowed her to cultivate longer. Wei Wuyin nodded. His silver eyes flicked from one pillar to the next. You've reached the 9-ripple spatial resonance and white primary light. Deshawn's eyes brightened. She started to not only detail her cultivation achievements, but what resources she used, and even what had happened that led her here. She was hunted by a group of cultivators in a snowy environment shortly after arriving. She was forced to use the 9th-grade pellet that Wei Wuyin left her, and she was whisked away alongside the pellet. When she learned from the spirit that her actions warranted death, she was terrified before such a powerful existence. But he became docile after engulfing her in a suffocating pressure that was slowly exterminating her life. The spirit had sensed a familiar aura in her energies, infecting her body. After all the times she was ravaged by Wei Wuyin until she was breathless, the times she took in his young essence inside her, her body was deeply intertwined with his aura. When it realized the aura belonged to Wei Wuyin, it spared her and explained to her that her actions of threatening the world realm warranted death, but he could delay it. This delay was of course indefinite. Later, she was given freedom to cultivate within the cache and use any resources she wished. She used natural earthly treasures to advance her spatial affinity and absorb high levels of light energies. She had been here since, staying for over 2 years in this environment waiting for Wei Wuyin to arrive. Wei Wuyin wondered how Wang Yuqian would have handled him not becoming chosen, likely sending her off and back to him. After all, it wasn't the heavenly Tao's intentions for him to become chosen, clearly. Or maybe the karmic luck value deduction was towards something else, and maybe the reason would have been being a candidate rather than a future chosen. He realized once again that the heavenly Tao's influence wasn't mind control and could form other thoughts and outcomes based on their own personality, experiences, and beliefs. When he recalled how in the Ash Dragon City in the Myriad Year continent, one of his first fortunate encounters, he could have taken the concealed or direct route, he realized it was more of an urge to do something, but how or why or even if you will was still up to you. At this point, he had inspected the entire inventory of the cache. The materials he needed for his new idea to establish a false worldly domain, or even a real one, to a cultivator not in the realm world phase, the 7th stage of the astral core realm, was all here and ready to be taken. There were even new ideas to improve upon the base concept quite a bit. Wei Wuyin. Deshawn softly called out to Wei Wuyin, causing him to regain himself from his immersive thoughts. She currently had a mischievous smile on her face as they neared the combat-type void ship. There was a glint of ardent passion within her eyes. Her intent was clear. After being alone for 2 years, scared of a what-if scenario, she was filled to the brim with built-up emotions. Wei Wuyin was taken aback for a moment. Looking at the combat-type void ship that floated within the center of the pillar, its entire size being equivalent to a mid-sized city. After considering something, he sent a mental message to the sky, precisely at the location where Wang Yuqian was observing, and he grabbed Deshawn by the waist, eliciting an excited laugh from her. This demonic beauty was truly hard to resist. They both leapt onto the void ship's deck like shadows, vanishing within one of its many rooms. While this happened, Lin Ming kept exploring the vast space and calculated his gains with a pounding heart. Senior Sister Lin wasn't lying. Being a chosen will be the very start of my cultivation journey, not in some desolate location like the Trivision Starfield. I can't let her down, or any of them. He clenched his fists as he observed an empty pillar. An odd expression on his face as he wondered what was inside this pillar. As if reading his thoughts, Wang Yuqian sent down his voice, a barrel of liquid light essence. Just a drop is enough to form a violet-colored primary light. Liquid light essence. He frowned. After a moment, he asked, what happened to it? That little girl consumed it all, Wang Yuqian answered. Lin Ming's eyes bulged in realization. She gritted his teeth and shoutedly asked, isn't this supposed to be the chosen's cache? Why would you give it to a woman who's not a chosen nor has a connection with a true chosen yet? What gives you that right? His rage was justified, because this was the type of resource that he needed greatly. As a cultivator in the spatial resonance phase, this could have allowed him to establish a powerful light reflection phase foundation. Wang Yuqian was quiet for a long moment, allowing Lin Ming to heave his frustrations out. But after that moment passed, he responded, "Do you truly not realize the truth of the situation? Do I need to explain it to you?" While Wei Wuyin and Deshan were entangled in their heated passion filled with moans, enjoying their lives, Lin Ming was questioning his right to appropriate the cache contents. Even he, a spirit form, felt a hint of anger from this. Not because of Wei Wuyin and Deshan, but that Lin Ming was complaining when he could be doing something more freaking productive. Lin Ming started, "What do you mean?" Wang Yuqian didn't hold back. "Have you stopped to ask yourself if you're even worthy of being chosen? Your entire journey as a chosen, even your survival in the trial, was due to the help of others. You didn't claim a single token of your own strength, with your own intelligence, or using your own means. While Wei Wuyin, from day one, has been making calculated moves to seize resources and positions, and rightfully earned his Elementus token through the impossibly difficult trial. He seized the other tokens using intelligent moves, well-timed schemes, and his own overwhelming strength. As for you, you used a backdoor to become a holy son. You were spared after losing a chosen challenge. Then your woman, or at least that woman that has feelings for you, had her ascended act to halt his rightfully gained chosen title due to you, for you. Even before another ascended, he fearlessly killed that little shit without a single hesitation. The amount of courage and willpower needed to do that. You sacrificed the life of a little girl to find a loophole to become chosen, and none of it was gained through any of your own struggle, strength, or means. A defeated loser with some determined cheerleaders, that's what you are. That's the truth. Why did I use my right as the primary overseer to allow his woman to survive breaking the rules, to enjoy resources that others of her cultivation and status could only dream of? It was because he, Wei Wuyin, was the only one that had the potential to become chosen, and even if he didn't, I prefer him to you. You're just a pathetic leech with a little bit of luck, charm, and talent." Wang Yuqian's voice became colder and colder with every spoken word. The more he recalled the events of the trial, the more he felt that Wei Wuyin deserved to be here, and Lin Ming simply didn't. However, he couldn't act against the rules of the trial in accordance to his oath. Lin Ming was rendered speechless. His pride felt impacted by every sentence, and a fierce burning flame ignited within his heart. Someone who uses self-harming methods for strength, nearly sending themselves to death's door, he's more worthy than me. What nonsense is that? Wang Yuqian felt it beneath him to respond to this ignorant junior with selective hearing. He hadn't even noticed that Wei Wuyin was faking this all to position himself to gain after facing the immovable wall that wasn't ascended. For the life of him, Wang Yuqian did not understand why Wei Wuyin didn't just kill this petulant child when he had the chance. Could it be because they belonged to the same starfield? He no longer bothered with Lin Ming's ignorance, speaking his final words, "You can only obtain resources that match your cultivation level. If you wish to exceed that limitation, you can reach the predetermined exceptions or forcefully shatter the pillar. The pillars have restrictions of various strengths. This token will allow you to enter and exit the space from any location within this stellar region after a 10 minutes of non-stop channeling elemental origin intent inside." A ray of light fell from the sky like a raindrop and halted directly before Lin Ming's chest. While Lin Ming was still a little angered, he looked at the drop of light and grabbed it out of curiosity. It formed a complete Nonagon Elementus token, but it lacked any origin essence or apex level intent aura within. Lin Ming looked at the pillar that once stored the liquid light essence and saw a series of characters. Base requirement, spatial resonance phase. First exception, 2 cm-sized astral core. He turned to the largest pillar on this space which held the combat-type void ship. It had large, bold letters that stood out. Base requirement, temporal eye phase. First exception, 18 cm-sized astral core. Second exception, 9-ringed soul idol, 9-ripple spatial resonance, white-colored primary light, and amp, gravity emission phase. Chapter 529, 525, The Core, Discovery. Chapter 529, 525, The Core, Discovery. Several hours later, Wei Wuyin and Deshan left the combat-type void ship inner rooms and arrived at the edge of the upper deck. Deshan's violent skin was overly flushed, and she held onto Wei Wuyan's arm tightly, a bright and gentle smile on her face. Clearly, she was currently lost in her sweet lingering feelings. As for Wei Wuyan, his silver eyes swept the expansive area with hundreds of thousands of pillars with varying sizes with a sharp and narrow gaze. Just earlier, a drop of light fell to his chest, and he could now see the various requirements for the cache. It seems that it required certain achievements to gain access to it, either through one's cultivation foundation or level. As he swept his gaze across everything, there wasn't a single pillar that had an exception that exceeded his foundation. Even the largest, which wasn't the combat-type void ship, but a high-tier, 9th-grade pill meant for the temporal eye phase cultivators had an astral core size exception of 22 centimeters. The second exception was a worldly domain that reached 1,000 kilometers in diameter. This is well designed. Give a little taste, set up requirements and exceptions that drives one to improving their foundation and cultivation level without end. He had to give praise where praise was due. Unfortunately, it met him. He intended to clean everything out. Not just the contents in the pillar, but everything. Deshawn, stay here, he calmly said. Deshawn nodded without any fuss or questions. She no longer had any fear in her heart, especially with Wei Wuyan here. She felt that as long as Wei Wuyan was here, even if the sky fell, he'd hold it up with a single arm. She stayed on the railings, inspecting the void ship with interest. Wei Wuyan flew out of the pillar. He gave a glance back towards Deshawn. A warmth suffused his silver eyes for a brief moment, and then he looked towards the strange multicolored hexagonal sky. We're doing it. Kratos' excited voice manifested into violently thumping beats of his heart. I have a feeling that the temporal reincarnator is going to arrive here. With a brief pause prior, Wei Wuyan answered. All four of his astral souls went silent, and even Kratos' excitement died down a little. The light within Wei Wuyan's eyes reflected an unfathomable intensity. We wait? Eden asked. The temporal reincarnator was a threat to their very existence. This reckless action of changing one's actions away from the standard wasn't entirely sustainable, and might lead to them suffering later. If they could remove this variable, there would be more freedom in their actions. The temporal reincarnator definitely has means to avoid detection from that old ghost. She is actively breaking the rules and stealing from the caches without consequence. Since she can open caches without a token, she probably can enter this cache as well. If my instincts are right, and they are rarely wrong, she intends to enter directly after Lin Ming leaves. She might be planning to steal everything left behind via an exception beyond what is listed. Wei Wuyan spoke mentally to his four astral souls. It seemed extremely unlikely that this temporal reincarnator was going to let the fattest piece of Lin Ming's karmic fortune escape their ravenous teeth. He couldn't help but lift the corner of his lips into a smile after thinking this, because he was thinking the exact same. The heavenly Daos clearly never intended for him to become a chosen of the True Element sect, an expression of free will by Wang Yuqian. It might be even more centered around his bloodline of sin, causing him to enter conflict with blessed for their karmic fortunes, active or unused. It happened with the commander, Long Chen, and now Lin Ming. Long Chen had almost all his expressions of karmic luck, in the form of his talented and gorgeous women, either taken or they pushed him away due to his own ill actions. But if Wei Wuyan didn't exist, how could Long Chen make such mistakes? Who else would these women choose? His actions, even though unintentional, kept putting himself in direct challenge of Long Chen. When he arrived on the Bloodforge continent, Shui Fei was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen, and the greatest expression of karmic luck for Yuan Longshi. In the end, did he not take her as his concubine and end his life? Wei Wuyan didn't even arrive there with that purpose remotely in his mind, and was seemingly drawn there by his own karmic luck. The evidence that he was diametrically opposed to blessed as if by destiny was abundant. This temporal reincarnator was just another blessed, and he will definitely clash with them if they were in his vicinity. In fact, it might already be happening. With a heavy sigh, he shook his head. I can't wait. I don't know the level of this temporal reincarnator, nor can I kill them without suffering from multiple calamities. Of hell. I don't have a true soul of sin, so I have to take it slow. He couldn't help but wonder if those at the realm of sages were restricted by these ungodly bindings. He couldn't even kill Lin Ming for fear of suffering consequences that he could never return from. A single impulsive mistake and his entire life would be over, his soul and body reduced to dust by hell. His astral souls silently agreed, a strange event considering their normally active personalities. However, he could feel that everything that was carried on his shoulders, the worries, the frustrations, and the fear were all held on theirs as well. They were in this together, and a single mistake meant the death of their siblings and father. Wei Wuyin was once again reminded that he wasn't alone in this. Wei Wuyin exclaimed, "Wang Yuqian." The old ghost presence was made known by the rippling waves of colorful light up above. "You need something?" "Yes, I do. Is there an independent spatial ring within this vault that can hold everything here?" Wei Wuyin asked. "There is. But not all these items can be stored in a spatial ring without sealing their fluctuations with an extensive restriction spell." Wang Yuqian replied, but the fact that some of these items can't be stored in spatial rings wasn't an exaggeration. There were many volatile items that fluctuation can destabilize independent spaces, requiring a place like this, a small-sized secret realm. Secret realms were extremely stable, much like world realms, and can house some of the most volatile materials and items. The combat-type void ship, for example, had an artificial star core within it, so it can't be stored normally. This was why they were given tokens that grant direct access to this location, because it can't be stored anywhere else and it was quite secure. Wei Wuyin smiled, "Can you bring it to me?" In a flash, a spatial ring of golden color appeared before Wei Wuyin. Since Wei Wuyin met the exception requirements, Wang Yuqian was authorized to bring all items directly to him at request. After all, this world was so extremely vast that it was difficult to navigate. Wei Wuyin grabbed the golden ring and inspected it, finding strange runes on its surface. They reminded him of the spell formation used by Lin Ming to transfer cultivation. It was beyond his understanding of its core makeup, but he understood its functions. While he couldn't replicate the formation used by the unknown ascended, he observed the changes in Lin Ming's body and cultivation. This was how he derived his insight into his unnamed product, his first self-conceived product. He grasped it tightly in his hands and opened his grip. The golden ring changed colors, becoming black. With a content smile, he inspected the empty contents of the ring and nodded in satisfaction. The space of the ring was roughly the size of a small-sized continental flat Earth. "Is there any restriction on the number of items I can take?" Wei Wuyin asked. "No. As long as you're qualified to take it, you can." Wang Yuqian's voice contained a knowing amusement. He was most aware of Wei Wuyin's true foundation more than anyone. Wei Wuyin nodded, feeling like a large majority of the work would be taken care of. "Bring to me the pillars of resources at the lowest level first." Wang Yuqian chuckled. The colorful hexagonal sky above shook and the pillars with the lowest requirements, at the soul idol phase, were being moved. They vanished one by one, arriving before Wei Wuyin like blinking shadows. Wei Wuyin waved his hand, sending out void force to engulf each pillar, and with a wrench of his hand, they were forcefully dragged into his newly acquired spatial ring. He kept doing this until roughly 1,000 pillars had been taken. "Bring me the next set," he said. These pillars were fashioned with great materials and can be deconstructed as base materials for a sky palace. How could he not take them? Wang Yuqian didn't hesitate, sending Wei Wuyin pillar after pillar. Lin Ming was currently trying to force his way into a light reflection phase pillar whose exception exceeded his limits. He was using his origin spear to repeatedly batter the shielding of the pillar, causing the transparent layer of the pillar that stored the resource within to tremble chaotically. There were endless cracks on its surface. He was so close. While he could just use his false worldly domain to break this pillar's shielding, the consumption of astral force to use a false worldly domain was far, far too high. He could only sustain it for a minute or so, and that wasn't at full strength but just manifesting its world pressure. Just as his origin spear was about to pierce into the shielding, the pillar vanished. His thrust hit nothing but air, causing him to crash into the ground due to the momentum generated and his surprise. What the hell? Lin Ming lifted his eyes and noticed the number of pillars in the surroundings were shrinking swiftly. He hastily inspected the world and noticed a figure floating beside the largest pillar waving his hand with a faint smile on his unearthly handsome face. Seeing Wei Wuyin taking all these pillars, his heart roared with rage. With a burning light in his eyes, he shot towards Wei Wuyin with a spear in hand. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Wei Wuyin casually waved his hand, taking another pillar into his spatial ring after engulfing it with void force. He heard the enraged shout from Lin Ming, turning his head to see the gray-eyed youth with killing intent on his eyes. With a chuckle, Wei Wuyin amusingly replied, "Isn't it obvious?" But he didn't just say this, he clenched his fist and a draconic roar erupted. With a forceful punch, a ferocious shockwave exploded in Lin Ming's direction. Lin Ming's eyes constricted, not expecting Wei Wuyin to launch an attack. He hurriedly tried to defend, using his astral force and origin spear to shield him, yet his protection served little purpose as his astral force dissipated upon impact with the shockwave. Like an explosion rocket, he was sent back faster than he shot forward. There was a long string of blood trailing his path. A pillar he was about to smash into vanished abruptly, causing him to slam into the ground and dragged out a body-sized ditch. "Stay there. I'm plundering here." Wei Wuyin let all his frustrations out in that full-powered fist, laughing with heart as he kept pillar after pillar. The ones with volatile material were restrained by void force, pacified by alchemical force if needed. After a moment, Wei Wuyin looked at the hexagonal panels that formed the sky. "I want that too." With a wave of his hand, his astral force crashed into the sky in a torrential wave, engulfing a sizable portion before he wrenched his hand down. The panels broke apart at their edges. They started to fall. As they fell, a golden light spewed out like a broken dam, flooding the world in its brilliance. Wei Wuyin's eyes brightened to the utmost limits possible. The Core. Chapter 530, 526, The Core, the Original Plan. Chapter 530, 526, The Core, the Original Plan. The Core. 5 voices resounded within Wei Wuyin's mind. Even King, the ruler of the single sound, had spoken out those 2 words. The golden gushing of light swarmed into the cache's room and lit up the room in brilliance. The air had a hue of gold. All 4 of his astral souls started to vibrate with various emotions, especially Kratos, who was thumping with such force that Wei Wuyin's physical body was expanding and contracting from the pumping surge of draconic blood. Those silver eyes of his started to gloss with a gray sheen, the human pupils of his eyes were changing ever so slowly, changing into something inhuman. With an unfathomably deep breath, Wei Wuyin reached out both of hands to the sky as if he was upholding the sky. He held that breath in for a long moment as the vast astral force stored within his body started to surge outwards. The pillars continued to shift towards him, but his eyes were affixed to that golden light that peeked out from the broken hexagonal panels that formed the artificial sky. The buildup of astral force within his body started to generate a torrential current that circulated around his body. The air pressure caused the pillars to tremble. Those closest to Wei Wuyin had their transparent protective shielding crack from just the sheer power being generated. Arg! A pained groan resounded far away, awakened by the rising power that originated from Wei Wuyin's body. After experiencing Wei Wuyin's fully powered fist, Lin Ming had lost consciousness from impact. He had never felt such explosive power before, and it was transformed into a shockwave, so he hadn't taken the attack directly. Yet his entire body was aching as his bones were fractured in multiple locations, and his lips spewed out buckets of blood from the internal damage he suffered. His entire front side of his white outfit that marked his status as a holy son was tainted a glaring sanguine color. Those gray eyes of his were dimmed of light, reflecting his current weakness and physical state. There was also disbelief in his eyes as he regained his senses, recalling what had just happened. Did he use that method again? A frustrated and indignant thought emerged in his mind, trying to find an explanation for his instantaneous defeat. Lin Ming had been rushing towards Wei Wuyin with the intent to fight, so it wasn't as if he was caught off guard. The attack was seen by him, he just couldn't avoid it. With gritted teeth and a pair of clenched fists, he lifted his eyes to spot Wei Wuyin rising both hands to the sky. When Lin Ming saw this strange sight, he was shocked and confused, but more shocked by the pillars of treasures that were being moved to him like flickering shadows. He wanted to stand, unwilling to watch as his resources and wealth was taken. But as he tried to lift himself, his entire body released a sensation of outrageous pain. What? Lin Ming tried to move again, but was met with the same pain. With fear, he hurriedly inspected his physical state and dread emerged on his face. His meridians, bones, and dantian had suffered strong concussive damage. This compounded with the recent injury from the removed spiritual spell restriction had totaled his body. Gah! His own intrusive senses instigated a backlash that caused him to yelp in pain. A spray of congested blood was spat out from his mouth to relieve the various buildups of pressure within his chest. There was a hint of madness, rage, and killing intent in his eyes. But he had to hurriedly deal with his current issues, so he subconsciously sent his spiritual sense into his finger that held his spatial ring. But after doing so, he froze. He looked at the spatial ring and noted that it was cracked in its entirety. A dreadful sensation emerged in his heart as he tried to interact with it, but was met with the ring suffering further cracks. All his rejuvenating alchemical products and external trump cards were in his ring, and it now had a deep instability within its internal space and formations that extraction was impossible. His eyes darted to Wei Wuyan's floating figure. Was this deliberate? Without access to his spatial ring, all of his products and trump cards were out of his reach. While he couldn't use any of these during the Holy Challenge due to the rules, this wasn't the Holy Challenge. Unfortunately, Wei Wuyan hadn't spared Lin Ming a single thought after dealing with him. His entire focus was affixed to the world above, but after a while, he calmed his heart, and Kratos, down a little. The outpour of power from his body redirected, finding another purpose. He targeted every pillar in this world. With a low shout, a guttural roar that seemed to originate from mythical legends, the astral force built up within his body exploded out of his body like a vast, world-consuming tsunami. This astral force was gray-colored with mixtures of 7 colors within. Wang Yuqian watched all this from beyond, once more intrigued by Wei Wuyan. The earlier words he said to Lin Ming seemed to be justified as Wei Wuyan's sheer abundance of astral force was sufficient enough to encapsulate the entire cache roughly 10,000 times over and then some. In moments, he watched the entire space become flooded with astral force. While Wang Yuqian wasn't aware of Wei Wuyan's alchemic astral soul, he was aware of his alchemic force. He had observed Wei Wuyan concoct numerous 9th-grade products, suppressing the manifestation with an exquisite saber formation. Wei Wuyan had the makings of an elite genius, even by his cultivation society's standards. With a mortal sovereign alchemist ability, 232 astral cores, a strong bloodline that originates from dragons, a terrifyingly powerful spiritual strength, and all at an age younger than 50, he was unbelievably outstanding. Wang Yuqian then felt every last pillar vanish, brought inside the spatial ring that Wei Wuyan wore. Except one pillar, the last and largest pillar that contained the combat-type void ship that Deshan was on. Her golden eyes watched as Wei Wuyan seemed to take everything, and her heart fluttered with all sorts of emotions. Was his domineering? This was domineering. 2 chosens. He claimed the entire cache for himself, defeating the other chosen with a single move, and all while wearing a smile. She knew the value of all these pillars, finding rare and exotic materials that were extremely expensive, and some of them were enough to rival the worth of small-sized planets in their starfield by themselves. There was an internal pride and intense love building within her heart. The more she thought about her relationship with Wei Wuyan, the more unbelievable she felt it was. This young, handsome, and awe-inspiring human had just walked into her life with a radiant smile and a firm stance. They fought it out in a battle of strength, and after she was repeatedly defeated, things soon led to now. Because of him, she got her lifelong revenge for her family with her own hands that allowed her to sleep peacefully and comfortably since. Because of him, she had reached a cultivation level that she hadn't even had hopes of. The light reflection phase. Since she started cultivating, she knew her limits of talent, resources, and background was likely leading to her reaching the spatial resonance phase after centuries at best, and her foundation would be littered with flaws and deficiencies, but now she had a stable and excellent foundation alongside her youth. There was no immense buildup of impurities in her body or spirit of cultivation. This all felt so incredibly surreal to her, and while she never told Wei Wuyan, whenever she woke up beside him, comfortably lying on his chest, she always felt as if she was dreaming all of this up in another world where she laid at her deathbed with endless regret of her unfulfilling life. She never expected a single choice carried so much possibility in life. If she had been obstinate, or brushed Wei Wuyan off as a pesting human that day, she would be just an ordinary cultivator still struggling in the sky ruler phase. After these thoughts flashed through her mind, her body grew hot and her face flushed as Wei Wuyan's image branded itself permanently within her heart. Wei Wuyan was unaware of Deshan's blooming feelings of love, focused entirely on ensuring every last pillar was sealed and kept within his spatial ring properly. After a brief sweeping of his spiritual sense, he relaxed. He lifted his head to see the continuous outpour of golden light. With a serious gaze, he asked, "Wang Yuqian, can you act against me?" Wang Yuqian was enthralled by Wei Wuyan's means, so he was taken aback by this question. "What do you mean?" The remaining panels of the sky rippled in response. As chosen, if I were to bring harm to the world realm, can you act against me? Wei Wuyin clarified. Wang Yuqian was silent for a long moment. I'm unable to act against any chosen candidate, and it's within my oath to ensure you remain protected and alive so that the true element sect's secondary overseer can take you to the sect for your official coronation as a chosen. Wei Wuyin realized he hadn't officially gained the title of chosen from Wang Yuqian's words. It likely encompassed an oath and ceremony similar to the Grand Prince's. It might be more luxurious and impactful than it. Then, I have a question, what would happen if this world realm's core was destroyed? Wang Yuqian this time was even more silent for longer. After a long moment followed by trembling ripples of the sky panel, the world realm's independent space will grow unstable. It would lead to the eventual collapse of it, followed by the changing of its landmass's void coordinates. The resulting collapse would send a wave of erupting power that would eviscerate every last living life form on the inhabited landmass. Wei Wuyin nodded. His eyes narrowed even further at the golden light that leaked through the false sky. He had been trying to obtain a chosen title to restrain Wang Yuqian from acting against him by his oath. That was his original plan, and he could simply ask for its location if it was within his rights. If not, he might be brought near the core, which likely was the location of the final cache. He had schemed earlier against Lin Ming, so that he would be forced to be first pick, and Lin Ming, by oath, would be forced to bring him to the Elementus cache to do so. This was in the event that he wasn't able to reach the world realm's core himself. Of course, he had contingencies in place. The Elementus token had his power within, and he was planning to use his infinite void wings, his void dragon's bloodline ability, to breach the space to arrive here if Lin Ming somehow avoided his oath or found some disgusting loophole he neglected. He had other ways too, but they were less reliable. Wei Wuyin withdrew a few peak-quality 9th-grade pills and elixirs he'd prepared. He downed them all. His astral souls, namely Ori and King, went into full force to refine them. He started to repair the self-inflicted damage he'd done on them, sitting down in a cross-legged position. Wei Wuyin closed his eyes, focusing fully on recovering his consumed astral force and their astral core's original state. Wang Yuqian felt that Wei Wuyin's aura was filled with a steel, devastatingly terrifying willpower to perform the absolute daring of feats. He hastily reminded, the world realm's core isn't something even an ascended would casually destroy. Furthermore, it has a protective layer that would require dozens of Star Lords to bypass. The tone he spoke with was filled with anxiety. For some reason, his mental fluctuations were rapidly beating like a heart. What did Wei Wuyin intend to do? Chapter 531, 527, The Core, Past Distractions. Chapter 531, 527, The Core, Past Distractions. The words of warning from Wang Yuqian were not ignored by Wei Wuyin. He had already studied world realms and secret realms long ago when he had first learned about them. He had even asked Wu Yu regarding their innate protections and the typical result of their destruction. According to him, it was similar to a Star Lord, a cultivator at the peak of the astral core realm. The Star Core realm was to detonate themselves in a violent fashion. While realm world phase experts, those at the 7th stage of the astral core realm, can create world realms and secret realms, they still required an enormous amount of time and resources to build an artificial core that held a sufficient amount of energies and power to sustain the realm. No matter what, even the weakest of world realms would be as if a Star Lord self-destructed their star core. It should not be underestimated. As for the life forms that remained on the landmass or location, they would all be eradicated by the fallout of such a devastating outcome. This was all information he was well aware of before he had even ventured into the Auric Sea, before he learned of what fueled this world realm's unique environment and strange life forms. You shouldn't think of destroying the world realm's core. If it actually occurred, your starfield might suffer consequences. Wang Yuqian warned again, but the anxiety within his mind was slowly being filled with a strange anticipation instead. He knew that Wei Wuyin wasn't an unintelligent and thoughtless individual. In fact, he was far-sighted and calculated. Wei Wuyin opened his eyes, revealing a fresh radiance of silver light that signified the lively restoration of his astral cores. Explain, Wei Wuyin said. Wang Yuqian felt a little disappointment from this, slowly explaining the truth of this world realm. The world realm's core is sustained by its own energy, but it's acting as the power source of the formation that is restricting a host of dangerous beasts that are being subjugated. If the power source went away, the resulting backlash might not be enough to destroy those beasts. You mean, those dragons? Wei Wuyin corrected, staring at the sky panel with a calm, indifferent gaze. Wang Yuqian didn't hesitate to say, yes, dragons. He knew that Wei Wuyin had a draconic bloodline that coursed through his veins. This was likely why he felt intrigued and felt anticipation. Could this be a plot of the dragons? While most legends would depict dragons as savage beasts filled with lust, greed, and immense power, they were quite far-sighted and wise. At least, the ones he met that exceeded a certain level. The lower beasts were kind of spot-on in that depiction. After all, stereotypes existed for a reason. There was truth in every rumor, no matter how diluted and ancient they became. What are they used for? Wei Wuyin asked. A tinge of coldness escaped his throat. Wang Yuqian didn't feel any reason to conceal this. Their blood energies and abundant life force are used to maintain the ecosystem of the landmass and its inhabitants. It formulates the basis of the devils and other entities meant for the trial. The draconic bloodline has a unique ability to suppress energies and mana, so it is used to establish the season of regression. Wang Yuqian didn't stop there. He kept explaining the over 100 ways the beasts were to sustain the world realm and why it was so highly valuable that it could be sold off as a training ground for elites. While it was a little cruel, that depended on how you felt towards beasts and dragons. Most cultivators enslaved beasts on the regular, using them as mounts and considering them as inferior existences from the beginning of their lives. They killed and consumed them if they were stronger, seeing them as wild and unintelligent existences. They always had this mindset, so to those types of individuals, this act would only be finding long-term uses for them besides eating them or refining them for their cultivation. It wasn't considered evil methods to perform these types of actions on beasts. They weren't of the same species. They weren't of the same race. They weren't humanoid. They weren't intelligent. They were inferior. Wei Wuyin's heart released a violent draconic roar that escaped his throat, his eyes suffused with a red of vicious madness. This mentality had ruined his life. It wasn't just the pain and suffering, the vicious abuse that they had to endure, but the utter disgust at the utter lack of consideration. If the dragons were defeated in a war, and they were enslaved and abused as such, Wei Wuyin would feel absolutely no emotions towards this. The cultivation world was cruel, losing and weakness resulted in pain and suffering. He wasn't blindly righteous. But they were treated this way because of the belief that they were innately inferior, that they weren't just inferior, they weren't equals. The mentality stripped him of his unborn child, stripped him of his beloved brother, and of his home. Wang Yuqian felt the dense mass of swirling negative emotions emitting from Wei Wuyin. They were spine-chilling and terrifying to behold. The entire space of the Elementus cache trembled from his roar, with the sky panels destabilizing further. A few fell from the sky and crashed towards the ground. Wei Wuyin glanced at the panels, and clenched his hand towards them. Despite his seething emotions, he wasn't about to let a single piece of wealth of this place escape his grasp. Those panels were made from extremely special materials. They were instantly stored in his spatial ring. Wei Wuyin's eyes that glinted dangerously calmed down as he lifted his eyes upwards, being shined on by the outpour of golden light. His silver eyes flitted with emotions. When I learned about the myriad monarch sect, about the close equality of all races, I knew that would be my favorite place in this world. A world that didn't isolate the elven race, vilify the demonic race, or heralded a single race as superior. A world that allowed effort and diligence to flourish alongside talent. It was paradise. But it was even better than I could have imagined. There were suitable locations and a limited amount of racial bias. While there was still unity amongst races, there was no outward hatred of others' races for no reason except they were different. Even beasts were treated well, given respect and being a representation of the cultivator itself. Wei Wuyin monologued a little bit, but he kept the rest of his thoughts inside. But Wang Yuqian understood what he meant to say. A world where all lack bias, where all life forms are considered equal, it doesn't exist. Even the heavens aren't fair. Wang Yuqian said, a wisp of sorrow in his tone. Wei Wuyin nodded with no change to his expression. I'm not delusional, I understand that. I also know I can't change that. The world has individuality and differentiations. This breeds unity, segregation, and bias. It is what it is. I just hate those who treat others as lesser for the sake of it. If you're weaker, then you're weak. Your race or species has no right to be considered in that equation. This is a world of cultivation, a world of strength, so it's understandable to be suppressed if you're weak. It's normal to be enslaved, to be killed, to suffer what you think is unfair. But that's how the true fairness of the world works. He calmed down, bringing an end to his distracted thoughts. These emotions were subtracting his attention from his goal. The dragons were imprisoned and forced to act as living batteries because they were weaker. This was an unchangeable fact. He had allowed his emotions of the past to flood his mind, and that racial bias mentality to distract his thoughts, filling his mind with almost unrelated topics. To be honest, I simply can't stand seeing life forms treated in such a way. I might not be a saint, but I have a bottom line. Whether they were humans, elves, demons, dragons, fishes, or ghosts, he would feel the same way after learning that a race had suffered for thousands of years in abusive imprisonment. If he didn't have the ability to affect this, then he would ignore it. He would simply move on. But since he had the means, how could he? He would rather put an end to every imprisoned dragon's life if he couldn't free them. At least that would be a display of mercy. It would be the better alternative of slowly being killed and sucked dry of your innate energies and life force. Kratos bore the same desire as him. It felt an emotional chaos at seeing those of similar bloodline as it suffer, but it was born from Wei Wuxian's soul, so its outlook on life and the various life forms were similar. To it, be it dragons, humans, a tree, a saber, or a mass of energy, they were all equals in its eyes. But the suffering needed to be brought to an end. One way or another. Wei Wuxian's eyes brightened like lights in the night sky. His astral cores had just been fully restored. Now, we can begin. Chapter 532, 528, The Core, Skyfall. Chapter 532, 528, The Core, Skyfall. Now, we can begin. Wei Wuxian stood upright, standing in midair as he lifted his eyes to observe the golden light. Wang Yuqian, can you send the void ship and Deshan back to the continent? Wei Wuxian asked with a low voice. Wang Yuqian was startled. Was Wei Wuxian planning to truly destroy the world realm's core? For the dragons? He hesitatingly mentioned, if I do, she will share the same fate as the continent's inhabitants. The void ship's internal defenses will not protect her. Was he really going to sacrifice Deshan? Wang Yuqian's heart quivered at the thought, but Wei Wuxian never felt emotional and cruel, willing to suffer losses. After all, that beauty was rather energetic earlier, and their, actions were quite passionate. Losing her would be suffering a loss, right? Can you do it? Wei Wuxian repeated with an indifferent tone. Wang Yuqian went silent for a brief moment before the void ship was enveloped in silver light. Deshan couldn't even react before she was sent to the continent. Since Wei Wuxian had entered the void ship, this meant he owned it already. As for the command spell, Wei Wuxian had long since obtained it the moment he stepped on the ship. Lin Ming saw the last pillar vanish in an enveloping silver light. A wisp of despair and hatred suffused his eyes, reflected in his bloodshot eyes. He had sacrificed so much, worked so hard to obtain this elementous cash. It wasn't just the life of that maidservant, but since he was officially pushed into his cultivation journey, becoming a chosen and obtaining the resources had been his greatest goal. Now, while he achieved one half of it, the other half was taken away. To add, he had to share the chosen title with Wei Wuxian. That despicable fellow. He gnashed his teeth, swearing to seek revenge. He was always the type of person to repay kindness 10 times over, but repay enmity 100 times in intensity. Just as he settled in his heart to ensure Wei Wuxian spat out every last thing he stole, a voice floated in his direction. You should leave. I don't know if you'll be killed as a result of this, and I don't know if it'll be counted as my fault. Wei Wuxian said, sending his spiritual sense to transmit to Lin Ming. What are you planning to do? He questioned dubiously. He thought Wei Wuxian was afraid of killing him and losing his chosen title, and that he was planning to do something very dangerous. Wei Wuxian shook his head. I don't know how this works, but I'm sure me warning you and you refusing is enough to remove fault from my hands. With those words, Wei Wuxian was about to begin, but he stopped himself. You are refusing to leave, right? He sent over another spiritual transmission for verification. While he wasn't certain if this could be considered suicide, he instinctively felt that he wouldn't be punished if Lin Ming suffered death after a clear-cut warning. This excited him a little. He was fearful of the heavenly Daos pushing up his calamities of hell, but if he could kill without consequence, he wouldn't hesitate. Lin Ming was an infuriating individual. He has killed others for far less than sending killing intent his way. There were numerous reasons to rid himself of such a troublesome and blind fool. But Lin Ming wasn't an idiot. He would never give his consent to be a part of a suicidal event. Moreover, he needed to find his allies to restore his spatial ring and recover as quickly as possible. With a clench of his fist, he glared at Wei Wuyin. "I'm leaving," Lin Mijing declared. There was no reason to stay, so he grabbed the token and sent a wisp of elemental origin intent into it. Unlike the need to infuse 10 minutes to be sent here, to be sent back required just a minor infusion. The reason for the continuous infusion was to establish a strong and stable connection to form a spatial tunnel, but with the tunnel already established, being sent to one's original location was easy. Lin Ming vanished in a gushing beam of golden light, sent back to their original location. This elicited a sigh of disappointment from Wei Wuyin. "What are you planning to do?" Wang Yuqian intriguingly asked. Wei Wuyin faintly smiled, "Something big. Let's just hope my wings are big enough to carry it." Those words were accompanied by a draconic roar, echoing throughout the world. As the thundering beats of his heart resounded, his body started to undergo vast, magnificent changes. The first and most noticeable change was his eyes. His pupils became vertical slits, the silver color of his iris momentarily turned gray, but reverted back to radiant silver. The eye of immortality kept his gaze of a celestial active. That gorgeous pair of silver dragon eyes were accompanied by pupils that contained an endless space that manifested mysteries of the void. It was as if all things existed within the depths of its inner darkness. There was an imposing presence within, exuding endless divine might that overlooked the entirety of the world. From his skin, hexagonal-shaped gray scales with a faint glimmer emerged that overtook every ounce of skin on his body. His hands, feet, neck, torso, thighs, shoulders, and chin were covered in a perfectly symmetrical network of scales. Only his face had thin, nearly indiscernible lines beneath the skin, retaining his complexion and humanity. The scales were as flexible as skin itself, yet the durability exceeded the limits of its soft texture. The contours of his muscles grew sharper, his flesh compressed, yet he didn't seem slimmer. In fact, he seemed to have grown half a size. His nails became black in color, sharp, and grew by an inch. They glinted with a sharpness that rivaled the sharpest blade. As his scaled fingers moved, it was as if space moved with it. Every breath Wei Wuyin released unleashed faint, low rumbling draconic roars. The fixed space shook with light, visible ripples. In his fully draconified state, Wei Wuyin felt the full power of his peak mortal myth bloodline imbue his flesh, blood, organs, and physical energies. In this state, he could shatter a small-sized planet with a single thrust of his scaled fist. As he evoked one of the first bloodline abilities he'd awakened, his back started to have protrusions seemingly seeking escape. With a flex of his shoulders, as if they weren't concealed beneath his skin, a pair of fleshy and scaled wings unfurled. They were reminiscent of a bat wing intermixed with an angelic wing of legend filled with life and power. Their thickness and their sharp outlines created an interesting sight. They seemed capable of upholding the world, yet swift and light. Their sizes reached far, far wider than they had ever before. They were each 81 meters in size. They flapped a full rotation, sending spatial waves like water surging outwards. Their silvery form was gorgeous, especially accompanied by the faint light that emitted from them. If a painter were to observe this sight, they would find motivation for a lifetime. Wei Wuyin relished in his draconified state, embracing the immense power it granted him. With several more storm-inducing beats of his wings, he floated towards the sky. With his hand, he formed a claw and swiped. A wave of void force swept across the world as the panels that were embedded in the sky vanished as it did. In less than a second, the hexagonal-filled sky was taken away. With a single swipe, he plundered the entire sky. What revealed itself was a bright spherical core of golden light that seemed to be tens of thousands of miles away, yet released endless golden light into the Elementus Cache's space. Surrounding this sphere was a layer of electrical waves that chaotically surged around it. Wang Yuqian pointed out, his form still not present, the world realm's core protection grid is far too powerful for ordinary means. If you want to destroy it, it's your greatest obstacle. Wei Wuyin didn't respond. With a flap of his wings, his body seemed to merge with space and time as he vanished, instantly arriving before the spherical orb, halted by the electrical waves defending it. "Let's see how tough you are." With a wave of his hand, he summoned all the pellets stored in his ring. There weren't just 10, or 100, or even 10,000, but the entire world was filled with pellets. Nearly 1,000,000 pellets of varying grades were brought out. Of these million, over 100 were 9th grade. Wang Yuqian was utterly speechless. Qing Qiumu was handling the relocation of the elven inhabitants that she had taken from Sky Zephyr City. They were situated in a makeshift village. At first, these individuals were confused and terrified of her, but after realizing that Sky Zephyr City was razed to the ground due to the battle between Holy Sun and Temple members, they were thankful. She had a bright smile on her face as she instructed some elven children on their cultivation. Boom. Boom. Earth-shattering noises shook the world. She lifted her eyes, and what she saw was the sky, the sun, all of it, was cracking at their seams. It was as if the sky was falling. And from those broken pieces, seemingly endless, world-extinguishing power was gushing out. Chapter 533, 529, The Core, Varied Reactions. Chapter 533, 529, The Core, Varied Reactions. What's happening? A shrieking scream filled with horror, confusion, and utter surprise sounded from Ming Shufeng. Her ocean-blue eyes were affixed to the sky, trembling hectically at the chaos above. The instability of her gaze was matched by the sky, with endless ripples and booming sounds erupting. Even her footing was disturbed, causing her to nearly fall. "The sky!" she shouted, pointing at the sky that started to crack like grass, fragmenting with clear-cut fissures between them. It was as if the falseness of the sky was being revealed. The figure beside her was looking at the sky, her hands trembling beneath her robes, and those crimson eyes of her reflected absolute shock and endless uncertainty. San Yongli's heart was racing 1,000,000 miles a minute as she recalled a familiar scene from her past. Her past. This world's future. Ming Shufeng was panicked more than she'd ever been before, feeling the leaking aura of world-devastating power from those crack-like fissures within the sky. San Yongli. What is this? But San Yongli was even more shocked than her, as well as ignorant. The only thing she knew, the only thing she could say is, "We're all going to die." The tone was filled with a despondent emotion that contained endless desolation and hopelessness. A deep despair and pained agony flitted through her gaze. What? Ming Shufeng's heart violently clenched as she heard those words from San Yongli, a woman that seemed to know more than her, a heavenly seer. She refused to accept that. With some quick hand seals, she brought out a golden token with strange inscriptions. The token levitated in the sky, rippling out endlessly with multicolored light that was tainted by a light gold shimmer. Her ocean-blue eyes became blank. She was using her strongest means to pierce the heavenly veil, seeking answers and solutions. An explosion of air occurred directly before her glabella, sending her head backwards. Her head tilted until it seemed close to coming off her neck. When it reached that extreme point, a faint glow covered her body and protected her. The golden token shattered. As if on rewind, her neck that almost separated from her shoulders returned to normal. Those blank eyes of hers regained color, but dimmer and warier than ever before. San Yongli was interrupted from her memories by this, turning to see Ming Shufeng's strange state. What did she do? Curious, she asked while the sky continued to fracture further, "What did you see?" Ming Shufeng was quiet for a few seconds. Her soft lips quivered. She lost all strength in her legs as she fell to her knees, her hair in disarray as tears formed at the corner of her eyes. "The world realm's core is destroyed. We can't escape, we're..." San Yongli took a deep breath with her eyes closed. The explosion of a world realm's core was equivalent to a supernova, but with far more devastating consequences. They were within the world realm itself, they had no chance of living. As for breaching space to escape, that's not remotely impossible unless one can traverse the void. Even an ascended would only be able to ensure their survival. I can't believe I'm dying here the same way I died before. How poetic. What second chance? What changing my fate? I was delusional. Her tightened fist relaxed as she opened her eyes to observe the sky that seemed about to shatter in thousands of large pieces, collapse, and fall upon the four extreme continent. It truly resembled the stories of legend that depicted the falling of the sky. He Yanglei was huffing and puffing, being carried by the skinny old man with a sharp pair of eyes. They traversed an expansive and twisting silvery tunnel alongside 7 other comets of light. The anger within the youth's gaze was endless and violent. He turned to the skinny old man. "Why did you let him escape?" The rage in his voice could barely be contained. The skinny old man merely glanced at He Yanglei for a moment before turning away. He didn't even deign to respond to such an idiotic question. They kept traveling through the silver tunnel at a consistent speed. But He Yanglei was unwilling to push this matter aside. He had a seed of law. A seed of law. Do you understand how valuable that is? I was so close to extracting it, but you let him go. I deserve an explanation. The skinny old man was tempted to push He Yanglei a little out of his protective barrier, having him fall into the spatial tunnel and be lost amongst the endless folds of space. But he kept his calm, resisting that terrifyingly exciting urge in the end. How many times must I tell you this? I am not your servant. Your actions, your negligence, your decisions, that's all yours to make. The consequences of such are yours to bear. The skinny old man said. Then, he gave a sidelong glance at He Yanglei, who was about to unleash a wave of frustration once again. A flicker of dense killing intent emerged in his eyes. He Yanglei felt his throat tighten alongside a cold chill down his spine. With a large gulp, he huffed out a heavy breath and turned away. To think that little kid was able to escape his grasp. How was he able to do it? From the central regions, 2 comets of light shot out. They vanished from the continent as they entered the folds of space. Seeking survival in the unknown was better than waiting for death. From the noxious seas, a 3rd comet light shot out as well, but it stopped as it watched the other 2 lights forcefully breach space in hopes of surviving. This suicidal action caused a heavy, dreadful sigh to resound. I much rather meet my end with my descendants than seek life in uncertain risk, abandoning everything to do so. Those words resounded as the light shot back into a city hidden beneath the noxious sea. Near the Sky Zephyr Temple, a beam of golden light cascaded from the sky. In midair, at the center of that beam, a figure was revealed holding a white spear. Lin Ming returned to his original location. The emotions between his brow were twisted and heavy. To thought of Wei Wuyin claiming the entire Elementus cache, the words of the spirit, and the inability to handle a single fist was revolving through his thoughts like a spiraling hurricane. He looked in the surroundings, finding that Tang Xingyun wasn't present, nor was her void ship. He clenched his spear and shot towards the Sky Zephyr City, arriving inside the main hall as he sent his spiritual sense through it all. He couldn't find Tang Xingyun or the other woman that wore a veil. He was still ignorant of the other woman's identity. Who was she? With a frown, he turned to notice Grand Priest Zigu arriving with a solemn expression. Holy Son, the Holy Daughter left you this. Lin Ming saw Grand Priest Zigu carry a translucent spherical orb the size of a baby's fist. It emitted faint spiritual fluctuations that reminded him of spiritual transmissions. With a wave of his hand, the sphere was brought to him. He inspected it with his spiritual sense when it glowed and then softly erupted into bits of spiritual light. Those lights entered his glabella and contained information. After a minute or so, a smile formed on his face. He looked at Grand Priest Zigu. Thank you. Nodding in response, Grand Priest Zigu took his leave. He didn't like Lin Ming and felt him unworthy of the title Holy Son after his embarrassing surrender, but as he obtained the fully completed badge of divinity, this meant he was the true Holy Son of the divinities. There was no gain in questioning his legitimacy. In the end, the victor reigned supreme. Lin Ming didn't care about Grand Priest Zigu's thoughts. The message left by Tang Xingyun had revealed so much information that he needed. For example, he now had a clear understanding of the 8 noble clans, 3 world sects, 2 golden pavilions, 2 mystic associations and the imperial clan of the Eternal Sky Starfield. The 16 greatest established forces of the Starfield, including their unique relationships and positions within them. He knew she left this as a way to give him a head start after obtaining the chosen title. Now that he was a chosen of the True Element sect, one of the 3 world sects of the Eternal Sky Starfield, he would venture into this new platform for cultivation. He clenched his fist, excited at the prospects. He also swore to regain everything he lost from Wei Wuyin, with interest. The world-quaking explosions brought his thoughts to a stop. As a cultivator who sought the peak, he wasn't filled with fear of the unknown or disastrous. With a flicker of his body, he arrived outside. But what he witnessed, what he felt from those fissures, caused his heart to sink into a chasm of fear. Chapter 534, 530, The Core, Winging It. Chapter 534, 530, The Core, Winging It. What's your plan? Wang Yuqian's voice resounded throughout the entire world. Every last living existence on the continent could hear it, causing numerous individuals of all races to search with their already lifted gazes. The apocalyptic scene didn't cause the world to descend into chaos, but a hopelessness. Everyone was cultivators, and the world-devastating aura leaking from the numerous cracking fissures that littered the sky only invoked such feelings. There was no way to resist. Death was the only choice. Ha ha ha. A boisterous laughter resounded alongside Wang Yuqian's voice, filled with excitement and a bit of recklessness. As if loving chaos, the voice playfully responded with, "I'm winging it." The voice was familiar to a few individuals. The first to recognize that voice, having heard the playfulness many times before, was Qing Qiumu, who was unleashing protective canopies over the children. She was urging her power to protect them, even if it was useless. "Wei Wuyin," she exclaimed, lifting her emerald-colored gaze to see if she could find that figure. An elven female child next to her tugged her sleeve. "Miss Qing, who's that?" Shocked by this abrupt question, Qing Qiumu turned to see the adorable expression of a clueless child before a calamity. The innocence reflected in the little girl's eyes caused her to feel warmth. She took a knee to lower herself to the girl's height. "He's a very good friend of mine. An incredibly awesome cultivator." The little girl's eyes lit up, turning to the fractured sky. "Can he stop the sky from doing that?" she asked, turning back to Qing Qiumu with an excited glint. Clearly, she saw the fear in everyone's eyes and sought hope. Qing Qiumu felt her heart almost break. She wasn't certain if Wei Wuyin could do anything, but she replied with a bright smile, "If there's anyone that can, he could." She hugged the little girl, lifting her up, and they watched the sky seemingly about to fall together. "Wei Wuyin, what's happening?" The other person who immediately noticed this voice was a young man that was on a small island in the noxious seas. He wore a black hood that hid his dark, indifferent gaze and face. With a hunched back and bandaged arms, he lifted his gaze with a snarl. "Wei Wuyin." The next two were Ai Juling and Ai Yin, who were situated together, awaiting for Wei Wuyin's return at the Ai clan's underground capital in the desolate lands. They turned to each other, shocked by the sound of such a voice. "Winging it." Wang Yuqian's voice sounded once more. The concept of this eluded him. What did that mean? You destroy the protective layer of the World Realm's core with countless pellets and then destroy the World Realm's core, and your plan was to wing it. If this wasn't handled properly, forget about yourself, that's already a foregone conclusion of death, but the lives of billions were going to follow you. Wei Wuyin flapped his infinite void wings, flying through the void like a fish through water, traversing vast distances in the matter of blinks. At the moment, he was trying to find his way back to the Four Extreme Continent. Who knew that the World Realm's core was located in a segregated space that was far, far away from the Four Extreme Continent? After he devastated the World Realm's core, Wang Yuqian lost his ability to return, and the Elementus token that allowed free access to the cache simply stopped working altogether. He was stuck. Without any other choice, he had to breach the space through spatial shift. Yet this did little good as he found himself outside of the Four Extreme Continent. Outside the World Realm's independent space. He had returned to his own starfield. Cursing inwardly, he had to use his infinite void wings' void traversal abilities to travel back, but he had never tried to do something like this before. He didn't realize that his actions had opened a connective tunnel that caused his words to echo throughout the world. As for Wang Yuqian, he stayed with him. Supposedly, the chandelier, something he had stolen just short of spatial shifting away, contained a trace of his will and power. He could communicate through that, but the voice was like an audio device and sent the old ghost's voice throughout the world as well. The only benefit was that re-entering the starfield allowed him to send a message. Pop. A man-sized black spherical orb appeared directly above the desolate lands. With a boom, it expanded from its original size to roughly 200 meters in circumference. Then, a figure clad in gray-colored hexagonal scales and silver eyes exited the sphere, accompanied by his 281 meters long wings. With a twist of his draconic body, Wei Wuyin didn't halt his swift speed but shot downwards in an explosive descent. With a crashing slam, he impacted the gray sand and hard earth with his legs. The entire desolate lands quaked, sending panic to all the underground cities below. He didn't hesitate as he turned his two claw-like hands into spears, thrusting them into the ground with a vicious light in his eyes. He ignored the continuous cracks and annihilation-like aura emanating from the fissures above. Wang Yuqian commented, "Fortunately, the distance between the world realm's core and the landmass is extremely segregated by several folds of space. If not, it wouldn't last longer than a few seconds. The power from the explosion would have swept this landmass. Not even a speck of dust would remain." Wei Wuyin ignored Wang Yuqian's commentary. His silver eyes were glowing as bright as two silver suns and his void wings expelled endless silvery light from every scale. The wings unfurled to their utter limits. "Are you sure you should be here? You have roughly 12 seconds before the force reaches here," Wang Yuqian estimated. He had no fear of Wei Wuyin dying after learning that he could leave at will. There were very few cultivators that could spatial shift. To add, his ability to do so was beyond even ascended. His unique body and bloodline allowed him to shift through the folds of space with absolutely no resistance or risk of being drawn into spatial storms. Even a mystic realm cultivator at the first stage would find this impossible. They couldn't even spatial shift to begin with, and using spatial force was not even close to allowing such means. Wei Wuyin's arms dug into the earth until almost his entire arms were submerged, leaving a small fraction left. His forehead was almost touching the gray sand, and his knees were causing endless cracks to appear beneath him. At the sides of his arms, the scaled arms couldn't hide the pulsating veins carrying ferocious true dragon blood. Wei Wuyin viciously roared, "I told you." The entire world trembled as the annihilation power from the world realm's core neared. It was only a few seconds ahead. At this point, the perpetual solar star that once hung above the sky had winked out of existence, but the light hadn't faded. The leaking power provided a source of extremely bright light. The delay was only just noticed by everyone who was so far away. The fear in their eyes only increased. Was this the moment of their deaths? The end of it all? At this point, Wei Wuyin's neck was filled with pulsating veins. His legs dug deep into the ground. Wei Wuyin's wings closed, flapping once before reaching their maximum unfurled length once more. The action seemed to trigger something within his bloodline. "Arg!" Wei Wuyin shouted with gritted teeth. With a forced smile, silver eyes that were bloodshot, and a grunt, he screamed, "I'm winging it." The 81-meter wings exploded into bright, silver light, instantly enlarging tens of thousands of times their size. In the blink of an eye, the void wings covered the entire continent. Then, they moved. Wang Yuqian was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. "I get it now. I get it now." But Wei Wuyin had no time to indulge in his joke with time constraints at hand. With his 32-centimeter-sized world sea, all four of them, he linked them together as the three fueled his draconic void core. Void force surged out endlessly from his void wings, pouring the entire continent, drenching every individual, every speck of air particle, every iota of mass in its power. Move. Move. Fucking move. The enlarged wings slowly prepared to flap downwards. Their sheer sizes made it extremely difficult to control. Boom. Shatter. The final explosion took place, the pieces of the artificial sky finally shattered as the power reached it. The sky, at this moment, was literally falling. But alongside it, the world-ending power surged through like a catastrophic flood of biblical proportions. Their first target. Wei Wuyin's void wings. Chapter 535, 531, The Core, no longer screams. Chapter 535, 531, The Core, no longer screams. The apocalyptic flood of power was mere inches away from those enlarged wings, seemingly intent on destroying everything in its path when a sound similar to the initial flight of a newborn chick resounded. It was the sound of that familiar first flap that signaled their beginning of aerial freedom. Yet for the people on the continent who were met by large gray scales that overtook their sight of the calamity, like a protective hand of a parent trying to shield one's eyes, it was the sound of their saving grace. The continent in its entirety, with Wei Wuyin at the pilot, traversed the void. They directly shifted through the folds of space, breaking through the constraints of the void with such massive mass, and departed. For those on the continent, they only saw the protective scales that guarded them from calamity. the void wasn't an existence that others could casually glimpse at. Wei Wuyin could only negate the effects due to his void bloodline and Eden's control over his sea of consciousness. Just a glimpse and you'll peer into the information of all things. Just the information of a single particle of air from its creation to its present was enough to overwhelm almost all intelligent mortal-tier life forms. To counteract this lethal possibility, Wei Wuyin had to expand his wings to engulf the entire continent from tip to tip, ensuring on gaps between. Furthermore, to move the entire continent, he had to use every last of his void force to ensure a gapless flood. Wei Wuyin had never expected to cut it so close. He hadn't expected spatial shifting in the Elementus cache would lead him outside the world realm and bring him to his original starfield. It was a gross miscalculation on his part, mostly due to his ignorance on how a world realm's core was established and isolated in death. Fortunately, he made it in time before the destroyed world realm's artificial supernova power crashed into the 4 extreme continent. If he was just a second late, a second too slow, everything would have been obliterated. But he wasn't. Right now, he had to guide the massive continent to where he originally was, bringing it to the only location that could sustain it and the numerous life forms living there. In the Imperial Dawn starfield, above the Auric Sea, the 4 forces were still waiting for their juniors to leave the world realm that the gateway door led to. They weren't very anxious. It's been less than 3 years, and the situation would only become dangerous at the 10-year mark when Tua Bihan, their only legitimate realm lord, has to act to send a void gate into the world by force. For now, they relaxed as they cultivated in the strange environment that was the Auric Sea. There wasn't much interaction amongst these leaders. As for the chaos of the world outside, the reclaiming of continents and planets by the myriad monarch sex elites, it wasn't worthy enough for them to leave. Qin Rui had recovered from her injuries after overextending herself, undoing the failings of her stubbornness. When Lian Yu had been pulled by the strange force of the Auric Sea, she had gone against Wei Wuyin's orders and the result left her unconscious and her foundation somewhat damaged. In the end, Wei Wuyin resolved it all. Whenever she recalled it during these years, she felt a wave of regret flood her heart. She had stuck to her pride and stubbornness in a hopeless situation. Others might consider that a defining characteristic worthy of a cultivator, but this wasn't the right situation to act in such a way. She had a wisp of bitterness at the sides of her lip, tugged into a faint frown. Her entire mood had been in a foul state since. Furthermore, she had revealed her appearance before the world due to her actions. There were numerous glances her way and some secret spiritual transmissions from all sorts of elders. Tua Bihan noticed Qin Rui's mood and sighed, "It was your choice to make. Don't dwell, look towards the future." However, Qin Rui bit her lower lips as aggrieved emotions flickered in her eyes. What future? Her current appearance was extremely beautiful, and could evoke all sorts of pitying and protective emotions from her male counterparts. Unfortunately, she was once more covered by obscuring mist. Qin Rui had asked Tua Bihan about the requirements to become a realm lord, to successfully ascend to the realm world phase, but the answer shattered her entire dream. She learned that it required, at minimum, a 7-ringed soul idol, 7-ripple spatial resonance, indigo-colored primary light, and a powerful intent. And from his words, a mid-level elemental intent would do. Unfortunately, her foundation wasn't even close. She had a 5-ringed soul idol, 6-ripple spatial resonance, and a green-colored primary light. She didn't comprehend any high-level elemental intent, only the 4 basic elemental intents. While certain things could be made up for by having a higher degree of foundation or a more powerful intent, she had neither. This meant, no matter what, she would 100% die to the realm world astral tribulation. This meant her cultivation journey was over. She was dispirited, and the only chance of being nurtured and retroactively changing her destiny had been shattered by her own stubbornness. Tua Bihan sighed. Even as a realm lord, he couldn't decide who the little boss decided to invest in, nor could he help promote a cultivator that had long since established her foundation. Which was extremely lacking. Unless the Princess of Everlore or Wei Wuyin decided otherwise, none of these old elders likely had a single chance of ever reaching his limits. It was a fate for the next generation. Just as he was contemplating such sorrows, his eyes glowed as he looked to the dark void. It wasn't just him, the Sand Emperor's fiery mist also trembled strangely as he lifted his eyes above, but a few seconds after Tua Bihan. They both moved their heads simultaneously, however, to stare at Qin Rui. Qin Rui was still pouting when a voice was transmitted into her mind. Her entire body quivered. "Leave the Auric Sea." The voice was extremely familiar. It was Wei Wuyan's. Her eyes narrowed as she looked around, and then at the gateway door. How did he send her a spiritual transmission? Confused, her heart was twisted in uncertainty. When she looked at Tua Bihan, who seemed to be frowning her way, she bit her lips and was hesitant. She took a few seconds before she gritted her teeth, sending to Tua Bihan, "I've just got a spiritual message from Wei Wuyan. He said to leave." Tua Bihan sighed, a bright smile on his face. Wei Wuyan had also sent him a message, but he was to wait for Qin Rui's decision for a few seconds. A way for her to redeem herself, and know that Wei Wuyan hadn't given up on her yet. This relaxed his heart considerably. With a nod, he sent messages to the other elders, an absolute order carried within. They were shocked for a moment, but after hearing it was the orders of Wei Wuyan, no one questioned it. A few were already lamenting the sad fate of Qin Rui, taking her actions as a lesson. The elders gathered together with Tua Bihan, and he turned to the Alchemist Association. He sent a transmission to them, and then a flash of silver light enveloped them as he used his spatial force to move them. They vanished as a silver comet in the distance. Qin Yeyun was taken aback after receiving the message and seeing Tua Bihan leave. Before he could make a decision, the San Emperor enveloped his envoys in silver light that was similar yet somewhat weaker than Tua Bihan's. They, too, left. "We leave." Qin Yeyun was just as decisive. He ordered his fellow elders and they moved to the upper limits of the world to create a temporary void gate. The Auric Sea's unique environment made it impossible to establish a long-term void gate. They had to set up a temporary void gate to leave lest they be trapped, only able to escape through traversing the dark void. The elemental heaven pavilion was confused, but everyone had left without warning. Uncertain of what was happening, Lin Rian was still a cautious and quick-thinking leader. She gave the order to leave as well. As they ascended, establishing their void gates at the utter limits of the atmospheric layer of the Auric Sea, the gateway door exploded. It transformed into endless bits of material and light that sparkled the surrounding world in chaotic spatial power. What was left was a cacophony of sounds. These dragon sounds weren't that of screams any longer, but they were tinged with excitement. Chapter 536, 532, A New Continent, An Inescapable Demise. Chapter 536, 532, A New Continent, An Inescapable Demise. Veins throbbed on Wei Wuyan's forehead as he urged the entirety of her strength, holding onto the continent as it flew through the void. With both limbs entrenched into the desolate lands, he slowly flapped his enlarged wings with every strand of effort he could muster. The 432-centimeter-sized astral cores were all brightly lit as King, Ori, and Eden funneled their astral force into Kratos. Fortunately, his physical strength was barely sufficient to carry the continent and every last inhabitant on board, at least in his draconic form, and his astral force was so vast that he could cover the entire continent several hundred times with ease. His outstanding foundation found appropriate use and saved the continent from its almost inevitable demise. It wasn't just moving the continent. He had to invest his energies to sustain every living existence after shattering the atmospheric conditions. He even had to emanate light energies from his wings unless everyone was sent into a world of perpetual darkness. The inhabitants on the continent gawked at the giant-scaled cover that blocked their view of the sky. They pointed and discussed as they felt the ample energies flow downwards and engulf them. Among them was Qin Qiumu, who held the little curious elven girl on her hip. "Is that your friend?" The girl's expression was priceless as her little mouth was wide open and her eyes were radiant, emitting endless innocence. Qin Qiumu was a little aware about the disastrous circumstance that this continent was about to suffer. The sheer destructive power from beyond the fissures were enough to end all life and then some. She had merely been casual with her words earlier, also feeling a little hopeless with no route to escape. She hadn't expected to be protected. But was it Wei Wuyan? Her question was immediately answered as she felt his aura within the energies and astral force that rained down incessantly in copious quantities. Her every breath was suffused with his essence. With surprise, she glanced at the silvery cover and thought of something. Was that a pair of manifested wings? If so, did Wei Wuyan? She couldn't help but chuckle, recalling Wei Wuyan's penchant for making jokes in tense moments, dispelling the doubts and fear in the hearts of others. With a slight shake of her head and a bright smile, she hefted the elven girl on her hip a little closer to her and said, "Yes. Yes, it is. Awesome, right? The little elven girl nodded, very awesome. Wei Wuyin was unaware of the compliments as he focused his attention to piloting this landmass that spanned nearly 1,000,000 miles. That was quite a risk. Cutting it a little close, no. Wang Yuqian's will was still imbued within the chandelier, and he commented freely. He was never worried about Wei Wuyin, but seeing him perform such a narrow yet impressive feat such as this left him a little in awe. Wei Wuin's cultivation level shouldn't allow him to do such a thing, yet he was achieving it. Furthermore, he was capable of sustaining it for a lengthy period of time. The concept of destroying a continent wasn't hard, but moving it was very, very difficult. It was even more difficult than creating it. The latter just had to find a placement and generate the correct ratio of energies and astral force. Wei Wuyin hoarsely scoffed, all according to plan. Wang Yuqian's laughing voice resounded with a little amusement. In truth, if it wasn't for Wei Wuin's ignorance that spatial shifting would send him out of the world realm, he would have had ample time to move the continent. It was this miscalculation that forced that last-minute save. To think this little guy intended to destroy the world realm's core and then relocate the continent. Was this his plan from day one? If so, that was a terrifying level of confidence. What was your plan if this one didn't work? He couldn't help but ask curiously. Since he observed Wei Wuyin, everything seemed to be calculated. From robbing an entire city, to obtaining the Holy Child title, to taking out the other holy clans, and becoming chosen. If it wasn't for the Ascended that interfered in the end, Wei Wuyin would have had the perfect trial run. To terrifyingly add, he even comprehended elemental heart intent. If he entered the True Element sect, his future would be outstandingly bright. Wei Wuyin gave off a wry smile, another plan. You didn't have one? Wang Yuqian was surprised. That didn't seem like Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin shook his head, urging his wings to change a little in direction. I didn't just have one, I had many. It's a habit of mine. But besides this one, the rest left everyone I didn't know dead. I much rather not even consider it. After saying this, Wei Wuyin sent another influx of energy to sustain the living beings on the continent. Wang Yuqian was silent, but he responded with a nod in his heart. The explosion of a world realm's core was similar to the astronomical event of a supernova. It would be generous to already be able to save those you knew, not counting the billions of other people. Wei Wuyin frowned. Well, that's not entirely true. Oh. What do you mean? My plan if this one didn't immediately work, if I was willing to risk myself, then I could only meet the fallout with a saber in hand, Wei Wuyin explained. Try to destroy the destructive energy with a swing of your saber. Shocked, Wang Yuqian was in faint disbelief. Wei Wuyin sharply nodded. If one swing doesn't work, then two. If not two, then I'll continue until I bring an end to it. Wang Yuqian felt the sheer confidence in Wei Wuin's voice. To face a supernova with a saber, and confidently, was something no mortal would ever even think was possible. Yet this young man was fearless in his words, speaking without a single hesitation. In his many, many years as a cultivator, he'd rarely seen such willpower from a mortal. As the few seconds between them was filled with silence, Wei Wuin's silver eyes emanated a dazzling brilliance of light. With an exhausted yet excited smile, he exclaimed, "We're here." As that left his lips, his entire body was trembling without end as his wings started to quiver. In moments, they burst into silvery light and vanished. They had returned to their normal size of 81 meters, but they quickly entered his back as if too tired to face the world. Dug into the ground, he felt an overwhelming sense of weakness surge throughout his body. His bloodline source had suffered exhaustion once again, overworking itself to its limits. Fortunately, he had more than enough draconic blood energies to replenish it. But his draconic form receded, his dragon scales and black-colored claws became soft skin and trimmed nails. With a series of heavy breathing, he lifted his eyes to see a legitimate sky layer above. The continent no longer had a sustainable environment, it was just a landmass, not a flat continental Earth with a burning core. This was why Wang Yuqian never referred to the continent as one, merely as a landmass. In a way, it was a nearly million-mile piece of rock. This rock was sustained by the world realm's environmental conditions produced by its core and a variety of formations that no longer work without the world realm's core. Therefore, he was left placing it in the only location he was sure could sustain it. Setting it down on a planet with a vast body of water, a body of water that held no islands or living beings outside of fishes and other oceanic lifeforms. Planet Wuyu. Similar to the planet Unia, it was almost entirely wildlife lived, without many cultivators. But it consisted mostly of water, roughly 80% of it. There were only centralized islands and a single large landmass. As long as he carefully placed the continent down, there shouldn't be much disturbance to the planet itself. Most of the water-based lifeforms will be displaced, but that was a consequence of saving billions of lives. Splash. The continent landed softly on the body of water of Wuyu, firmly floating there after a brief period of unsettling shakes. Wei Wuyin breathed out loudly after finishing the task. His world seas were all dry, even overly exhausted, and he kept feeling a wave of weakness. His current state wasn't that bad. With some peace and time to recover, he should return to his peak state incredibly quickly. Pulling out his limbs, he trudged his way forward as he observed the sky, the 3 solar stars that burned brightly in the sky. After almost 3 years, he had officially returned. With a bright smile, he closed his eyes to bask in the sun. He just wanted to enjoy this moment. Wei Wuyin. Wang Yuqian called out. Wei Wuyin ignored him. He just wanted to enjoy this moment of success. Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin's brows twitched. Can't this old ghost read the mood? Wei Wuyin. What? Wei Wuyin's eyes shot open, revealing his bloodshot eyes and tense gaze to the world. This starfield does not have long to exist, you should leave. I know about the freed dragons. I'll find some way to deal with it, and I won't let those foreign realm lords, time lords, and star lords act freely. I have plans. Wei Wuyin tiredly explained. He felt that Wang Yuqian was just concerned about this, so he reassured him. But he had nearly 3 years to think this eventuality through. Did this old ghost think he wasn't aware of the possible conflicts in the future? No. No. Not that. All that is inconsequential. This place is marked for death, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Wang Yuqian calmly stated. His tone was infused with a serious quality that Wei Wuyin had never heard before. What are you talking about? Wei Wuyin asked, but an overwhelming sensation of dread infused his mind. He turned his eyes to beyond the dark void, the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity. His eye of truth observed the worldly trend of the starfield. His silver irises and dark pupils constricted to needle points. Chapter 537, 533, The Returned. Chapter 537, 533, The Returned. When the landmass, now the largest planetary continent on planet Wuyu, landed on the ocean's surface, the trembling of the continent sent everyone into a state of shock. When the gray-scaled blanket covering the sky vanished, they were met with an unfamiliar environment. There were multiple sky layers above, and beyond those layers were 3 solar stars of varied sizes and colors. A whirlpool of confusion swept the entire continent. Be it elf or human, weak cultivator or strong expert, they were all feeling an overwhelming bout of uncertainty and fear. It wasn't like the same feeling of facing a catastrophe, but of facing a foreign environment in ignorance. There were a few who found this sight familiar, discovering their location just based on rough calculations of solar stars' distance, positioning, and time. Planet Wuyu. Qing Qiumu was quite proficient in navigation, always being interested in traveling the vast starfield one day to experience the world, so she quickly knew where they were. But how? Did Wei Wuyin bring them back to the starfield? Did he bring an entire continent to their starfield? Her heart was racing as she thought of this. What type of power, what type of personal sacrifice must one perform to achieve such a devastatingly inconceivable feat? I need to find him. She knew that whatever state Wei Wuyin was in, it wasn't a good one. She felt her heart clench at the thought of finding his lifeless body, drained of energy and life force. While Wei Wuyin was powerful, he was still too young, too low in cultivation. The fear of this possibility overwhelmed her senses as she found herself moving forward towards the desolate lands. Miss Qing. Miss Qing. A little girl's voice snapped her out of her panic. She found the little girl in tears, crying at the sudden and unexpected movement. She halted herself, feeling a little guilty. With a few soothing words, she returned and gave the little elven girl to a responsible adult. With some instructions, she didn't waste any time as she urged her full cultivation base to explode forth with her maximum speed. Others like AI Juling and AI Een were confused about the events as the underground elves left their city, arriving on the surface with shock and surprise written over their facial expressions. The sky had changed in terms of quality and quantity, having 2 more solar stars in the sky. No one besides the top experts and young residents of the starfield was aware of the meaning behind this change. To the people born and raised on the continent, their viewpoint was limited as there was never another world. They couldn't escape their world, and many have tried, so they felt themselves the only beings in existence. There might have been enlightened scholars at one point in time who made speculative theories of an outside area, worlds like their own with different races, but with thousands of years of absence of proof, those scholars were merely scoffed at and ignored by the populace. Still, this was about to challenge their faith built up in those thousands of years. If there was one consistent thought throughout the world, it would be, is this a new world? Sanyongli remained kneeling throughout the entire void travel, traumatized by her past, the world's future, and unable to urge out any will to act. With the devastation of a world realm's core, it was impossible for mortals to survive such an event. Ming Shufeng was also feeling a sense of absolution in accepting death wholeheartedly. She had used her greatest means to peer into heavenly fate, and that nearly ripped her head from her neck, yet it only told her about an irreversible fate of death. But when she heard Wei Wuin's voice, lifted her gaze to see the scaled wings envelop them, a ray of burning hope ignited in her heart. Wei Wuin deified fate. If he was involved, maybe she was wrong. She prayed. Not to the heavens, but to Wei Wuin. And as if he had heard her prayers, they had arrived in a new location, greeted by the familiar 3 solar stars of their starfield. Her heart's hope was rewarded with relief as her eyes cried out in joy. She was alive. Fate was wrong. She was so happy that heavenly fate was wrong. Sanyongli. Look. We're saved. She exclaimed in an excited yell, about to leap to hug Sanyongli in joy when she recalled Sanyongli's fierce displeasure at being touched. She halted, but the bright and beautiful smile on her face was ever present. Sanyongli lifted her hood, her face meeting the bright and burning sensation of light touching her face. She was met with the sight of 3 solar stars and a wave of disbelief surged through her heart. They survived. But how? Unable to answer this, she inspected the Book of Heaven's path, and it remained unchanged. The fate of the true elemental emperor was still ongoing, so of course they survived. In truth, when the world realm's core had been destroyed, the contents of the book had entirely vanished, only reappearing after they landed. Her timing was perfect. What the hell just happened? Lin Ming tightly clenched his origin spear as he stared at the changed sky. The despair and fear he felt before was absolute, and he felt that death was a certainty that he could not escape. Yet they hadn't just survived that cascading outpour of annihilating power, but had returned to the starfield. Just as he was about to investigate, his multicolored dot at his glabella faintly glowed as he felt the space beside him fluctuate. It rippled out constantly, causing him to be somewhat shocked as he frowned. A scarlet-haired figure of exquisite womanly design emerged from those fluctuations. Her facial veil concealed what was likely an unfathomably beautiful countenance eluded by her innate disposition and aura. Senior Sister Lin. An excited light suffused Lin Ming's gaze as he saw his senior sister Lin arrive so suddenly. But he was confused how she arrived so quickly. What was the cultivation of this senior sister of his? While he knew she had suffered injuries before, which caused her to be replaced as a secondary overseer, he wasn't certain what level she had reached. "You're okay." While her face was concealed, one could tell she was smiling with delight at Lin Ming's existence. Lin Ming nodded, a big smirk of confidence and smugness on his face. "Of course I'm okay. As the chosen of the True Element sect, how could I not be? You've completed the trial. You became chosen." An excited and also disbelieving tone was contained in her voice. In truth, when she learned that Wei Wuin, this ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn, was a possible contender, she knew the difficulty level of the trial would explosively increase. Lin Ming waved his hand and brought out the completed Nonagon Elementus token. Each individual session was of a different color, but at the center of it, a dot of white was quietly located there. Senior Sister Lin's eyes brightened. She moved extremely fast as she arrived before Lin Ming, sending her bodily fragrance into his face. He was sent into a stupor at such a delectable scent. Her slender fingers reached out to lightly touch the Elementus token within his hand. She frowned for a moment, but relaxed after another. The spatial node and tunneling functions have been disconnected from the token, but it was the genuine article nevertheless. With this, if or when Lin Ming arrived in the True Element sect, he would be accepted as a chosen. Furthermore, he might be able to become the disciple of her master. With his age, talent, and ability, this was very likely. It was only then that she found it in her mind to inspect Lin Ming closer. His cultivation level hadn't made amazing leaps, which was within her calculations, but she felt a strange power within Lin Ming. She frowned. Lin Ming felt her gaze and broke out of his stupor, and with a bright smile he said, "I'm so much stronger than before." With his false worldly domain and the increase of his foundation, he was beyond any spatial resonance phase expert. "You're heavily injured. It must have been tough on you." Seeing his smile, she was comforted and didn't delve deeper. Cultivators had their secrets, and she wasn't the intrusive type. But the injuries caused her gaze to become gentle. What challenges did he have to face to suffer such injuries? Lin Ming rubbed his nose at her gentle gaze, but his inner thoughts were slightly ashamed. His injuries were solely produced by one man and in two different yet dominating fierce fashion. He didn't think of complaining to his senior sister Lin nor telling her that Wei Wuyin was also selected as a chosen. "When do we leave?" he asked. A blazing readiness to leave this starfield bloomed in his heart. He was ready to venture onto a new and more impressive stage. Senior sister Lin moved her scarlet hair to the side, gazing at the sky above with a flicker of seriousness in her eyes. "I've already informed the sect of what's happening. It won't just be us leaving." Lin Ming was confused by those words. "What do you mean?" After a long moment, senior sister Lin looked at Lin Ming and said with a solemn tone, "This starfield is unsalvageable. The Everlore Association is making a move." Lin Ming's eyes bulged and his heart raced. Chapter 538, 534, The Awakened. Chapter 538, 534, The Awakened. Those cries of excitement and joy that originated from the depths of the Auric Sea were escalating in frequency and volume. They shook the still sea and slowly shattered the foundation that kept the Auric Sea stable. Without the support of the World Realm's core, the Auric Sea's unique gravitational force vanished. Without the support of the World Realm's core, the Auric Sea's waters were rapidly dissipating. Without the World Realm's core, the shackles that bound the existences beneath were broken. Within a continent near the Auric Sea, named the New Glow Continent, a small-sized continent that floated between the borders of the Elemental Heaven Pavilion and myriad monarch sex territories, an existence that had burrowed itself underground opened its gargantuan pair of eyes. Their scara was like seas of gold, as expansive as a world itself. Situated in these worlds were irises with lines that denoted a level of intensity that could shake the heart, rumble the mind, and terrify the soul. Those lines led to a sharp, vertical pupil, black as the darkest night that led to what felt like purgatory. With a low growl that generated disastrous quaking on the continent, the owner of these intense eyes turned to the world below. If Wei Wuyin was here, he would recognize those eyes in a heartbeat. It had been nearly a decade since he last saw it, but it left a life-changing mark on his mind. It was the azure-scaled horned firmament dragon, Anu. With a movement of its gargantuan body, he clawed towards the ground and scraped off the continent's earthen layers like thin paper meeting a sharp knife. Instantly, he tunneled completely through the continent with its claws, until the dark void could be seen from the world below. "You're all free." With a bellowing roar, Anu moved its body and the entire continent trembled until it started to break apart. Even the core of the continent was impacted and life-sustaining energies were being affected. In his excitement, Anu burrowed through the continent's lower portion, exiting out and into the dark void. "I didn't think you'd be free so soon. But I'll be there to welcome you all." With a deep, terrifying roar, Anu's voice exploded through the dark void, transmitting even through the hazardous environment that didn't have a single air particle for sound to travel. As for himself, Anu was a beast that had long since reached the star beast level, capable of traversing the dark void and resisting its terrifying chill with just its physical body. Unlike humans that needed to formulate worldly domains, beasts' cultivation path allowed them to store their life-sustaining energies within their bodies, using their vast vitality and bloodline power to keep the chill at bay. When he entered the dark void, his true, gigantic form was revealed. Its form was utterly massive. Just the length of its body alone was over 30,000 meters. Its dragon's eyes were hundreds of meters in size, it had jade claws as large as mountains and as sharp as swords, and atop its snout was a golden-colored curved horn that flashed with strange runic markings. With every devastating breath it took, it revealed its humongous maw that seemed like a chasm of bloody red, a sight of terrifying nightmares. Each row of teeth was like miniature mountain-shaped swords. The violent aura of its breath caused even the chill of the dark void to dissipate. On its back, two thick, meaty, and azure-scaled wings flapped with terrifying momentum. If this was on a planet, endless natural disasters would occur as a result of each individual flap. But the wings themselves had a total wingspan of 40,000 meters. It could engulf entire continental flat Earths. Anu brought his body through the dark void with every flapping surge of his wings, getting closer and closer to the sounds of excitement that originate from his clansmen. Finally, they were all about to see the world. His burning excitement couldn't help but be unleashed with explosive roars through the dark void. As for the new glow continent, it shattered and fell apart. Those on it met horrifying deaths, with many being propelled through the dark void by the abrupt split of the continent. They were the lucky ones as their deaths were more quick. Others had to stay on the continent, trying to fight for survival in the hopeless collapse. Tens of millions. Dead. This was something even Wei Wuyin wasn't able to see occur. While Lin Ming and senior sister Lin discussed, a figure on the continent was currently flying towards their location. It was a similarly veiled figure, belonging to Bai Yushi, the secondary overseer of the Elementus chosen trial. She was initially panicked as well, unable to find a possible way to escape the ensuing destruction of the continent. She tried to escape through a void gate, but the power unleashed by the destructive force interfered with that process. Unless she tried to escape through the space like the others, she wouldn't be able to leave. But if she did that, in this environment, she might be lost in chaotic space forever. This wasn't a choice she was willing to make, nor could she. Her cultivation base had been greatly damaged alongside her soul after the engorging foundation method was used. She couldn't gather the necessary power to even do so, so she was left with no alternatives but to die alongside the others. But then she heard Wei Wuyin's voice, and then the gray-scaled blanket-emitting silvery light appeared. She didn't know what was happening. Fortunately, they seemed to have been miraculously relocated and survived the calamity of the world realm's core destruction. She had felt the aura of her senior sister, so she was racing towards it, hoping to find answers and seek shelter from other events. She wasn't familiar with the Starfield's environment. Unlike her senior sister, she traveled through the spatial tunnels of the Golden Life Pavilion, not traveled to the Starfield personally. When she arrived, she saw Lin Ming's bloodied state and her eyes were filled with a trace of inexplicable pain. She had utterly forgotten about her senior sister for a moment. When she arrived, she landed beside Lin Ming and asked urgently, "Are you okay?" Her concern had shocked both senior sister Lin and Lin Ming. The former knew Bai Yushi was usually cold and indifferent to other men, not giving them any time of day or remotely getting close to them. Yet she was approaching of her own will and even asked this question, ignoring her presence. The latter was startled because he hadn't sensed her coming, being taken by complete surprise. He realized his injuries were quite intense and he had to spend some time wholeheartedly recovering. After that spiritual spell restriction was inexplicably removed, he had suffered damage to his foundation that had been covered by the engorging foundation method, but not removed. Then he suffered a blow from Wei Wuyin that dealt severe damage to his meridians and physical body. He needed to recuperate lest he permanently left damage to his foundation. Still, he calmly answered, "Yes, I am." Lin Ming observed Bai Yushi, finding her still unknown. He turned to senior sister Lin, curiosity within his gaze. Did she know Bai Yushi? In truth, he had thought that Tang Xingyun was the one who was helping him the entire way, not Bai Yushi. She was only someone he thought was a servant of Tang Xingyun, like Xiaoyin. Bai Yushi was startled by Lin Ming's expressions and distant looks, but then she recalled that he had only ever seen her true face and body once before, and she was concealed in body and face through the exquisiteness of the veil. Awkward, she looked at her senior sister. Senior sister Lin gave a faint smile. "We'll discuss more later. For now, we need to round everyone you care about in one location." Lin Ming started, "You're serious, senior sister Lin?" She nodded, "Let's go." Chapter 539, 535, What If? Chapter 539, 535, What If? Swoosh. A figure blitzed through the world with agile swiftness. Every step took them several hundred meters, and the ground beneath their pressing feet was crushed and cracked. The figure sported a black martial outfit, tight and fitted, regaining their normally domineering grace outside of the holy white color. The figure was Wei Wuyin. Traveling through the desolate lands, he was making his way to the nearby city that had an established void gate. With his bloodline source exhausted, his world seas used dry, he was left with using his physical strength to traverse the world. He didn't wish to overly stress out his astral souls, and the running allowed him to contemplate at his own pace. He was reminded of when he was younger, weaker, and how he'd use the training field to run laps to clear his thoughts. It was oddly invigorating and mind-freeing. To relive that feeling once more at his current cultivation where he could leap through the void, shift through fixed space, and fly was incredibly unexpected and rare. Are you certain? Wei Wuyin's words flowed slowly, and there was a serene tone within. If anyone had just been told the details of the future ruin of the starfield, they would be sent into a massive panic and enter a state of utter despair. However, Wei Wuyin was under the daily pressure of facing the calamities of hell. His ability to remain calm under pressure was unrivaled amongst those his age. Wang Yuqian was similarly shocked by the calmness exuded by Wei Wuyin, but considering how strange and otherworldly this youth was, be in looks, foundation, or intelligence, it wasn't that out of expectations. I am, Wang Yuqian replied. Wei Wuyin closed his eyes, feeling the rushing wind brush against his skin. With a few breaths and a moment, his eyes widened as a firm, stable resolve remained in his gaze. We'll leave. If what Wang Yuqian said was true, then the only option was to leave. You won't be able to have the hundreds of trillions of life forms inhabiting this continent leave, including humanoid life forms and intelligent beasts. Wang Yuqian instantly responded with this truth. I know. I'll take all those important to me and escape. If this is as unstoppable as you say, then I can only resort to this. Wei Wuyin acknowledged, clarifying his declaration. If he had to take those important to him, then he'll have to take his women and those who were friends of his. The moment he said those words, he halted his steps and momentum with a sudden stomp. A soft explosion occurred beneath his feet as he looked towards the sky. Several years ago, when he had reached the third stage of the astral core realm, the soul idol phase, his eye of truth had reached a higher level and he peered into the worldly trend of the starfield. He observed one thing, its eventual ruins. He didn't know when. He didn't know how. Without that information, he was unable to act against it. He didn't know how harsh this event of ruination was or how intensive it'll take place. It could take the form of a civil war, of a foreign invasion from another starfield, the collapse of one of 3 solar stars, or from something else entirely. But when he reached the 5th stage of the astral core realm, the light reflection phase, aspects of the event had revealed itself through the eye of truth. The one thing, the only thing, was time. He knew when. 13 days. In less than 2 weeks, the entire starfield and all its inhabitants will suffer devastating ruin. Wei Wuyin's first instinct was to figure out why he hadn't sensed anything in the world realm. He later learned that the actual location of the world realm wasn't in the starfield, but merely had a connection to it through spatial tunnels. This was how they entered. If the entire starfield vanished one day, those inside the world realm would suffer absolutely no damage. The only issue will be their ability to return. They wouldn't even feel it happening from the safety of the world realm. He also learned from this that his eye of truth was limited to specific environments. He couldn't observe the starfield's worldly trend due to being elsewhere. This wasn't a severe limitation, but it served to act as a renewed reminder that the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity might be incredible, but every method, every art, every spell had limitations and restrictions. How do you plan to do that? Wang Yuqian questioned his plan. He was nothing more than a connective will, so besides conversing, he had no power to take action. He was merely here because Wei Wuyin couldn't hold back from taking the chandelier that housed a portion of his consciousness within. But even that wasn't going to last long, but this was exciting. Wang Yuqian was reminded of the time he was a cultivator, fighting against time and enemies of unfathomable means. He was living vicariously through Wei Wuyin, and it made his thoughts very lively. If I was going to leave, there's an ancient void gate that likely leads out of the starfield. Wei Wuyin clutched at the crescent moon necklace that he'd obtained from that unnamed commander long ago. This was the only option he had in hopes of escaping the starfield. Oh, that. That wouldn't dash. Wang Yuqian's words paused mid-sentence. Wait, you said, if I was going to leave. Wei Wuyin inhaled a breath of fresh air, expelling out his turbid thoughts with a sharp exhale. I expected it wouldn't work. This thing seemed to be limited in its function, likely only able to bring one person. I discovered as much when I learned about the limited void gate in the Alchemist Association's headquarters. This starfield seemed to be filled with mysteries. I have no intent to leave my home on another's terms. Even if I couldn't stop it, I would still try. Where my parents found their love, my birthplace, the place where my brother and Dai Lin are buried, where Bai Lin will return to. To abandon it, to leave it to be devastated like the other starfields, I can't. Wei Wuin's heart of cultivation was firm, but what was even more firmer was his resolve in setting and following his principles. Even in the face of death, he'll use his saber to uphold himself with dignity. He was not cultivating just to survive, but to thrive. To thrive as his own individual, and to live in the fashion he wished. Unless it was truly hopeless, until he exhausted every last possibility and means within his repertoire, he'll never surrender. Do you understand what I told you? What's coming to this starfield? It exceeds all things mortal, and even those who've ascended avoid it. Wang Yuqian warned, but his voice wasn't filled with caution and concern, but expectant excitement. I do. Wei Wuin's silver eyes glinted with a radiance, as if all things concealed and unseen by mortal eyes couldn't hide from it. Like a pair of moons, they pierced through the sky layer of planet Wuyu, to outside the starfield, and his eyes narrowed. What do you plan to do? The bubbling energy within his tone was rising with every syllable. Wei Wuin didn't respond. From his dark pupils, an image of a silhouette emerged. It resembled a dog without irises or pupils, merely a sea of crystalline sclera that seemed to be filled with stars. Its head swirled until they lined up with Wei Wuin's pupils, as if it saw him as well. His heart trembled, a thought emerged in his mind. A frightening thought that seemed to carry some substantial weight. What if? What if this trend of inevitable ruination was his fault? Chapter 540, 536, Start of Hour. Chapter 540, 536, Start of Hour. Is it that urgent? Lin Ming asked with a voice filled with confusion, interest, and a tinge of fear. He had never heard his senior sister Lin speak on such matters so seriously. At the moment, they were being carried out of the planet Wuyu by senior sister Lin's worldly domain. She was extremely fast as she blazed through the dark void with ease. He was excited to see that this mysterious senior sister Lin of his had recovered her powers. Since she was nearly killed, her cultivation had stagnated, and besides some basic means, she couldn't unleash much power. It was at such a level that Wei Wuin in the Myriad-Year continent, a lowly cultivator at the Qi condensation realm with a slightly stronger spiritual sense, could perceive her true appearance for a moment. It was that horrible. But over time, she had regained a portion of her original strength through various recuperative methods. Now, she could unleash a strength beyond a realm lord. Senior sister Lin's scarlet hair flowed as she urged her worldly domain forward. Bai Yuxi and Lin Ming were within the confines of her worldly domain, being carried within without much effort. It is, she succinctly replied. Bai Yuxi intervened at this moment, it really is. You might not know this, but the dark void is home to some truly terrifying existences and strange phenomena. One of these things is the start of hour. They aren't limited to one type, however. There are many types, but this specific one is called Tiango. It is an ancient existence that has supposedly lived for innumerable years. It treats our stellar region as its home, and it fests on solar stars of all types. Is there really something that can consume stars? Is that even possible? Lin Ming was still in disbelief and fearful of such terrifying existences. Bai Yuxi nodded. Not only does it consume solar stars, but it disperses a vast quantity of energy during its digestive cycle, causing the nearby planets and continental flat Earths to be hit with a surging wave of explosive power. I once saw a visual recording of its devastation. She stopped speaking after reaching that point. If her countenance could be seen, Lin Ming would discover her complexion was exceptionally pale. Lin Ming went silent for a very long moment. If it consumes stars, how come it's still alive? Doesn't the eternal sky starfield have experts beyond mortal limits? Can't they kill it? Kill it? Senior sister Lin almost scoffed at the thought, but held it back because it was Lin Ming speaking from a place of ignorance. It can't be killed. At least, not by our experts. Then wouldn't it devour the stars of the eternal sky starfield one day? Lin Ming's heart throbbed at this answer. An unkillable existence that devours stars made it impossible. Bayushi broke out of her overly active imagination and hurriedly spoke to clear her thoughts of that terrifying image. Tiango isn't a violent existence. It feasts on stars in much the same way we consume fruits to obtain nutrition. It might seem like a malevolent creature due to the destruction it brings, but that's as unintentional as you breathing on a fly and it being obliterated by your aura. It's not your desire, just a byproduct of your terrifying power. In fact, it's simple-minded and easy to manipulate. While it won't leave our stellar region until its food is entirely gone, it also has ways to be kept under control. For example, it can only consume solar stars of a certain level. The eternal sky starfield solar star has a mystic radiance belt, and it could be equivalent to a fruit made of steel to it. It avoids it like a plague, unable to consume it. Mystic radiance belt. What's that? Even in the information that Tang Xingyun had left behind, he was ignorant of this term. Bayushi puffed out her ample chest and said with pride, a mystic radiance belt is a product of dozens of ascended working together to forge a circular ring that orbits the solar star. It infuses its innate qualities with mystic intent, and changes the entire environment through mystic light, elevating all things to the mystic level. You'll only be able to understand after you've entered the starfield yourself. Lin Ming understood far more than Bayushi expected. He was aware that the starfield they resided in was of a mortal level, and this was because of the 3 solar stars elevating the environment, the materials, and herbs that it produced. This was why it could barely sustain itself after thousands of years without a mortal sovereign alchemist. There was the continued explanation that if the starfield only had a single solar star, the rate of deterioration of the starfield would have been explosively sharp. If 8,000 years had passed in that type of environment, then forget a 6th phase expert, the cultivators would struggle to reach the astral core realm. The 2 created solar stars that were larger and brighter, sending out more power that gave birth to greater resources in terms of quality and quantity. In a way, solar stars were the main contributors to a cultivator's success and its civilization. For example, the 4 extreme continents world realm extracted the powerful energies of the captured dragons to fuel itself. If not, the cultivators would severely struggle. But Lin Ming was immediately confused by something. Why is it coming now? Bayushi went silent, unable to answer as she looked to her senior sister. She didn't know this answer, so she could only look for someone more knowledgeable about the circumstances and habits of the Tiango. With a soft sigh, senior sister Lin explained, I don't really know. Roughly 3 years ago, its trajectory abruptly changed. In truth, the Everlore Association had set up formations that concealed this starfield from its senses. Even if it floated right by, it would just harmlessly pass by. It has happened many times before. But not now. Senior sister Lin shook her head, not now. The Everlore Association wouldn't take action if they weren't certain that the Tiango had noticed this starfield. They spent years keeping track of its trajectory, even trying to redirect it to see if it was merely a coincidence. But it always corrected its course. After 3 years, they are certain its target is this starfield and its 3 solar stars. The atmosphere went silent. The possibility that something was attracting the Tiango was a definite possibility. But what? The Everlore Association had even sent some surveyors to see if they could find the cause, but there was nothing gained from their investigation. It was an utter waste of time. So they had to take drastic measures. What about the other powers? What are they doing? Lin Ming was aware that this starfield had specific significance to certain forces in the eternal sky starfield, even the true element sect had its roots here. It was why it was protected and preserved, left untouched. Not just because of the vast distance between the 2, but the significance of its existence. To think they would be willing to allow the starfield to meet its end. It was a little infuriating. After all, he was raised here. The True Element Sect and Everlore Association are the only 2 who have any connection to the starfield. Besides the Void Voyage sect that resides in an unknown location, being a secluded power for so many years, none of the others would even consider fighting the Tiango or wasting their resources to do so. Senior sister Lin lightly sighed. The Tiango wasn't some middling existence that could be handled with some effort. It was beyond their power, so she understood their desire to not provoke it. If they do, who knows if it wouldn't suddenly have an appetite for a greater solar star like theirs. There was too much risk, likely even the various powers were pressuring the other two to not do anything aggressive. What does the Everlore Association plan to do? Lin Ming asked. He wasn't aware of the total strength of the Everlore Association, but it shouldn't be too weak. Senior Sister Lin looked behind her, glancing at Lin Ming. They intend to relocate. Relocate. Both Bai Yushi and Lin Ming asked simultaneously. What did that mean? The starfield had hundreds of trillions of lifeforms that were intelligent and capable of cultivation. How would they relocate these individuals? Yes, relocate. They've sent the order to have every human, elf, and demon sent elsewhere. When she said this, there was a dark, depressed quiver to her tone. Lin Ming was still immersed in his thoughts, thinking about how terrifying must their power be to achieve such a feat. Unfortunately, he didn't realize who the order Senior Sister Lin mentioned neglected. There were two. Beasts. And Beastmen. Chapter 541, 537, Imperial Summons. Chapter 541, 537, Imperial Summons. Within the myriad monarch sect's Penteo Dao mountain range, the surge of activity was erupting amongst the members. The majority of the upper echelon were summoned, brought to the first level of the extreme monarch mountain. There was a long list of experts gathered from earthly general rank elders, heavenly commanders rank elders, imperial sages, prime imperial sages, and Tua Bihan, the only realm lord and grand imperial sage of the sect. They were all situated at the base of the extreme monarch mountain, and they were all looking towards the void gate. Tua Bihan had returned from the Auric Sea, and his first course of action was to use his authority at Grand Imperial Sage, the cultivator with the highest authority with an absent Grand Monarch, to initiate an imperial summons. This evoked his power to immediately gather all available experts within the confines of the planet. As for those outside of it, their objective was to return to the sect at the earliest moment. The only times an imperial summons had been used was related to war, conflicts that would determine the entire course of the Starfield's hierarchy. They had been ganged up by 3 hegemonic forces before, forcing them to suffer continuous defeats and only surviving by the intervention of the San clan. If it wasn't for that action of theirs, the myriad monarch sect might not exist today, but they were certain that neither would any of the other 3 hegemonic powers. Even against 3, they were fearless. And if they had to prove why this was so, then the 3 hegemonic forces would understand how the character for regret was written. Tua Bihan was dressed in a loose gray robe, giving off the feeling of a casual, gentle, and playful elder that slept all night and rested all night. Yet no one present would ever underestimate this figure. He was the only Grand Imperial Sage, a genuine Realm Lord, and to add for style, he was an Emperor Alchemist. Grand Sage. A group emerged out of thin air, arriving from another void portal. There was no indication of their arrival to most, but Tua Bihan felt the spatial fluctuations emitting briefly prior. Tua Bihan turned to see them greeting him with humble bows, and he faintly smiled. What would the little boss think if he knew I let you bow to me? Tua Bihan waved his hand to lift the leading figure up. The force used was extremely gentle. His chuckle and words caused the various elders to curiously inspect the new arrivals. The other arrivals all had to bow, so they were curious. But when everyone looked over, not a single member amongst the crowd felt his words were too much, unfair, or unnecessary. In fact, if they were in Tua Bihan's situation, they might go into a fierce panic if they saw her bow, feeling as if she was trying to force that grand figure to be displeased with them. The figure was none other than Shui Fei, the only official concubine of the Ascendant Emperor of Neo Dawn. The youngest Emperor Alchemist in history, and leading figure of the new era. Her beauty was phenomenal, capable of taking one's breath away. Her resplendent hazel-colored eyes with flecks of navy blue was highlighted by her rich caramel skin. With a slender, willowy bodily figure that carried a pair of exquisitely shapely and ample breasts, she was utterly tantalizing to the visual senses. Dressed in sanguine-colored combat attire that accentuated her figure, she seemed to be a mixture of a valiant and sexy beauty. Grand Sage, he would not mind. Despite saying this, she didn't try to bow again to show her respect. Behind her was a group of 50 elite cultivators that she had recruited of her own sub-faction as a Valkyrie. This was in accordance with Wei Wuyan's suggestions. There would be 2 sets of ascendants that he'll handle, his own personal unit of ascendants and the Ascended Army. Hong Chuanhua was the first commander of the Ascended Army, while Zuhai was a member of his personal unit of ascendants that had yet to be named. The Valkyrie will count as a personal subunit of select individuals, and they will have authority to establish their own forces. If they desire, they can even establish sections. She realized that Wei Wuyin didn't want a single power force, but a congregation of elite powers nurtured by not just him but them individually. If she were to guess his intentions, it was as if he wanted them to have their own personal army for protection or uses. This gave her ill feelings. It was as if he was saying, I want you to establish your own force so that when I'm gone, you'll be safe. The feeling wasn't just shared by her, but even the other members of Valkyrie were of this idea. The issue is they couldn't discuss this with him due to his exploration of the gateway door. Still, none of them wasted their time. She had established her own personal army called the Blood-Forged Dragon Unit. They were made up of females. There wasn't a single man that was willing to join her force, for fear of being quietly removed by Wei Wuyin. As Wei Wuyin's concubine, she shouldn't be close to any male figure. And she was aware of this, not risking creating a single misunderstanding. Not a single one of these women were weak, with all of them being at the astral core realm. They had just been summoned back by the sect. After all, they might be her own unit, but Wei Wuyin's ascendants was a faction formed within the Myriad Monarch sect. They were all a part of the sect. Tua Bihan liked the intelligence that Shui Fei had shown. Despite being within the Auric Sea, he could easily extract reports from outside by having them send updates through void gates that led to the Auric Sea. He was well aware of their activity and continuous reclaiming of continental flat Earths and portions of planets. Shui Fei was the only individual that claimed in continental flat Earth. Despite her small force, she exhibited good battle sense and combat abilities. With her own cultivation reaching the Sky Ruler phase, was she unmatched by those outside of the sect. To have beauty, brains, talent, and strength was a combo package that was extremely hard in this world. Grand Sage, may I ask why we're here? She was curious, and so was everyone else. An imperial summons was not to be used lightly and it was only used to declare war. Furthermore, Tua Bihan was watching over the gateway door. Why was he back? The others were also curious, and one impatient heavenly commander received a faint wave that forced him to kneel for an entire 5 minutes for his lack of bearing and patience. But they all knew that Tua Bihan wouldn't dare do the same to Shui Fei. Tua Bihan smiled in response, I'll explain when everyone's here. The heavenly commander that was forced to kneel cursed underneath his breath, but he couldn't blame Tua Bihan. He cursed Shui Fei's luck. If he had been born a female, wouldn't he have a chance to become a concubine of Wei Wuyin? Shui Fei nodded and brought her unit to an empty area. That's when another familiar group arrived. But this group caused the crowd to rustle about with a bit of tension in the air. A pair of crystal clear yet fiercely regal eyes descended on the crowd, causing them to feel a little suppressed, as if before royalty. Her peach lips and outstanding figure that rivaled Shui Fei's was accompanied by dark-colored hair. The bearing she possessed was unmatched by everyone present. Around her slender neck was an unassuming black ring tied by a string, and the ring itself was nestled comfortably between two ample peaks. When Tua Bihan turned to face her, he didn't smile, and his expression was stern and respectful. Grand Princess, Tua Bihan gave a faint bow. An utmost show of respect that a grand imperial sage could give a grand princess. She was none other than Wu Baozhai. Her unit was formed from earthly elites and sky nobles, a mixture of males and females of various races. They were selected carefully and properly nurtured. They were all dressed in a uniform set of gold and white heavy armor. A bloodthirsty and fierce aura permeated from their eyes. The crowd went into a wild fervor of discussion and transmissions. A year ago, another member of the Grand Monarch lineage had emerged. To add, she was a member of the Ascendants. With her present, and the backing of Ascendants, she was accepted in direct contention with Long Chen's right as Grand Prince. While there have been multiple Grand Princes before contesting for Grand Monarch, this was the first time a female was selected. Furthermore, she was terrifyingly fierce. Within the span of a year, she had reclaimed the most territory out of all factions, and a large portion of a planet. She paved her name on the wall in blood. The demonic Abyss Mountain members could only perish before her might. Wu Baozhai bowed to Tua Bihan, showing her respect. Her eyes met Shui Fei's and a competitive light radiated from their eyes. They were two members of Valkyrie, but their positions were also different. As a woman of endless ambition, she had reservations about Shui Fei. After experiencing vast improvements in her cultivation, even establishing the nine-ringed soul idol in the shortest period of time, she was aware that the resources she could enjoy would be a level below Shui Fei. Even if she became Grand Monarch, this wouldn't change. After all, she was the only official concubine of Wei Wuyin. And she was aware that even if she became Grand Monarch, she couldn't exert authoritative power over Wei Wuyin. They were competing quite often, yet Shui Fei was only slightly inferior to her due to numbers and restrictions on gender. Tua Bihan had already received notice that the other members who'd been very high profile lately, such as Hong Ru, Xiao Bing, Lin Ziyan, and Na Sini were in closed-door seclusion, attempting to enter the soul idol phase. The other members of the Ascendants were occupied, unable to answer the summons immediately. Therefore, only these two were present. A few more groups arrived before the gathering time for the Imperial summons had ended. Tua Bihan took the stage, floating above the sky as the eyes of everyone looked towards him from below. Sweeping his gaze over the world, he announced, "We're traveling to planet Wuyu. Your job is to be prepared for anything. We might face experts far beyond our means. Treat this as a war, and be ready to fight with your life on the line." Tua Bihan's announcement shook the crowd, but they grew silent immediately. A fierce, violent, and honed aura emitted from them all. Every last myriad monarch sect expert was forged in battle and competition. Which one of them hasn't fought with their lives on the line? The dogma of the myriad monarch sect had never accentuated talent, but hard work and intelligence. Your competition wasn't just those outside, but even those inside. With this mindset, they were almost always ready to fight. Seeing this, Tua Bihan glanced at Shui Fei and Wu Baozhai. These two women were competitive and fierce. He faintly smiled, "Your Ascendant Emperor will also be there." When he said this, the light in everyone's eyes brightened considerably. Wasn't this also a chance to show off their ability to Wei Wuyin? To earn his favor? The prospect invigorated their battle wills further. As for Shui Fei and Wu Baozhai, their eyes radiated with different emotions. The former was in disbelief, and then a large smile that dazzled the world revealed itself. As for Wu Baozhai, she was conflicted. There was even a faint thought in the back of her mind. It kept asking, should she? Good. Let's go. Seeing the blazing fervor within their eyes, Tua Bihan waved his hand to send the void disk towards the void gate. It entered and light started to erupt. Chapter 542, 538, Convergence. Chapter 542, 538, Convergence. The inhabitants of the four extreme continents were slowly losing their fear of this new environment, growing ever curious about the changes of their world. The three solar stars was just the most notable change. They soon realized that the ambient energies and invasive powers that once permeated throughout the continent had either lessened by a considerable degree or vanished altogether. The lessening of ambient energies had worsened their cultivation environment, which was a change that displeased many as they tried to investigate the reason for such a sharp decrease. The vanishing desolate power that drained all life, toxic waters that contained heavy acidic properties, scorching ash that filled the sky, slicing winds, bursts of lightning, and raining shards of ice was much appreciated. The positive, however, was still outweighed by negative. Cultivation was their life, so the hit to their cultivation grounds and treasured lands sent experts into a spiral of panic. Those devout in their faith prayed to their divinities, to those who oversee the elements and sought after answers through prayer. Those more practical armed themselves before venturing towards the edge of the continent, wanting to see the changes of their outside environment. What bordered the four extreme continent now? Those realm lords and time lords found endless water. Furthermore, a brazen realm lord had tried to breach the new sky and was met with the chill of the dark void. By manifesting his worldly domain, he was capable of pushing away and sustaining himself in the dark void. This discovery, the discovery that their limits went beyond this sky, was shocking. In the matter of an hour, there were already entire parties of experts in the realm lord level that had been established to search the vast unknown above. They were roaring to explore the world above more than the planet they were now connected to. This was an eventuality that even Wei Wuyin expected. Give men the ability to fly and they'll always soar. Give them the ability to explore, and they'll search the furthest reaches even at the cost of venturing into the hazardous unknown. The price for discovery was willingly paid for. This was also an outcome that Wei Wuyin feared when he first conceived his plan, seeking to at least dwindle the forces and establish his own. He had secured 2 Time Lords by his side, and numerous Realm Lords. The Grey Sands elves will certainly follow her lead, while the Temple Membeth loyal to the concept of divinity and holy sons will follow him. Wei Wuyin wanted the token of chosen mostly for the ability to obtain their recognition built upon religious teachings if the situation required it. If his plans to placate the dragons went awry, he intended to lead the inhabitants of the continent to war. He didn't save the dragons to allow them to devastate all the other non-beast inhabitants of the starfield. He freed them, but if they were unwilling to accept his conditions, then he'll treat them all the same. Regardless, he had obtained his main objective, arriving in the world realm, to obtain resources beyond the starfield. It was an objective achieved numerous times over. Moreover, he had grasped an foundational concept for his own 9th-grade alchemical product, restored his exhausted bloodline source, and leapt 2 full cultivation levels. He hadn't even expected to formulate apex-level elemental hard intent, likely the greatest possible elemental hard intent. Wei Wuyin was currently at the first city that he'd come across, Grand Quake City. It was quite poetic that the first city he'd arrived at in the world realm was the same that he'd ventured into after leaving the world realm. He found the Void Gate and was analyzing its internal structure. Initially, he intended to use it to travel to the Myriad Monarch sect. But he found out that the Void Gates were all destroyed, devastated by the feedback of entering the Void. It was a shocking discovery that even he wasn't certain how to explain. As for repairing it, it was beyond his knowledge. While he had an outstanding cultivation foundation, phenomenal skill in the Tao of alchemy, and talent in a variety of spiritual spells, the art of an inscriptionist was not his forte. Unable to repair the damage, he was left with the only alternative: restore his bloodline source. With a sigh, he found an isolated area and brought out numerous desolate pearls that contained draconic blood energies within. He diligently had Kratos refine them, hoping to restore his bloodline source in the shortest amount of time. Unfortunately, the greater his foundation, the stronger his bloodline source and the harder it was to restore. He calculated that roughly 3 days was required of non-stop recuperation to fully recover. This might be considered insanely fast by the vast majority, and almost inconsequential in normal times, but he had 13 days left. He couldn't just waste 3 days. It's fine. I need to replenish my world seas and innate energies as well. It's just unfortunate that this little bit of time isn't enough to reach the foundational limits of the light reflection phase. He lightly remarked, bringing out some high-grade products. Since he reached the light reflection phase, he hadn't had enough time to use alchemical products to bolster the limits of his cultivation. 32 centimeter-sized astral cores wasn't the limit for the light reflection phase. In fact, 28 centimeters was the limit of the spatial resonance phase. The extra 4 centimeters was brought about by the grade of primary light energies infused within the world sea. However, sometimes time isn't something on your side. 2 days passed by swiftly, with a few ventures of realm lords being grossly underestimated in their dangers, with a few suffering from the other hazards of exploring the dark void. There wasn't only the chill of the dark void to be wary of. Everyone was cautious, yet it wasn't enough in some cases, as a tenth of realm lords that left to explore was met with unexpected incidents that led to their untimely deaths. A few had even tried to forcefully enter a planet via the external sky layers, but was met by a planetary-sized formation that reacted, obliterating them as a result. The others learned from their mistakes and tried to explore the nearby flat continental Earths, avoiding spherical celestial bodies. For now, there wasn't enough knowledge present to venture into those deadly spheres. There were only a few planets that had formations, however. They were just lucky to have arrived at Unia or the Myriad Monarch planet. These formations were established by Star Lords and Mystic Ascendants. The Grey Sands Elves and True Desolate Temple members remained quiet throughout this incident, not sending a single member to the outside. Most didn't notice or care, especially since many were aware that they had connections with the Holy Sun with the highest chance of becoming the true Holy Sun. No one knew who became the true Holy Sun, but they felt that it was only possible by the domineering figure in white, handsome beyond mortal conceptions with a foundation that shook them all. Why wouldn't it be him? While this happened, a large group of several thousand arrived on the continent, appearing near Grand Quake City seemingly out of thin air. Moreover, two figures were also arriving near Grand Quake City. One was a beauty that carried concern and worry throughout her gaze, speeding through the world with astonishing speed and a verdant green glow. Her emerald-colored eyes spoke volumes, reflecting her inner thoughts, "You must be okay. You just have to be." The other was a hooded figure with bandaged arms. There was a malevolent and terrifying air about him. As he stomped with every step, the ground beneath his feet was sliced apart. The figure could see Grand Quake City on the horizon, and his dark-colored eyes burned with a dark, violent emotion. With a rough voice, the figure said with violence oozing out of his voice, filled with slaughter intent, "I finally found you." Chapter 543, 539, Unexpected Arrivals. Chapter 543, 539, Unexpected Arrivals. 11 days left. With the time ticking down on the seemingly inevitable ruination of the starfield and all its inhabitants, there were numerous experts and cultivators moving about like pieces on a game board. But the eventual outcome was as uncertain as one's next breath. However, on the planet Wuyu on the newly placed continent, multiple parties were converging on a single location with very different intentions. None of these parties were aware of the ensuing calamity that approached. They acted out of concern, hatred, or upon strict orders. Grand Quake City was a closed-off city without any entrances for cultivators, surrounded by tall and sturdy defensive walls that stood against devastation that the season of devils typically wrought. The inhabitants of the city and visitors had to use miniaturized void gates that worked for extremely short distances, carrying the specific function to directly enter the city. When the continent traversed the void, cultivators were unable to leave or enter, forcefully having them scale the walls or be brought over it via experts. The void gates, be it long or short range, were all rendered non-functional. Not even the forgers who crafted the void gates were able to repair them. The inside of Grand Quake City, however, was still thriving as many cultivators stayed in the safety of the city to await news from their leaders about this new environment. The 3 solar stars in the sky was a shocking discovery that left many with fear and trepidation in their hearts. As cultivators who experienced and lived through the season of devils, an event that often took the lives of a large portion of the total population indiscriminately, especially culling the weak and reckless, they were trained by this culture to exert caution. Inside the city, there was a replacement for the city Lord and Guardian, replacing the former city guardian Chu Xiaoying. This replacement was named Huang Buqin and was of a similar cultivation base to Chu Xiaoying, being a realm lord. He was acting as a dual role, as the city lord and city guardian. Since Chu Xiaoying's disappearance and the former city lord being charged with embezzling resources as well as a failure of duties, the powers above sought to give more power to those trustworthy. Huang Buqin had a clan resident stationed here, and it was essentially linked to his ancestral beginnings. They were certain that the situation wouldn't repeat because the majority of his lineage was here. If he slipped, the cost wouldn't just be his to bear. At the moment, Huang Buqin was seated on the city lord's throne, inspecting some documents regarding newly sent information about the Dark Void and its dangers. His hands trembled as he read the report of those who've died or worse. He felt thankful that he had been placed here. Huang Buqin had a slim and tall figure with circular eyeglasses with a thin, glossy black metallic frame. He oozed out a scholarly aura of a well-educated individual. However, his cultivation base would betray his appearance, as no cultivator that could reach such a level in the 4 extreme continent was just a scholar. Pushing up his glasses to the bridge of his nose, he glanced at a figure who stood with his head slightly bowed. He was his assistant, and a rising star in the cultivation world. If Wei Wuyin were to be present, he would immediately recognize this assistant as one of the captives that stayed with him after their daring escape. Huang Yu. He had initially come to Grand Quake City because Huang Yu had mentioned having a residence in Grand Quake City. After receiving some alchemical products from Wei Wuyin as he was sent off, he cultivated for nearly 3 years and experienced a large change. With his newfound cultivation base at the spatial resonance phase and young age in relation to the average, he was given attention by his clan and was taken in as an assistant to Huang Buqing, their clan's most powerful patriarch. Huang Yu, Huang Buqing called out. Yes. He responded with an energetic response, bowing slightly as he readied himself to receive any orders. His actions were perfect, and Huang Buqing faintly smiled. I want you to dash. Huang Buqing paused between his words as his head snapped to the east. Tell Lord Zhang to prime the formation. I sense a spatial fluctuation being fixed outside our gates, not to any platform. After he gave this order, he vanished in a flash of silver light. Huang Yu's eyes widened. His heart raced as he rushed off to the designer and operator of the Grand Quake Array. Since Wei Wuyin's overtaking of the array and its myriad formations, those in power had decided to separate city power with independent power, while simultaneously ensuring that Huang Buqing couldn't perform any thieving actions. The designer and operator of the Grand Quake Array served as that line, with all its functions and even its activation having to go through him. Huang Buqing arrived atop the walls of the Grand Quake City and observed the spatial fluctuations being formed nearby, clearly the sign of a void gate connecting with this point in fixed space. While other cultivators might not be able to sense it, those at the realm world level harness a unique sensitivity to spatial energies. Their astral force and spiritual energies were infused with spatial energies in a far more intimate manner than the spatial resonance phase. After all, they controlled spatial force. He pushed his spectacles up the bridge of his nose, narrowing his eyes as he did. The overall rule of the Four Extreme Continent was not to use void gates to establish in areas not marked by platforms, and doing so was similar to declaring war. Was it the Grey Sands elves? They've been extremely quiet since the sky had changed. As his agile mind swirled with possibilities, thousands of figures with robust and steady auras arrived a few hundred miles away from the city. When the members of the Myriad Monarch sect arrived on the continent, those capable of determining location on astronomical alignment were startled. This was planet Wuyu. However, the continent shouldn't be in this position. Shui Fei was one of the first few to notice this. She was talented in navigation and enjoyed studying astronomical positioning, especially after living the vast majority of her life on the Bloodforge continent. Her hazel eyes brightened with excitement and intrigue at this mystery. When she inspected the ground, noticing the gray sand that seemed to be turning brown at varying degrees, her thoughts exploded with all sorts of fantastical theories. She lowered herself enough to touch the gray yet strangely browning dirt. Desolate power? Earthen energies. She discovered that there was a strange desolate power emitting from the sand, trying to slowly extract her innate energies from their physical contact. Furthermore, the sand was incredibly rich in earthen energies far beyond any location in their starfield. There were others performing similar actions as she was, but they were mostly leaders of their factions or the sages present. The members were all highly vigilant and circumspect. They were ready for battle, unwilling to be taken by surprise. Tua Bihan also sent out his spiritual senses. He instantly noticed the city several hundred miles away, and an aura similar to his. His eyes constricted as his peaceful expression became extremely serious. When he received the message from Wei Wuyin regarding this continent and the coordinates to use to come, he hadn't expected to meet realm lords. Moreover, this realm lord's aura was extremely sturdy and stable, extremely legitimate without an ounce of falseness within. They were a genuine 7th-stage cultivator of the astral core realm. Wei Wuyin had given random coordinates that carried a rough idea of where he intended to place the Four Extreme Continent. He hadn't expected that the coordinates would be extremely close to him. A soft exclamation resounded near Tua Bihan, catching Tua Bihan's attention. The sound belonged to an elven imperial sage. She was a green-haired middle-aged beauty with a slim physique and shoulder-length brown hair. She could be considered Qing Qiumu's great-great-great-great-grandaunt. Noticing that her exclamation had attracted attention, Imperial Sage Qing Zhu, also Qing Qiumu's ancestor, spoke, "I sense little Qing. I mean, Qing Qiumu, Grand Sage." Tua Bihan was taken aback. What a coincidence. At this same time, Qing Qiumu was traveling to the True Desolate Temple knowing that Wei Wuyin had a high chance of being there if severely injured. She had no specific way to track him, so she could only hope to find some clue to his whereabouts there if he was absent. Still, she had to try. However, she hadn't expected her ring to light up as she received a spiritual transmission. And it belonged to her ancestor, Qing Zhu. She hurriedly read it, but kept moving at a swift pace. When she did, she was shocked as she halted and looked towards the east. Her eyes shone brightly as she was filled with joy. If the other members of their sect were here, then this would make finding Wei Wuyin easier. With her goal given new life, she flew towards the direction her ancestor was located. Just a few dozen miles away from Grand Quake City, coming from the west, the hooded figure lifted his dark gaze as a strange light ignited in his eyes. "Master." With a voice that trembled with surprise and a similar joy, the figure shot towards that familiar and unforgettable aura. As the figure ran, his hood left his face to reveal a handsome yet faintly scarred face. It belonged to Long Chen. At this time, Wang Buqing felt the activation of the Grand Quake Array and its defensive formations, and took a soft breath. He flew forward to meet the group of new arrivals. He had to first learn of their exact intent before deciding a course of action. Chapter 544, 540, Foiled. Chapter 544, 540, Foiled. On alert. Tua Bihan spiritually shouted to the thousands of members of the myriad monarch sect. As if of unified mind, they all halted what they were doing and got into various defensive positions with their astral force surging and their spiritual strength reinforcing their sea of consciousness. They were ready for any assault, be it direct or spiritual. Shui Fei's pupils transformed into that of a dragon, vertical and sharp, while the navy blue flecks of her eyes became violet and exuded a demonic glint. Her physical presence shook the air with every motion. Those around her got into a strange triangular formation with Shui Fei at the center. Those at the tip of the formation were all wielding exquisitely fashioned shields. They all faced in different directions as if to cover all angles. Wu Baozhai's formation was far more simple and direct. They were spread out in a rectangle with her at the lead. As a grand monarch, her job was not to be protected, but to be the tip of the spear that pierced their enemies. While her cultivation base was not the highest amongst her members, she was definitely the strongest. Tua Bihan couldn't marvel at Shui Fei and Wu Baozhai's coordination and actions, and was focused on an incoming aura that was moving at an incredibly swift pace. He levitated off the ground and took to the skies, his aura permeating the entire area to prevent being caught off guard by an abrupt worldly domain manifestation. The world pressure alone could crush more than half of the cultivators in his group instantly. Wang Buqing noticed their defensive actions, but he didn't halt his movements. With a few more seconds, he arrived roughly 250 meters away from the group with a short sword in his hand. "State your name and purpose," she shouted with fierce authority befitting a realm lord and city lord. Despite his strong external front, his entire heart was throbbing in shock as he inspected the auras of those in this group. There were monsters amongst them. They were strange in shape and appearance, with vastly colorful skins and strange animalistic characteristics amongst them. Their auras were also extremely strange and he was unable to determine their origin or energies. It was foreign and unknown. But there were humans and elves amongst them, and it was the only reason he hadn't attacked with extreme prejudice after seeing their defensive positions and trained killing intent. As an inhabitant of the four extreme continent, Wang Buqing had never seen demons or beastmen. While beasts existed, the hybrid variant of them had never been accepted. A few cultivators had tried to breed with the beasts on the continent, even intermixing themselves with strange fusion-type methods, but it was highly unsuccessful. They bred monsters with strange and weak talents. Their cultivation speed was horrendous. This was because beastmen who were forced to use their dantians, the area above their navels, as energy centers and locations to nurture their spirits of cultivation would find themselves unable to do so effectively or at all. The proper location was their hearts. However, the four extreme continent was ignorant of this fact, so the results of their experiments were unsuccessful and deemed abominations that went against the divinities. They have been killed on sight since. As for demons, they simply couldn't exist in this environment. The birth of a demon required soul impartation, a product by which the heavenly Taos infuses a soul into objects, giving that normally inanimate object a sentience and a soul to cultivate. These demons were as strange-looking as beasts, looking vastly different than humans and elves, but they could give birth to humanoid children through a strangely unique method. The hybrids of these rare demons were roughly 99.9% of all demonic cultivators, fused with either human, elven, or beast DNA. As for the actual demons, they were often in the shape of whatever their souls entered. Be it a leaf, a mountain, or a pebble, and only when they've exceeded mortal limits, reaching the mystic ascendant realm, will they be able to forge their humanoid or beastly bodies and decide on their genders. Yuan Longshi and Shui Fei had obtained the yin and yang dragon soul from a demonic dragon, which was formerly the corpse of a dragon that had been affected by the soul impartation after millennia of preservation, giving birth to a new sentience. They were classified as demonic beasts and were exceedingly rare. There was even a chance for this to occur to humans and elves, creating demonic humans and demonic elves. Thus, Wang Buqing was currently hypervigilant of all things. He had even taken out his weapon due to his alert state and trembling heart at the monstrous sights before him. Tua Bihan inspected Wang Buqing. His cultivation base was not inferior to his, but his actual strength wasn't certain. It was difficult to decipher a cultivator's exact foundation from a glance. Only someone with strange spells and a terrifying spiritual sense like Wei Wuyin could do so. Wei Wuyin had warned him that there could be hostile forces on this continent, and they should be prepared to fight. But he didn't act in haste, slowly floating in the air as he leveled a strong gaze towards Huang Buqing. My name's Tua Bihan, Grand Imperial Sage of the Myriad Monarch Sect. My purpose is to investigate this continent that had arrived mysteriously to our starfield. While he leaked information, he also wanted to gather details about the continent from Huang Buqing's reaction. Wei Wuyin merely told him vague details before leaving, as if he didn't have time to send a lengthy explanation. Wei Wuyin truly couldn't. His mind was pressed on returning in time before everything and everyone on the four extreme continent was eviscerated. However, Tua Bihan was disappointed. Huang Buqing did not reveal any change in his expression or body language, calmly maintaining his strong facade of unreliability. However, internally, he was wild with theories. Starfield. Myriad Monarch Sect. The questions he had were endless. He inspected the soldiers below and noticed they were all at the lower or middle stages of the astral core realm. There wasn't a second realm lord, and from the auras of everyone, none of which were mysteriously concealed and beyond his senses, he realized a Time Lord was likely not amongst them. Since this old man garbed in grey seemed to be the leader of this group, they must be it. His eyes flared as he thought about several things in a second, remaining silent as if processing Tua Bihan's words. In truth, he was inspecting Tua Bihan's aura and formed a judgment of his strength. Unknown insurgents from this strange world. They have several characters of strange form and origin, and they seemed ready for war. This could be a weaker force in this world. Regardless, it's best to capture them and slowly interrogate every detail of this new world. At the end of his thoughts, his eyes brightly lit. He frowned and said, "You're visitors from this starfield. My name's Huang Buqing and I'm the Grand Quake City Lord. As visitors, I invite you into my city as friends. We can exchange information. We, too, are confused by events." While speaking, he gradually eased his frown during the sentence as if he was accepting to learn more about this world in a friendly manner. Huang Buqing's acting skills were exceptional to say the least. Even Tua Bihan felt that this unknown realm lord named Huang Buqing had good intentions. Of course, he wouldn't enter a city, but they could exchange information. However, Shui Fei had her draconic eyes affixed to Huang Buqing. She, for some strange reason, felt his ill intent. Then, her heart raced. She screamed aloud, "Grand Sage!" Another voice also shouted with an imposing tone filled with warning, "Grand Sage!" Wu Baozhai had also felt the strange peculiarity being given off by Huang Buqing. Tua Bihan's heart thumped into action, his eyes burst with spiritual light as his worldly domain manifested. A nearly translucent sphere expanded with him at the center. It exuded a purity of astral force untainted by intent. It unfurled for 100 meters in every direction, engulfing the others protectively. Huang Buqing glanced at the two gorgeous women that shouted, his eyes unleashing bursts of spiritual light as well. His plan to lower Tua Bihan's guard as he used a sonic-type spell was foiled by these two women. His spell was exceedingly difficult to notice and even the spiritual power within it was extremely subtle. He unleashed his worldly domain, projecting a light blue-colored translucent sphere with him as the center. The world pressure within was devastating, and it crashed against Tua Bihan's, instantly expanding until it reached 600 meters. Huang Buqing had a maximum worldly domain range of 600-meter diameter, so the 250-meter distance favored his worldly domain size. He had always planned to crush Tua Bihan, but he wanted to do so with less effort. 200 meters. Huang Buqing scoffed. A worldly domain's strength was often displayed by its size, which usually displayed the size of one's soul idol, number of spatial resonance ripples, and type of primary light. This indicated a large portion of their foundation. The lowest, a 7-ringed soul idol, 7-ripple spatial resonance, and indigo-colored primary light, was at least 100 meters. All distances beyond that signified differences. This wasn't definitive, however. After all, it did not reflect spiritual strength, world C, and astral core foundational qualities. These determined the power of one's arts, spells, and formations. But with this, Huang Buqing's confidence was renewed. He decided to subdue Tua Bihan and learn what he needed from the weaker members. A battle between realm lords was about to unfold, and the hearts of all the myriad monarch sex members were racing fiercely. Chapter 545, 541, Terrifying Power. Chapter 545, 541, Terrifying Power. The two realm lords unleashed their worldly domains and their gazes effused a constant stream of spiritual light. The battle had already begun the moment their eyes brightly lit with that spiritual light. The two tried to unleash their spiritual force to unsettle the other's cultivation. If one's spiritual strength exceeded their opponent, they would have to invest additional spiritual force to repel their offensive, diverting their attention and consuming their stores of energies, especially spiritual. Despite the differences in their cultures and civilizations, the style of fighting was established long ago and was the optimal course to take in a battle. The sheer spiritual waves produced by the clash of their spiritual force flooded the world. If Tua Bihan hadn't used his worldly domain to block off the spiritual waves, it was likely the cultivators beneath him would suffer severe damage to their astral souls, perhaps even causing irreparable harm to their foundations. Unwilling to let this happen, Tua Bihan had to condense his worldly domain. Simultaneously, Shui Yifei and Wu Baozhai shouted to the group, "Establish the myriad spirit bonding formation." They glanced at each other with a strange glint in each other's eyes. And while this moment was awkward with underlying meanings, the others reacted. They all formed the same hand seals as they spread out their spiritual senses to interconnect with the others. Their spiritual strength was overlapped and infused in perfect synergy. Wu Baozhai formed the same hand seal, combining with the thousands. So did Shui Yifei. However, only Wu Baozhai formed an additional hand seal. Myriad Monarch Spiritual Spell, Aegis of the United. The name of the spell was on the nose, but their united power formed a singular front that was directed by Wu Baozhai. A dome of cyan-colored energy shielded them with Wu Baozhai at the center. It reached over 300 meters in every direction, covering the entirety of the thousands. The spiritual waves produced by these behemoths were halted by this shell. "Retreat," Wu Baozhai commanded. With their spiritual senses combined, they all could hear any transmission unleashed by any party. Wu Baozhai glanced at Shui Yifei, who had an impassive expression, her eyes affixed on the fight above them. However, her unit was already moving backwards. Seeing her comply, Wu Baozhai sighed internally. The conflict of power with Shui Yifei while trying to command was a real struggle. She now understood what Long Chen felt when faced with Wei Wuyin. If they had differing opinions, it was impossible to know who would choose her and who would choose Shui Yifei. Of course. This only made her feel that Wei Wuyin's position was only established because of Long Chen's inadequacy. After all, Wei Wuyin had firmly established himself among even the Grand Imperial sages at the time before Long Chen even made himself known as a talent, let alone as Grand Prince. Yet they entered the sect at the same time, even together. She put those thoughts aside as she retreated, giving spiritual instructions of how and in what pace with their united connection. Everyone was as if they were of one mind. In a few seconds, they had retreated roughly a mile, and this was growing. Huang Buqing was frowning as he saw the others act as a unified team in a concerted manner. It was quite intriguing and exceeded even their own methods. He had thoughts of pursuing, but he refused to give an opening to Tua Bihan. Even if they escaped for 100 miles back, he could easily locate and catch up. With his mind unoccupied by the need to protect, Tua Bihan's entire demeanor changed. His slightly hunched back became straight and strong, as if it could hold up the sky. The spiritual light within his eyes amplified in brilliance as he exerted his full spiritual strength. Huang Buqing released a muffled groan as he was blasted by the sudden explosive increase in spiritual strength. His expression changed as the clashing worldly domains started to contort as they crashed into each other. He felt his body be pushed back by Tua Bihan's worldly domain. 200 meters. 250 meters. 350 meters. 500 meters. 730 meters. Huang Buqing's eyes constricted as he guarded his astral soul, already feeling rattled by that sudden blast. He now realized that Tua Bihan's spiritual strength and worldly domain exceeded his own. With several thoughts floating through his mind, his eyes grew fierce as he brought both his hands together in a clap. A sonic wave of astral force erupted at speeds far faster than sound. In a blink of an eye, Tua Bihan found his worldly domain bypassed and forced to face this attack. With a hand, he pushed forward as a spherical astral ward of translucent inequality formed around his body. The sonic wave crashed against his astral ward and his body was sent flying. The terrifying power within that sonic wave crushed the air, shattered the clouds directly above, and shook the grounds. The entire planet was trembling as waves formed that would soon assault the continent on the other side of the planet, ending many lives. Just a single clap of a realm lord could devastate a planet. There was no longer a season of regression. Their worldly domains were not suppressed, the amount of ambient energies and astronomical forces they could convert into their own strength, unleashing it alongside every art and spell was unrestricted. Tuabihan was sent to the edge of the continent with just a single push. While he remained unharmed, the sheer power required quite a lot of effort to disperse. He hadn't expected such a strange astral art that carried little power except pushing power infused with directional gravitational force. It was a unique means of attack. He had never fought another realm lord before, so their methods were vastly different. Wait. His eyes constricted as he realized the intent in this action. With a fierce roar, he erupted in silver light and bursted through fixed space using spatial force. In less than a second, he traversed the entirety of his distance and found Huang Buqing floating in the sky, using his palm to press against the spherical shield of the others. He clenched his fist, gathering his purest astral force and thrust it out in explosive rage. The fist launched with such power that all the clouds of the world were affected, instantly dispersing, and gale winds formed endlessly, sweeping across the entire four-extreme continent. Facing this fist, Huang Buqing didn't panic. He formed a one-handed seal and opened his mouth towards the fist. His worldly domain sparkled as a gushing wave of ambient energy entered his mouth instantly and, with a silent roar, a ringing sound erupted from the surroundings. Most couldn't see, but endless sound waves infused with astral force, energies, and spiritual strength crashed into the fist. The purest astral force slowed but pressed forward. Soon, sparkles of light could be followed to see a river of power leading from Huang Buqing's mouth to Tuabihan's surge of power formed by his fist. Those beneath Huang Buqing screamed in pain as the shock wave smacked against the aegis of the united spell. They all withstood the damage caused by the shock waves filled with two realm lords' terrifying powers. The myriad monarch sex members were all bleeding from their ears and noses, even Wu Baozhai and Shui Fei. Shui Fei's expression was filled with the marks of incredulity. Is this the true power that realm lords wield? She felt that she was nothing but a tiny mortal before them. It was as if they were entire worlds unleashing endless power. The season of regression considerably weakened realm lords in every way, causing them to lose almost all their aspects of cultivation, and even the ones that remained, such as their worldly domains, worked at least than a percentage of its full strength. There was a definitive reason why realm lords were given titles. It was similar to the Qi condensation realm. Those mortal gods, mortal godlords, and mortal godkings were far beyond those at the fifth stage of the Qi condensation realm and below by a mile and a little more. After all, they had the power of creation. While realm lords had astral force perfectly fused with their spiritual, spatial, light, and gravitational forces. Just their astral force was terrifying without being restricted. If they used their worldly domains, capable of invoking the power of the world on their side, how could one hope to resist? Tuabihan was shocked that his art was halted by Huang Buqing. He wanted to unleash another strike, but they were fighting directly above the other members. He frowned, caught in a conundrum. Huang Buqing acted smartly in his actions. The moment he realized that Tuabihan's strength was possibly beyond his own, he pushed him back and sought hostages. He just didn't expect that spell of theirs to last longer than half a second to break. They only had 3 gravity emission phase experts. How terrifying was this spell's effectiveness? It bought them enough time for Tuabihan to return, frustrating him to no end. Still, he was fighting in a favorable environment. Tuabihan was restricted. Even spiritual spells will produce shockwaves that will affect those below. This was an opportunity. Shui Fei glanced up above with clenched teeth. Since leaving her continent, when was she ever forced to become a hostage? Her developed pride after years of being Wei Wuyan's concubine, receiving the endless adoration and respect from all, ignited at this moment. She was just about to take out a trump card of hers when Wu Baozhai sent a transmission to them all. Wait. Shui Fei knew this was towards her. With a light of unwillingness, she was debating if she should listen. As she made her decision, a voice resounded throughout the world. You dare hurt her. Chapter 546, 542, Steps Unhindered. Chapter 546, 542, Steps Unhindered. You dare hurt her. The voice that resounded was filled with a dreadful anger that rumbled with madness. It was explosive and spiritual, not a single living existence in the area could ignore it. To frighteningly add, there was a strange power that compelled them to listen. The eyes of everyone moved to a lone figure that held a sword in his hand. The gait at which he moved carried a charm reminiscent of emperors and kings, as if the earth existed to be stepped upon. It was elegant, domineering, and commanding. Long Chen. Wu Baozhai was the first to notice that familiar face despite its current state that was filled with light scars and chaotically messy hair. Despite his state, he still exuded a grand charm. In his anger, that grand charm made the air surrounding him feel distorted. Shui Fei's beautiful eyes that contained. A demonic glint flashed towards Long Chen. When she first saw him all those years ago, challenging Wei Wuyin prior to the all-alchemic clash, she didn't understand who he truly was. But now, she was extremely aware of his history and existence. She learned more from the members of Valkyrie, and while they didn't wish to talk about it, their past wasn't exactly concealed. He was an extremely talented genius, likely the most individually talented individual in the entire Myriad Monarch sect. There were even rumors that Wei Wuyin could only match him with alchemical products. Regardless, he came to the Myriad Monarch sect with Wei Wuyin alongside a bevy of beautiful female companions that instigated endless troubles. Somehow, one by one, they all turned to Wei Wuyin of their own volition. One day, while curious, she asked Su Mei if this was deliberate. The answer she received shocked her to her core. She said, word for word, Lord Wei had never actively thought of or acted against Long Chen once since entering the sect. Of course, this also extended to his women excluding Na Sini who had a standing agreement. As for the grand spirit trials, he had even spared Long Chen when he was well within his rights to execute. Yet despite that, Na Sini, Lin Ziyan, Hong Ru, Xiao Bing, and even Wu Baozhai decided to join Wei Wuyin, with the first four even accepting their positions as his women, becoming his Valkyries. What most considered the women of Long Chen's harem had all become Wei Wuin's, yet he never once acted against Long Chen or intended to do so. If someone else told her that, she would spit in their faces for saying such clear bullshit. But it was Su Mei. There was utterly no reason for her to lie or make up details. Qing Qiumu's relationship was even stranger, and seemed to have originated from far before Wei Wuyin even knew of Long Chen's existence. This was true for Na Sini too. Supposedly, he saved both their lives. Shui Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. When she made a mental comparison, she understood why others would shift to Wei Wuyin. If she had to make a choice, this would be hers. And it wasn't out of talent or status, but people knew her name and respected her. She commanded an extremely powerful force that was all hers. If she was with Long Chen, she would be forced to be a pretty trophy highlighting his excellence while being ravaged on the side when he fancied. But here, with Wei Wuyin, she could become excellent. Which one of the Valkyries didn't have wild, unfettered ambition? Extreme talent? Not a single one of them could be classified as ordinary. This was especially so for Na Sini and Su Mei. Their cultivation speeds were utterly heaven-defying. One was a door to a new world, to a whole new journey filled with infinite possibilities. One was a screen that allowed them to watch someone else's awe-inspiring journey. In the cultivation world, the choice was obvious. Huang Buqing sent a burst of power as he retreated away, his eyes containing some wariness within. That voice echoed with power that caused his worldly domain to tremble. What type of strength was required for this? He had to beat a hasty retreat and regroup. He was just about to shoot towards Grand Quake City and use the Grand Quake Array to handle all unexpected events when his senses found the perpetrator of the voice. When he saw the figure, his eyes betrayed his confusion. Spatial resonance phase. He couldn't help but say this in his disbelief. He carried heavy suspicions when a burst of power caused the world to twist and turn. He brought his short sword to his front and slashed. The astral sword unleashed sword force that echoed out strange sounds. Tue Bihan's attack was halted and then was swiftly dissolved by the sound waves produced by the Huang Buqing sword force. Shocked, Tue Bihan inspected that astral weapon and realized it contained a power and aura that matched Huang Buqing. At the base of its hilt, there was a protrusion that contained a pearl-like object that glimmered with light blue light. Huang Buqing noticed Tua Bihan's curious gaze and his eyes brightened. Do they not have astral weapons infused with a world core? As he thought this, he recalled the scene of shock when he pushed Tua Bihan's back, and how his combat style didn't have any changes to it. He came to realize that the cultivation civilization these individuals belonged to might be inferior in terms of forging, or at least they took a different path. And that was true. The four extreme continent was pressed by the season of devils and its massacres, so they devised any method to increase their strength and seal up the gaps in their defenses. This was why they had no entrances. Furthermore, the fallen realm lords or dying ones were desperate in using their powers to ensure the safety of their descendants, so they allowed themselves to be forged into weapons. There were strict restrictions, however. It can only be used by a cultivator with the same spirit of cultivation as the cultivator used in the forging process. Furthermore, only those who formed worldly domains can connect with its power. So it could only bolster realm lords or above. Still, it was as if you were using the powers of two realm lords. It also had weaknesses, and the most obvious and glaring was consumption of astral force. Huang Buqing had actually lightly paled after a single usage of the astral sword with a world core. However, he didn't just stand there stupidly after. He glanced at Long Chen and was displeased that he was tricked into giving up his hostages by this little brat. With a palm, he sent out a burst of astral force towards Long Chen. It was like a raging storm as the ground was uplifted and the wind spiraled into a vicious gale. Tua Bihan was about to act to save Long Chen, but Huang Buqing expected this and sent a spiritual spell that impacted the mind. Tua Bihan had to hurriedly defend, using his astral ward to guard himself. There was endless frustration between his brows. It was his unfamiliarity with Realm Lords' battles that he was suffering despite having a better cultivation base. He couldn't exert his full strength like Huang Buqing, who fought against the Season of Devils dozens of times in his long lifetime. If it wasn't for Huang Buqing's caution, using that strange sword and all his powers from the beginning, he might actually suffer severe injuries or even die. This brought a wisp of terror in his heart. Long Chen kept walking despite the raging astral force tearing through the world with the intent to devastate him. The unassuming black ring nestled comfortably between Wu Baozhai's breasts glowed faintly. It seemed like Wu Yu might be forced to act. However, Long Chen was fearless, not because of Wu Yu's presence, but towards his own strength. The astral force arrived in front of him extremely swiftly, and he casually lifted his sword that glinted with a sharp light. With a smirk, he lightly waved his sword as if parrying the fearsome attack. Like a lit candle facing a strong gust of wind, the astral force vanished. Long Chen's steps remained unhindered. Tua Bihan and Huang Buqing reeled from the sight. A spatial resonance phase cultivator had dissipated a Realm Lord's attack with a wave. But unlike them and everyone else who was filled with shock, Wu Yu and Wu Baozhai simultaneously exclaimed with complex and mixed emotions, Imperial Heaven's First Grand Transformation. Chapter 547, 543, First Grand Transformation. Chapter 547, 543, First Grand Transformation. Imperial Heaven's First Grand Transformation. Shui Fei was as shocked as everyone else, but her attention had always been divided a little since Long Chen's arrival, focusing on this Grand Princess that contested for the title of Grand Monarch. She clearly heard her words despite her ringing and bleeding ears. Wu Baozhai gave Shui Fei a sidelong glance. She frowned as she cursed herself for carelessly speaking out one of the Grand Monarch lineage's greatest secrets. Similar to the blood-forging mystic method that had various transformations, the Imperial Heaven Qi method was not without its own. After all, the Bloodforge Emperor was Grand Monarch Wu Yu's most loyal subordinate and also a fellow mystic ascendant. Shui Fei seemed to understand something and didn't question her. Moreover, this wasn't the place to have a conversation of this nature that might concern vital secrets. After all, their spiritual sense was interconnected with everyone else's. There was no privacy. Wu Baozhai looked away, her eyes filled with complex emotions as she observed Long Chen's awe-inspiring aura. She communicated mentally with Wu Yu, avoiding the connection by using her sea of consciousness and mental energies. I thought the first grand transformation can only be unleashed after reaching the 7th stage of the astral core realm. How is Long Chen doing so in the spatial resonance phase? Knowing the Imperial Heaven Qi method in extreme detail, she was aware of its powers and secrets. The Imperial Heaven aura wasn't just a means to protect one from foreign forces and such, but it could be used to amplify one's combat prowess. It was one of the core reasons why the Myriad Monarch sect could dominate the Starfield at the peak of the Starfield's cultivation period, shortly after the King of Everlore departed. They reigned supreme even beyond the disappearance of Wu Yu after his failure to reach the second stage of the Mystic Ascendant Realm. Wu Yu was well aware of the method he devised and its limitations. To unleash the first grand transformation at the spatial resonance phase required an immensely powerful cultivation foundation to sustain it. If anyone could do so, maybe Wei Wuyin might with his vast foundational type alchemical resources, but Long Chen shouldn't be able to. Wu Baozhai was seeking answers, but also she received a gloomy sigh and silence. Yet this was enough. She looked at Long Chen and understood. She was left with just one word in her mind: why? Long Chen's action stupefied all those who watched. Just earlier, these attacks were devastating the world, yet a single swipe of his sword dealt with it. It was a sharp contrast. Even Huang Buqing felt as if Long Chen might be a Time Lord in disguise. He was ready to unleash all hell to fight for a chance of returning to Grand Quake City, but the youthful aura that Long Chen emitted didn't seem fabricated, and neither did his various aspects of cultivation. He had no sign of being beyond the spatial resonance phase. Tua Bihan had to give Long Chen another look, and then another, and another because he didn't believe his eyes. As he was now a realm lord, he knew how much power every ounce of their astral force carried, and it was utterly not something a spatial resonance phase cultivator could resist. Long Chen clenched his sword and pointed its tip towards the flying Huang Buqing. This was clearly a gesture of challenge. Huang Buqing faintly smiled. Without hesitation, he seemed ready to fly towards Long Chen, as if to unleash his strongest attack. The gravitational force he released distorted space and light, and his astral sword quivered as the world core at its base radiated boundless power. The ground shook intensely. Long Chen narrowed his eyes with a deadly sharpness filled with slaughter intent. You dare to harm a hair on her head, so I'll make sure you lose yours. His declaration was lightly said, it caused the hearts of everyone to quiver. Long Chen seemed to exude absolute confidence. The sight of him facing a realm lord fearlessly was forever marked in their memory. It was fantastic. Was this their grand prince? Was he always this terrifying? Long Chen readied a stance, his eyes brimming with a strange power that emanated the essence of the sword, of death, or slaughter, or war. The seed of law within him vibrated with the world. Even Tua Bihan felt that Long Chen's confidence inspired trust. He decided to protect the Myriad Monarch sect members and support if needed. But he didn't believe that he could kill or even injure Huang Buqing with his current strength and means. Huang Buqing's revving powers were instigating all sorts of worldly changes. He fiercely shouted, "Take my head. Junior, do you dare?" His voice was explosive and he glowed with brilliant light. The power emanating from his body, from his astral core, was seemingly endless, and his worldly domain kept converting the world's energies and astronomical forces to his own. Long Chen felt the pressure from this display. He had to face this next attack with utter seriousness, and not display even a little bit of carelessness. This was going to be his first battle after using the Imperial Heaven's first grand transformation. While using it had consequences, he could clearly see that Tua Bihan was at a disadvantage. Come. Let me show the world the power of their future Grand Monarch. While I much rather he be the first victim to this form, you'll do. With this, he'll show Wu Baozhai that he was extremely outstanding with endless potential. He was unaware that Wu Baozhai knew the truth of this newfound power and consequences of using it. Huang Buqing lifted his short sword, as if he was ready to bring the very heavens down upon Long Chen. And then, with a fierce swing, he pointed it towards Grand Quake City. With extreme quickness, almost blinding so, leaving an afterimage of his strange form, Huang Buqing escaped. Without any hesitation, he left back to the city before Tua Bihan or Long Chen could react. He wasn't an idiot. Who knew where this strange boy with a strange aura was willing to do? He could be a Time Lord in disguise or a Star Lord from this so-called Starfield they originate from. Others could have arrived sooner. Who knew? But he wasn't dumb enough to face a confident member of the younger generation that could disperse even the most casual of his attacks with a swipe of his sword. He wasn't a fool. He was a long-time cultivator of the four extreme continent that greatly cherished his life, so he retreated back to the safety of Grand Quake City, fully intending on informing the other realm lords and time lords. They can handle this. The afterimage of Huang Buqing vanished little by little. Everyone was just flabbergasted by it all, utterly shocked that a figure of legend, a nearly invincible realm lord that wasn't losing, had just retreated without hesitation. In fact, he created a huge facade of charging up his astral force and aura to unleash his full strength. It left one utterly speechless. "You dare hurt her?" Another voice resounded once again, causing everyone to think to themselves, again. But this voice continued, "Since you've done the deed, stay." Chapter 548, 544, Apology. Chapter 548, 544, Apology. The voice was calm, like a serene flow of a waterfall. There wasn't a trace of anger or killing intent within, as if the words spoken were uttered casually in passing. It was also extremely recognizable to every myriad monarch sect member. Wei Wuyin. Ascendant Emperor. He's here. Several voices amongst the group shouted with various emotions quivering in their tones, with the most common being excitement. The last sentence was spat out like a dreadful venom. However, those sounds were irrelevant compared to the burst of blinding spiritual light that erupted from Grand Quake City. Those who observed it were forced to close their eyes and spiritual senses. While there was no direct sensation of pain, it was uncomfortable enough to force one to look away. What? How? Uguurgh. A series of screams resounded, followed by a wretched choking sound and several explosions. A loud crashing sound erupted, followed by a pained grunt of horror and fear. The blinding spiritual light soon faded, and a figure soon appeared in the view of the myriad monarch sect experts. With their recently opened eyes, they were welcomed by an unexpected and unbelievable scene. Wei Wuyin was slowly walking towards them from the ground while grasping Huang Buqing's throat like a baby chick. The devastatingly powerful realm lord looked like a recent cripple as his arms and legs were lifelessly dragged on the ground, forming lines in the browning gray sand. Garbed in black, his tall stature and exceptional physique was perfectly outlined, completely contrasting the general image of an alchemist. With a face that brought men to shame and women to heat, he kept an expression that held a faint smile. This otherworldly smile, enhanced by Huang Buqing's twitching head and fingers, formed an image that seared into their brains forever. The sight had shaken all their hearts. No one knew what happened or how, yet this foreign realm lord was captured. While everyone was amazed, a little confused, but also invigorated by the presence of their ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn, Huang Buqing was screaming to the heavens in total fear within his mind. Others might not recognize Wei Wuyin, but how could he not? He was the holy son of the desolate lands. It was very likely that he was a true holy son of the four extreme continent, a chosen by the divinities. However, what terrified him wasn't his identity, but how easily he was seized. While he was taken by surprise and focused on escaping, Wei Wuyin had used a spiritual strength to utterly freeze his astral soul and mind for a single moment, and then grabbed him while a flood of abundant and thick spiritual force entered his body, sealing every last bit of his cultivation base. He was placed under a spiritual spell restriction and was unable to break free. Even his worldly domain was suppressed, unable to be unleashed. But even if he could take action, a surging killing intent was emitting from those fingers that gripped his throat. With a single twitch of those fingers, he was fully aware that Wei Wuyin could remove his head. He was completely and utterly defeated. To add, he didn't dare to try to fight back. Even if he somehow escaped, he would still die. The Holy Sun wasn't a figure that could be underestimated. Not only did he have two known lovers at the Time Lord level, but he was a figure with endless potential. A deep, unsettling regret surged through his heart. Shui Fei saw this strong figure appear, looking at her with those silver eyes of his that seemed to contain endless strength and means. Her heart throbbed intensely. This is him, this is my man. The thought flowed in her mind and waves of pride suffused her heart. She had heard from Lin Zian that no matter what, if Wei Wuyin made a move, it was always outrageous and terrifying. Subduing a realm lord in moments. He said stay, so you stay. What cultivation base mattered? Shui Fei was overwhelmed with emotions. Having not seen him for nearly 3 years, her body still pure and untouched, there was a burning desire that was bursting within her. Whether this was due to their dragon bloodlines, or her own thoughts, or both, she wanted to do incredible things. Tua Bihan was the first to adjust to such a shocking scene. Even though he hadn't been able to sense how this happened, He knew the little boss that was a mortal sovereign alchemist before 50 and an outstanding talent couldn't be measured by normal circumstances. He regained his composure and floated downwards to the ground, landing before Wei Wuyin with a smile. Little Emperor, Tua Bihan gave a slight bow and a solemn smile. His naming sense was still all over the place, but it was improving. Wei Wuyin glanced his way and nodded. The fight between realm lords wasn't just felt by those in the desolate lands, but the entire planet. But no one felt the need to intervene beyond a cursory spiritual sensing from a distance. This included the true desolate temple members, grand kings, and Grey Sands elves that remained. Wei Wuyin was instantly aware of their arrival, but he hadn't intervened because he wanted to give Tua Bihan battle experience at the realm lord level. With his authority and prestige as the Holy Sun, there was no way Huang Buqing would try to capture anyone or have any ideas. He just hadn't expected Long Chen to intervene, seemingly holding several powder kegs of turbulent power within him that could match a realm lord's. This caused Huang Buqing to depart out of well-learned caution, but his actions of harming Shui Fei before his eyes couldn't be ignored. He dragged Huang Buqing towards the group. Shui Fei noticed Wei Wuyin's gaze as he gestured for her to come. Her eyes brightly lit as she hurriedly used astral force to clean her bloody ears and nose, trying to fix her hair that was slightly in disarray. Her movements were extremely swift, and she regained her gorgeous peak beauty in moments. Her eyes returned to their normal hazel with navy blue flecks, the demonic glint vanishing alongside the violet color. When she walked forward, the members of the sect parted. Eventually, she arrived at the front of the group and reached Wei Wuyin. Her hazel eyes were fixed on his silver eyes, their gazes locked. Wei Wuyin let loose his grip on Huang Buqing, causing him to eat dirt face first. Shui Fei rushed into Wei Wuyin's arms, unable to contain herself even before the crowd. While she knew he was the prestigious Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn, an era-defining figure held in the highest regard, and she was technically just his concubine, her body wanted to feel his, to exchange heat. Holding Shui Fei in a tight embrace, Wei Wuyin caressed her hair. This woman that took his breath away at first sight was currently gripping him as if her life required it. He didn't hold back in allowing her to do so and replying in kind. While their time together hadn't been long, their connection was undeniable. Two women observed this scene with strange feelings. The first was Wu Baozhai, who had complex emotions regarding this and how it'll affect their future. The second was Qin Qiumu, who was hiding from the shockwaves of Realm Lord battles yet observing events. When she saw Wei Wuyin appear, unharmed, a sigh of unfathomable relief surged in her heart. And when she saw him hold another woman, she felt her own move. There was a strange feeling inside her. A feeling she couldn't quite describe. This feeling didn't emerge when she was with Long Chen or any man before. After a while, Wei Wuyin and Shui Fei left each other's embrace. A reluctant pout and pink blush that highlighted her already world-toppling features emerged on her expression. Wei Wuyin turned to Huang Buqing, who was spitting out dirt in subtle amounts, not trying to make noise. Wei Wuyin's first thought was to allow Shui Fei to execute Huang Buqing publicly to establish a domineering presence and a legend of consequence, but he thought against it. Wei Wuyin waved his hand and Huang Buqing was lifted into a kneel. Huang Buqing faced Shui Fei with a mouthful of dirt and eyes effusing the light of terror. Was this the girl these two youths of terrifying means mentioned? Seeing her looks and figure, he realized she might be the most beautiful Hunan woman he'd ever seen. How did he miss this before? For your crimes of bringing harm to my concubine, you can decide your punishment. Wei Wuyin said with faint indifference, as if he didn't just give the reins of punishment to Huang Buqing. But Huang Buqing was extremely astute, and he instantly realized that Wei Wuyin was giving him a way out. After all, if someone harmed his concubine, then they might instantly experience the death sentence, especially before witnesses. Yes. Holy Son, my crimes are unforgivable. But I was ignorant, unaware of my actions. While leniency should not be decided by ignorance, my intent was never to kill. I believe a lifetime of servitude should be my crime. Huang Buqing gave himself a harsh sentence, short of death. He didn't hesitate to do so. Wei Wuyin faintly smiled. This society truly was entrenched in forced servitude, be it alchemic proxies or energy converters. Well, having a realm lord as a servant wasn't bad. He turned to the shocked Shui Fei, do you wish to have him as your servant? If so, his primal yang will be sealed and a spirit oath will be established. As for his strength and intelligence, it isn't half bad. Wei Wuyin remarked, giving this evaluation. Since Shui Fei was his concubine, he couldn't allow a virile man in her service. It would invite all sorts of rumors. Everyone present was sent into an utter shock. A realm lord as a servant. Just like that. And he gave himself that sentence. Huang Buqing hurriedly said with a low, humble bow from his kneeling position, I apologize for my heinous actions. I ask for your forgiveness, and give you the absolute certainty that I, Huang Buqing, will serve you with my entire life and soul. Please, give me this greatest honor. Shui Fei was hesitant at first, but after learning that his primal yang will be sealed, she felt a little comforted. She was well aware of her looks. If it wasn't for Yuan Longshi's murderous reputation and that old man's protection on the blood-forged continent, she might have been turned into a sexual toy by her siblings, let alone other experts. She looked at Wei Wuyin and realized that his intentions were to leave her with a protector. With a faint smile, she nodded in acceptance. Wei Wuyin. A screeching voice suffused with venomous killing intent filled the air. Chapter 549, 545, Contested Lineage. Chapter 549, 545, Contested Lineage. Wei Wuyin. Those words were accompanied by an explosive killing intent that permeated the air. This drew everyone's attention as they had found that almost forgotten figure standing in the distance. His clenched teeth and bloodshot eyes betrayed his raging madness. This so-called Grand Prince was similarly shocked by Wei Wuyin's arrival, taken out of his pace as Wei Wuyin subdued Huang Buqing and brought him to Shui Fei. When he saw Shui Fei, this outstanding beauty that even exceeded Lian Yu, only matched by the elven beauty of Qing Qiumu and pure beauty of Na Sini, he was fiercely shocked. What type of ungodly fortune must one possess to have a woman of such caliber as a concubine? The sons of heaven would likely fight over marrying her as their first wife, yet she was relegated as a concubine. It was unfair. It was all unfair. His anger only propelled after he saw the glint of ambiguous light from Wu Baozhai as she stared at Wei Wuyin. That glint was something he was familiar with. It was the same desire that had emerged in the eyes of Na Sini, Lin Ziyan, Hong Ru, and Lian Yu before. And that was directed at him. His thoughts of showing his greatness before her, to display what it meant to be a grand prince, was severed at that moment. Only the chaotic and overlapping sounds of Lian Yu's last words, Na Sini informing him of her choice, and learning about Lin Ziyan, Wu Baozhai, and Hong Ru's decision to leave to the side of his nemesis echoed in his mind. It ate at his sanity as the rage in his heart filled to the brim, unable to be contained. All that rage, hatred, every last misfortune that he'd experienced these last few years, was all directed towards a single mention image, Wei Wuyin. Huang Buqing turned his head a little, seeing Long Chen seething with a malicious aura. Even his spine felt a chill. Wei Wuyin touched his shoulder and Huang Buqing felt a burst of power course through him. The restriction was clearly reinforced. His expression paled as he realized that even if he was given a full week, he wouldn't be able to undo this spell, and even then, the resulting damage to his foundation would be catastrophic. Wei Wuyin turned to Long Chen, but before he could say anything, a voice sounded from behind him. Long Chen. A figure shot out of the group and arrived between Long Chen and Wei Wuyin. While they were some distance apart, this still placed that figure between the two. It was Wu Baozhai. Long Chen's dark eyes fixed onto Wu Baozhai's exquisite figure, noticing the unassuming black ring that started his destiny as a talented cultivator, breaking away from the title of trash, was nestled between her breasts. This woman wasn't just the person that helped him obtain the qualification to cultivate Imperial Heaven Qi method, but she was also his first time. They had become true men and women together, so his emotions towards her were forever complex. The thought of her had always brought him warm emotions, but as he saw her, remembered that glint, remembered her choice to join the Ascendants, his hated enemy, he couldn't help feeling bitter and betrayed. The image of her sexy body without a hint of clothes being pressed beneath Wei Wuyin's naked body, being ravaged as Wei Wuyin gave a devilish smile that seemed to be directed at him appeared in his mind. His heart roared with crushing pain. Perhaps it had already happened. How many times did it happen? The flickering light of the unassuming black ring brought him out of his dark, gloomy, and destructive thoughts. Wu Yu was his mentor, his light at the end of a dark tunnel. He had allowed him to escape his bindings and enjoy life, striving for the peak of cultivation to grasp his own fate, to prove everyone who spat on him wrong. He was the figure that brought the most comfort and trust to him, but because of his uselessness, he had lost Wu Yu twice to Wei Wuyin. Both times were utterly humiliating. The first was at the execution of Qin Qiumu, where he could only look on and watch as a guillotine sent its blade towards her neck. The second was during the Grand Spirit Trials, where Wu Yu was left with no choice but to leave after he offended Wei Wuyin. Now, the ring was with Wu Baozhai. Long Chen was comforted by this. The thought that Wu Baozhai might be using Wei Wuyin to betray him at the last moment, to protect his greatest secret, caused Long Chen's heart to slightly smooth over as the vile images in his thoughts vanished. Perhaps it was all an act. The glint in her eyes. A facade. That could be it. That could be it. His eyes brightened as his killing intent settled. His mind was resolving at such a pace that he went through a variety of emotions in a moment. With a faint, gentle smile suffused with warmth. Wu Baozhai, I'm happy you're doing well. He wanted Wei Wuyin to know that Wu Baozhai's intentions and thoughts might still be with him, so he can agonize over such a possibility. But Wu Baozhai frowned at those words. She was also keen towards verbal spars and wordings with meanings within. She knew Long Chen was acting in such a way for a specific reason. Wu Baozhai took a deep breath and gave Long Chen a deep look. Long Chen, you shouldn't want that. Taken aback, Long Chen was wondering if she was playing her part trying to save her cover. Was his actions detrimental to her? Perhaps he should be a little more careful. With a falsely stern expression, he asked, why? Wu Baozhai's left eyelid experienced a slight twitch from this performance. But it was only for a moment when she grew serious, because I, Wu Baozhai, have entered the Grand Monarch lineage with the will of founding Monarch Wu Yu. Because I, Wu Baozhai, am the Grand Princess of the Myriad Monarch sect. Because I, Wu Baozhai. Every word she spoke caused Long Chen's eyes to widen more and more until they nearly popped out of their sockets. Intend to become Grand Monarch. Chapter 550, 546, The Belief in One's Heart. Chapter 550, 546, The Belief in One's Heart. Long Chen's mental state had been chiseled down by event after event. And all of these events all included a name that plagued his dreams, turning them into nightmares, Wei Wuyin. Even before he had known who this name belonged to, he had sworn an oath to kill him. He had sworn to Nasini that he would avenge her sorrowful fate. This man had slowly walked the same path as he had, and taken bit by bit from him with every passing day. Not only could he not kill him, he was becoming more and more prominent, even taking over his future inheritance with dubious means. The world heralded him as a divine talent that will define an entire era. He would be spoken in the same breath as the King of Everlore, the Sacred Elven Queen, Divine King Han Zhe, Demonic Abyss Master, and Grand Monarch Wu Yu. He was 5 years older than him, yet his reputation ascended to the heavens. Qin Qiumu's relationship with him had started as life and death battle partners adventuring the lands, but after meeting Wei Wuyin, her emotions and thoughts wavered. It was as if he no longer saw a path to form a relationship beyond friends with her, and at first, that was okay. There was plenty of time left to open that path again. But it didn't stop at that. Nasini, the one that wanted to kill him the most, changed. The offer to become Wei Wuyin's wife had disturbed everything. Their relationship was close, and he was the only male that she felt a connection with, yet the possibility similarly halted their relationship. In the end, she chose the one that had taken advantage of her all those years ago. While others could see this as Wei Wuyin taking honorable responsibility, allowing her to make a choice, to him, it was just a pathetic attempt to seem upright and principled. False and unreal. If he was so righteous, why commit the deed in the first place? It was clearly an act. All an act. If Nasini heard this, she would pale in fright. This was no different than wishing her to be ravaged by nobodies until she died a horrible death. How cruel was this curse? She might even slap Long Chen. At least she was alive today, and the one who had taken her virginity and body was upright enough to honor his word to give her freedom despite her precious physique. There wasn't a single cultivator that would do such a thing if given Wei Wuyin's position, essentially going against his sex rules and risking everything. Then, it was Lin Zian. She was even more attached to him than Lian Yu, in complete love. They spoke about their future often and spent nights waiting for their astral core realm to be reached so they could consummate their relationship. But after she suffered extreme damage that left her a vegetable, he had asked her to be saved, and Wei Wuyin definitely did something to force her to be with him. He might have even threatened him. This was his first and only justification for this event. He swore that he'd free her one day, just like he had done at the wedding before. This was just motivation to cultivate. Wu Baozhai might have seen this trend and decided to infiltrate Wei Wuyin, to protect Hong Ru and Lin Zian from Wei Wuyin's clutches. This was something he believed, not just something he came up with just now, but it was only an idea reinforced after seeing her wear his greatest secret. Yet, all of this, even Lian Yu, the woman who he trusted the most out of anyone, had said she loved Wei Wuyin with her last breath. Now, Wu Yu, the last fragment of his sanity, had chosen another candidate for Grand Monarch. Was this for real? Was all this really happening? He chuckled as if he had heard a somewhat funny joke, a little derangement in his tone. "You can't be serious," was all he could say. He even had a faint smile at how ludicrous this all sounded. Why would Wu Yu, someone he thought of as his father figure, betray him for Wu Baozhai? Choose her. The condescending and dismissive words caused Wu Baozhai's heart to flare in anger. This was why she wanted to become her own person, to not be relegated to just a background character meant to be ravaged by the hero. Since following Long Chen, she had always been a burden and useless. The world she was a part of grew while she moved at a stable pace, yet Long Chen was a shooting star blazing the sky with his brilliance and outstanding talent. No one considered her anything but a pretty face with a good head on her shoulders. In the cultivation world, no one gave her respect because of her. At most, they saw Long Chen's outstanding shadow behind her. No matter how much she grows, she'll always be several notches below Long Chen. To depressingly add, those like Hong Ru and Xiaobing overshadowed her. If they left this starfield for a better world, would Long Chen continue his stellar pace and obtain more and more talented beauties? Would she be one of 100? Where would she rank? Who would remember her? Her name would be one of Grand Monarch Long Chen's women. At best, she could be one of his many wives. They would be nameless beauties at his side. She did not lack ambition. She originated from the imperial clan in the Wu country, and she was as ambitious as any princess that sought to be queen. This was likely why she saw Shui Yifei as such a threat. She, too, was a princess with just as much ambition. She narrowed her eyes sharply. "I am. Who am I?" With that, she lifted her hand in the air, and as if triggered by some strange power, every myriad monarch sect member, even the prime imperial sages roared. "Grand Princess Wu Baozhai." Wu Baozhai lifted her hand higher. "Who am I?" Then she lifted that hand to the highest limits in the air, and without even needing to be prompted, everyone roared louder than ever before, backed by their astral force that shook the world, dispersing the faint clouds that were slowly reforming. "Grand Princess Wu Baozhai." Wu Baozhai lowered her hand as she leveled a stare at Long Chen, who was gobsmacked by it all. They all had respect in their eyes. Not because she was Wei Wuyin's woman, or that she was a member of the Ascendants, but because she earned it via fighting for the sect, for being a part of a lineage that she belonged to. After all, she was Wu Yu's legitimate descendant. Wei Wuyin's nodded in his heart. He wanted to forge a grand monarch, a true one that wasn't like Long Chen, but someone who could garner the respect and true authority of the sect. It seemed his choice was correct. It was even cute when he saw Shui Yifei join in with the shouting. Despite her status, she showed the needed respect at this crucial moment. Maybe she was dissatisfied with Long Chen's words, but the fact remained that she did so wholeheartedly. He wasn't aware of how Wu Baozhai valiantly fought for the sect, claiming continental flat earths and portions of planets against the forces of the elemental heaven pavilion and demonic abyss mountain. She made her name resound with her swift, decisive, and intelligent commands. Tua Bihan had even joined in. Long Chen was just lost for a moment. His pupils trembled as he looked towards Wu Baozhai, his gaze moving towards Wu Yu. He slowly said, "This can't be true." "Why? Why?" His tone started off soft but became explosive near the end. Wu Yu sighed within the ring. Long Chen's mental state was already grinded away by the presence of Wei Wuyin. He kept seeing him as an enemy, but when had Wei Wuyin ever acted against him? At most, Wei Wuyin had saved Long Chen from committing the crime of killing a member of his sect in the Grand Spirit Trials, before the witnesses of billions. Furthermore, that was handled brilliantly as Huang Jinwei was openly punished in the most terrible manner, reinforcing his crime in the eyes of others. After all, he had killed a member of his sect and deserved to be punished with the approval of the sect, not just killed. Wei Wuyin had gotten the unanimous approval to do so, and the sect learned a valuable lesson. But Long Chen almost became a criminal for his impulsive action to demand Huang Fujinwei's public execution. In the end, when he had to rely on his power, losing his pride as an expert that handled his own issues, Long Chen no longer fit the qualification of Grand Prince. The figure should be respected and feared, but no one considered him as such. Because at every opportunity, he went against Wei Wuyin, the man everyone revered. Yet in the end, he asked for Wei Wuyin's help that led to him losing important people. Truly unworthy of the Grand Monarch lineage. Did I make the wrong choice that day? Was I just too desperate? These thoughts echoed in Wu Yu's mind every day, but such words were never present when he thought about Wu Baozhai. A strong existence that embodied the essence of a grand monarch with her own flavor, being smarter than the others. She didn't just use her fist, but her brains. There was a wisp of pride in his heart to have such an outstanding descendant. Long Chen, however, saw Wu Yu's silence as an admission of guilt. And it was. His entire mind was trembling at this discovery. Abruptly, he snarled out, "You're just my woman. What gives you the right to challenge me?" Those eyes of his became even more bloodshot as killing intent raged. Wu Baozhai, Lin Zian, Qin Qiumu, Hong Ru, Xiao Bing, Long Tingyu, and Na Sini. Fuck you all. Every last one of your despicable, traitorous bitches. His deepest emotion spewed out as his imperial heaven aura erupted, causing raging winds and turbulent energies to violently swirl. With booming huffs, he stared at Wu Baozhai with a venomous glare. Without me, you would all be trash in the gutter. Nothing more than pretty faces to be ravaged. Without me, none of you are worth a fucking thing. The thoughts in his heart that had been kept and brewed after continuous betrayals erupted forth without reservations. Wu Baozhai's eyes were insanely cold at the moment. Even with you, there wasn't a difference. And that's the issue, isn't it? Qin Qiumu shot out, Long Chen. Her words were filled with concern and a tinge of anger. Anyone could see Long Chen had reached his breaking point. This grand prince that briefly dazzled the world was descending into madness. When Long Chen saw Qin Qiumu, a memory triggered in his mind, outside and in, she was smiling and laughing while she walked the streets. With a brightly lit pair of intrigued eyes, she walked side by side with a tall, outrageously handsome man that would later plague his entire life, taking everything from him. He ignored Qin Qiumu, turning to Wei Wuyin. The glint in his eyes was as dangerous as a world realm's core detonation. This is all your fault. Chapter 551, 547, Truth of the Past. Chapter 551, 547, Truth of the Past. This is all your fault. Long Chen glowered and growled. The madness in his eyes was reflected in the crimson lines that littered his sclera, seemingly threatening to invade into his irises and pupils. When Long Chen began his shouting, everyone present could see the pent-up aggression and killing intent exuding from him, but not everyone understood the reason as to why. So they could only look onwards, remaining background characters to this event. After all, the accuser was their grand prince while the accused was the ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn. They both possessed statuses that made it difficult for them to intervene. Tua Bihan, the one with the highest authority, received numerous looks at this moment. However, the old man shrugged, seemingly nonchalant towards it all. You. I should have killed you the moment I met you, Long Chen's coldly spat with a venomous tone. It seemed he wished he could go back to that moment that he'd met Wei Wuyin, that moment in the heavenly Wu city. As Wei Wuyin and Qin Qiumu returned together, he could have kept his oath and struck. He should have. Wei Wuyin's silver eyes were impassive, reflecting not the slightest trace of emotion or aggression. He observed Long Chen indifferently. Yet in his eyes, in the depths of his pupils, a mysterious feeling began to slowly manifest. Long Chen. You need to calm down. Qin Qiumu finally arrived on scene and stood side to side with Wu Baozhai. The two exchanged a brief glance and seemed to communicate 1,000 thoughts at this moment. The two were well acquainted. Perhaps, not too long ago, they both saw each other as sisters. They served as a divide for Long Chen and the rest, including Wei Wuyin. Qin Qiumu glanced at Wei Wuyin, and when she saw his eyes that seemed devoid of emotion, her spine felt an unfathomable chill that caused her heart to race. She clenched her fists and turned to Long Chen. "We can talk about tea dash." "Shut up. Shut the hell up." Long Chen swiped the air with his left arm, causing the ground to quake and the air to feel stifled. Qing Qiumu and Wu Baozhai were hit by a rush of torrential wind that caused their hairs to flutter wildly and their clothes to press tightly against their bodies. Just a simple gesture of Long Chen had induced such a terrifying response. What power! Wu Baozhai and Qing Qiumu simultaneously thought as they braced themselves, using their astral forces to resist the force lest they be sent flying. They both knew that Long Chen was powerful with mysterious means, but this was extremely exaggerated. No. They were both elite experts with extraordinary foundations, capable of fighting above their cultivation levels, yet Long Chen gave them a sense of total defeat. Long Chen pointed at Qing Qiumu with a stretched index finger. "Calm down. Calm down. You don't have the right to tell me that. You abandoned me. You left for him. It was always him. Always him." Long Chen's madness seeped into his words as he spoke in brief sentences and fragmented meanings. This was caused by his sea of consciousness in chaotic disarray, formulating too many memories and thoughts that disturbed his ability to make linear conversations. Still, the target and those in the know understood what he meant. Qing Qiumu slightly frowned after the surging winds died down. She looked at Long Chen, at this man who she fought alongside for over a decade. She couldn't help but remember his past self, the bright smile and hopeful attitude to face the world. In almost every situation, he was cool and calm, capable of responding to every situation with the clearest of heads. Yet today, Wu Baozhai fiercely shouted, "Rein in your emotions, Long Chen. Think, don't let yourself run amok with assumptions and false realities. False realities. False. Everything is as true as can be. I see it all. I see you all for what you are." Long Chen's thoughts were consumed with images of gorgeous faces and happy smiles. His life in the myriad-year continent was filled with bitterness, yet that was only the early portion. He found his master and later met many interesting people, beautiful women, and explored fascinating locations. The time was the best time of his life. It was after meeting Wei Wuyin, when he saw Qing Qiumu smiling beside him, when he decided to not make any commotion to ensure his plan to ruin Lin Xian's forced marriage. It was then that everything started to go downhill. The wedding crashing was unexpected as Wu Jiao ascended to another level of the astral core realm, and he couldn't kill the prince and king in time, causing the ancient king to side with them and slaughter his allies. He could only watch as that happened. That was the first time everything truly went awry. The second was when Na Sini confronted Wei Wuyin, and he responded in a way no one would expect from a heartless bastard capable of using others for his benefit. He decided to take responsibility and offer Na Sini to be his wife. He didn't take this seriously. After all, Na Sini acted as if she was extremely traumatized by the event, hating Wei Wuyin's guts to the utmost possible limit that a human could. She had a phobia and distrust of men from that incident. She had only started to open up to him after they were trapped and locked within a hidden temple. She had tried to kill him and he spared her. Unable to do anything to him, they worked together to escape and fought a dangerous beast. Together, in concerted effort and harmony, they struck the beast down. After that, their future meetings caused her to slowly open up until she informed him of her life goal, to kill Wei Wuyin. But she wasn't cultivating at a pace that the legend of Wei Wuyin was. Wei Wuyin had already reached the Yin form phase of the Qi condensation realm thanks to her 3-point Yin physique, while she was only at the external flow phase. Even he was only at the external flow phase at the time. He swore then and there that he would help her seek revenge, and if he met Wei Wuyin, he would behead him and bring his head to her. After that, their relationship evolved and she tagged along with him on their adventures on the continent. According to rumor, he had a cultivation treasure that was desired by numerous experts, both inside and outside of his sect, so most assumed he succumbed to a sinister scheme, that his body was ash or buried in some unmarked land. This was also their assumption. Na Sini even left to investigate, to ensure he was dead. She discovered that Wei Wuyin left roughly around the same time as a strange phenomenon took place. A giant wall of air seemingly devastated hundreds of miles of land and lives, killing quite a few individuals in the process. It was speculated by the experts that Wei Wuyin had met his end there, as his direction was in that area. With his death almost entirely confirmed, she had gotten drunk and laughed at the strangeness of this, even considering it divine retribution for the deaths of her sect members. Longchen felt assured that Nasini would only ever trust him, no other man, so he already considered her his wife. While the myriad-year continent had marital rules that heralded a virgin status, no one knew of Nasini's past and she had a unique physique. Even if he brought her to his old grandfather, he wouldn't be disappointed and give him their blessing. Yet a few words from a cultivator that should have been long dead had disrupted his entire relationship. The hilarious fact was that they laughed at Wei Wuyin together for even suggesting such a thing. And then the truth about alchemists was revealed, the status of a sky noble, and grandness of the starfield, and those laughs vanished, replaced by absent looks. When he caught her staring out the window, looking at Extreme Creation Mountain's sky layer, obviously thinking about Wei Wuyin in his sky palace, he should have known. He should have reacted. It didn't stop there either. The comparison of him and Wei Wuyin kept growing within their group. Qin Qiumu's relationship with him grew stronger, especially after he intervened to save her life. Wu Baozhai and Lin Ziyan would often question how Wei Wuyin achieved his status. While Long Tingyu, that innocent little girl, kept speaking about how he would surpass Wei Wuyin, becoming a heavenly king. Wei Wuyin kept being discussed. He was in everyone's mouth. Wei Wuyin killed an earthly elite while in the Qi condensation realm. Wei Wuyin became a heavenly king. Wei Wuyin formed a faction. Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin. It just never stopped. All the while his accolades would often be compared to Wei Wuyin. They were at the same cultivation level, arrived at the same time to the sect, yet their statuses and influence were vastly apart. But even through all that, Longchen still had confidence in himself. He had his women that were outrageous beauties that held deep feelings for him, and the grand monarch lineage, or so he thought. All of them left. All of them left. Long Chen's outstretched arm and finger lowered alongside his head as his thoughts reached this point. Nasini chose Wei Wuyin. Lin Ziyan left him. Wu Baozhai left him. Long Tingyu was disgusted by him. Lian Yu. Even Lian Yu. Long Chen's bloodshot eyes receded. His aura calmed and his head lifted to meet Wei Wuyin's. He took a deep breath and exhaled out all of the turbid air from his lungs. His entire demeanor and disposition changed, completely unlike the maddened men from earlier. Do you know what her last words were? Long Chen directed his words at Wei Wuyin. He was vague, so he didn't expect anyone to answer. But Wei Wuyin was aware, he indifferently responded, that she loved me. Long Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, completely shaking his mental focus at this moment. He stuttered and muttered out a few incoherent words, as if thinking of something. He stared at Wei Wuyin with a strange, dangerous pair of eyes. You were there. Thinking about Lian Yu's death, his entire body trembled slightly. Was Wei Wuyin there? Wei Wuyin shook his head. I wasn't. If she was as important to me as she was to you, I never would have let her die before I did. Long Chen's trembling body froze. Wu Baozhai and Qin Qiumu were confused, as well as the other members of the sect. They glanced at each other, clearly unsure about what was happening. Wei Wuyin unhurriedly continued, but that's irrelevant now. What's important is the truth. Her last words might have been that she loved me in your eyes, but that's not what happened. I left a trace of my aura in her to save her from the auric sea. When she was dying, it triggered and she felt my aura at the last moment. You should understand what she meant to say as her last words. Long Chen was taken aback. He recalled Lian Yu's struggle to escape that strange pulling force of the auric sea. It was indeed Wei Wuyin who saved her after they touched. If so, was it because Lian Yu was surprised about Wei Wuyin's aura? A dense surge of happiness rippled through his eyes. If this was true, then her last words were what he wanted most. She loved him. She loved him. Not Wei Wuyin. This was amazing. In the end, she didn't leave him. A wisp of light birthed in his heart, settling his thoughts a little. It had even concealed the fact that Lian Yu was dead. But if he knew the truth of Lian Yu's last thoughts, that she had called out Wei Wuyin's name because she believed that he could save her from death, that his name had given her hope, that it had prioritized her desire to give him those last words, perhaps he might descend into more madness. Because Lian Yu, at death's door, had considered him inferior. So inferior that she grasped hope in another man while he laid pathetically at her side, watching her heart be ripped from her chest. There's something else I wish to explain. The truth, Wei Wuyin said. Chapter 552, 548, The Last Conversation. Chapter 552, 548, The Last Conversation. The truth. The eyes of everyone fixed onto Wei Wuyin's unearthly countenance, and those silver eyes of his reflected an indescribable emotion. It was as if he was utterly exhausted and had also accepted something unthinkable. It wasn't malicious, but it felt relaxed. Qing Qiumu and Wu Baozhai once more exchanged looks. This was the first time that had ever seen Wei Wuyin exude such a strange feeling. Unable to determine its origins, they waited as well. The truth? Long Chen questioned. After figuring out that Lian Yu's final words were meant for him, that it was a misunderstanding because of specific circumstances, his mood had considerably proven. However, the killing intent in his heart remained unabated. The truth, Wei Wuyin faintly nodded. He lightly touched Wang Buqing's shoulder. A surge of power entered his brain and flared, causing his vision to turn black. He went unconscious, his body becoming incredibly slack and powerless. With a soft thud, he face-planted the browning gray dirt. Wei Wuyin spoke in an unhurried fashion as he stared at Long Chen. Today, I will kill you. With a casual step, he slowly made his way towards Long Chen. The entire spectating crowd paused, there. Hearts pounded at those words. It lacked any form of killing intent, utterly lacking in a vicious gravity, and even the atmosphere hadn't grown tense. It was as if it was spoken in the most casual, most direct manner without any power. Yet they all felt their hearts seized. Qing Qiumu's heart stilled, skipping several normal heartbeats. She tried to speak yet found her words caught in her throat. This was the situation she wanted to avoid, a fight between Long Chen and Wei Wuyin. These were most definitely the two most influential men in her entire life. The former had acted as a travel companion as they cultivated through their younger years. The latter saved her life twice, and felt like a kindred soul that comforted her every thought. Wu Baozhai's pupils shrunk. There was a thundering boom in her head as she felt her world begin to collapse. For some reason, she wasn't expecting Wei Wuyin to ever say those words. But why? Why now? As if on instinct, she turned to Long Chen and a raging fear emerged in her heart. She wanted to shout, to scream for Long Chen to run, yet her heart fought against this action. She was always astute, extremely aware of individuals' personalities, their intent, and desires. This allowed her to thrive as a commander, as the Grand Princess of the Myriad Monarch sect, and as a member of a genuine member of a royal family. She knew what the truth Wei Wuyin wanted to say. Long Chen was taken aback, observing the reactions of everyone in the background and these two beauties in his view. However, he smirked after a little bit of thinking. Did Wei Wuyin think he was scared of him? After reaching the first grand transformation, the amount of trump cards and means he now possessed exceeded mortal imagination. From the beginning, Long Chen never intended to allow Wei Wuyin to live past today. This was why he trekked this distance, why he tracked him here. If it wasn't for Wu Baozhai and the other members of the Myriad Monarch sect, he would have already removed Wei Wuyin's head from his shoulders. Then, all the issues plaguing his heart would finally vanish. With a mocking scoff and a powerful swish of his sword inducing terrifying winds, he replied, "Today, I will kill you." It was as if he was throwing back Wei Wuyin's words against him, a moment that might inspire sheer amusement after he held Wei Wuyin's head in his hand. Wei Wuyin took one step further, slowly but surely nearing. He proceeded to speak the truth. When I first saw you that day, I thought about my death. A death that would not come, but my death nevertheless. In it, you towered over me as your sword swung towards my neck, beheading me and bringing an end to my life. I didn't understand at the time why I would die by your hands. Really, there were many things I didn't understand, yet the two things I never felt towards you throughout these many years, even when told that you'll be a threat to me, was hatred and fear. How could I? You were insignificant to me at the time. You were not the greatest concern in my life. I faced heaven's wrath, survived hell, viewed the yellow springs, and escaped my fate. What was a Long Chen before that? So, when we entered the Myriad Monarch sect, and this is the completely honest truth, I never once thought of you of my own accord. I never once acted against you with ill intent. I never felt the need to. You live your life, I'll live mine. Yet your fate intertwined with mine, and your companions, they all left you. Not because of me, but because of you. Because you blamed all your issues on others yet never realized the truth regarding the outcome of your own failings. Long Chen's expression twisted, glaring at Wei Wuyin with eyes suffused with boundless killing intent. If looks could kill, Wei Wuyin would have died long ago, eviscerated in body and soul. Wei Wuyin continued, I could go on, point out all your mistakes. I could explain to you why you didn't deserve any of these women, and that when actual competition was interwoven into your life and they were given a choice, you were not theirs. But you wouldn't understand, you wouldn't dare to let yourself see this truth. At this point, Wei Wuyin had stepped past the two frozen women of outstanding beauty. Their eyes followed Wei Wuyin as he did, but his words weren't wrong. Long Chen's sword released a ferocious hum as the imperial heaven aura within him exploded outwards, ravaging the surroundings and tainting the sky above in a faint golden hue with endless dazzling stars. Those eyes of his narrowed to an extremely dangerous limit. Yet Wei Wuyin remained entirely unaffected as the torrent of wind was pushed aside by an invisible power. He kept stepping forward at the exact same pace as before. Given gifts by the heavens and failing to hold onto it, blaming others for your failures. I must say, I'm truly happy that those beside you can have the freedom to make their own choice, to be given another opportunity not manipulated by something beyond their comprehension. Amongst everyone present, only Long Chen understood Wei Wuyin's last words. When they heard it, a sound in their minds tuned it out. This wasn't the heavenly Daos, but Wei Wuyin's own actions. He laced his words with Eden force that concealed his words to others. Long Chen's aura reached an absolute peak. That smirk of his transformed into a frown and then into a vicious smile. The killing intent and desire to slaughter had leaked outwards the surroundings, shifting the sky's golden hue to a sanguine tint. You're pathetic, Long Chen countered. You're simply a liar that's trying to salvage your face. Not have any ill intent towards me. Do you think I'm a child? That I'm stupid? From the beginning, you've acted against me. Your extreme creation mountain acted against me. Your stooges acted towards me. Tried to kill me and those I cared about. And you manipulated each and every one of them. Everyone I loved. You definitely caused Lin Zian to change. She loved me more than her own life, yet when she came back from you, she left me for you. And Nasini hated you. Yet she, for some ungodly reason, decided to be your wife. You raped her. Do you think anyone will believe that? That she'll leave me for you? Long Chen huffed and puffed, exposing a closely guarded secret that only a few knew. Furthermore, this accusation was levied with immense emotion behind it. A few cultivators turned to Wei Wuyin and the looks they gave were strange. It wasn't with disgust. It wasn't with shock. It was with curiosity. Qing Qiumu and Wu Baozhai paled when those words were said. They were more aware of Nasini's thoughts and viewpoint than others. They knew more of the story, and it wasn't so simple. In fact, this complexity was why Nasini would choose Wei Wuyin. After all, he saved her life when she was captured and marked for a horrific death. He betrayed his sect by honoring his promise, he gave her a choice at living life. In the cultivation world, this was extremely rare. This was especially so in the face of great benefits and allure that a 3-point physique held to male cultivators. Even they were shocked when they heard the truth of what happened, and their intense emotions towards Wei Wuyin was only lessened as a result. A normal cultivator would have used Nasini like a dual cultivation slave, extracting her usefulness before burying her ravaged and lifeless body in some unmarked hole or burning it to ash. Wei Wuyin was unfazed. Although his actions inevitably led to his decapitating death by Long Chen's hands in that alternate timeline he was shown by the black skeleton, his heart contained no regret for his choice. Because of Nasini, Long Chen sneakily entered his sect when they were being attacked by the elven race, and found him. And Jiu Lang. He protected Jiu Lang instead of retreating, possessing a heart of scarlet qi at the time. He was met with the cold edge of Long Chen's blade in utter defeat. If he didn't figure out that this event only occurred because he decided to act in accordance with his own principles and morals, staying true to his word even if it meant turning against him, and that calamity wouldn't have happened, then he would be an idiot. The black skeleton wouldn't have interfered and his life might have been different. You continue to lay blame elsewhere, was Wei Wuyin's only reply. Enough. Long Chen refused to accept Wei Wuyin's words as the truth. Everything that has happened since they arrived in the myriad-year continent, he felt as if Wei Wuyin was behind each and every event to varying degrees. From the conflict with the Ji clan to the Huangfu clan, and perhaps even Lin Xian's crippling and Qing Qiumu's execution. He faintly felt that it was all an orchestrated plot by Wei Wuyin. Why else would the Huangfu clan, a clan linked heavily to Tua Bihan and the extreme creation mountain, decide to act against him? Why else would Lin Xian be crippled, not killed? Why else would, at the last second, a woman indebted to Wei Wuyin save Qing Qiumu as the blade neared her neck? It was all suspicious. That's right. Long Chen looked at Wei Wuyin with a look of grand realization. If he considered it from that point of view, then it all made sense. All the obstacles, all the struggles, all the numerous disasters they faced were all orchestrated by Wei Wuyin to systematically ruin his reputation, to take away his women. When I finally kill you, all of these issues will be resolved. They'll all realize the truth, the real truth, and come back. He spoke gruesomely with a tainted tone. He hadn't descended into madness, but delusions had stricken his heart. Wei Wuyin halted his steps, being quite close to Long Chen. He calmly ordered, "You two are not to interfere. No matter what." When he spoke out, everyone thought it was meant for Qing Qiumu and Wu Baozhai. Even they felt it was, but in truth, two figures that were concealed directly behind Long Chen turned to look at Wei Wuyin. One of them was ready to use a translucent spear, and the other seemed ready to thrust out a palm of her soft hand. They looked at Wei Wuyin, seeing the decisive authority emitted from his eyes. With reluctant nods, they vanished. Long Chen was unaware of the two that were ready to claim his life. Part 12 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.